Volume 11, Prologue. Prologue. Who might this lovely lady be? Inside the jewel. Seeing the woman taking a place at the round table, and waving her hand at me, I tilted my head. When I came because I was called, besides the fifth who was seated with a stern expression, the ancestors looked quite confused. Looking at the woman, I couldn't help but recall Miranda, and there I noticed she was the matured form of Malia-san, of whom I'd seen in the rooms of memories. Could you be Malia-san? When I saw her in memory, she was in her teens. But the one before my eyes looked to be in her mid-20s. Correct, Lyle. But as you've seen me in my youth, your reaction is a little slow. After seeing someone's face for the first time, remember their name alongside it. Weren't you taught that? I did learn that skill. But I didn't have the chance to put it to practice in my childhood. Hearing those words for the first in a while, I looked at the fifth in confusion. Rising from his seat, he lowered himself onto the round table, and let out a sigh. Why is Millie here, you ask? Like hell we know. That's why we're so confused. According to the girl himself, there's a need for you to learn everything, she says. A need for me to learn everything? Curious about what that everything would indicate, I sent a look to Malia-san. Her light violet, wavy hair and golden eyes reminded me of Shannon. But her facial features and atmosphere were more Miranda. Body structure also Miranda. Feels like someone took out the good points of those two? If her insides were like Miranda's, it would be troublesome. If they were like Shannon's, I would have nothing but pity. Of course, I haven't the slightest idea what sort of person she is. Lyle, you never entered your own room of memories, so it ended up that I came out here to act as a guide. I looked at the door behind my seat. My door was different to those of the ancestors. It didn't just replicate memories. It had become a different sort of something. It wasn't necessary to our present situation in reality, so I had ignored it. The jewel won't permit me to ignore, I guess? But there was another reason I didn't enter as well. I'm busy right now, so is it possible to put it off to a later date? With a troubled expression, Malia-san looked at the surrounding ancestors. The third spoke with his usual manner. Yes, you've got a point. We're busy, so is it all right we put it on hold? At this point, even if you tell us it's everything, that's a bit troubling. The fourth corrected the positioning of his glasses. I do want to listen to the wishes of my granddaughter, but it's low on the priority list. The seventh, slightly bothered. Even if it's Auntie's request, that's impossible. Because we're busy. I just realized that would make her the seventh's aunt. Malia-san looked at the fifth. He scratched his head. I don't know what you want to get Lyle to do. If it benefits our side, I will prioritize it. There, Malia-san smiled. As I thought, you sure are kind, father. Even so, these memories of the heads of history are truly troubling. It's a little sad how you've twisted the meek Lyle. And how exactly should I react to that? If you're dealing with these ancestors, you'd get twisted whether you like it or not. Malia-san stood, and walked all the way to my side. She kindly held up both of my hands. My heart was beating, but it wasn't in regards to the opposite gender. It more like a motherly impression. Lyle, there is a need for you to know everything about skills. Why the Walt house's blue gem became a jewel, and what gems were originally supposed to be. I recalled back to what Monica's sisters had once put to words in the labyrinth. Memories, was it? I believe I heard something like that. She nodded. That's right. Gems and jewels are nothing more than memory storage mediums. The records of our lives, and even our personalities were recorded, the recording of skills was just a byproduct. Hearing her words, the third. As I thought. I did think it strange. A situation where we taught Lyle our skills can't be called efficient. Then should there originally have been another purpose? For example, transferring personality to another? Not in his aloof bearing, he and the other ancestors sent sharp looks towards Malia-san. While I was troubled by them, Malia-san shook her head with a smile. That's also wrong. That is why there is a need for us to have Lyle know everything. At present, many gems have been lost. The appearance of magic tools also meant the decline of gems, after all. The seventh took her words with wonder. Meaning if things went their natural course, gems wouldn't have been discarded? Could someone be pulling the strings out back? Without answering those words, Malia-san pulled my hand, and started off towards the door. Lyle, learn it all. Otherwise, your story will surely be left incomplete. Led by the hand, I didn't put up a resistance, as I opened and entered the door with her. When I entered my own room of memories, the surroundings were too bright. I couldn't keep my eyes open. Malia-san called out. This is your room of memories, as well as the memories of the jewel. The jewel wanted you to know. That's why it has reproduced such an unnatural sight. I slowly opened my eyes, and there spread out a town I had absolutely no memory of. No, perhaps a metropolis? Looking around, the people were downing drinks and making merry regardless of the height of the sun in the sky. Where are we? It started out as kindness. This is the capital of a country of the distant past. A country that fell some thousands of years ago. You know it too, don't you? The magician's village? It looked as if they weren't living any differently from how we live now, but now that you mention it, there was a bit of an olden feel to it. The clothes the people wore, their shoes. The ale they drunk was of one single type. The food lined up was all simple stuff. Perhaps I should call it frugal in contrast with its scale? But if it were the past, would it be possible? And why does the jewel have records this old? The first bought his gem 200 to 300 years ago, didn't he? In the capital that was neither of Bonsium or Centris, I followed behind Malia-san. The voices I could hear led me to believe everyone was in festive spirits. Is it some sort of holiday? The merry adults. And the playing children. But Malia-san's answer was different. This a normal weekday for this country. Lyle, can you see that building? In the direction her finger pointed was a building still under construction. There, I could see the figures of mud-made dolls working. Is it magic? Looking closely, there were many golems working around. But it didn't look as if there was a magician nearby. I walked on with Millie. We walked straight ahead, and a building comparatively simple in construction to the rest of the metropolis came into sight. Yes, it's magic. And the one maintaining this city is but a single magician. I noticed. So what became the base for the magician's village story was this country. And this country's magician is Septem, the seventh goddess. Hearing Septem, I remembered Seal's jewel. In front of the simple building, the golems acted as gatekeepers. And as we approached, they opened the road and let us through. That modest estate, while stationed in the center of the city, was small enough to call out of place. I couldn't feel the slightest presence of people within. The only ones working were golems. Led by Malia-san, I entered a certain room. There, on a small bed, an old woman lay. Oh my, how rare! For guests to come for me. The kind-looking old woman lay down with a weakened figure. Even so, she looked at us with a smile. She can see us. Malia-san nodded, and brought over 2 chairs from the other side of the room. Lyle, if you don't sit, Septem-sama won't be able to calm down. No, Septem-sama? Ha? I had thought Septem was the one behind the curtains. Thought I wasn't sure whether she was manipulating her, or an accomplice. But I couldn't imagine this kind-looking person as Seals. Could you please sit? You're making me feel sorry. A withered slenderness, her hair was white, and there was a glimmer in her violet eyes. But perhaps her body couldn't keep up with that glimmer, as she wasn't moving. A golem entered the room, and fiddled with the old woman. Septem's bed, raising the upper half of her body so she could talk with us. I'm really sorry. I'm sure you don't understand anything yet. I am Septem, no, one who inherited her memories. I carried on the memories of a goddess. Hearing that only deepened my confusion. Malia-san gave an explanation for my sake. Lyle, you know the stories of goddesses and evil gods, don't you? Of them, who is it that is the most revered? Number 7, the last goddess. Right. Both magic and skills were something the 7th goddess granted to humans. And gems were developed by this Septem-sama over here. I looked at Septem with surprise. Her grinning face definitely didn't look like that of a person who would do evil. Malia-san continued on. The Walt house's gem. It's an original she made. Many others are just imitations made by Agrissa. No, perhaps she copied the original to make something more complete. Such as the jewel Seals holds. For that sake, she produced countless gems, so they ended up catching on 300 years ago. Septem looked at me apologetically. I never thought the gems I made were to be used like that in the future. I'm sorry, Lyle. It seems those girls were right. Those girls? Shinai responded. Septem spoke. Right. Nihil, Octo, and Novum, one isn't spoke of, and the others were made evil gods of. Novum, and even Nihil. So you mean to say? Malia-san spoke to me. Novum is the same as Septum Sama. She should have carried on the memories of a goddess. Of course, from the world's point of view, that would be an evil god. Hearing that truth, I received a light shock. No, if you know this and that, then say it, Novum. Inside the jewel. When I exited the door with Malia-san, the ancestors were waiting for us. The fifth looked at my expression. So did you learn something? I nodded, but it's not like I learned everything. It seems there was more she wanted to tell me, but Milia called for a pause. This and that. Like how Novum carries on a goddess memories. Of how Novum's clan carries the blood of a goddess, and how the Walt house's jewel is an original. Stuff like that. And it seems the one who made the gem was Septem. Hearing that, the fourth. No, if you don't explain it properly, we won't understand it, you know? Malia-san looked over the ancestors. Lyle, return to reality. I'll explain the rest. I'll leave it to you. And wait, it's a bit too much of a shock. Malia-san looked at me. I'm sure Novum has her circumstances. So don't blame her for it. I'm sure that girl will serve you, even if you reject her. But that would be much too pitiful to watch. I immediately. No, I don't hate her, you know? But when I think of who she is, does that mean I'm actually loved by a goddess, that sort of thing? Malia-san's eyes opened wide, and she put both hands to her mouth. Lyle, you're being corrupted too much by your ancestors. The seventh, perhaps protesting against that opinion. What are you talking about, Auntie? This is just how men of the Walt house are. The ancestors gave some rights before laughing amongst themselves. When I opened my eyes, I was in at the harbor. Opening my eyes in our rented room, I saw that night had already come to a close. Nearby, by my awakening, Monica activated. Oh, you've gotten up faster than usual today. Good grief, please think of the troubles of your maid. What a bothersome chicken dickwad you are. But I love that part of you too. Seeing her behave as usual, I felt a little relieved. Sorry about that. Today's our departure, right? Monica moved, took up a bucket, began producing tools from between her apron and skirt, and began filling the bucket with hot water. Yes. We've confirmed it with Vera-san, so there is no doubt about it. It seems there is a lot of cargo to carry to Baim on this voyage. They're quite busy. Because of that, they were unable to meet the Queen of Kartafs, or something. What do you mean by or something? Well, I can understand them being busy. Neither side could make time for the other. This country's queen is quite busy as well. It couldn't be you're thinking of adding her to the harem? I'll follow you no matter how much a scumbag you may be, but going after a queen will make even I question your preferences. Damn masochist. I felt I was being made fun of, so I stood and refuted. Wrong. No, I just thought it would be nice if I could meet her. I had thought to ask for cooperation against seals. I didn't have any other goals. Having been dispatched from Baim to Kartafs on a guild request, the land dragon subjugated, we were going to return right back to Baim. We had to go a considerable distance, and by the time we returned to the port, the ship we planned to board was to depart in a few days. We did the job in time, but there were other things that bothered me. Those attackers. Lark Maillard, was it? According to the rumors, it seems his actions are so varied it's hard to get a hold on him. We identified their identity and aim. But without evidence, we couldn't take legal action against them. What's more, we couldn't even find out where they'd disappeared to. The information we gathered incorrigible, sociable, good-tempered, garbage, the adventurer I want to grow up to be were just as varied. From the consistently high evaluations he received from women, it could be concluded he had a skill that worked on the opposite gender. It wasn't something we could deal with in the few days before we left Kartafs. It left some lingering regret, but if we didn't go to Baim, we wouldn't get a reward for our work. We don't have the time to care for Lark, I guess. There are plenty of problems we'll have to resolve once we get back as well. Monica carried out the morning preparations as she answered to my opinion. The money problem is a major one. But I, Monica, am willing to work without wages. I won't abandon you like those other bitches out there. It's fine if you praise me more, you know? You can't even move if you don't get mana from me, right? Our usual morning conversations ended, and I washed my face and accepted a towel from her. Outside the window, the morning sun was quite pretty. A large number of boats were lined at the harbor, and a magnificent view spread out. Now then, once we get back, it will get bust again. Novum's case, and Septem, and Jules. There's quite a bit going on, but can't fixate myself on those for now. I'll have to learn a lot of things. And I'll ask Novum once I learn them. There are plenty of things to do until then. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 1, Dangerous Individual. Dangerous Individual. Poppycock. What is the meaning of all this? A wide room. It was the wide workroom of the head of the Trace Trading Company, Fidel Trace. Light poured in from a large window, and many extravagant furnishings were displayed about. Dabbling in maritime trade and other such transactions, the Trace Trading Company was one of the prominent mercantile houses of Bime. Fidel was a representative in the city's merchant council and one of the most influential traders in the city. Such a man crushed a report in his hand as he glared at the 30-year-old man before his eyes. The man gave an excuse. I apologize. But thinking guards would be essential, I appointed them of my own accord. And in all actuality, according to those who've come from Cartafs, the Trident Serpent was subjugated, and Milady's cargo was intact, so, I didn't ask for your excuses. Just what sort of man did you put aboard Vera's ship? Just look at this. That princess of Lorphes has completely lost her backbone, has she not? And then Zayn. The Holy Maiden, and former Holy Maiden, relations with not one, but both of them. The reason for Fidel's rage was quite simple. On his daughter Vera's ship rode an adventurer, while whose skill was assured, was a known womanizer. He wanted to get this time's transaction to succeed no matter what. And that's why he had sent his daughter, but up to that point, the only thing he had heard from his men was that they had hired a talented adventurer for the job. After they encountered the Trident Serpent, and the stories of its defeat spread through Bime, he became interested in that adventurer's identity. It would be a good idea to make a long-term contract with them, and more importantly, he was the savior of his beloved daughter's life. As busy as he was, Fidel couldn't see his daughters too often, but he did still treasure them quite a bit. And upon investigating that savior, he was definitely amazing. To an extent it could be called a blessing they were able to hire them. But to Fidel, an unbelievable truth had come to light in those documents. He had ended up letting a shady adventurer he shouldn't have on his daughter's ship. He was filled with regret. This man, isn't it likely he has a dubious skill to ensnare women? My daughter, what are you going to do if he ends up laying hands on Vera? On Fidel's rage, the man who'd hired Lyle's party looked confused. Still, he has a high evaluation from the guild, and when it came to the job. Like I care about that. He's a damn womanizer. Without digging deeper into the guild, how can you say for sure? Vera's body is in danger, is it not? The man looked at Fidel, a little fed up. He could be respected when it came to work, but when his daughter was involved, he couldn't help but be prone to excessive worrying. For that sake, he had properly put assigned guards to Vera and his other daughter, Gina Trace. The man recalled that fact. Please calm down, Fidel-sama. Around Lady Vera are those robust sailors. To them, she is a goddess of fortune. They would never let a man get close to her so easily. And above the sea is their domain. Even so, Fidel looked anxious. He rustled up his black swept-back hair, spread out the document he had crumpled, and reconfirmed the details. It's true that Vera is adored by the sailors. Our luck was off this time, but she's my adorable daughter, loved by the sea. A single adventurer whelp would never be able to ensnare her. But Fidel thought. Since he came to Bime, he's had a high request completion rate, and he's even gotten involved in labyrinth subjugation. There's no doubt he's proficient. I did hear he played mercenary in Zayn, but the result was the best he could have hoped for. Still, the amount of buttes waiting on him, as I thought, should I get the guild to look into his? Someone with this sort of troublesome skill should be extinguished and confined at an early stage. Right. This isn't because Vera is in danger. It's for the sake of the world. Giving an excuse to himself, Fidel decided to move around a few pieces before Vera's return. Bime's guild was under the management of the merchants. If a merchant of his level called out, there were many who would move. Straightening out his hair, Fidel crushed the report into a ball and tossed it into a trash can. He lightly traced a finger down his prided mustache. We'll go out to meet them when they arrive at the port. And prepare some skilled folks. I've got to prepare another reward too. This time's results held a large meaning to the man. The Vera Trace couldn't even be sunken by the Trident Serpent. He couldn't say it was she ship's contribution that defeated it, but you never knew what would happen at sea. Make others believe in your luck, and that was enough to increase the number of those that would leave their cargo to you. When the goods arrived safely, more people would use the service. The man nodded with a serious face and left the room. Before restarting his work, Fidel wrote up a letter to the guild. Oomph. Famous noble son or not, get close to my Vera, and I'll have you disappear. If you've laid a hand on her, then. With a dark smile on his face, he finished the letter, and returned to his work. Tanya received a summons from the guild management under her Tanya name. Along with her superior, she had been called to the main branch. Both of them looked perplexed at the executive's impatient expression. From your eyes, what sort of person is this Lyle Walt? You can tell he's a skilled one just from looking at the reports. But how do you judge his nature? In an uneasy main branch, what's more, in front of its top brass, Tanya felt lost. He is a skilled adventurer, and I can't say there are any problems with his personality. We're having him take on as many requests as he can manage, and this time around, he has even gone to subjugate a land dragon in. Not that. Next. What do you think? The executive sought out her boss's opinion. Tanya thought she had conversed with enough people at the counter to be a good judge of character, so she was more fit for the question. But as outranked as she was here, she kept her mouth closed. Even if you ask me, I have nothing more to say than what's written on the reports. Has there been some sort of problem? The executive made a face as if it were something hard to say, and presented a single envelope. Seeing the name on the cover, Tanya's boss opened his eyes wide. One of the representatives of BIME. Fidel Trace's letter has stated their concern, and called him out by name, so here we are. Hearing that name, Tanya felt like pressing her face to her hand. She endured it, and remained expressionless, but in her head. What the hell are you doing, Lyle Kuhn? That isn't someone you should be making an enemy of. Skilled, but an adventurer with a screw or two blown out. That was the current general evaluation of Lyle. Because there was no way someone leading a mere 100 men would openly pick a fight with an entire country, small country as it may be. He was becoming something of a living legend, and even in BIME, there were some move to probe into his situation. Many were surprised to see him continued on as an adventurer in BIME without entering government in Zayan. Is he going to do something again? A nervous Tanya heard some words from the executive's mouth. Have you heard anything of that Lyle Kuhn using any skills that affect the psyche? It seems he's always surrounded by women, more so, he leads a standard harem party, doesn't he? If he's harmless, we won't view him as a problem, but, well. The guild wasn't run by fools. They kept tabs on adventurers with such doubts, and this was BIME, their headquarters even known as the capital of adventurers. They had such countermeasures prepared. Tanya's superior spoke with a serious expression. It has been confirmed he uses multiple skills. If I recall correctly, he has a support class blue gem on his person. It's a fact that most mind control skills are part of support. Understood, I'll start looking into it right away. I'm thankful for your understanding. We can't conclude anything yet. Once he's done with the land dragon, and has returned to port, send someone out. Headquarters will also dispatch some personnel. Psychological skills are definitely dangerous, but as long as you have a level of resistance, no, with Lyle Kuhn's level of ability, half-baked adventurers wouldn't be able to put up a fight. As a possibility, it's plenty possible. It is, but I really don't think he's that sort of kid. Tanya felt things were getting a little complicated. What? The Vera Trace departed, and I was invited to Vera-san's stateroom. With a reddened face, she cast her eyes down, and grasped both my hands. As I was saying, I admit my defeat. Even thought I knew she wasn't looking at my face, I shook my head. No. What's the meaning of this? What is it supposed to mean? Didn't she outright say she wasn't going to fall? You? Vera said she had someone she liked, didn't she? In my confusion, I sought some help from the ancestors in the jewel. This time, we had a woman Malia-san with us, so I was sure they would be reliable. But the fourth was just as confused. Oi! Someone explain this situation to me. I haven't the slightest clue. Just what sort of magic did you use, Lyle? No, Mr. Lyle. I'm definitely smacking that man someday. Or so I pledged to my heart, as I ignored the useless fourth's opinion, and waited for the other ancestor's take. The third was definitely giving a wide grin. That's what his voice led me to believe. As I thought. You sure played dirty, Mr. Lyle. I mean, if you tell someone not to think of you, humans end up thinking an excessive amount, and she was relatively accepting, so I saw this development coming a mile away. If you saw it coming, couldn't you have given me some advice beforehand? Just what can I say to reject her? I frantically thought. There, the seventh laughed. Ha, isn't that nice, Lyle? Now you've got your funding in the bag. It's true she may provide support on a monetary front. But what sort of person would that make me? Or so I questioned myself. It's no good. Going out with her for her money is, and I have everyone. I have to take responsibility for them. As Vera looked down, red to her ears, I tried to say something. The moment I was about to turn her down, Malia-san's advice came from the jewel. Oh my, these sorts of things really are exhilarating. I wonder what Lyle will say to accept it. The fifth sighed. So accepting it is a given? It's certainly a saving grace financially, but... Lyle, what do you plan to do? Hearing that, I shook my head. There, Malia-san. After she's resolved herself so much to confess, you'd actually think to decline? And you're the one who confessed first, Lyle. I know. I definitely confessed. But that was something else, right? The girl herself even said she understood I was just in high spirits at the time. And as I took a stance to refuse once more, the third gave his proposal. Lyle, a child this strong-willed wrung out her courage to confess, you know? And do you hate Vera-chan? I shook my head to deny that one. Then all's well. Whether it be 8 or 9, it's but a trivial problem at this point. Let's sacrifice Lyle's future to get some funds. Once this is all over, you just have to work hard to curry favor with your wife/Vias. Max, the fourth happens to be an expert on the matter. The fourth sounded a little displeased. I'm definitely better at it than the other heads. But please don't make it sound like that's all I have to me. And Lyle. Haven't you been treating me terribly lately? I wanted to tell him to think of the reason himself, but for now, I didn't know what to say to Vera-san anymore. There, raising her face, she. I like you. I love you. From the jewel, I heard Malia-san cry out. Kaya, it's fine for the girl to confess too. I felt the fifth was a little taken aback. Really? Personally, this development is so sudden, I've no idea what to say. Even so, Mr. Lyle is amazing. If he seriously predicted all this, color me impressed. At the same time, I'd like it if Bay State Lyle worked a little bit harder at it. I was sure he was just saying whatever he wanted. But such a serious confession deserved a serious response. I'm happy. I'm thankful, but... As I was about to continue, the door burst open with good momentum, and the sailors flooded in. The things in their hands went bang. Bang, with the sound of gunpowder igniting. They wore pointed hats, and I could smell black powder around. But those weren't guns. They were crackers, for parties. Something Monica carried around. Congratulations, milady. If it's Mr. Lyle, we can rest at ease. I'm sure the boss will be delighted as well. As the sailors gave their blessings, Vera's eyes swam, and she clung onto me. And entering after the sailors, were the rest of my party. Monica wore a pointed hat, and pulled an extra-large cracker. After a large sound, small, slender scraps of paper flew around. Why you guys? I wanted to complain to Monica, when Novum broke into applause. I think she is a wonderful woman. Certainly worthy of Lyle-sama. I'm sure she will help out your cause. I see? As Novum's approval troubled me, I remembered the talk with Septim-san. Novum is a goddess, no, an evil god, was it? Is that why she pushes woman onto me like this? And while that was happening, Eva and Clara entered the room. They glared at one another. And I'm telling you, this happening would make a better story if it came right after defeating Tressie. And the finer details are fine. Even if you try to pass it down, it's impossible for this sort of thing. No, that's no good. I cannot accept it. Just how we got her to fall should be properly investigated, and left in records. Making it a story, and leaving a misunderstood legend is unforgivable. Arya looked at the strife of the two. Those two again, and wait, Lyle. You really are indiscriminate. When Arya called me indiscriminate, Miranda offered an amendment. He turned down Lorphe's princess, didn't he? Does that mean he has some sort of criteria? You know, those Walt House precepts, or something? May looked at me and Vera. Hey, no matter how you look at it, Lyle's the one being supported here, but is that really alright? In the wild, males make harems because they're strong, but, when it comes to humans, money is more important, isn't it? Seeing May learning about human society, the fifth in the jewel. May, you sure are clever. In my time, I tried to keep you out of it as much as I could, but, you've grown, May. To a delighted fifth, Malia-san spoke with a sigh. Father, you're the same as always. Monica left the room, and came back with food. Alongside that, she carried glasses and ale. Oi! Monica was expressionless. No matter how many women you get, my master is the chicken dickwad alone. Even if I, Monica, may hate it in my heart, there's no way I can be unprepared. Now, the preparations for a toast are complete. With that pointed hat of hers, and all the party goods she had brought along, she hadn't a fragment of persuasive power. She's definitely enjoying this. The sailors. How considerate. Yep, at times like these, you've got to drink. Oh, right, if you've got work to do after this, keep it to 1 glass. Okay, I'll pop open my special wine today. To our goddess of fortune. Both me and Vera were bewildered. And peeking her head through the doorway ever so slightly, Shannon offered a word. So this woman was also easy. She said that, so in my head. You're one to talk, Shaniacy. I ended up thinking that. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 2, Vera's shiplog? Vera's shiplog? The times th of. Arrived in Kartafs. Clear skies. Sent Lyle's party off, and safely delivered cargo. Complete repair of the ship will likely be impossible until we return to Bime. But temporary measures should be able to get us there without a problem. Just in case, we're taking less cargo than usual. The th of. 3rd day since arrival in Kartafs. Cloudy. The sea is somewhat stormy. It seems Lyle's party has become famous at Kartafs Guild. On top of that, even after I told him so many times not to settle for Tressie's materials, he wouldn't listen, and it seems they didn't sell at all. Having accepted a magic stone of this size and purity, I feel a little bad. I really must think of something to give him as a bonus. The th of. A week since arrival in Kartafs. Raining. The sea is rough, and some ships aren't reaching port. Many merchants are looking worried. While that was happening, the Gildan merchants came forward with proposals for the magic stone we had gotten our hands on. We planned to bring it back to Bime, so I politely declined. Heard from guild personnel that Lyle's party had set out to slay the land dragon. The th of. Still raining. The ship's temporary repairs finished, and it's taking time to alter our load to take to Bime. The probability of the merchant ships that haven't reached port sinking is exceedingly high. Many merchants are holding their heads. In that dark atmosphere, I handed a letter for my father to a ship set for Bime. It's around the time for Lyle's party to be fighting the land dragon. According to the rumors, it wasn't as dangerous as Tressie, but it wasn't a foe to underestimate. I pray for their safety. The th of. The captain told me I'm sighing a lot lately. Are you thinking of the boss? He said with a grin, and when I denied it in embarrassment, the sailors all laughed. I can't accept this. When he gets back, I'm going to complain to him. Oh right, today was sunny. The th of. Lyle's party isn't coming back. They were supposed to be here yesterday or today. At soonest. Unable to calm down, I paced through the ship, and the sailors sent glances at me with grins on their faces. After giving them some strong kicks to the rear, I felt a little relieved, and returned to my room. I'm making sure not to think about him, but whether I be asleep or awake, Lyle's face keeps coming up. My chest hurts even more than when I'm thinking about Roland. Today was cloudy. The th of. I heard at the guild that Lyle's party would be at the port soon. When lying on my bed, I end up touching my lips a lot. Touching my collarbone makes me remember that day. This is bad. Really bad. A guild receptionist handed over some parcels to deliver to the guild in Bime, but I forgot to negotiate, and accepted them at the proposed rate. It's a disgrace. The th of. Lyle's party completed their request, and returned to the ship. When I asked, I learned there were actually 4 land dragons. I have henceforth sworn to be harsher on Kartaf's guild. Even though we met up after so long, I couldn't see the face of the man in question. Clara told me what had been going on lately, but it seems with everything going on, Lyle had more things to think about. More importantly, when she saw my face, Novum gave a meaningful smile. When I asked Clara about it, she said it meant she had given her approval. Is Novum the one managing the female fighting force? Is it best I check with her first before trying to kiss him? The dark ship's interior. I glanced through the ship log I had found in Verisan's room, and flipped through as I felt I had seen something I shouldn't have. The later ones didn't have the slightest bit of info on the weather, or the ship. I read it on the third's words, but... Turning, I saw Verisan lying on her bed. Around, Shannon was asleep with a blanket wrapped around her, while Arya and Eva were sleeping, tangled up on the sofa. Monica had finished cleaning up after the party, and she stood asleep in sleep mode. Novum and Clara were also snuggled up with a blanket around them. The waves were calm, and it was a beautiful night by the light of the full moon. The moonlight pouring in through the window let me read the log. When Miranda changed her posture, I instantly left the book on the desk and distanced myself. If she opened her eyes and woke, what situation would I find myself in? After confirming no one was awake, I pat my chest in relief. There. ISS Fwedwicks. When I heard some sleep talk like that, May fell off of Vera's bed. So she was sleeping in such a place. I never noticed. Vera slowly raised her torso. When her sleepy eyes met mine, she looked behind me and opened her eyes wide. Her violet eyes, behind me, at the ship long on the desk's bookstand. The third laughed. Ah, it's upside down. He said, as he enjoyed the situation. As I noticed the letters on the log were upside down, Malia-san spoke. Lyle, looking at other people's diaries is rude. I wanted to tell her it was too late for that, but I felt she said that knowing all too well. Miranda and Shannon's ancestor. There's no doubt she had a scheming part to her. Did you see? At her strained voice, and her expression on the verge of tears, I didn't know how to respond. What do I do? I'm sure denying it here won't work. But reading someone's diary is a horrible thing to do and, right. I can use this to make myself seem like a horrible person. I took a deep breath, and put out some theatrical lines. Isn't it best we don't hide anything from one another? I wanted to know everything about you. Inside. How's that? What thinks you of this selfish narcissist? She's sure to draw back. As I thought that the ancestors and the jewel plus one extra splendidly. Terrible. Were you trying to imitate Mr. Lyle? I don't think that's something that can be imitated, They're both Lyle, but there's something different here. You stuttered at the start, Lyle. That's no good. Maintain a level head at all times. Really? I think he was trying quite hard there. I hope it goes well, Lyle. So Malia-san noticed. No, the third did too, damn it, each and every one of them. I can only think they're having fun watching my plans play out. And when I looked to Vera, she was looking down and stroking her hair. And as she shook her black hair, the room looked brighter than it had been before. I think my eyes were getting used to it. Vera stood and approached me. If she was going to slap me, I would accept it. I prepared myself as I recalled the sixth growing ragged from the consecutive slaps of his mother. It shouldn't be as bad as that. I was ready for it. And Vera came closer. It was a promise, after all. That if I recognized my defeat, I'd do this. Vera embraced me, and pressed her modest chest against my body. When I was about to step back, a loud voice came from the jewel. Don't retreat. Gently hold her in your arms, Lyle. As excited as she was, I was more certain than ever Malia-san had a terrible personality. Thinking the sixth was definitely deceived, I followed her words, and held her. Held her, and... Horse feathers. With this flow, what comes next is... I was kissed. Just like that. Her tongue entered my mouth, and when she parted, her saliva formed a slight thread. That string instantly disappeared, but Vera... if there's something I can do, just say it. Even if moving the Trace Trading Company is impossible, if it's just a little, I can provide some aid. The third spoke. A supported man, Lyle sure is amazing. A rich girl of mine fell so easily, now then, how much should we wring out of her? The fourth's voice sounded delighted. Likely because money was involved. 2,000 or 3,000, perhaps? It may even be possible she has 5,000 on her. I can't wait for what's to come. These guys. I always think it, but they're the worst. There, still absent-mindedly holding on to Vera, I looked around the room. It was dark. But I could see 16 eyes looking at me. It was scary. I felt honest-to-goodness fear at the spectacle. I'm already full of regret for increasing the number of girls. So please don't look at me with those eyes. The next day. In Vera's stateroom, I sat across from her on the sofa. Novum said we should properly explain our own situation. And that if Vera didn't have the resolve to go on, she should pull back. She won't say something like that sooner? I thought, but I gradually explained the circumstances to Vera. About seals. About Bonsium. And about my objective. With these meager numbers we were picking a fight with the superpower that was Bonsium. Vera listened with a serious expression, as she touched a hand to her lips and thought. Sipping the tea that had been put out, Vera spoke. I never thought it would come to that. Normally, I'd never believe it. Psychological skills are truly troublesome, but charm skills are ones with flaws. There are times where the user, or perhaps the skill itself, is amazing, but in most cases, they don't have prolonged effects. If they did, there's no way those around would just leave them be, after all. A psychological skill, that's how Vera classified Seal's charm. To clear up the misunderstanding, I spoke. While she may be my younger sister, we can't say for certain hers is a charm skill. Because there are other peculiar things she's been able to do. But because of that, Bonsium has begun to go mad. The tragedies of Bonsium brought about by that girl were still going on at this very moment. And I didn't know if it was really just a powerful charm skill. If there was someone who knew what it was, it would have to be Novum or Septimsan. Vera rested her elbow on the armrest and tilted her body towards it a bit. Very well. If that's the case, I'll sponsor you. I'm sure you'll need money. Of course, once we return, we'll have to talk to father. When it comes to work, he's the type that's severe, even when it comes to his daughter. If he thinks there's no chance at all, he's the type that would calmly hand you over to Seals, Lyle. Hearing that, Novum smiled. Then we've got some ideas of our own. It's impossible for us to be handed over so easily. Seeing Novum so brimming with confidence, Vera nodded. I'll bet. We won't want any war with a party that took down the Trident Serpent. We'll surely suffer casualty on our side. But negotiation will be impossible unless you can convince father you have a chance at victory. And I'm not sure I should be the one saying it, but the prominent merchants of Bime won't move if there's no profit to be had. From the jewel. The fourth opened his mouth to affirm that. Naturally. It's the merchant's way not to move if there's no profit in it. At times, there are merchants who will move irrelevant to that, though. For them to bet not on Seals, but Lyle, will need a considerable chance of success. Vera finished her cup of tea, and Monica prepared a new one. Accepting it, she put it to her mouth once more. I also get your reason for challenging a country as large as Bonsium. But to be quite blunt, the way things are going, you'll make an enemy of Bime as well. No matter how dangerous Seals may be, witnessing that danger firsthand, and feeling it on your skin are different things altogether. There are folks out there who can think of any number of means to make up with and join her side. Novum seemed to be of the same opinion. That's why we had chosen the house to seek aid from. Carefully going through them, the Trace House was the most influential candidate. I think so as well. That's precisely why I ask. How the Trace House, no, how Lyle-sama can gain Bime's support. Vera put the teacup down, leaned her back on the sofa, and looked up at the ceiling. It was either difficult to do, or difficult to say. But when she turned her face to us, she began talking about what we could do to get aid. Bime is the city of adventurers and merchants. But in truth, the Adventurers Guild can't go against the Merchant Council. Well, that's just the popular name, but they can't go against the decision of the merchants who go by that name. Just getting the Trace House alone won't work. At the very least, you'll need 5 or 6 merchants to recognize you, or I need only get them to recognize me? When I thought it wouldn't be that hard, I heard the fifth's voice from the jewel. Getting so many merchants to support you, is it? That's a hard one. As if to explain it out, Vera spoke. It's no simple matter, you know? If we make a move, there are sure to be those following behind and watching. And there will surely be those who wish to join Seal's side. To profit from a war, there will even be those who will put up a nice face to both sides. Novum asked Vera. She made it sound simple. In that state of affairs, how could I gather support? What does Lyle-sama need to gain aid from a large number of merchants? Vera spoke with a smile. That would be profit for Bime. In all actuality, when all the rumors of Seal's Walt get to Bime, there won't be a single soul who won't think of her as dangerous. But it's a merchant's job to try and reap profit, even from such a villain. That's why, Lyle, for a while, it's best you don't speak about your objective. It wasn't the time to move yet. Hearing that, I could agree. Gathering supporters in Bime was an important task for someone without money like me. When I nodded, Vera let out a sigh. Now then, with that out of the way, let's talk about how much money I can put out. As things are at present, I doubt you can do much, but I'll offer up my own free money. You don't have to pay it back, but I definitely won't let you forget this debt. When she gave the smile of a mischievous child, I nodded with my own smile. I'm very thankful. I'll never forget it. That fact you can say something like that so lightly, perhaps there's some of your high-tension side in the normal you. Well, whatever. The amount I can put out is. In the jewel, the ancestors were cheery. Especially the fourth. How much is it? If it's 5,000, we can solve our present issues. The seventh sounded fed up. No matter how great a merchant's daughter she may be, she's still a child. I really wonder about putting such expectations onto her. With a certain level of funding, on top of this times reward, it would get quite a bit easier. As I thought that, Vera put some unbelievable words to mouth. About 100,000 in gold coins. Does that sound alright? I wasn't really using it, so it's been building up. That's all I can do for you right now, Lyle. My smile froze. Novum beside me, hearing that. With that much, we can put Professor Damien's plans into effect. We won't be troubled with funding for the time being. Isn't that nice, Lyle-sama? I let out a dry laugh. Alright. Aha, aha, ha, ha. Yep, it's a huge help. I replied with a smile. Vera's face turned a little red as she averted her eyes. I can only do this much, but perhaps I could introduce some craftsmen? But they're affiliated with the Trace Trading Company, and I've no idea if they'll take up my personal requests. As it felt like everything had just gone and resolved itself, the fifth quietly. I do think it's a bad idea to leave Bime alone. The third as well. It looks like there's an urgent need to decide Lyle's policy. Based on how things go, it'll become a big deal if we don't get Bime under control. With all seriousness, he gave me a warning. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 3, Skill. Skill. We were on the way to Bime. Today, I had come inside of the Jewel. Alongside Malia-san, into my own, the room that should really be called the Jewel's Room of Memories. Rounding the door, as expected, I found the city of long ago. Calmer than last time, I was able to take a good, hard look around, and I noticed there was a very slight number of humans still working around. The earth golems did the work, and at times, people would support. But a large majority did nothing, drinking the sun away, and gambling their change. In the very center of that large city, a humble estate that could be called a mismatch. Surrounded by lines of splendid structures, it was as if that plot of land alone was a scene of the countryside. Around it, there was a yard, and even a field. As we walked, I could hear the voices of the people. For God's sake, that magic old maid sure is stubborn. We should just get rid of that hut already, and have someone build a castle over it. It really does drop the dignity of the city. I heard the old folks went to complain to her, but that's the only thing she wouldn't yield on. Even when building a castle would let us hold our heads high to other countries, but with her magic, she could go clap, and have one done any minute. She's at that age already. Those young men raising mocking laughter were drinking so early in the morning. Their table was lined with cards, and silver coins were scattered around. The clothes they wore were well tailored. Their skin was also well looked after, and it seems they were paying some mind to their hair. Some women were wearing dress-like outfits, and leading around a golem to carry out shopping. They loaded the golem with their loads of groceries, as they talked amongst themselves. Hey, isn't this dress nice? It sure is. That one's made of precious materials, isn't it? They should just make more, I say. Don't have the land to grow it. That's what Papa says. Then we need only take it from the neighboring country or something. Just have the golems crush them. Do that, and we'll have tons of material. See, all our problems solved right there. If you looked at the scene alone, it was a charming image, but I couldn't smile at the contents. Can't laugh at a country that was invaded and destroyed for a reason like that. But after thinking a bit, no, I'm not much different. As I muttered that, Malia-san walking ahead turned around. Oh, something on your mind? Her expression somewhat felt as if it was seeing through me. Upon seeing this scene, of what I thought and what I felt, it felt as if it was going directly to her. There's no way I'd think nothing after seeing this scenery. I thought the magician's village was a smaller-scale cautionary tale-like story. The fact that a single magician could manage a city so large was a fact I found quite scary. Are none of the surrounding people thinking about that problem? Why is it that these people aren't thinking of what would come after the magician Septim-san died? Malia-san started walking. And she looked a little upwards. Perhaps they thought someone would do something about it? Well, this is a case where you could call out both parties. Septim-sama lent out her powers to help the town's residents without limit. The inhabitants accepted it without complaint, and they kept getting more people who couldn't do anything at all. The more I heard, the less I saw any salvation for the tale. From my point of view, I felt they should have a bit more of a sense of crisis. But perhaps the people who lived in the time wouldn't have understood that? We walked through the scenes of memories and arrived at our destination. The golems cleared the way and welcomed us to pass. There were various golem of all shapes and sizes, and they were restlessly working in the estate, maintaining the lawn, cleaning, and policing. This manor held too few living souls. When we approached Septim San's room, the door was open. "Oh my, it looks like you'll get to see an interesting memory. Saying that, Malia-san entered the room. Before a bedridden Septim San, 3 visitors had come. They were all old men. A considerably plump old man spoke. "We've too little material to match the demand for cloth. We need to send more golems over. Hearing that, Septim San spoke. "I'm sorry. But any more is impossible. My power isn't what it used to be. A tall, thin man went on. "You're not even maintaining the city's facilities properly these days. It's quite troubling. Please get a hold on yourself. The third one, a relatively solidly built old man. "More importantly, how goes the matter of finding a successor? It's right time you prepare the next magician, or we will be troubled. The old men mouthed off their complaints to Septim San, who couldn't move from the bed. And once they were done with that, they moved to leave the room. "You in the way, move." One of them glared at me and shouted for me to get out of the doorway. As I stood surprised, perhaps it irritated him, as he pushed me out of the way. "How, this is a room of memories, so shouldn't they all be near visions?" The one to answer my question was Septim San. She raised the upper half of her body and looked my way with a smile. "That's, you see, on top of writing down its records, the jewel is calculating everything. If these were the people that had been recorded, then surely this is how they would react. Their actions should be like this, and like that, it continues calculating it all." Long, long ago, the ancients had made plenty of tools that far surpassed a jewel in that regard. In calculation? While I wasn't able to fully understand it, Malia-san prepared 2 chairs. After sitting in one, she pointed for me to seat myself in the other. And after I sat, I listened to what Septim San had to say. Last time, I explained I was the one who made the jewel, did I? And about Novum and the others, then what should I tell you today? Malia-san, in regards to Septim San's worry. Well then, Septim Sama. How about the jewel's original use? Ah, that one's important. Nodding, Septim San opened up her right hand and manifested 3 gems. Blue, red, yellow, the 3 color of gems shimmered, and she held them up to me. Lyle, what do you think skills originally were? Hearing that, a weapon held by humans to oppose monsters? In order for humans to fight against evil, the 7th goddess granted them magic and skills, or so I heard. Hearing that, she nodded, but made a troubled smile. Right. There was that as well. Well then, why do you think it's only 1 skill per person? Because mastering but a single skill could take a lifetime? Septim San shook her head. That's wrong. It's because for a single person, 1 type is the limit. Normally, a skill will even change the body makeup of the one who uses it. To make it easier for you to understand, it makes the human themselves into a sort of magic tool. Hearing that, I tilted my head. To such an extent? There are many skills out there, but their original number was much lower. Body strengthening is a good example. If it comes out in support class, it can come out in Vanguard as well. But there are vague differences in effect, right? Well, when you mention it, it's true the distinction between the 3 classes of skills can become quite vague. Let's say there were 3 people. Even if they all awoke to the same skill, the effects will never be the same. The reason being that humans have individual differences. Those differences can't help but show themselves, making it so the skill isn't used to its utmost potential. Though there are times they can contrarily pull out more power from it. Body attributes. People with large muscle mass and little would have different effects. Someone with abundant stamina and someone without would have different usage periods. The quality and quantity of the mana expended when using a skill all depended on personal traits. Shall we make it even simpler? There are individual differences in mana as well. Attribute magic, there are the 5 elements, 2 divine, right? That's the same. A person may be good at fire attribute magic and bad in water. There can be someone with loads of mana at a low quality, while there can be someone with high quality yet scarce mana. When skills use an individual's mana as a driving force, there's no way it wouldn't be affected by it. I could nod at that explanation, but at the same time, a question formed. In that case, if I or another used other skills, wouldn't a problem come out? Then why is it that I can use the skills of the heads of history? Based on what you're saying, I don't have a body adapted to their skills, so I shouldn't be able to handle them, but... Septum-san looked at the 3 colored gems floating about her palm. What made that possible was magic tools. No, the gems I developed. With all those traits to consider, I couldn't help but split them into 3. These are devices that support skill use. Each one has skills it's best suited to support. And from there, the divisions of Vanguard, Rearguard, and Support come out. They influence their surroundings, so your ancestors all manifested support skills, though. And because of the strong influence they have on their user's body, they can't help but have a bad affinity with magic tools. Okay, I see why holding a gem made it so you couldn't use magic tools. To support its wielder, it brought about large interference, hindering the activation of a magic tool's skills. After hearing this and that, I sought confirmation. The one who granted skills was the 7th goddess, right? She granted humans magic and skills? Septum-san nodded, but she said it was wrong. What the real Septem granted was the use of mana to humans. And what has been produced from using that mana was magic and skills. Originally, neither magic nor skills had any form. So Septem only helped shape them to an extent. Otherwise, she thought humans would have no way to go against the monsters and labyrinths. You're in the Jewel Seals holds too, aren't you? Agrissa holds your memories, doesn't she? Then why has Seals become like that? I can't see the Septum-san before my eyes as the same Septum-san influencing Seals. No, I thought they were surely different, but I couldn't see how they were this different. If someone like her was recorded in her jewel, would Seals have become so bad? Agrissa has only a little bit of Septum's memories. But in exchange, she inherited ours quite strongly. The Septem before her, and the Septem before that. We all inherited Septem, the one called a goddess, deep memories of regret. But Agrissa is different. I'm sure she only ever saw our treatment, the parts of us being oppressed by humanity. I tried asking. Why do you serve them to such an extent? To be blunt, you're spoiling them too much, aren't you? When I said that, Malia-san glared at me. Anne? Lyle, you're going too far. But Septum-san smiled. It's fine, Millie. Lyle, perhaps you're kind in the truest sense of the word. Right, what I am doing is self-satisfaction. Deep regret and irritation that isn't even my own has driven me to live as I have. So I serve them. I can't help but see humans as fragile beings. And I can't help but love them. That's what it meant to carry on Septum's memories. Or so Septum-san said. She looked over me with a gentle smile. Lyle, perhaps Septum's memories were lost in Agrissa's generation. Nihil put a stop to her memories' inheritance quite a long time ago. Trace and the others are the same. I'd feel sorry if I was the only one causing you trouble. So I'm going to teach you a bit. Before that, Septum-san erased 2 of the 3 gems, leaving only the blue one behind. When she handed it to me, it sunk into my hand and disappeared. As I was surprised, Septum-san looked at me with a serious expression. Perhaps you truly do have fate with the goddesses. Be careful of Eunice and Duo's descendants. Quinqua as well. I don't know why, but you're drawing the goddesses' descendants to you, Lyle. You've got some fate in store. No, I'm sorry. Could you please forget my past? I must be loved by the goddesses line, and wait, how do you know about that? By trace, you couldn't mean. Septum's face was still serious, but after a while of silence. Oh right, you did say something like that. But there's no mistaking it, right? Novum, Nihil, Trace, Quatuor, you've pulled those girls' descendants to you. And Lyle? What does this mean? As I thought that, Septum-san looked over me with a gentle smile. What could it be? It will soon come the time for you to face yourself. The half sealed by Seals is already trying to awaken. I had absolutely no idea what she was trying to say. At Bimesport, stood the figure of a man in a suit waiting for the Veritrace scheduled arrival. He wore a specially tailored overcoat, and around him, his guards were standing lined up. With long straight red hair, a calm-looking girl with drooping eyes asked her father Fidel. It sure is rare for you to come out and meet my sister, father. Really? I just had the time today. I wanted to spend some time with the 3 of us together as a family. Fidel sent a smile at his daughter, but looking over them was a nervous man in a robe. Sticky from the port sea breeze. With the sun beating down on him, he wanted to cast away his robe and hit the bar. The man complained in his heart. Goddammit, I wasn't free, yet this is why the rich are, my son and her daughters being deceived by a bad person. It's a common request, but it's usually a misunderstanding. Even if they're charmed by skills, it's usually because the individual had a chink in their armor. It'll wear off in a while regardless. The man was an adventurer dispatched by the guild. An adventurer able to determine whether someone was using skills, and determine what skills they were using. He held an identification skill, and had an exclusive contract with the guild, with a handsome income. But he was beginning to grieve over the fact he never got anything but these pointless requests. Don't think psychological skills are omnipotent. Why do I have to throw away my vacation to see if a rich girl is being tricked by a man? And even when you tell these guys there's no skill at play, they usually don't believe it. I never should have contracted to the guild. He held an identification skill, and placed in the right situation, he was a priceless treasure. Those able to determine skills like him were indispensable existences to the guild. But as the guild's position was weak to the merchants in this city, it couldn't be helped there was an influx of this sort of request. What's more, the client was one of the prominent merchants of Bime. Even if the adventurer reported the truth, if the man didn't like it, his complaints would make things quite troublesome. It would become harder to live in Bime. And wait, this is the second time for the Trace House. They had me look into whether there were any skills at place last time, and he complained last time regardless. The robed man was robed in this hot weather so as not to show his own appearance. He wore a mask, as he took some glances at the young man standing nearby the red-haired Gina Trace. His hair was short and brown, and he was an amiable-looking young man in his early 20s. His name was Roland. An earnest lad who had worked at the Trace Trading Company from a young age. Yet an information dealer had to thoroughly investigate him, and the robed man had to ascertain his skills. Fidel glared at Roland, before looking to the sea. Well, I get that it's love across rank. But those two look quite good together. Roland was making a troubled face. Gina called over to him. And it seems Fidel didn't like that one bit. Before his daughter took a liking to him, he treated him quite favorably. Why did father have to be so? Oh, the boat's here. A lump of metal approached the harbor, and perhaps from battle, it was quite beaten up. But as it came in, with the rumors it had taken down the Trident Serpent, there were some officials waving their hands, and some rubberneckers gathering. Once the ship was at the pier, the sailors began their work. With the ship's owner watching them come in, their movements were different. They looked overly delighted, as they looked towards Fidel, and waved. Well, they returned after defeating a big shot. Of course they'd be merry. The robed man waited for the party in question to disembark. A gangway was attached, and the ship started unloading its cargo. And after the sailors descended, a little while passed before a large number of women came down. They looked like adventurers, but it was a typical harem party. Well, guess I'll get to work. Fidel glared at the adventurers, and the robed man looked at the most likely candidate, the man standing at the center. And he opened his eyes wide. Watts with these girls? And that blue-haired guy at the center, he's no ordinary one. And no, more importantly my job, among his skills, a psychological one, it's there. It's really there. The man panicked as he searched out the Trace House's daughter. He found her walking alongside Lyle towards them. With her parasol in one hand, her other hand was grasping the man. Lyle's hand. But from her behavior, it was clear she was putting quite a bit of effort into doing so. Her face is the same as the other female adventurers supporting the delicate man. There's no doubt about it. And his skills are, he isn't using them. Never mind. The robed man shook his head, and Fidel's face turned bright red. He gave a series of gestures to tell him to look properly. But no matter how many times the robed man checked, he wasn't using skills. After shaking his head a few more times, Lyle's party finally reached Fidel's side. The robed man looked at Lyle. Could it be this guy is maintaining a harem party without skills? That's actually worthy of admiration. But no way daddy over there's going to believe it. The robed man shrugged. The man leading around those fair female adventurers gripped the daughter's hand, and appeared before the parent. What's more, Lyle's first utterance was, You, father-in-law? I don't want to be called father-in-law by you. He chose his words as if purposely trying to strike a nerve. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 4, The Ancestors Plus Alpha S Plan. TL, my speed drops to a third when I'm not procrastinating on something. Someone paint me red. The Ancestors Plus Alpha S Plan. For the sake of what's to come, I was thinking we should fight Bime's merchant and guild to an extent. With a serious expression, putting his elbows on the round table, and using both his hands to cover his mouth, the third sent a look around the gathered members. Inside the jewel, me and the ancestors sat around the conference room. The fifth alone was sitting on the table, lending his chair to Malia-san. Everyone around nodded with serious faces, but I looked around doubtfully. And how do you really feel? There, the third gave a light, oh? You noticed? In a frivolous manner. The fourth let his glasses catch the light, and let his lips curl like a crescent moon. Bime is too dangerous. Even if she be the daughter of a prominent merchant, the very fact she can put out 100,000 gold is abnormal. So for the sake of the future, how about you make a long-term promise? Wouldn't that make your future easier to manage, Lyle? Meaning these people think it's natural that Bime is going to assist us. But to regulate what comes after that, they're thinking of putting some pressure down. Even when we don't know if we'll win or not, should you really be trying so hard to make enemies? As I felt tired, Malia-san smiled and spoke. Oh, isn't it fine, Lyle? You can't go underestimating merchants. If they felt like it, they're in a position where they could kneel before a noble, with a weapon concealed in their suit ready to kill them any time. The seventh shared Malia-san's opinion. It's not like they're all that sort of merchant, but when interest grows too big for you to control, it's only left to be snatched up. Lyle, this is for your sake. No, for the continent's sake as well. The fifth looked up at the ceiling. Don't underestimate merchants or money. You don't want them taking control of the continent behind your back. But it's natural that we'll win. And so has come the time where we decide what to aim for in our victory. I stared at Malia-san's smile, as I thought. She told me to call Vera's father-in-law, but I see it was to fan the flames, each and every one of them. But even if I say that, I received Vera's support, and was in a state where I could already make another move. And for our next actions, we would have to have a clear picture of our future standings. What my position will be in the future, was it? The seventh nodded with a serious face. That's right. It's not as if all's well as long as you win. You've got the lives of at least 9 wives on your shoulders. And going further, there's the fate of those who choose to follow you. I definitely won't forgive you dying a hero's death. What we're assisting you with is fighting, and living through it all. And that's what you've decided. Throw away any foolish desires for heroism. The third looked at me, as he leaned his back into his chair, and put his hands on the armrests. Well, even if you win, it wouldn't be strange if you're killed for being of the same Walt house. It's true that Seals is the Walt house's sin. But we won't recognize this journey if it leads to your death. If you're to die, then Lyle, to be blunt, I don't care if the continent goes through its long era of chaos. The fourth used a finger to push up his glasses, corrected their position, and straightened his back. So even if you win, quite a few things will be affected by your position. What sort of victory do you long for? Is it possible? And where should you aim for the future? To change the phrasing, do you want to stand at the lead to destroy Bonsium, or do you want to put someone else at the lead to destroy Bonsium? Malia-san brought it together, laughing to herself, and using a hand to cover her mouth. It's pretty much whether you'll become king or not. Do you want to aim for prime minister? Or do you want to reclaim the Walt house's territory? Even if you call it kingship, based on how you choose to rule, the position's name will change though. Should I reclaim the territory I was supposed to succeed? Or dig deep into the center of the country? Stand at the head, and become king? The fifth looked at me with a serious expression. I won't tell you to decide right now, but you'd better decide it soon. Because of Vera, we'll be able to move sooner than anticipated. Unless you decide your future standing, we won't be able to decide to what extent we should go against the guild and the merchants. The third clapped his hands. He clapped them twice, and gave a smile as if to blow away the dark atmosphere all at once. Well, right now's the stage to prepare this and that. From here on, you can make as many revisions as you want. So think about it. And fire up father-in-law Fidel some more. It seems his daughter is his weakness. To a delighted third, the fifth. Daughters are ones that will be sent off one day. What is he thinking, doting on her to such an extent? A dry opinion as always. But Malia-san looked on it quite pleasantly. Father sure is awkward. It seems that's how she took it. The day after returning to Bime. After returning from the journey, I had fallen asleep right after returning to the mansion. But once I awoke, I was called by Adele-san. What is this supposed to be? In a room with a heaping mountain of documents, I stood before an Adele-san on the verge of tears, and yawned. It wasn't that my fatigue wasn't going away. I'd been spending some fulfilling days lately, and from it came a sense of tiredness. With much to think of, the matter with the trace trading company was going to make things busy again. But Adele-san. They're documents from Zayn and Lorfi's. Why are they piling up like this? What did you do, Mr. Lyle? Behind Adele-san, Maxime-san stood nervously. I'll bet he wanted to console her, but the words weren't coming out. I picked a paper off the mountain, and confirmed its contents. Why is this form here? This is completely irrelevant to me. There, the fourth gave some advice. They either want to borrow your processing power and request work, or they want to show off the fact you still have a connection to them. Well, that Adele kid looks overly earnest, and she's properly working, so they just kept sending them one after the next. Even so, there's a dubiously large number of documents. So that's how it is? I thought as I addressed Adele-san. Isn't it because you're dealing with them so earnestly that they keep coming in? In the first place, it isn't my job, so you could have just sent them back, you know. There, Adele-san unsteadily collapsed onto the floor. That can't be. Melody. Please wait right there. I'll prepare some cake for you at once. It's delicious cake, you know. Cake. Maxim called out the name of Adele-san's, somehow getting her to stop crying. With tears still in the corners of her eyes, she endured the urge to cry, and was about to complain to me, but... Lyle. Is it true that you managed to get research funds? The door slammed open with good momentum, and toppling the document pile over with the wind, Damien entered the room. With a smile, he led his 3 automatons. Master is smiling like a young boy. This scene shall be preserved in my memory banks for all eternity. With this, we can purchase the machinery we wanted, Master. Mr. Lyle, good job. Number 3's comment irritated me a bit, but I ignored it. Generally, just like Monica, they showed little interest in anything besides Damien. If you asked, they would do work, but the effort they put in when it came to Damien was on another level altogether. There, with a tray in one hand, with cake and drinks on top, Monica made her appearance. Lowly mass-produced rejects. Acting all cutesy without doing any work. Chicken dickwad, you must be glad you got a maid as capable at work as I've Monica. Lucky bastard. Placing a drink and cake in front of Adele-san, she handed me a drink as well. With teary eyes as she violently shoveled the cake into her mouth, Adele-san looked quite mortified. It's delicious. As she said that. And Maxim-san looked over her and smiled. His face was flushed, and I felt as if I had just seen something I shouldn't have. Milady as she eats cake is lovely as well. Turning my attention to the drink, I dealt with Damien. Now then, Lyle. How much funding were you able to pull out of them? You got at least 50,000, right? To a thrilled Damien, I delivered the honest truth. It's not as if we've officially received aid from the trading company, but we've got an individual support of 100,000. Please prepare a list of machinery you'll need. And please keep the estimate at 50,000. The plan to revive Monica's sisters as golems. That included, we'd have to put Damien to work. I'll have to consult with Vera, and see if we can get the machinery for cheap. And see if she can introduce some craftsmen. There, the automatons. Cheapo Mr. Lyle. Just how much do you think Master was looking forward to his new equipment? Cheapskate. Mr. Lyle, you cheapskate. The 3 automatons spoke to tease me. There, Monica took in both her hands, a drill even more splendid than that one she held before. I won't permit any insult to my chicken dickwad. I'm the only one allowed to insult him. I don't want you to insult me either. Letting off a low vibrating sound from the spinning drill in her hands, Monica glared at the 3 automaton units. And the 3 of them took out their various weapons, and prepared themselves. But Damien was... 50,000, is it? Then this and that too. But if I don't have that one, I won't be able to research that. He had already begun scribbling down a list of things to buy. What's more, on the back of one of the official documents scattered over the place. Adele looked like she wanted to say something, but stopped. Perhaps she understood it was pointless to say anything to Damien. And finishing her cake, she put her drink to her mouth, as she... Mr. Lyle, may I say something? Yes? You've done splendid work this time. You've earned up a considerable sum, and we won't be troubled with life for a while. But thinking towards taking seals down, there can't help but be a problem of finances. For an individual, 100,000 is an extraordinary sum. But for a country... Right. To take on a country, 100,000 gold coins wasn't enough. Even more so when we were dealing with the superpower of Bonsium. I know that. Luckily, I was able to raise my name on the way. The merchants should be trying even harder to get an exclusive contract with us. I hope our financial troubles will be solved in the near. That's no good. Maxim-san standing behind Adele-san. What do you mean no good? The rumors have even spread in Bime. The Trident Serpent, was it? I do think the merchants will want to sign contracts with you. Right. After taking down such a big shot, our evaluation had risen even higher, and the sum we'd get from a contract surely jumped up. But even that wasn't enough. And according to the ancestors' plan. No, how should I put it? I kinda have to make an enemy of the merchants and guilds once, so. Taken aback, Adele-san dropped the cup in her hands. With that as a signal, the automatons glaring at one another got to work. They promptly took out their cleaning implements and began cleaning up the mountain of papers. What's more, the four of them worked together to clean the room. I'll take care of that one. Then leave this stack to me. Very well, then I this one. Then I, Special Model Monica, shall take care of this area. Could it be these girls actually do get along? What are you talking about, Mr. Lyle? No, please, just call me Lyle. I'd prefer it if you dropped the honorific. Breathing out a sigh, I began worrying over what was to come. The Trace Trading Company. That fiend. Drawing financial support from my Vera, what is the meaning of this? A worked-up Fidel raised a loud voice as the family ate its breakfast together. Vera quietly continued with her meal, while Gina called her boyfriend Roland over to the table. Fidel would usually try to drive him away, but having heard Vera's story, he didn't have the time to pay mind to Roland. Gina used this opportunity to hear Roland's impression on the food. How is today's breakfast, Roland? Yes, well, it's quite delightful. Lady Gina. Hearing that, Vera chewed on a piece of bread as she spoke. Just talk normally. You usually don't have honorifics between one another, right? With a cold sweat and a bitter smile, Roland seemed mindful of Fidel. But Fidel's attention wasn't anywhere near Roland. Vera. Your father has no intentions of recognizing such a man. Even if he saved your life, was recognized by the sailors, is an amazingly skilled adventurer, and is a former high-ranking noble, damn, he's perfect. It seems Fidel was in conflict with the part of him that wasn't a father. Of all else, Lyle was an excellent asset. Even if he was a known womanizer, there wasn't a single rumor of him treating them badly. Marrying his daughter and forming a business relationship wasn't a bad thing, or so his merchant parts whispered to him. And Fidel the father was giving some strong opposition. Vera ate her meal as she spoke to Gina. What? So do you two eat together every morning? Gina averted her eyes a bit, in embarrassment. Well, yes. I'm trying to get him to recognize us. Inside her head, Vera. I think you're having the opposite effect there. Well, even if he hates it, keep showing up as a family, and maybe father will compromise eventually. Vera and Gina often received marriage proposals. Because they were the daughters of a prominent merchant, even in Bime. But Fidel didn't let those sorts approach his daughters at all. She thought it was excessive care, but Vera had noticed it was also to raise her and her sister's value, and irritate the surroundings. My father the merchant, and my father the father, is it? Parents sure have it hard. Thinking of it as someone else's problem, Vera looked at Fidel. Damn it. Who was it? Who was it that said the sailors wouldn't let anyone lay a finger on Vera? Getting the sailors' approval, that just has to be a skill. Vera sighed. And I told you it wasn't, didn't I? Just finish your meal already. You're going to be busy today, aren't you? I'm also busy. Sorry. Did you have plans today? After Fidel calmed down considerably, Vera spoke. Yes, Lyle's coming over. On her words, Fidel flew into a rage once more. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 5, Guild Personnel. Guild Personnel. Having dropped by the Trace House, I was sipping tea in Vera's room. The mansion was extravagant, and even with Bime's high population density, they had a vast yard surrounding it. What's more, it wasn't in a bad location like that mansion I'd bought. In such a location, with all the conditions gathered together, a mansion that looked like overkill had been set up. And if you were to ask what I was doing in Vera's room, the items on this list? Let's see. We could likely get them together ourselves, but they're specialized tools, so it may be best to buy them all together at another shop. Because if you're buying all this together, they'd usually give a discount. I'll prepare a letter of introduction, so go buy them with Professor Damien. The memo Damien had scribbled out was rewritten for readability's sake, and I handed it to Vera. So buying them all at once is more beneficial? With the Trace Trading Company, we don't deal in such specialized tools. We may have one or two in stock, but rather than purchasing them one by one, it's to your benefit to buy them together. You can go there next time you want to buy something too. A shop that sells this sort would be. According to my consultation with Vera, if I wanted to buy the implements Damien requested, I would have to go there. It's my loss. You've memorized all that? As she looked as if she remembered all the merchants and shops in Bime, I said that, and she laughed. Of course not. There aren't too many specialists in this sort of machinery or equipments. It's not like I know each and every door. She explained, as she began writing up a letter of recommendation. The Trace House's name was quite effective in Bime. I heard the fourth's voice from the jewel. Lyle, have her introduce a variety of craftsmen. Like some dealing in rare metal. The golems Damien was producing, dubbed the Valkyries by the man, had their skeletal frame parts incorporate rare metal, it seems. But for the processing and property selections of the metal, we would need the power of a specialized craftsman. So we would need an introduction so such a craftsman as well. While we're at it, do you know any good craftsmen for processing rare metal? More than that, you know anyone who could work with Tressy's materials? According to Damien, they were considerably amazing. When he saw Tressy's materials, Damien said they contained some superior metals. But we had not the tools to process them, nor the acquaintances who could. Vera sat on the sofa, and touched her hand to her chin, looking down a little. They're mainly unknown rare metal, and never before seen materials, right? I'm sure there are quite a few craftsmen in Bime who could work with them, but before that, an experienced one who knows not the impossible. If you ask if I know one, then I do, but he's quite stubborn. Perhaps you could negotiate with metals he'd never usually get to put his hands on? I was thinking the same. Collecting up the metal was going to take time. It would also cost money, so I wanted to use as much of Tressy's leftover materials as I could. I did have that on mind. But it seems Damien is more fixated on those materials than I had anticipated. Saying they'll be put to good use in his own research. Perhaps Vera found it funny, as she laughed. There's no helping researchers and craftsmen. They should learn to compromise. I got it. I'll put in a word. But even if you can meet him with me, he's a craftsman who sometimes even declines my father's requests. Is he that amazing? The fact there was a craftsman who would decline the requests of the Trace Houses had surprised me. But I could nod to the story. He's a dwarf. They're long-lived, and it seems he's been our exclusive merchant for a long time. Even in my grandfather's time, we weren't able to go against him too strongly. The important parts of the Vera Trace were made by that dwarf. I guess I'll try meeting them. If it's no good, I'll move on. And as I continued talking with Vera like that, a knock resounded through the room. The one to enter was Vera's younger sister Gina. With red hair, she was, unlike Vera, abundant in chest. Vera, there's something I'd like to, oh my. What? As Vera took a discontent sip of tea, Gina-san looked at me with a bit of a troubled expression. The truth is, it's about Roland. If I recall correctly, that's the name of Vera's first love. And at present, he was younger sister's lover, it seems. The seventh let out a dubious voice from the jewel. What could it be? You know, once you know this and that, it makes you want to tell the girl to make a better choice of people to consult her problems with. Malia-san sounded delighted. Using these sorts of tactics, these money affairs sure are interesting. Even in the Walt house, there was a time where an elder and younger sister of mine were contesting over a single man, you know? In the end, the one who got the guy was a completely irrelevant younger sister, though. The fifth sounded surprised. I never heard anything like that. Something like that happened? Vera sighed, stood, and apologized to me. Sorry. It looks like that's all for today. I also stood. No, I'm glad we could talk of all that we did. I really apologize, I was almost all my own matters. That's fine. And accept the present later. I told them to hand it to you. In truth, it had mostly been about me. A fun conversation with Vera only took 10 minutes or so up of the 2 hours. The fourth, in regards to that. You were so terrible before, even this is an improvement. Malia-san, hearing that. So you were even more terrible before. I'd have liked to have seen that. Where is the kind young sister the sixth was always talking about? That was definitely a lie. Once Lyle had left the mansion, Vera went to Gina's room. She sat on her sofa, the two facing one another. A strong light poured into the room, but everywhere it didn't hit was quite dark. Vera lowered her voice a bit. You don't have to be so wary of us. Lyle has no intention of taking over the Trace house. No intentions to take over. But Lyle had told her personally that for the sake of the future, he was thinking of placing some regulations on Bime. If someone else said it, I'd wonder what they were even talking about. That sort of talk. Hearing that, Gina twitched in response, and after a while, she opened her mouth. I'm sure you understand this, but an adventurer succeeding the Trace house is a bit, even if you don't have such intentions. Hearing Gina's piece, Vera inferred the general gist of it. Seeing as I'm not marrying a suitor chosen by father, she came to assure her position in the house. She's also quite wary of Lyle. She knew Gina was moving to officially take Roland as a groom. And in truth, Vera had always known Gina was the sort to make these sorts of calculated moves. And Gina knew full that Vera herself was in love with Roland. She knew, and that's why she moved first to start going out with him. Father doesn't intend to let me succeed either. And it really doesn't matter who does. What's more, I haven't the mind yet to lay hands on the Trace house's money. That was all my own funds. Gina seemed to be worried about whether Vera would become engrossed in Lyle and eat away at the house's assets. But would you usually go that far? And she surely had a side that cared for her elder sister. But to Vera, that was only a hindrance. Gina, I won't get in the way of you and Roland. If you want to succeed the Trace house, then go and do it already. So please don't get in the way of me and Lyle. I won't cause you any trouble. For now. Or so she thought in her heart. Leaving Vera's mansion, I showed my face at the East Branch for the first in a long time. I had planned to go there from the start, but when I went in, I felt the surrounding stares. I had felt them since I returned to Bime, but as I thought, I stood out. The low voices. Oi, it's the holy night. Ha? Don't you mean night of love? It's that, ain't it? Not just the holy maiden, he got a princess to fall to, or something. Hearing the adventurers' voices, I felt some resentment at the fact most of my rumors were growing terrible. There, I saw a familiar group. It was Erhardt's party. The third in the jewel was a little surprised. Oh, almost didn't recognize him there. The third's surprise wasn't misplaced. After all, while his tank top showed no alteration, his other equipment had become complete. While it did feel he was the only one fully equipped, his other comrades were wearing the brand new equipment of novice adventurers. He was standing in Marianne's line, keeping relatively quiet. He stood alongside another, as his other companions were on standby in a corner of the lobby. There, noticing me, Erhardt thrust out his finger. Ah, you're. I thought he had become a bit more decent, but it seems his insides hadn't changed all that much. Deceived by his appearance, I had come under the impression he had matured. Long time no see. You doing well? When I dealt with him with a smile, he was as brimming with vigor as always. He was glaring my way, but his comrade grabbed his shoulder, letting him regain his composure. Ha! You've gotten just a little bit famous, but we'll catch up to you in no time. No, we'll pass you by before you know it. He was belligerent, but it doesn't look like he would try to come at me or anything. What's this? Even this minuscule change makes me feel he's grown. Maybe it's because I saw that adventurer of Kartaf's, but this guy is starting to look decent. I'm counting on it, I said, as I started up the stairs. Perhaps Erhardt's turn in line came, as he went over to the receptionist Marianne with his head held high, and started up a conversation. Seeing him like that, I gave a bitter smile, but just a bit. Ha? Why does Marianne look a little sad? I ended up thinking that. The guild's third floor. When I went to individually check with a receptionist on my future requests, I found Tanya-san at the desk. Black bob-cut, bespectacled with the air of a capable woman, she conversed with me, and helped me think over my future objectives as an adventurer. With the East Branch being a dispatch-type guild, quite an amount of time was needed for each request. So if you wanted to make money, it would be quite difficult. But adventurers recognized by a branch could, like this, be introduced to requests of high difficulty, and favorable profits. Tanya-san confirmed the request I had chosen. Very well, so you wish to complete this one next. While you're at it, could I get you to take care of a cheaper one as well? There are a few on the way. Saying she wanted me to take care of a few miscellaneous jobs, she let me review the contents. This definitely isn't on the way, is it? It's a bit of a detour. Well, not that I mind. I want to participate in the next labyrinth subjugation after all. When I put in a bit of cynicism, Tanya-san gave a wry smile. It's because you're a skilled adventurer, Lyle-kun. We'll properly call out to you when the time comes. Come to think of it, Alette-san's party has returned, but have you met up with her yet? Last she came in, she said that her timing was off, and she missed a chance to meet you. I tilted my head. Alette Bailette, a female knight even said to be the next vice-captain of Lorphe's Knights. With Lorphe's newly expanded territory, I thought she would be living a life chased by the demons of work. I couldn't see why she had returned to Bime. When her own country is so busy, I'm surprised they could dispatch her back to Bime. I get the feeling their financial situation isn't that bad, you know. I won't ask why you're so knowledgeable on Lorphe's financial affairs. But she's probably here for you, Lyle-kun. I couldn't see the reason for that either. I looked down a bit in thought. There, the seventh spoke. I don't think they're trying to make an enemy of us, but could it be enclosure? If they wanted to kill Lyle here, it would become another spark with Zayn. It's hard to think they would work together with Zayn to kill Lyle. TL, enclosure, as in the process of converting public property into private property. The fourth laughed. Their country's internal affairs are going right through us. If they came to kill him, I'm sure we could go crush them. How scary. But I can actually think of a number of means. Having worked in Zayn, I came to understand quite a few weaknesses of Zayn and Lorphe's. Like which locations to attack to give the most possible damage. And both places only have one successor at present. Zayn has Thelma-san, but it would be hard for her to make a comeback at this point. Tanya-san collected up the documents as she spoke. Well, it's not like she's got her eyes on you in a bad sense, so if you find the time, why not try and meet her, what? I nodded, and thought over when to meet her. It was that moment. I suddenly remembered Marianne-san's saddened face. This is a completely different matter, but you know Marianne-san who's in charge of Erhardt's party? Did something happen between her and Erhardt? She looked a little sad, or how should I put it, just wondering if those guys did anything. There, Tanya-san looked a little surprised. But it seems something came to mind at once, as she explained it to me. What she spoke of was likely just what she was permitted to say. They become shockingly more diligent than they started out. They're able to reliably earn high evaluations on odd jobs, after all. Well, I'm telling you because I doubt there will be a problem, but it's getting close to the time for them to graduate. Graduate? They've lost the need to have an exclusive receptionist. Of course, from here on, there will be times when she'll deal with them normally. Even so, seeing an adventurer come of age, even a receptionist has some things to think about. And Marianne's an especially kind one. Graduation. Completing requests, saving money, and getting equipment in order. Young adventurers who properly prepared, as long as they didn't push themselves, had a high chance of survival. What's more, Erhardt was a skill holder. They'd surely be just fine with the monsters around Bime. Not to sound rude, but I thought it was something darker than that. Tanya Zero-san upon hearing that, sharpened her gaze a little. I won't deny the fact there are receptionists like that, but Marianne isn't one of them. On her words I apologized, and Tanya-san apologized as well. And with the papers all in order, she put them in an envelope, and handed them over to me. At the end. Well, receptionists have a lot going on as well. She said that. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 6, Katana. Katana. It was a small village. But in the past few years, it had begun to grow larger. Population-wise, its mere 300 had swelled to 400. But even so, it's not like it had a specialty product or anything. That small village was suddenly gained better prospects. In the past, when the village youth came of age, they'd journey out to the larger cities or Bime, but that had stopped happening in the last few years. More than that, some of the youths that had gone out were even beginning to return. In the village, the young men took up weapons to defeat the surrounding monsters for the magic stones and materials. Peddlers dropped by it frequently to buy off these spoils of war. And today as well, a single peddler dropped by the village. Phew, for you to even prepare a place for me to stay, it really is a big help you're able to periodically obtain this many magic stones. The peddler who'd arrived the previous evening stayed a night before buying stones and materials in the village, and selling off his own merchandise. Once more, this venture had generated a nice profit, and the peddler looked delighted. Well, that's good. Come again soon. The young uns are out hunting monsters at the moment, so we might be able to gather them relatively quickly. A village that had become more profitable than it had been a few years ago. And at present, the man who was the talk of the town was a middle-aged former adventurer who had come back from Bime. He was a man the peddler had never even heard rumor of, but when he returned to his homeland, that village had become prosperous. He had surely taught the young lads how to fight and slay monsters. The peddler believed so, and held no doubt at the fact. Then that's a lifesaver. If you're defeating the monsters in the area, it makes my travels all the safer, after all. The former adventurer man struggled a bit with his enunciation. Right. Well, go back with care. The peddler finished his business, and decided to leave. He carefully loaded his wagon with the drops he's purchased, and planned to set out alongside another group headed for the city. The ones traveling from village to city were a group of youths. They weren't leaving the village itself, it seems they were going out to buy food supplies. Seeing them, the peddler thought. I heard their payments of magic stones and materials have lowered the tax, but are they concentrating on it so much they have to look elsewhere for food? I don't think the feudal lord would permit it, but... Recently, a number of young men walked the town with their weapons. They gave off the impression that they ventured out to find and defeat monsters. The peddler. It couldn't be that, no, really doubt it. If he's a former adventurer, then surely he knows the dread of a labyrinth. Could it be the village was hiding a labyrinth without reporting it? Is that where their profit came from? He thought. But there were many towns and villages who had fallen to ruin from such an act. With a former adventurer among them, he didn't think the village would move in such a direction. And if there really was a labyrinth, they should be reaping even more magic stones and materials. A village that did something so foolish would surely sell stones and materials in large quantities, and cast suspicion upon itself. While they were earning a fixed amount, it's not like they were especially profitable or anything. On top of that, it's not like there weren't any villages like this one out there. Villages that couldn't help but fight large numbers of monsters regularly. There were even villages out there that paid their taxes in magic stones. It varied greatly by country and lord, but such villages often had to pay a higher tax than others. The weapons they held, and the village produced wouldn't amount to enough. So they hunted. But pressure from other sides would also be tight. If a war broke out, those sorts of villages were often demanded to send out manpower. And the peddler was sure the village was one inclined in such a way. When the peddler had left, the former adventurer Barani called together the village youths. Not at the plaza, but a space in the corner of the village. Atmosphere-wise, it definitely didn't look like a place for a pleasant talk. And in truth, the talk they carried out was of dangerous contents. Barani spoke to the young folk who worked under him. Oi! You're making sure to fight the monsters around the village too, right? If you just keep going into the cave, they'll be suspicious that the surrounding monster numbers aren't going down, but... The villagers from their late teens to 20s nodded a number of times. Barani had worked as an adventurer in Bime, and they saw him as a man of valor. Boss, we're properly monster slaying around the village like we agreed on. But if we go in the labyrinth, won't we able to get much more than we can around there? Why don't we do that? There, Barani spoke quite fed up. Idiot. That'll just make people suspicious. Small profits, long term is our policy. I'm sure I already told you we'll be taking our time milking the labyrinth. If it looks like we'll be found out, make it, oh, we just found a labyrinth. Or otherwise, take it down, and be done with it. Until then, we'll save up bit by bit. The man called Barani. A former adventurer he may be, but in his party he was a baggage carrier, and none too skilled an adventurer at that. But sad as it may be, he was no fool. He was a little crafty of a man. But at the same time, he wasn't very clever. His head could turn a bit, and he had just a bit of a good grasp on the essentials. That was Barani. But the man himself thought he was considerably clever. While no one would take him seriously in Bime, it was different when he returned home. It was only the monsters around the village, he could easily take them on. And deceiving the elders who never went out was also an easy task. For better or worse, for the youths who had left the village and found success, this little village wasn't very captivating a place to return. So there weren't any adventurers besides him who had come back. And because of that, there were many villagers to jump onto his words. There were villagers who opposed, of course, but once their lifestyles had turned abundant, they had changed their hands. That's right. Just like this, I'll become famous in the village, and I'll be an object of admiration for the rest of my life. I'll get a wife soon enough. And I'll live a better life than any of those stuck-up adventurers who made a fool of me in Bime. A little crafty, and living revered as a warrior, Barani was living his second life in this village. Oblivious to how foolish a life it was. I refuse. With a stiff white beard and a body that had only grown sturdier with age, the dwarf craftsman caused me to make quite a troubled face. I could hear the sound of pounding metal around, as a number of dwarves were busily carrying out their work. He was the craftsman Vera had introduced, and a capable talent who could work on almost all forms of rare metal. But when I tried asking at his workplace, and had only spoken a little, he cut it short. Vera, who had come with me, looked just as troubled. Latarda, I'd like to make this request as well. There, the craftsman Latarda took a huff of his pipe. Yes, it's a request from the young lady. I'd like to hear it out, but it's not happening. That Fidel whelp came by, you see. He said I definitely couldn't lend a hand. I've known the kid a long time. And the one who helped me out was your great-grandfather, you know? I think I've more than worked off my debt at this point. The stubborn-looking old man looked at me with lazy eyes. And seeing the saber hung at my waist, he shook his head. Bro, unlike that whelp, I don't really care whether or not you're worthy of the young lady. But listen here, if you're that skilled, you should properly choose out your weapons. It seems he had determined I had a level of skill. And he could instantly see through the fact that my current saber was just a cheap mass-produced one. He was definitely competent. But stubborn. Can't you do something about it? It's a metal no one has ever worked before. So I wanted to make the request to you, a leading craftsman, even in Bime. There, the old man laughed. Well, it looks like this old codger's got quite a high evaluation. I'm happy they're looking at my skill, and I agree that it's an appealing proposal. But no. Vera sounded a little angry. Why? If it's because of father, you don't have to care about him. He's just pouting a bit right now, and trying to make Lyle's life difficult. Hearing that, old Latarta laughed. And spoke as if to admonish Vera. Then you'd best get him out of it. I'm sorry, but I'm actually quite busy right now. By the way, my current job is fixing up your ship. Vera dropped her shoulders, apologized, and stood at a stalemate. It didn't look like negotiations would get any further. The only thing I could think of was trying to persuade Vera's father Fidelsan. Old Latarda, who smiled as he looked at Vera, took a glance at me. Well, I'll at least show your boyfriend my merchandise. I've got weapons much better than what he's got at his waist. So work hard, and persuade that whelp. A man even Vera couldn't persuade. There was no doubt he was a famous talent of Bime. Even in the dwarven race with its abundance of blacksmiths, he was skilled enough to raise his name. I wanted his assistance by all means. There. Dad, there's a customer at the store. Seems they want to see sabers. When a dwarf woman came into the workshop, Latartasan made a stiff face. You? I said anyone could man the desk, couldn't I? Now look here, just have the grandson deal with it. This sort of thing's a good experience. There, the dwarf woman slapped his shoulder. Oh, shut it. That very grandchild is troubled, so go and help out, is what I'm trying to say. You're saying you won't listen to your precious daughter's son's request. Perhaps flustered by his daughter's rage, Latartasan cleared his throat and stood. I understand. Good grief, where did I go wrong in raising her? Sorry, young lady. I have to see a customer. Look through my wares all you want. I'll throw in a discount. Old Latarda left the workshop with his daughter, while we left out back, circled around, and entered the storefront part of the building. It was surrounded by other blacksmitheries, but the biggest building around was old Latarda's shop. He did take on large jobs, but like this, he made crafts of his own, and sold them as well. With numerous pupils, his successor, the son-in-law shop manager, and a grandson in training. The store was managed by 3 generations. When we entered through the front door, old Latarda, who'd looked grumpy before, called out in a loud voice. Oh, that's no good. Then I'll have to prepare a splendid saber for your beloved. It isn't a bad idea to buy mass-produced ones en masse, but when it really comes down to it, you'll need a reliable weapon. He was delightedly dealing with a customer. And looking at the counter, I saw the backs of 2 I had become quite accustomed to. One with a side ponytail and light brown hair. The other with golden twin tails and a maid uniform. What are they doing? When I said that, Vera. Isn't his attitude a bit too different from before? He looks really delighted, doesn't he? He's being even more compliant than when he was dealing with me, isn't he? As Vera looked a little dissatisfied, I offered her a smile as I went to meet up with Novum. Weren't you going shopping today? Both Novum and Monica turned around. And both of them looked a little surprised as they looked at me. Monica explained the events that had led up to now. No, we just happened to run into one another here. Normally, I'd never go shopping with the vixen even if it killed me, but, orders are a different story, you know. I, Monica, am resolved to take the initiative and carry out my chicken Dickwood's orders no matter how detestable they may be. I didn't care about that part, so I looked at Novum. There, she gave a gentle smile. I thought to use this opportunity to get you a new saber, Lyle-sama. Using nothing but mass-produced ones creates quite an expenditure, and more than that, I have my daily feelings of gratitude to you. What a good kid. Shannon should just drink down the grime boiled off the bottom of her nails. But Novum gave an awkward smile. It's just. Monica-san said that instead of a saber, we should get you a katana. A what? When I tilted my head, Monica worked herself up. Yes. As I thought, a katana suits you. Yamato's soul. A warrior's soul. No, was it a samurai's soul? Well, that stuff doesn't really matter. I'm sure you'll love it. Who the hell is Yamato? Samurai? Does she mean knight? But I didn't know of the weapon called a katana. To ask what sort of weapon it was, I turned to old Latarda. No, your guess is as good as mine. From her explanation, I get that it's something like a saber. But you see, if you ask me to make it, it's not like I couldn't, but I don't want to sell something incomplete. Please think that it will take some time. More than that, and I'll be frank, there's a problem with it as a weapon. Hearing about a problem, Vera spoke. What? Is its reach too short? Lyle, go make the gun your main. If you use it as a magic tool, you'll get quite an output. And I'm troubled because I can't do that. But from the jewel, the seventh agreed. As expected of Vera. That's right, the gun is the weapon that will change the world. Lyle, choose the gun. The saber is a relic of the past. I've been swinging that saber for years and years, you know? Old Latarda opened his mouth. It's like a saber. It's a weapon that can thrust and cut, but in that case, endurance will be a problem. What's more, it's even slimmer than a saber, she says. To be blunt, even most rare metal will be too fragile for that design. It'll break much too easily. Unless you have some higher quality rare metal, I can't say it could be used as a weapon at all. And this all begs a question of why. Hearing that, Monica. But you can say the same for a saber, can you not? Now chicken dickhead. Take up a katana. It's alright. The blade's a bit different, but it's pretty much the same as a saber. I didn't know why talks were going this way, and I looked around somewhat bothered. But when I looked at Novum, old Latarda. And wait, you guys were acquaintances? I guess there really are coincidences like this in life. 'Kay then, got it. While I'm at it, I'll take the young lady's request as well. I'm feeling a bit more motivated. On his words, Vera looked surprised. Eh? Novum looked at us and inferred what had happened, before giving her thanks to old Latarda. Thank you very much. Oh, don't mind it. Besides, that whelp's request was a personal one. He's no right to complain if I prioritize another one over his. Novum had always had a tendency to be liked by demi-humans. Is this also the goddess's, no, the evil god's grace? Well, whatever. I rejoiced over the fact I had managed to secure a craftsman, while Vera. What's this feeling? I can't accept it. When even I was no good, he accepted it at once with Novum. She looked quite unsatisfied. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 7, Damien and Old Latarda. Damien and Old Latarda. Preparing to depart for the guild request tomorrow, I listened in on the meeting of Damien and Old Latarda, who had dropped by the manor. I thought it best they get acquainted, but I felt this was a failure. And not in a bad sense. At the table of the parlor, Damien unraveled the blueprints, and heatedly declared to Latarda. As I thought, we need some individuality with these. At this rate, Lyle is going to be stuck with nothing but large racks, so I think this is an important issue. So I want to give some individual differences in each one's organic body parts. As he said that with a serious expression, old man Latarda sighed. And just as I thought of scolding the pervert. That one goes without saying. If they all have the same face, it'll get boring. But the organic parts, was it? That one's out of my jurisdiction. I'll make the skeletons however you order, but will they be covered with organic body all over that? That went without saying. It's impossible. I can't help but require some metal parts exposed. Those ancients sure are great. Their automatons completely resemble humans, after all. Well, can't we make it so their limbs are exchangeable? When Damien reluctantly compromised on that, Latarta nodded. There's no helping it. If I get too particular on it, it'll never be finished in my lifespan. In that case, up to here is, ... As Latarta drew a line across the blueprint, Shannon looked on with interest. While her eyes usually couldn't see, her taking interest in a sight made me curious, so I tried asking. What's so interesting? Right. It's interesting because I can see the lines on the prints the maid prepared. I can even see the letters and numbers. The places that have been written over and amended are visible as well, so it's already nothing but a mess, though. Hearing that, I looked at the diagram. On top of the line Latarta drew, Damien crossed another line. Can you see what he just added? The line he drew? Nope. She gave an immediate response, and it seems the seventh thought of something. This may just be. Lyle, was Shannon able to write letters and numbers? No, could she understand them? He asked me whether Shannon was able to read or write, so I tapped the jewel with my fingertip. I showed my denial, so the seventh spoke quite disappointed. But it didn't sound like he had given up. Then it'll take some time, but I guess there's no helping it. We'll have to put some time into teaching her. Teach the blind girl how to read? I was curious as to what the seventh was thinking, but seeing the two heating up before me, I became a little anxious. So that'll be like that, and in that case, to make a trial product, the first unit will take 2 to 3 months. Damien nodded satisfactorily at Latarta's estimate. Looks about right. The price would be around 5,000 in gold? It's a little over budget, but so be it. After that, we'll need a series of experiments before we can make the next one. Hearing their talk. Wait a minute, that's more than 2,000 gold coins over your initial estimate, isn't it? I said that to the two, a cold sweat breaking out on my back. But they were both all smiles. Because we don't yet have an environment where we can get all the factors together. I'll assist however I can. But it'll cost you. Even after the preparations to mass produce are in order, it'll generally take around 1,000 per model. What I gave you before was an absolute minimum. If we don't do this much, we'll never be able to exceed your expectations. So go do your best collecting up funds again. Meanwhile, I and this craftsman shall be climbing to greater heights than ever before. Now then, next is about the appearance, but since we're at it, how about being a bit more adventurous? An armored beauty isn't a bad sight, but I'd like a little more playfulness to it. Playfulness, right. That's vital. Watching them fire up even more, I wiped my sweat, as I worried whether our funds would be enough. It's no good. At this rate, we're certainly going bankrupt. I can earn an extent with normal requests, but that's just trickling water on burning coals. The guild had recognized me to an extent as an adventurer, and requests of higher difficulty were circulating around to me. At the same time, the rewards were growing higher, but even that wasn't sufficient money. Could the two be a little more prudent? There, Damien turned to me. I am. I'll just throw this out there, but if I was up to it, the first unit could cost 10,000 gold, you know. But, since we're doing it anyways, would that be better? The prototype has got to be the dream of all men. Old man Latarta shook his head. I'll like the mass-produced ones all the same. So what are you going to do about this problem, bro? I won't say putting in money will guarantee a perfect product, but there's nothing lost in investing it in. I was about to choose the cheaper option, but the fourth unexpectedly chimed in with a serious voice. Lyle, spend 10,000 here. And have these two write up a contract. The rights to all technology and skills gained here belong to Lyle. You'll be able to fish Damien along with the next batch of financial aid. For the old man, tell him you'll get the finest environment together. When I thought he was being lenient with money, Malia-san's voice came from the jewel. Oh my, grandfather. Did you think of another money-making scheme? You haven't changed, I see. On her delighted voice, the fourth. No shit. Even if there may be a personality problem, the two you have in this room are the best mind and skill you'll ever find. If you keep them unrestrained, that's what you can expect to get out of it. And even if you fail, it wasn't even your money to start with. We never planned for it, so wasting a bit shouldn't hurt too much. It isn't just a bit. Right. It was Vera's money. So I wanted to value it as much as possible. But it seems the ancestors were agreeing with the fourth's opinion. The third didn't sound interested. If it's money-making, that's the fourth's job. All his. The fifth uninterested as well. Agreed. The seventh alone seemed to see through what the fourth was thinking. Monopolization on the craft, no, you're preparing them to sell. So you want to do what we couldn't do in Arumsas here? I see. Come to think of it, 10,000 gold isn't something strange. There are plenty of rich folk in Bime. I covered my face with my left hand, and spoke to the two of them. I'll take the 10,000 gold course. However, all the techniques gained this time around will go to me. I'll pay a considerable recompense for them, though. There, Damien raised both his hands in joy. As expected of Lyle. You really do get it. Old man Latarda looked happy as well. It's nice how you're not concerned about the money. Looks like I can have fun for once in a long time. Seeing them rejoice, I dropped my shoulders, and Shannon called out to me. Looks like you have it rough too. Seeing her touch a hand to her mouth, and laugh at me, I smiled as well. From today forth, you're taking reading and writing lessons. And said that. Why? Don't you feel ashamed, taking it out on a little girl? I left the golem matter to Damien and Latarda. I went down to the information dealer Ranosan before departing. As always, I took Miranda along, and as always, we paid the reward to Ranosan's assistant, Innes the gnome. In his workroom/bedroom, I accepted a report. Miranda looked through it. You've looked into quite a wide range there. You sure you haven't left anything unchecked? Ranosan waved his left hand with a sleepy look on his face. No way in hell. I asked a colleague, and we dug in together. Because business is booming on our side. It's important to send some jobs around so they don't get jealous. Human relations are always a pain, aren't they? There, Miranda narrowed her eyes, and smiled. If it wasn't for the reason of wanting an easy life, I'd agree with you. Well, as long as the information is accurate, then all's well. As I read through the papers, my eyes stopped on one of them. It was of how the expanded Lorphes kingdom was having problems with its neighboring countries. Galleria and Russworth were still at each other's throats. And having newly gained a border with them, it seems Lorphes had yet to figure out how much a distance it should keep with the two of them. Send an envoy, and they'll be sent back? No trade either? As I was reading through, Ranosan nodded and explained. They've always had that sort of relationship with Bime. Don't get involved with us, if you do, we'll crush you. A similar threat has come from both parties, it seems. Those maidens of war sure do love their war. On the report was written that this time both sides had suffered heavy damages. But I got the feeling they were too calm for having one of their neighbors wiped off the map. I did consider the possibility of them attacking. If they did, the plan was to aid one side in crushing the other, and forming a three-country alliance. Perhaps something is going on. With that on my mind, I turned to the next document. It was about Bonsium. All pieces of info were terrible. So Bonsium's as bad as ever. No, it's gradually become worse. When I said that, it seems Miranda was interested. Even when Bonsium's so chaotic, I don't see much movement here in Bime. Ranosan gave a grin. Well, we only think of other countries as business partners over here. More than that, an increase in war means it's time for the mercenaries to make their bread. And those at the top are only thinking of how to make money, I'm sure. It was a country with a civil war waging. I doubt they were doing much to collect magic stones there. In that case, Bonsium would have to buy stones from the surrounding nations. But those nations wouldn't know when to bite into the current Bonsium, so they wouldn't trade so easily. In that case, the only place where they could buy them would have to be Bime. From the jewel, the third gave an uninterested murmur. Is this that fire on the opposite shore thing? More so, they're thinking of how to use that fire to earn money. From what I see in the info, there are quite a few untrustworthy places, but I guess it can't be helped. TL, fire on the opposite shore, it's in flames, but it's not your problem. Mainly related to seals. Meeting her, and being charmed, they had presented everything they had. Besides that, the severity of the slaughter and plunder in the territories that had been attacked. Even when that information was coming in, it looked like Bime was taking it quite carefree. Ranosan, the information about seals has reached Bime, right? Yes, it's reached, but it's up to the individual to trust it or not. In truth, all war's a terrible thing. When it sounds so unbelievable, most would believe the report's wrong. And rumors are things that make it all sound big. Maybe that's how they think of it. No, how they want to. While I'm at it, Bime has avoided invasions from other countries a number of times. It brags about its ability to do so. There's a groundwork to make everyone believe they'll come out fine. Even without war, the guild would surely do whatever it could to gather adventurers. The merchants would make their business partners suffer, and the mercenaries would find work. Bime really was a troublesome place. Miranda crossed her legs as she turned to another report. Hey, this country between Bime and Bonsium, you wrote its movements were strange, but what do you mean by that? When her expression turned serious, Rano-san sounded a little annoyed. A profitable village came out. If that's all it was, then no one would care, but it seems they're gathering considerable amounts of magic stones and materials. The village itself's begun to incline that way. Because Bonsium's in turmoil from the internal strife. They've raised the amount they'll pay for magic stones. I thought it suspicious. It could be the case they're hiding a labyrinth over there. He added on an, but I'm just fantasizing on my own over here, in jest, and showed a smile at the end, but it looks like he really did find it fishy. Other countries can't interfere there. Can you leak this information? There, Rano-san. There's no proof. But from my side, I have sent a message to Bime's VIPs. It was indirectly, but the information has gotten through. But with these sorts of things. He looked up at the ceiling. By the time you notice it, it's usually already too late. When Lyle had left the information agency, Rano called Ines in. And he had her read all the info he had gathered. How is it, Ines? With her small build, as she sat on the sofa, it looked as if a child was reading papers too difficult to comprehend. It was quite a cute figure. Her body began letting off a faint light. Even with the windows closed, the dark room was dimly illuminated. And in the room, Rano waited for Ines' answer. The woman called Ines was a skill holder. What's more, it was a peculiar skill. It didn't have a second or third stage, it was complete the moment it manifested. That skill's name was information. It examined all known information on hand, and used it to make an accurate prediction of the future. It was a skill quite like Clara's highest stage, and one of the reasons Rano had managed to survive as an information dealer all this time. Perhaps they think they're hiding it well, but the probability they are hiding a labyrinth is exceedingly high. A portion of the materials flowing out are from a monster never before seen in that area. Perhaps they thought it would be fine because a similar type was around. And there is a possibility the feudal lord has already made amends with them. Hearing that, Rano confirmed with her. Now then, the situation of the surrounding countries, and of Bime, what will happen, Ines? Will the labyrinth run out of control? On his question, Ines. It will go out of control soon with a high probability. An adventurer dispatch will not make it in time. In that case, a large army of monsters will flow into Bime as well. Rano, quietly. Can it be prevented? How much damage will come to Bime? The outbreak itself will only have casualties numbering in the few thousands. But the problem is what comes next. And what comes next? The probability of surrounding countries collapsing is high. And after that, the probability of Bonsium gaining control of them is high. Bime will surely be dragged in. Meaning. So Bonsium is going to become our next-door neighbor. How troublesome. Rano whispered that. Now then, how is my client going to move? Ines, how is Lyle's party going to move? There, Ines was troubled. She was able to forecast most events with her skill, but when it came to things pertaining to Lyle, she was off most of the time. She had tried making predictions based on personality, relations and ability a number of times, but all of them had missed the mark. Uncertain. Insufficient information. Lyle-san's actions always exceed my anticipations. Rano-san gave a bitter smile. Again? Good grief, now this is a client you can't get tired of. Third-generation head, for all Ines-chan. Does she properly know of the information that is Mr. Lyle? That's the important point. Otherwise, you'd never be able to predict him LOLs that. Lyle, hashtag. No, this is definitely you guys' fault. Because you have me do all those things. For all but you don't hate it when they do that, right? You really aren't honest, man. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 8, Mrs. Millie I.A. Mrs. Millie I.A. On the way back from clearing the request. In Porter's loading tray, I absent-mindedly stared at the ceiling. What was requested this time was the subjugation of a hippogriff. And on the road back, or rather the detour back, I took care of some miscellaneous requests as well. Also in the load tray, by the light of a lantern, Arya was calculating her profits from this time's rewards on a paper with teary eyes. Miranda was watching over her, and she was pounding quite a bit of information into Arya, who hadn't experienced the paperwork hell of Zayn. That promise she made a while ago of teaching her until she was capable of doing it was faithfully being adhered to. But why does she look so happy teaching, I wonder? More than that. That's no good, Arya. You've made a mistake. It's a simple calculation error. She had made a mistake at the beginning, so she would have to redo the whole thing. Hearing that, Arya started up again and shouted. Then couldn't you have told me when I made it? Miranda looked across the wood crate Arya used in place of a desk, and gave a beaming smile. Why? I did say it. That I'd check it when you're finished. I taught you the method, and I never said I'd caution you on the way. Porter's loading compartment made some light rattling shakes, but that had been reduced quite a bit from before. And in that space, Miranda was having Arya carry out simple calculations. They were simple, but long, and if one step was wrong, the whole thing would fall through. And Arya was going through an eternal repetition of such a thing. The contents, with this reward, our net income, as well as how we would divide it amongst ourselves, I guess? Those terrible with money in this party, starting with Arya, were May and Shannon. Eva had traveled before, so she was surprisingly reliable when it came to funds. It looks like she went through quite some troubles as a singer. But she was incapable of paperwork. Seeing Arya's tears as she looked at Miranda's smile, I thought. Miranda's personality definitely takes after Malia-san. And as I thought that. Lyle, you just thought Miranda takes after me, didn't you? That voice that sounded as if it just found something to tease me on. I heard Malia-san's voice from the jewel. I was taken aback, but I quietly looked around before rolling the jewel with my fingertip. I signaled my denial, but Malia-san sounded convinced. Oh, it's all right. Saying I resemble my great-granddaughter is something to be happy about. But realizing just how you see me is quite a shock. To jump on that train, the third spoke. Ah, poor Malia-chan. Perhaps the fourth was bored. Now that's just terrible, Lyle. But the fifth and seventh were on my side. No, perhaps it's best I say they understood Malia-san's personality. Well, thinking of how black-hearted you are, there's no helping Lyle thinking that way. The form of auntie faking tears isn't cute in the slightest. Just because you look younger in the jewel, you think your heart's gotten younger as well? Please stop, it's sending shivers down my spine. An impact ran across the jewel. The third informed me of the situation. For some reason, his voice was shaking a bit. The seventh will revive momentarily. Just give him a minute. Now then, let's go ask Septum-sama some more questions. Last time you heard that she was the one who made the jewel, and about skills, right? As she directed a smile no different from the usual, I took a few glances at the seventh as I stood before my door. He was in his seat, slumped down, and trying to make it so I couldn't see him. A grinning third was teasing him. The jewel had been nothing but men up to now, but Malia-san's appearance had changed the atmosphere just a bit. What are we going to ask this time? She pointed at me. About you, Lyle. Me? Isn't that a bit too far from the timeframe Septum-san lived? There, Malia-san gave a good grief, shrugged her shoulders, and shook her head. You don't get it, do you? From the moment it was born, the jewel was constantly recording surrounding information to memory. And Septum-sama is the memory of the originator of all of this. I'm sure she'll be able to teach us a bit. And that talk of your other half caught your interest, didn't it? As she sent me a smile, I nodded. In the past, Septum-san said my sealed half was trying to awaken. And that the time to face it was coming. I wanted to know just what sort of meaning that held. Then let's go. We rounded the door together. But the scene on the other side was different from usual. It was a large city, but it was as if it was on the decline. Most of the shops had someone manning the desk, but they didn't even try to sell the merchandise on display. As people walked past, they didn't even try to call out. The surrounding buildings were in tatters, and not in the process of repairs. This is? Oh my, the scenery's quite terrible today. Malia-san said that as she walked off, and I walked beside her. It was the third time, and I knew where to go, so I didn't have to follow behind. Suddenly, a well-dressed man ignored the surroundings, and walked up to us. I stood in front to cover Malia-san. Well, you're quite a gentleman. Worlds apart from a year ago. You know about a year ago? I didn't know it a year ago. I said it, right? I was chosen by the jewel as a guide. If I didn't know this and that, guiding you wouldn't really work out, now would it? Her golden eyes looked as if they were looking somewhere far away. And the dressed-up man ran into a passerby. What's the meaning of this? I'm a magician. Trash like he was going to block my way. Please forg. The dressed-up man held his hand up at the man he's run into, and fired magic from it. Wait. I was about to leap out, but Malia-san stopped me. Lyle, this is a memory. You can touch them and get a reaction, but there's nothing that can be changed. So the passerby's body was set ablaze. All those around watched on the scene with fear, but none of them tried to stop the dressed-up man. Let's go. Pulled by the hand, I left the scene. A detestable burnt scent filled the air, and the feeling of this death was all too real. The fact such a scene was unraveling meant this was a memory of the jewel, right? We went to Septum-san's room, but it was different from before. She raised her upper body on the bed, but spider webs were growing in the room, and it wasn't being looked after. The mansion held no golems, and no humans either. Oh, you've come now of all times. I didn't know what to say to Septum-san's slightly troubled expression. She looked a little embarrassed and sorrowful. She took out a dusty chair, brushed it off with a hand, and prepared one for me and Malia-san. And after we sat, I spoke to her. Today Malia-san said to ask about myself. What did you mean by my other half? A half sealed by seals. Those words had been weighing down my mind. Bathed in a light pouring out of the bed, Septum-san opened her mouth. She looked at the ragged curtain, and looked a little sad. Half, that would be your memories, Lyle. You can't remember it, right? Lyle, can you remember what you were like before? And Seal's face, not now, how she was before. Malia-san looked out the window. Oh my. Well, they look happy. I heard the voices of a family outside the window. I hurriedly stood, and went over to it. There, in the shade of a tree, with a sheet spread out under them, was a happy-looking family. There were guarding knights around, watching over the parents and children. And the one in the highest spirits was a young boy. The parents were looking at the child, and a nearby girl was watching him as well, watching her brother. When I extended a hand to the window, the girl's face turned towards us. But the outside of the window quickly changed back to the mansion's yard. The memory that had been playing faded out, and even if I opened the window, I couldn't hear a thing. What was that memory? As I looked confused, Septum-san spoke. Why, it's your memory, of course. I said it, didn't I? They're already trying to awaken. The reason her surroundings obey her isn't because of her skill. Lyle, try and remember. Seal's skill is to take. She took your mana and experience, and even your parents' love. The memories she couldn't take in the end have been sealed up like this. But this was the first I ever heard Seal's skill was to take something from another. And that what was affecting her surroundings wasn't her skill. If I had to be more precise, Seal's skill is one to imitate an opponent. And that imitation is followed by sealing, leading to plunder. The reason you were allowed to live was surely because she wanted to take your matured and polished mana. But naturally as it may sound, she has her limits as well. Malia-san stood, and put her hands on my shoulders. Without me realizing it, my breath had become rugged, and my sweat wouldn't stop coming out. Malia-san spoke to me kindly. Lyle, you've been taken and taken and taken from. But, originally, the one to become a monster would have been you. When I tried to turn to her, she hugged me from behind. I didn't get what she was trying to say. At the same time, just a little. I had some intuition. I'm the same as Seals, you say? Septum-san nodded. But she said this as well. The ones to become the next generation Septem were you and Seals. But she was the one who couldn't permit it. So she took everything she could. As you are now, you are in existence with neither the memories nor powers of Septem. From my point of view, it's something to be jealous of, but the current you is nothing but an ordinary human. Perhaps that's precisely why Novum became your ally. I had no idea what to say. Learning I was the same monster as her, and hearing of how I'd been taken from all this time. But the last time we met, I didn't feel anything was taken from me? Does that mean her skill no longer has an effect on me? When I said that, Malia-san separated herself a bit, and burst into laughter. She said it, right? Seals has her own limits. And even if she takes more, she has not the leisure to maintain it at this point. Seals is already complete. Even so, Lyle, you've been corrupted by your ancestors in a good sense. When I tilted my head, Septum-san smiled. It seems she thought I was going to despair here, and had made a delightful miscalculation. Septum-san spoke. Lyle, learn yourself. If you do, you're sure to go much higher than you have. I nodded, and confirmed it with Septum-san. On another note. I've understood Seal's skill. But in that case, just what sort of skills could be in the jewel she has? Septim-san looked at me, and spoke with a serious expression. Only one skill was invoked. But Septem was the goddess that made skills, you know? She could prepare any skill she wanted. And it's not like you couldn't call that a skill in itself. I thought. Well, that's surprisingly shoddy. Since she was a goddess, I thought she would be more fiendish. But even knowing it was shoddy didn't change the fact my opponent was formidable. And in truth, I couldn't even raise a hand against seals. Then is the current skill she's using from it one to charm her surroundings? Both Septim-san and Malia-san shook their heads. Malia-san spoke. Listen closely, Lyle. Septim-sama, the goddess Septem, is the most revered entity to humanity. Do you remember anything from looking at Novum? Having Novum brought up so suddenly, I shook my head. Septim-san just said, when the time comes to speak, get the finer details from Novum. And she went on. It's because the one who created humans long ago was the goddess Septem. A question rose in my head at that point. It's true I was raised, hearing that the goddesses created humanity. But the goddess pertaining to that should be Sex. The sixth goddess. The one who made us was Sex, the sixth goddess, wasn't it? Malia-san let out a sigh before speaking. That one's mistaken. But it's a mistake that can't be helped. In all actuality, Septim-sama is being treated as a goddess of wisdom these days. By the way, the wisdom part of it was just a freebie. Originally, Sex-sama carried the role of awakening humans. I wondered if they made it all so different. But I guess awakening and creating did surely differ. And this talk was a bit too out there. Really, what do you expect me to do about it? Even if you talk about the distant past, it's just troubling. Malia-san continued. It's the same as how Novum is liked by demi-humans. Because long ago, the one who brought forth demi-humans and divine beasts and monsters was Novum. Deeply inheriting those memories, she just has that sort of effect to her. Septim-san looked out the window, and murmured. The one to make humans was Septem. And the one who was supposed to awaken them, Sex, was killed by Novum. That child. Novum destroyed all the plans. Oh my. Well damn. What should I do about that one? I couldn't follow the conversation. For now, I can see that Novum betrayed Septim-san and the rest of them. Come to think of it. Octo-san was supposed to be a traitor too, was she? If I just ask Septim-san here, then I really won't have to go out and find Octo-san. I felt a little sorry for her, but I decided I really wasn't going to have any relation to Octo-san. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 9, A Labyrinth Out of Control. A Labyrinth Out of Control. Having returned to Bime, I took the paperwork, and headed for the guild. Time-wise, it was some past 3. There weren't too many adventurers, but it felt even tenser than usual. At the receptionist counter, despite the sparsity of adventurers, the staff personnel were moving around quite hastily. And while watching over them, I checked the bulletin to see if a labyrinth had been found, but there was no such notice. The other adventurers also talked amongst themselves over the panicked state of the guild. What's this? Some war breakout somewhere? If it's Galleria and Russworth, then that's the same as always, right? Did they pick a fight with Zayn and Lorphes? No, was one picked with them. Isn't this a bit too busy for something like that? If a war started, I knew the guild that organized the adventurers would get busy. But I felt something different from that here. I took my papers up to the 3rd floor, and found it was the same as usual. It was an area of private rooms, and I couldn't find other adventurers or receptionists there. I couldn't hear their conversations, so there's no way I could tell a change. But something did feel off there. Is it my imagination? As I thought that, I entered a vacant room, and the receptionist stationed there looked at me a little tense. Feeling the mood, the 5th from the jewel. Is it going to get troublesome again? Even for that, the previous war didn't have this sort of air. The 7th hated adventurers, so he laughed. I assented that some other country is invading them now? Bime needs to be beaten down once and put in its place. Malia-san sighed. Good grief, really? Even when we have to let Bime survive for Lyle's sake. I was convinced she was also a person of the Walt house. I sat in a chair, and handed over the completed request documents to the receptionist. The other party politely accepted them, and after taking a fleeting glance at me. Good work. Did you notice anything strange? Something strange? I had to venture out quite far to complete this request. I also had the members staying behind take care of odd job requests, but there wasn't anything particularly strange. I wondered if our party had done something, but there were too many things coming to mind, I really didn't know. And as I pondered it, the receptionist hurriedly spoke. No, if nothing, then that's fine. And could you come to renew your party members' guild cards sometime in the near future? I recalled I didn't renew them before setting off for the request, and it had been quite a while since we all went in to renew them together. Then when we come in for the next request. But I think we'll be resting for a while, so the occasion may not come up soon. We had fulfilled numerous requests. Time-wise, we had a few weeks of leisure. And I wanted to try challenging Bime's Labyrinth too. Our income was getting better than before, but as expected, it wasn't what you could get from a labyrinth. While I thought he would dislike the response, the receptionist's expression looked a little relieved. And the third didn't let that fact slip by. Something's up. Investigate it at once. And Lyle. I tried asking. The guild was quite tense, wasn't it? Did something happen? The receptionist's hand movements hesitated for a moment, but he soon gave a bitter smile. No, I'm sorry if it troubled you, but there hasn't been anything in particular. I did feel the air was strange as well, so I was thinking to ask the adventurers. The receptionist made an appeal that he didn't know anything either, and I felt asking any more from him was futile, so I gave up. I could surely get it out of him if I used a skill, but I didn't need to go that far for basic information. I'll have to go to Rano-san's place later. The paperwork finished, I accepted the reward, and left the guild. The Adventurers Guild East Branch. In the receptionist's restroom, the general workers manning the desks in nervousness and panic were flustered. Marianne sat in a break room chair, resting the tea-filled cup she gripped in both hands on top of her lap. If today were a normal day, she'd use this time to motivate herself. She'd return to the reception's desk letting out a fluffy air, and deal with the newbie adventurers. Her shift was from dawn until dusk. There were plenty of new recruits, and in order to get them to take care of miscellaneous requests, her time was fixed. There, a new receptionist entered the room with some candy in hand, and opened her mouth. Listen to this. They gave me candy again. The receptionist with her shoulder-length hair tied up on both sides was, while still young, a girl in use by the guild. Her tone was light, but she was capable. And her features were favorable, so she was well taken to by the adventurers. Because of that, she often received snacks and candies from them. One of the personnel looked at that, and gave a wry smile. It's not good to accept too much. They're not soliciting anything from you, are they? It'll become trouble down the line, so put a stop to it. There, Rua said that wasn't the case, and went on. He said he wanted me to accept it. It's a really skilled adventurer party, and he's the leader of it. His income is high and stable, and he himself is young and talented. He often makes use of my counter. Meaning he thinks I'm cute. Marianne looked at Rua, and didn't quite know what to say. It's often the case that adventurers that frequent a counter come to trust its receptionist. Or they just choose to compromise. Rather than going to a different receptionist each time, it would be easier to choose one that understood one's circumstances to an extent. It's not like all adventurers were without ulterior motives, but as long as you kept servicing clients at the reception's desk, it was only natural to get a few parties. Marianne's circumstances were different, and she didn't have any regulars. For better or worse, she was only there to supervise new adventurers. Once they grew, she was taken off their duty, and was to change her treatment of them. So in the truest sense, she couldn't have regulars. A female receptionist in her mid-20s gave Rua a warning. There are times you have to hand out bad jobs, so make sure you don't get your feelings too deep into it. Otherwise. But the individual herself stopped the important warning partway through. I know. But there are quite a few adventurers who'll listen if it's my request. They'll do troublesome stuff if it's me asking them, they say. Thinking she had gone into bragging, the female receptionist gave a, well, good for you, and held back her advice. Watching a male receptionist hesitate over whether he should take over, Marianne let out a sigh. It's not like Rua was irritating her or anything. Of all else, Marianne herself was once a Rua-esque existence. Perhaps this is how they were seeing me. Thinking that, she drank down her tea, and left her cup on the table. Ah, come to think of it, senpai, you're still on newbie rearing, right? With newbie adventurers, they're nothing but dreamers loaded with ulterior motives, so you must have it hard. In the past, one of the adventurers you were in charge of came over to my desk. And it was quite troublesome when they called me cute. As Rua tried to pick a fight with Marianne, the surrounding receptionists made dubious expressions. But Marianne laughed. I see. Sorry for that. Perhaps losing interest, Rua sat, held out her candy, and began offering it to the other guild personnel. Marianne stood, and left the break room. When I returned to the mansion, I searched out Miranda. I was going to head to Rano-san's place, but whenever I went, it was customary to invite Miranda along. The girl herself seemed satisfied with that, and on the way there and back, killing time with tea and shopping was the usual pattern. I probed through the presences moving within the mansion, and headed for the place Miranda was. At this hour, she's just come out of the bath, and is lounging around, I guess? When returning to Bime, the female members would generally return to the mansion and head for the bath. Unlike the bathhouse attached to the guild, the fact this one could be used without the fear of bothering others was quite appealing, it seems. It was needlessly vast, so maintaining it was a pain, but that part was managed by automatons with rough breath. For some reason, that space made them exceptionally excited. The ancients that made Monica and company were really perverts, weren't they? Now that they weren't around anymore, I didn't want to badmouth the deceased, but I couldn't really help it. And as I was walking down the hallway, a voice called over. It was Maxim-san. He walked towards me from the front with an expression that said he had been looking for me. Lyle Dono, so this is where you were. A guest was asking for you. For me? No, it's not something rare. Who was it? I stopped going in Miranda's direction, and turned towards the guest. And checking the surrounding map skill, I saw there definitely was one dropping by the manor. Miranda had taken up my attention, so I hadn't been focused on too wide a scope of the map up to now. I hadn't notices. As I walked next to the tall, muscular, armored Maxim, I felt I was quite scrawny. Who knows? But they seemed relatively busy. They are no acquaintance of mine, but Novum Dano was the one who let them in. I thought it would be pertaining to Zayin or Lotfi's, but in that case, Maxim-san should have been able to identify them as well. And if Novum let them in, there shouldn't be a problem. Right, there shouldn't be a problem. Novum, She brought a lot to mind. But the ancestors' reactions were the greatest one. Remembering them still hurt my head. Third and up. I assent at that? If it has something to do with demi-humans, just leave it to Novum, and there won't be a problem? Isn't that an immense bonus? The elves scattered across the continent, the dwarves and their numerous craftsmen. And the dexterous gnomes, add divine beasts onto that, this is it. With this, the probability of Lyle beating seals has shot up. But is that something you can place your expectations on? Personally, the talks of how Novum turned code is bothering me, but no matter how you look at it, it's a story of centuries past. It's irrelevant. You must make use of everything you can. Because the overwhelming gap in war potential has barely been filled in at all. Malia-san, in regards to the reactions of those ancestors. All of you really do have a screw or two missing, I see. Your reactions are truly wonderful, thinks I. Hearing that, the third laughed. Even if you tell stories of the age of goddesses, that has absolutely no relation to us. Besides, when the story gets too large-scale for you to understand, why not just think, if they're an ally, then who cares? If they're going to become an enemy eventually, then deal with it when it happens. Or have Lyle make them weak at the knees. I don't have a problem with working hard for Novum, but seriously, just what do these people think I'm supposed to be? I shook my head, and saw Maxim-san was looking at me in worry. What is the matter, Lyle Dono? No, it's nothing. That's right. What the ancients and the goddesses did who knows how long ago isn't my problem. The problem is that I have a goddess leftovers, and that their descendants are still around. A goddess leftovers, Who was the one that said it? Seals leftovers, a goddess leftovers. When the ancestors said that, I couldn't say anything in return. Because in all truth, I had this and that stolen by her, and sealed. Even when there's a mountain of problems I need to resolve. I really hope this one doesn't turn into trouble. And that pure and honest sentiment was trampled into the dirt all too easily. The one who had come to the parlor was Tanya-san. She wasn't wearing the staff uniform I saw her in at the guild, nor was she wearing casual attire. In a full suit, she looked somewhat nervous. I guess Maxim-san wouldn't know Tanya-san. Even if he's registered as an adventurer, we're the ones generally taking care of requests. As Tanya-san sat on the sofa, I gave my greetings, and sat down as well. At the side, Monica prepared tea, and Novum, who'd been talking with her before I came in, was making a bit of a grim expression. Did something happen? From Novum's expression, I could anticipate it was something that would be quite disadvantageous to our side. The seventh opened his mouth. Oh? Did they come to pick a fight? Saves us the trouble. We graciously accept your petty squabble, Adventurers Guild. Why does he detest them so? When I ignored him and looked at Tanya-san's face, she encouraged me to look at the envelope left on the table. This is information only known to a small fraction of the guild. Hearing that, I looked through the papers. It was what I had seen at Rano-san's place before, the information on that village. But the guild's report said it was in quite a dangerous state. Tanya-san continued on. The labyrinth is going out of control. It's an event that hasn't happened around Bime for the past 20 years. It seems a retired adventurer who returned to his homeland is involved. According to the documents, in the few weeks I'd been away from Bime, it had taken a considerable bad turn. It was written that clearing the labyrinth was impossible, and that Bime had already determined it would move on the defense. Novum opened her mouth. And that is quite an unfortunate result. But for what reason have you brought this talk to Lyle-sama? Novum glared warily at Tanya-san. Tanya-san put Monika's tea to her mouth. Bime's Adventurers Guild, the guild headquarters, holds quite a high evaluation of Lyle-kun. They want him to participate in this defensive war by all means. With not the East Branch, but the guild headquarters name coming out, I thought. The fact that it's a mandate of the headquarters means it'll become quite a pain later if I go against it. But what's the meaning behind putting this much pressure on a single small party? There I heard the fourth's voice from the jewel. I see. They want to get Lyle, who had such an influence in Zayin and Lorphes, under their fingers. At the very least, will those two countries abandon their savior? You think Bime's trying to put down that pressure? There, the fifth in a low voice. Weary being underestimated. Even if they didn't stoop that low, we'd participate, naturally. Even if we didn't, I'm sure Bime would be able to pull through, but this is a chance. The fact these ancestors considered a rampaging labyrinth a chance was surely because of the screws blown out of their heads. The seventh as well. A defensive battle, is it? We'll have to raise Lyle's name even higher. While we're at it, we can get Bime itself in our debt. But it will be troublesome if they use Lyle as a reason to drag Zayin and Lorphes in. There's no profit in it for those two. The third spoke delightedly. Come to think of it, they both have a debt to Bime. Doesn't that sound interesting? How about we take the initiative to drag them in and lower their dues? Yay! It's starting to get fun. The enemy will be an army of tens to hundreds of thousands of monsters. We'll need to prepare. I got the urge to hold me head and look down. It seems Tanya took that motion as my considering of a refusal. I mean, if a labyrinth went out of control, the labyrinth would wither, but even so, it would spit out several tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of monsters before it did. There have been many countries that have fallen from labyrinths, and that was the cause of the difficulty in labyrinth management. Tanya-san spoke. It's certain that this time's request is a difficult one. But this time, there is a very important. The one to decide will be Lyle-sama. Or did you think you could force us into it? As Novum held up her hand as if to intimidate Tanya-san, I raised my face. I can't go about not joining in here, and if I can sell a favor, it's best I sell it. And Zayin and Lorphes need to pay back what they owe. I turned a smile to Tanya-san. Of course I'll participate. I, Lyle Walt, shall take a stand as Bime faces its time of crisis. For that sake, I'll first need to arrange for Zayin and Lorphes' cooperation. Leave it to me, I'll get their agreement at once. While I'm at it, I can be assured that Bime will pay a financial reward to those two countries, can't I? I checked beforehand, and Tanya-san's face stiffened. Unless I consult with my superiors, I can't really say anything. Then you'd best get moving. Novum, prepare for war. Yes, Lyle-sama. Watching Novum stand with a smile and leave the room, I thought. What exactly did she go off to do when I said to prepare for war, I wonder? We had experience in fighting on a small scale, but when it grew this large, I had no experience. Unlike my time with Zayin and Lorphes, we would likely be clashing up front with monsters. I looked at Monika nearby, who watched me in anticipation to see if I would issue an order to her as well, as I inclined my ear to the voices in the jewel. And in lament, Malia-san looked over the fired-up ancestors and offered her take. They're really having fun in here. Are you having fun too, Lyle? I'm not. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 10, I want to stand out. I want to stand out. The parlor of the mansion. I had called Zayin's High Priest Gaston-san. And Lorphes' Prime Minister Lonbolt-san. Knight of Lorphes, Alet-san along as an escort, I carried out negotiations alongside Adele-san. Diagonally behind me was Monica. Maxim-san occupied that position behind Adele-san. And Alette-san stood similarly behind Lonbolt-san. When she heard my proposal, her expression crumbled. Seeing that, I was sure the third was grinning as he spoke. Just because you're friends, you can't go off showing your expression like that, little Alette-chan. We're making a proposal that benefits all parties, aren't we? And I'm sure the fourth was making a serious expression. Irritated at that. What's she so worried about here? It'll cut down whatever you lot borrowed from Bime. Don't think we're not aware of your financial situation. The fifth, fed up as he was. By the way, we also know full well how many troops you can mobilize. Gaston-san looked even more worn out than before. And he confirmed over my proposal. F from both countries, 5,000 troops from Zayin and Lorphis? No matter how you look at it, that is. I made a serious expression. That's wrong. It's 5,000 troops each. You'll be putting out 10,000 total. By the way, this is speaking in terms of pure fighting power. It doesn't include account for support roles. The reason I demanded troops from both countries was simple. If I didn't, we wouldn't win. No, perhaps I should say we wouldn't fulfill the conditions for victory I was aiming for. Bime was a land where adventurers gathered. If you wanted to look at its able fighting force, it could instantly scrape up 100,000. But that would be a volunteer army of adventurers and residents. An inconsistent 100,000. There were mercenary brigades as well, and there were well-drilled groups around for what they were worth, but getting them together would be difficult. Lonbolt-san's calm expression had crumbled. That is impossible in our present state. We're having enough trouble as it is getting the land we've only just gotten our hands of under control. And that I knew. As I wasn't opening my mouth, Adele-san spoke up. But in the off chance Bime fails in defense, even if they don't face defeat, a large mass of monsters will flow across the lands. At that time, can you say for sure none of them will flow into Zayin or Lorphis? To add to that, Lyle-san's participation in this defense has already been set in stone. It's only a matter of time before Bime begins to pressure you as well. Gaston-san groaned. Both countries were quite close to Bime. So up to this point, they had racked up quite a debt with the city. Even in that last war, they had a loan from Bime. So we plan to make that loan into a favor, and exploit it. With something like this happening, it's only natural they seek assistance. How does 2,000 troops sound? That much should be enough to carry a large part of the defense. On Lonbolt-san's proposal, the seventh scoffed. Well, that's not enough. In that case, we won't stand out in the slightest. I crossed my legs, and crossed my arms over them. You think that is enough to gain Bime's gratitude? Massive debt, if we cannot reduce it here, change shall not come to both of your countries' harsh financial affairs. And what I'll be defending is the frontmost lines. Alette-san spoke. The frontmost line. You're not sane. And why must we do it? Isn't that obvious? Why should Zayin and Lorphis undertake the life and death battle of the frontmost lines? Is there really a need to go that far for Bime? I spoke quite plainly. I won't say the current delegate is a failure, but up to this point, both countries have borrowed, and borrowed more. That bloated debt is a considerable sum, isn't it? At this rate, it really is just going to keep growing. The repayment couldn't keep up. And perhaps in an attempt to repay it, a war and even more debt. The thing called money really was a monster. Bime had an influential voice in its surrounding countries, and that was a reason it was independent. Gaston-san turned to me, and spoke. It felt like he'd given up a bit. What are our chances? And what sort of terms do you plan to pull out of Bime? The Adventurers Guild and merchants aren't easy. It does seem Gaston-san was going to assist me. Having lost an ally, Lonbolt-san was making a reproachful expression. The third laughed. That's right. When your country's savior is asking, it's downright embarrassing to send out less troops than the smaller Zayin. Even when we nearly doubled your landmass for you. I made a smile. Chances? That's uncertain as long as we don't know the scale of our enemy monsters. But if I told them there were some uncertain factors, and that it was dangerous, I couldn't think they would send out troops. We will win. Through victory, we shall show the world the power of the reborn Zayin and Lorphis. I was sweating quite heavily inside. I may be sending masses of soldiers to their deaths. It was on a different level from when I was only a supporting role to Lorphis. The scale had grown to the tens of thousands range. Lonbolt-san lowered his shoulders. Please know we won't be satisfied with a mere 10% cut in debt. Of course. Let's wring them out for all they've got. Anne, don't you think Bime holds a little too much power? I turned a grin to the two of them, and began speaking of my plans from here on. Aletsan quietly mumbled. Lyle-san, you're even worse than I thought you were. In Bime's guild headquarters, the urgently gathered management were conducting negotiations with their guests. Those guests were Zayan's high priest, and Lorfi's prime minister. As the guard and support of her superior of the East Branch, who'd been called in, Tanya was participating in the meeting. For him to move that fast. What's more, these two. The two leaders with light reflecting off their smooth heads had come forth to offer assistance in Bime's time of crisis. That part was all in good. The guild and Bime's merchants had partly been lending out money for a time like this. But the extent of their assistance had exceeded Bime's estimates. Lonbolt stood from his chair, and slammed a fist on the table. How can this be? When we're preparing 5,000 in pure fighting forces, you'll drive us to the sidelines in this defense. What codswallop is this? Tanya watched over the meeting trying to keep up a poker face. Her superior was making a troubled expression, and as expected, he was a little panicked. No, while we appreciate the sentiment, if you called it the pure fighting force, how much would your full forces number? Lonbolt stuck out his chest. They're sure to surpass 8,000. My elite men of Lorfi's will surely protect your city of Bime. That's almost all their troops. Even if you do that, it's just troubling for us. Send 2,000 or 3,000, and that's enough to. Originally, they wanted to have both countries dispatch 5,000 total. And stationing them in places facing difficulty in defense, Bime wanted to concentrate its own forces. The Prime Minister Gaston agreed with Lonbolt. Zayan holds the same sentiment. What's more, our hero of salvation, Lyle is participating in this war, wishing for the foremost lines of war. The Holy Knights are already prepared. We'll surely be able to move 9,000 when the time comes. That side had also prepared the maximum number of troops it could move. The Adventurers Guild and the merchant representatives laughed. Well, thanks for that. No, you're both so reliable. But having you go that far is. Don't do anything unnecessary, was likely what the executives participating in the meeting were thinking. Overall else, they were going so far to have the front lines left to them. Bime anticipated that the foremost line would be breached. And if in that time, a large number of casualties were to surface, they would have to provide reimbursement in kind. Bime would. And if they said something like, you went and helped us on your own, so we won't offer a reward, it would create a problem of trust down the line. Gaston let out a low voice. If Bime falls, we will not get out of this safely. So in this battle, Zayan shall be using all its forces. But if we were to make such an announcement within the country, complaints are sure to surface. There, one of the executives bid on. I'm sure. So why not dispatch half that number, and let Bime handle the... Lonbolt took over Gaston's explanation, and cut off the executive's remark. However, having taken the front lines of our own accord, we'll ask no reward for failure. Yes, then how does that sound? Embarrassing as it may be, my country has a debt with Bime. If it is written off, there will be no problems between us. Hearing those words, a number of executives confirmed their suspicions, and narrowed their eyes. Tanya's superior nearby also spoke quietly to himself. Well, of course it comes to that. But money-wise. One of the executives spoke. You speak of sums too great, we appreciate the assistance of both your countries, but your debt is no small one, is it not? A sum that large is, understood. How does 20% sound? From the start, they were willing to decrease it by 30. They had calculated that given the time, it would return to its original value, and that reduction was only planned to reduce dissatisfactions. It was that sort of bait, but... Gaston opened his eyes wide. By the goddess! Our assistance only holds that much value to you. Alas, it does seem you understand just how much both Zayan and Lorfi's are putting into this single battle. Very well then. I'll add on another 2,000, oh, in that case, I am lacking in supplies. Lonbolt nodded. Gaston Dano, the supplies will be prepared by Bime. You need not worry. Yet, for them to value us at 20%, understood. Then we will be fine if you leave, but 10% of the debt still standing. After that, the two of them refused to be swayed, and in the end, thinking them worthy of the foremost line destined to collapse, the Bime side promised a 70% cancellation of debt. In exchange, they couldn't provide any compensation for those killed in action. The two leaders spoke with smiles. Very well, I must return at once, and return to Orasama. There are some preparations to be made in Lorfi's, so I must take my leave. After the two of them had left, a few of the executives Even if they get some tens of thousands of deaths, as long as the debt goes down, they've no complaints? Quite a greedy priest and minister we have here, but rights for the deceased, and treatment for the injured. They're going to come crying to Bime in the end. There's no problem. And the meeting changed gears to the defense of Bime. Tanya tried thinking over who was moving the two countries from the shadows. Could it really be Lyle Kuan? Could you prepare a few Valkyrie units before the army of monsters starts making its move? I'd like you to put them together as fast as possible. Having dropped by the mansion's warehouse, I looked over the golem Damien and old Latarda had put together, and tried asking. The human skeleton portion had been completed, and some mechanical parts had been installed on top. The torso portion and the limbs were being produced separately, and at this point, it didn't look anything like the form of a woman. A liquid-filled conical tank had been prepared, and if I only watched it, it truly looked as if dubious experiments were being carried out here. Damien took off his gloves. Well, that's quite sudden. This stuff took up quite some money, but if we simplified and got them together, it'll take even more money, but maybe 5 units? Old Latarda rested his tool against his shoulder. If you want ones of the same construction as this girl here, then 3. But what's this all of a sudden? Holed up in the mansion's warehouse, gleefully putting golems together, the two of them didn't seem to have an understanding of the situation around Bime. So I explained it. Damien didn't sound all too interested regardless. Sounds just about right for a combat test. But in that case, the enemy's an army of monsters, it's best we prepare 3 of these ones. Old Latarda also nodded. Yes, that definitely sounds best. If both of them were saying that, then please put together 3. I want to get them on the front lines as soon as possible. No, the transport will also be necessary, so I'll need to take a few round trips between Bime and the fortnight. Hearing that, Damien turned and looked at the large porter. Want to use that? Just take us in the last load. Its controls are the same. Looking at the modified porter model that looked like it could carry massive amounts of cargo, I nodded at once. I'll use it with pleasure. Damien looked at me, touching his hand to his chin. You look busy. Where are you going next? I recited my next destination with a smile. Vera's place. Old Latarda, upon hearing that. The young lady's place? That sounds about right. He nodded. Right. Let's fan the flames a bit and ask for aid. And wait, is there really a need to fan them? With the ancestors' advice as a base, I turned to my next actions. That damn Jigaloo. In his own room, Fidel Trace lowered both his fists on his desk. I will be heading for the front lines to protect Bime. So I came to ask for some financial aid, father-in-law, but... Recalling Lyle's grinning face, Fidel lowered his fists a number of times, getting his well-ordered hair in a mess. It's not like the front lines are going to hold, so when I said I'd back him, goddamn Fidel was a merchant. He couldn't say he wouldn't support Lyle, who had resolved himself for Bime's foremost battlements. If he was going to disappear here, it was a cheap buy. So he promised his aid. There, Vera. I don't have any more money, but take the cannons and guns from my ship. You can break them if you want, but make sure you come back, okay? She said, with her head hung in worry. Irked as he was, he managed to endure that one. But as if to rile him up, Lyle embraced Vera before Fidel's eyes. Don't worry. I'll definitely come back to your side. He said, as he clung to the man's precious daughter. If his subordinates weren't there, he'd have loaded the boy with balls of lead, or so burned the hatred in his chest. And he kept taking glances my way to agitate me, that greenhorn. With Lyle purposely stirring him up with each and every action, Fidel couldn't take it anymore. When the guild told him to join in, forget hesitation, he gleefully jumped to the fray, not a hint of lovableness in that child. But this is the end. Even he can't block several tens of thousands of monster. Bime had prepared a fort. They had a fort near the border for times like these, but a labyrinth out of control could spew out countless foes. There's no way it could be blocked. It couldn't be helped the front line be breached, and the second and third defensive lines were there to whittle away at the numbers as well. As long as the city of Bime was untouched, they could regain their footing no matter what happened. That was the verdict of Fidel and the merchants. The guild is feckless. Just because two countries felt cooperative, they wrote off a majority of their debt. Well, if they get crushed here, they're going to be dependent on Bime again within the next 10 years. He had regained his composure, but even now, he felt his innards boiling as he thought over the amount to send to Lyle. Just because he was likely to die here, that doesn't mean he could give a small sum. Unlike the other defensive points, the frontmost line had death as almost a definite. fanning me up so persistently. I'll at least give you a good dream at the end. Thinking 300 to 500,000 would maintain his honor, Fidel decided to take such actions. Well, if you think of it as getting rid of a pesky bug, then it's cheap as can be. Just one left. And not as a merchant, his fatherly feelings had started to come out again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 11, Look Ahead. Look ahead. Inside the jewel. I sat around the round table with my ancestors, but their unusual attitude caused me to stare in mute amazement. So you don't have any plans like you usually do? On my words, the fifth looked fed up. And he pressed his left hand to his forehead. Are you an idiot? I've said it before, have I not? War is about numbers. It's a defensive war, so you'll have the advantage, to an extent, but a few tens of thousands is going to take on a great army of hundreds of thousands? Like hell you can win that easily. Perhaps the third shared his sentiment, as he laughed like he usually did. You can't overturn this sort of simple numerical difference. You've got just a bit of time to go, so just do whatever you can. The fourth took off his glasses. You think a plan we can come up with was never before thought up by our predecessors? At the very point a labyrinth went out of control, it was already a failure. At times like these, looking at reality is number one. Then why did you recommend I go to the front lines? But does that mean we cannot win? Why did you decide I should take over the front lines then? There, the seventh gave a grin. Because the victory Bime seeks, and the victory you seek are different things. It's true that from Bime's point of view, they can't really call it a loss. But we will win. When I tilted my head, Malia-san standing behind me breathed out a sigh. Lyle, take up a wider field of vision. A small country that let a labyrinth run rampant. Bime would never go to its relief, right? Even if this rampage does end, would Bime ever assist in reconstructing that country? Would they ever move to get it under control? Bime didn't have too much territory. They had a bit of a strange method of ruling, and even if their territory grew, they wouldn't be able to maintain it. No, even if they did, they believe it wouldn't be profitable enough to keep up. When this labyrinth went out of control, they did warn the surrounding countries. But by the time those countries moved, it would already be too late, and we were in a state where everyone was only waiting for it to burst. The problem was the proximity of that labyrinth to Bime, and the fact that monsters would flow into the city with absolute certainty. The guild estimated that a majority of the monsters would head for Bime, and in all actuality, monsters had a trend of heading towards cities with the highest populations. As I couldn't understand what was going on, the third explained. Now then, because of its policy, Bime doesn't care about ruling land. But it's not like all countries are like that, right? Now what's on the other side of our distressed neighbor, Lyle? It's Bonsium. Will they make a move? The fourth let his glasses catch the light as he spoke. Yes, they'll make a move. More than that, they should be gathering an army on the border. It will be for defensive purposes, but once that's gone and done with, there's a possibility they will invade. They can prepare reasons like reconstruction and relief if they want, but the biggest problem is that, you can't trust a country that let a labyrinth run out of control. If it happened in a remote, uninhabited region, it would be understandable. If a labyrinth popped up somewhere no one ever ventured, it's natural that the countermeasures run late. But feudal lords exist so as not to let that happen. The ancestors were looking beyond the victory of this defensive war. The fifth spoke. Bonsium will become our neighbor. Even if they don't move at once, Bime will have to deal with them. You think a measly fort on the border is enough to set their minds at ease? It's likely Bime wants to buy some time. They've gained full power over that fort, and I think they'll move quite a few hands. If you want to speak to the extremes, Bime was fine as long as the city was safe. Even if they lost surrounding towns and villages, even if their self-sufficiency in food fell by a wide margin, as long as the city district was safe, Bime would be able to get back on its feet. The city of merchants and adventurers could use its over-superfluous assets to purchase masses of produce. Because of that, the main forces of this war were hardened around the fortress city of Bime. Evacuation was also promoted around, and quite a large number of people were gathering there from the surrounding regions. The gathering men were likely planned to be used as makeshift soldiers. The fourth. So let's add on to the fort. It isn't just for this defensive. We'll be glaring at Bensium from there in the future. You're thinking that far into it? You really do like war. There, the third made a fed-up expression. Ha! I hate it. I'm sure I told you before. Eh? But, dot. The seventh, as if to warn me. Listen here, Lyle. War is but a single means. It isn't something you do because you like it. Dot. No, but you all look quite eager. The fifth spoke quite plainly. If you've decided you're going to do it, then you'd better be thorough about it. If possible, I wouldn't want to do something like war, and it's best it never happens. It wastes money, you lose the talents you brought up, you lose supplies, it's the worst. Even so, if you're going to do it anyways, you just have to put the maximum amount of effort into it. Dot. Malia-san didn't put in her mouth. There, the fourth looked at me. Lyle, feudal lord is a profession where war is just an extension of our usual duties. If you can avoid it, then avoid it, and hold a military so your enemies don't invade you however they want. You'd do best to remember this. Fighting monsters is the same. Never forget your goal in it. Fight because it is necessary. That's all there is to it. Dot. Seeing their four serious faces, I silently nodded. There, the third raised his hand. So is that talk over yet? Then let's move to the main topic. Next, we should go to the guild to tell them to send out some people of their own. Like hell they'd actually do it, though. To a delighted third, Malia-san opened her mouth. Oh my, then why call out to them? Because I want the fact we asked for cooperation, and they refused. For the sake of the future, we should pile up these sorts of truths while we can. So it's to steal their authority in the future, I see. How wonderful. Watching those two laugh so happily, the fourth complained to himself. I'd like to extort some more from that Fidel bastard. That guy's definitely still got some financial leisure. It's painful that this much isn't enough to shake Bime at all. Dot. The fifth looked at the three-dimensional map of the fort and its surroundings projected on top of the table. We have the time, and we have the people. If we have the funds, then we can do some large-scale construction here. If we're to prepare traps, then what type should we choose? I wonder. Dot. He was smirking as he thought over where to lay the traps. The seventh spoke with a smile. And there's ample forces behind our line as well. There's no harm in letting some monsters through. And we're taking home the magic stones and materials we recover. It seems Bime intends to buy them off, but no one said we have to sell. Dot. The third laughed. The advance force has already reached the fort, and the preparations are moving forward. Because Bime said that point wasn't going to hold anyways, and that we could do whatever we wanted. So let's make it flashy. I looked at the five, and thought. That was a lie. These people are definitely having fun. In Fort Redant, a fort on Bime's border, the soldiers were undergoing a change in leadership. There was usually a small number of men maintaining the fort, and a few mercenary brigades were hired for defensive purposes. The border was not a tense one, and all the fort really stood for was eliminating the surrounding monsters to guarantee safety in the area. The country it bordered had a debt to Bime, and it couldn't carelessly invade. The fort was only stationed for appearance's sake. And in order to escape from that decoration of a fort, the leader of the soldiers was handing authority to the new one in charge. That new one's name was Noy Verdel, captain of Zayan's Holy Knight Brigade, and one who had led over 9,000 men to the fort. Something more you wish to say? When Noy said that, the head soldier looked towards the new legion coming down the main road. Judging by the flag, it was Lorfi's Knight Brigade, with their soldiers following behind. Their numbers were equal to Zayan's. No, I heard you were to defend this point, but are you serious? This is, well, more a decoration than anything else. When he and his soldiers were going to evacuate, hearing of how people of foreign lands were coming around for defense, the head soldier couldn't help but think it foolish. But in all truth, some tens of thousands were gathering around the small fort. Is it really all right that we run away? Thought the soldier. Those are my orders. Oh, we'll try our best not to let them get past. But it really is small. I've passed through here before, but what shall I do? I've been ordered to wait for Lyle Dano's instruction. Noy was originally an adventurer of Bime. A former noble of knight lineage. Once that lineage collapsed, he had flowed all the way to Bime. But Lyle had handed him the knight captain position, and he was now a knight of Zayan. As the head soldier looked around in confusion, a large metal box was heading for the fort down a different road. Not having a fort built over it for nothing, that location was quite suitable for defense. It wasn't placed on flat ground, and while you couldn't call it a natural stronghold by any means, it was adequate enough for a fort. Controlling Damien's porter, Clara confirmed the information about the fort before addressing the automatons she'd borrowed from Damien, number 2 and number 3. Well then, shall we take in the finer details, and get them all together? I think Lyle-san will be coming, so by the time he does, we need to get as good a grasp of the terrain as we, are you listening to me? Automatons number 2 and number 3 were making expressions even more unmotivated than usual, as they dropped their shoulders on the spot. For me to be unable to work by my master's side. When that scrap metal Poyo Poyo remained behind, why must I? She should just be scrapped, but... It had been decided that Lyle would ride May to the fort later, and Clara couldn't see any motivation in the automatons she had borrowed. If you don't do your work, I'm sure Professor Damien will be troubled when he comes. She tried using Damien's name. Master doesn't have any interest in the finer details. Well, we'll do what you ask. Whatever you ask. But there's no helping if we can't get motivated as we do it. I mean, we're maids after all. Clara corrected her glasses positioning with a finger. That's definitely irrelevant to being a maid. With that on her mind, she turned back to the fort. Large-scale construction here. Lyle-san, what could you be thinking? Even if he hurried to make the fort larger, before 100,000 monsters, it would be rendered pointless. Unless they used some special construction, the monsters' attacks would blow it all away. Tools and the like were loaded onto Damien's jumbo porter, but even if the fort's constructions made it in time, it would only be for show. Clara instantly confirmed her surroundings, and planned her trip back to Bime. There, she would receive another load, and return her once more. And as her guard, Arya had been selected. She jumped down from the porter, held up her spear, and let out a yawn. Hey, is it really alright that Adele and Maxim-san be the ones giving orders here? When Arya asked, Clara nodded. That's Lyle-san's orders after all. It seems Adele-san's an expert on that sort of thing, and Maxim-san is her guard. Clara's party had arrived at the fort beforehand. And from porter, Maxim stepped down with Adele on his back. She had gotten drunk on the way, and rendered useless. Maxim called out to Adele in worry. Milady, are you alright? Sorry. I can't go on. Arya, seeing Adele like that, sounded quite worried for a different reason. Will we really be alright? After mulling over a bit, Clara just gave a quiet nod. When I went to the guild to ask for manpower, they offered a gentle refusal. I asked them to spare some capable personnel, but as expected, they were concentrating their forces on the defense of the city, and they refused me. Taking Novum and Miranda along, I left the guild headquarters, and headed for Rano-san's office. Miranda, perhaps unable to understand my actions. You stepped down quite easily. I thought you would negotiate some more, you know? On the contrary, you ended up surprising your negotiation partners. If I continued negotiation, perhaps they would have dispatched some personnel that wouldn't hurt too much to lose. But if that was the case, it would be more beneficial to our cause if they remained uncooperative from the start. There was a meaning to it. The fact they didn't want to help us. It seems that was enough for Miranda to get my meaning. She narrowed her eyes. I'm not sure your intentions, but I get the feeling it's too soon to make an enemy of the guild, you know? Novum didn't say a thing towards my actions. But... Lyle-sama, what shall we do with Eva-san? Even if you get the cooperation of the elves, numerically, you may get a few hundred at most. I had Eva call out to her brethren, and ask for their assistance. I really wanted Novum to do it, but she declined with a vague smile. If I pleaded a bit more, perhaps I could get her to call out, but I put a stop to it on my own judgment. Even a few hundred can serve its purpose. They're a former hunter race. Those living in the city may have thrown down their bows, but they have their song. Don't you think manipulating information is important? Miranda shrugged. You're already thinking of after your victory? You already have a lot of songs about you, don't you? I still had to make connections while I could. And I needed even wider fame. For that time, getting the elven singers on our side was a vital point. Novum looked at me. Do as you like. But that's all she said. Here, victory isn't our end goal. Right. My goal is. They're still thinking of it as fire on the opposite shore. And before the fear of the monsters before them, I wasn't seeing the danger of seals just beyond them. I had to instill in them a sense of crisis. And before that crisis came, I had to get a certain level of fame. As I walked around with the two of them, I heard Malia-san's voice. It seemed she thought of something as she looked at Miranda. She's got talent. But as I thought, it's a bit lacking. Lyle, could you invite Miranda to the Jewel sometime soon? Bring Shannon along, Kay? I had a bit of a bad premonition about this. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 12, An Army of Monsters. An Army of Monsters. When I headed for the mansion's storehouse to look over Damien's work, old Latarda's grandson came up to me. He was carrying a wooden crate, and he had brought over a change of clothes for old Latarda, who had stayed night after night to work. What old Latarda pulled out of the box was the weapon called a katana, apparently. So it's finally complete. Monica looked delighted, but the old man's grandson was making quite a tired expression. Ordering me to make a custom weapon I've never heard of in such a busy time. Now listen here, you never told me how many steps it would take to make just a single one, did you? The hell's with polishing? The reason for his fatigue was likely because of the army of monsters about to manifest. The blacksmiths had their share of things to prepare. Even so, with an order to forge a brand new weapon, the young dwarven man had done his best to complete it, alone. Feeling quite apologetic, I looked in the box to find 5 swords of slightly different shape. Latarda was looking over one of them. Can I see? I mind it not. It's your weapon. I'm sure it needs some adjustments, so use my grandson how you will. The young dwarf dropped his shoulders. How do you expect me to adjust an unknown weapon? Old Latarda returned the blade to its scabbard. Reaching his hand out to another one, he confirmed each katana one after the next. Quite considerate of you to use saber handles for them, but isn't this a bit off? When he tilted his head, Monica alone was the only one who looked happy, as she turned just her head to look at us. That's just how it is. No matter how you look at it, this is. As old Latarda seemed confused, I took one in my hands, and drew it. It had a gentle curve, and there were pretty ripples along the edge. Just looking at it made it feel I was getting sucked in, but it utilized an enclosed saber hilt intended for one hand, and holding it alone made me feel its difficulty of use. Cut, thrust, taking a stance. As a result of testing those actions, I returned to the storehouse, and lowered a fist onto Monica's head. Her golden twin tail swayed. It's for a completely different use. Just what part of it is similar enough? This is a completely different weapon. What's more, it was definitely intended for 2 hands. Monica held her head with both hands. Don't worry. It's cool. I grabbed the twin tails, and pulled them in opposite directions. Wait. My precious twin tails will be plucked. My precious cuticles. Stop. But, if you want them that much, I can regrow them in an instant, so I wouldn't mind giving them to you, not that I like you or anything. So is she mad, happy, or what? I handed the katana to the young dwarf. What should we do? Do you want me to shorten it a bit? No, keep it as it is. Whichever the case, I have another request for you, so I'd like you to prioritize that. I never heard anything about that. The young dwarf looked at Latarda, as the old man finished looking over the final one of the blades. I'm busy, so you're going to take the request. What, there are times where you can experience growth through work. I'm sure that son-in-law of mine is busy, so do your best. The youth dropped his shoulders once more. On top of old Latarda's workdesk, there were a number of female arms, with the upper arms branching to mechanical contraptions. Some theta feet were hung on the storehouse's wall. They had feminine lines, and were earnestly being developed. Are things going favorably here? When I looked at the desk and confirmed it, old Latarda nodded. When that Damien boy finishes the main body, all we have to do is put them together. I finished the armor too, but I'm still pondering whether real bird wings, or mechanical wings would be best. I wanted to tell him not to fuss over something like that, but it looked like he was seriously thinking it over. As long as you can finish it in 2 weeks' time, you can ponder all you want. There, old Latarda looked at me. Oh? The monsters are coming in 2 weeks? You sure you should be here then, bro? I scratched my head. According to Rano-san's information, monsters were already streaming out of the labyrinth. It had been unskillfully made deeper, so it couldn't be helped that the estimations had the numbers reached a few 100,000. Some adventurers of Bime had gone for recon, and a majority of monsters showed signs of heading in Bime's direction over all else. I already have my transport in order. Work is going favorable on that side as well. In regards to manpower, not from Bime, I'm borrowing all the help from Zayn and Lorphys that I can get that. This time, Clara was making considerable contributions to transportation, and adding onto the fort. She proposed the optimum stronghold from her knowledge. With that as the base, I prepared funds, and got together the necessary materials and tools. After that, I could only leave it to the craftsman. At that moment, from an isolated part of the storehouse, Damien emerged wearing a lab coat. Automaton maid number 1 was by his side, and for some reason, she looked quite giddy. Ha! You're back again? I had some business here. Damien removed his glasses, and wiped their lenses. Things are moving favorably here. I think we'll have to start them up at the fort, but we'll just barely make it, I guess? They'll move properly, right? Automaton. Unlike Monica's race, it was something much more primitive, or so Damien said. But you could also call them basic automatons specialized for battle. Old Latarda spoke. They'll move for what it's worth, but the problem is we don't know what extent of abilities they can exhibit. A golem's strength all depends on the human controlling them. Even if you make ones that move on their own, how are we supposed to know how high its performance will be? Damien put his glasses back on. We'll make it, so fret not. I always wanted a performance test in real battle. So why did you return, this time? I let out a sigh. To pick up the guns. I also need to get gunpowder and such at Vera's place. Vera said she's go to Fort Redan too, but as expected, that one was too much for Fidelsan to permit. The valuable sailors couldn't be lent out by the Trace House either, so I'd have to teach up on guns over there. I wanted to prepare as many bows and crossbows as possible, but Bime was also scraping those weapons up, so it was in a state where you couldn't buy them, even if you had money. I heard you fired up that Fidel whelp quite a bit. Do you care not for your life? That whelp is a merchant of Bime. If he was in the mine for it, he could send those suited for strive. Latarta sounded worried, but I just shrugged my shoulders. I'm fanning his flames to the borderline, so it's fine. And he isn't the sort of person to attack at a time like this. Learning I was going to the fort, he was quite delighted at the start. Because he promised backing, a few other merchants sent aid simply because the Trace House was doing it. From the katanas left on the table, I took one in hand. I'll be borrowing one. Old Latarda laughed. It's yours regardless. Monica had reset her twin tails, and seeing me take a katana and hang it at my waist, she got quite worked up. Chicken dickwad, how cool! She said with both hands in the air. It irritated me, so I pinched her cheeks. Riding Aquilin form May, I looked at the ground from above. The entrance of the cave that was once a labyrinth had spread wide, and from it came one monster after the next. An uninterrupted stream of monsters. The nearby village had already been burned down. I was watching from afar, so I couldn't be certain, but that wasn't the work of monsters. It felt they had received retribution by human hands. Behind me, Shannon held onto me with a rope wrapped around her body. She was shaking, and with how high up we were, she was properly wearing a coat. Are you cold? When I asked, she turned to me. I'm scared. Why are you so calm this high in the sky? Don't forget the current me can see from the line between us. A teary-eyed Shannon was sharing the visual input I took in. The reason I took her along was that her eyes were necessary for this reconnaissance. My skills, the fifth dimension created a three-dimensional map, and on top of that, the information from the sixth search covered the ground in pure red. There was no point in counting numbers at this point, but no matter how you looked at it, it wasn't on a 10,000 scale. Hundreds of thousands of monsters were coming out of the labyrinth, their numbers still growing. May was in quite high spirits, and her bearing was one that might go off to attack at any moment. I don't have any comrades in this area, but I sent a message, so they should gather after a while. Still, you sure you should just leave it like this? Monsters were crowding below my eyes. Their ominous voices reached the sky, and I confirmed the form of a griffin. Not only orcs and ogres. I saw a land dragon as well. They weren't heading in our direction yet, but there were many monsters capable of flight. One of the greatest fears of a labyrinth out of control was the fact its army of monsters would never draw back. Its majority would move to attack major human cities, and after destroying them, they'd scatter into the area. If it were a labyrinth no one had ever set foot in before, even if it went on a rampage, the scale was kept small. But grown by human hands, a rampaging labyrinth could produce massive legions upon legions. And that scale of numbers headed for major settlements without ever stopping, and trampled them to the ground. This is a nightmare. May. I gripped the jewel in my left hand, and turned it to the silver bow. When I moved my body, Shannon clamped on unnecessarily strongly. High in the sky, I pulled the bow, and produced an arrow of light. From a vague and hazy shape, when it took on the clear form of an arrow, I used a skill. Select. With the second skill, I set my aim on the monsters below. I wanted to take care of the troublesome monsters beforehand. The one I should crush isn't the land dragon. It's the griffin. And the winged monsters. The monsters, they only look like dots in the distance among them. I locked aim on the ones capable of flight, and fired the arrows. I hit a foot against May's stomach, and kept firing arrows as she ran. When I had fired 5 arrows, the first hit the griffin head on. Right after that, the monster's movements accelerated, and the winged monsters on the ground rose, and took to the skies. 100, 2, 5. The increasing horde of flying monsters moved left and right to find us. With them on our tail, we moved right into running away. I fired the arrows, shooting down around another 5 monsters, and watched a griffin and hippogriff fall to the ground. Shannon looked at the monsters and cried out, "What are you doing? Now they're chasing us." May still found it insufficient. "You should wipe them out more flashily." I continued firing at the monsters chasing us, and continued shooting them down. They weren't able to keep up with May's speed as she ran through the air. But one monster alone, Yuwa, a troublesome one, came out. I turned to verify the foe May called troublesome. A black body, with long and yellow wings, a bird-like monster was approaching us at a rapid pace. Those spread-out wings were adorned with red eye-like patterns. As I looked over those eyes drawing me in, Shannon pinched my face. "What is it?" I held my cheek, and she let go of her right hand. Shannon looked at me with teary eyes. "It's because you were getting sucked in, damn it." I didn't understand why she sounded like she meant it literally, but May explained. "That's the sort of monster it is. I've forgotten what you humans have gotten to calling it, but before you notice it, you won't be able to move." There, the third gave me some advice. "I don't know it. Is it rare?" "Well, that aside, Lyle, it's not like my skill's only redeeming feature is its effect on enemies, you know?" The third said that, so I recalled and used the skill. Mind. It was a skill that brought about mental interference, so it could block these sorts of psychological attacks. I got my breathing in order, pulled the bow with all my might, and sent an arrow off at the enemy, closing the distance at a breakneck pace. The enemy took a nosedive to evade, but without dropping speed, the arrow gave pursuit. It's fast. That's why they're troubling. Even for Quilans, it sometimes eats the little ones. As May said that, I tried another arrow. The monster continued avoiding the encroaching arrow, and spun to evade it in midair. Without hitting its mark, the arrow of light disappeared. It dodged right before it hit? This one really is troublesome. I fired a third and fourth, and the monster raced around the sky, chased from multiple sides. After shaking them off, it started back up in our direction. Its body was larger than May's, and the talons on its legs looked exceedingly sharp. Black, with purple at the tip, those claws gave off a poisonous feel. Those have a strong poison, so watch yourself. Humans can die just from touching that liquid, you know. Hearing May's counsel, Shannon clung to me and screamed, "Why did you take me along?" I thought she could do her share of work on recon, but her teary outburst wasn't doing us any good. I heard Malia-san sigh, sending a light chill down my spine. Good grief. How can she be so useless when she has the power of those eyes? She's cute, I'll give her that, but she'll need a lot of training. Hearing that, the fifth quietly. I think Shannon's better as she is, you know. Said that. How about you guys worry about me too? Mildly irritated, I took a deep breath and drew the bow. With my breathing in order, I glared at the monster atop an accelerating May. Up and down. When I used the fourth skill, May's speed rose even further. In contrast, the monster's movements suddenly grew dull. But it used some sort of skill to brush off that interference. This really is a strong one. Thinking I'd encountered quite a monster, I loaded my mana into the next shot. The monster moved to dodge, but the arrow burst on the way, splitting into a few scores of projectiles. Surrounded, without a place to run, the monster was pierced by dozens of arrows, and split. It fell to the ground in pieces. I wiped off my sweat, before probing around to see if there were any monsters of the same sort. There didn't seem to be any, but that was quite a horrible foe to encounter. And I looked at Shannon clinging to my back. The line had been severed sometime along the way, so I wondered what had happened. She lost consciousness with a grip on my clothes. Seeing the whites of her eyes, I let out a sigh. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 13, Fortress Red Ant. Fortress Red Ant. That place was once a fort. But now it had become a triple-walled fortress enclosing an army of 10,000s. Fort Red Ant, now Fortress Red Ant, had begun to get its shape together. I gripped the jewel, writing Quill inform May, as I looked down at the fortress from above. I got a grasp of the area's three-dimensional map produced from my skills, and as I looked at the fortress, I conversed with my ancestors in the jewel. At times like these, I'm thankful there's someone like May, who understands the situation. The fifth confirmed the fortress. Anti-magic defense can just be kept to the surface. We don't have time, so build it with one-time use as the premise. As long as you pour your zeal into the final wall, it's fine if the other two break. We smeared the outside with a thin layer of material that reflected mana. That alone made quite a difference, but it wasn't reliable enough against an army of 100,000s. Originally, the entirety of the fortress construction would be made of material strong to mana. But we didn't have that sort of time, so the idea was rejected. I also confirmed the traps. Since it was estimated from the start that the first two walls would be breached, we planned to set traps between them. The third looked at the fortress headed for its completion as he spoke. Oil, gunpowder, and arrows, it's not enough, but it leaves you with quite a few means. The problem would have to be the sky. It's been said that when facing an army of monsters, the greatest problem becomes the ones that fly through the sky. I've yet to experience a battle of armies on this scale, but it seems there was a large difference between man and monsters. The fact that monsters knew no retreat. If man knew he had no chance of victory, he could step down if he so desired. But monsters had no such concept, pressing forward until the very end. Because of that, it was possible to catch them with obvious traps. But their ability to break through them was something else. And of those monsters able to break through most everything, the greatest pain was the flying ones. They pass right over ramparts, and can even attack from the rear. If they flew up high enough, they were foes difficult to lay hands on. More than anything, if a powerful monster, say a griffin, were to land atop the walls, the rank and file soldiers wouldn't be enough to handle it. I looked in the direction of the fortress, laying in wait for the monster assault. We could keep chipping down at them. But I doubt that would actually inflict much damage to their side. The first time, I borrowed Shannon's eyes to do recon. And the second trip, I went with May to whittle away the troublesome monsters. The third time, I rained a few hundred arrows on them, but the monsters specialized in magic were able to block them. Flying monsters alone made a few thousand, I'm sure. What I defeated wouldn't even make up 100 of them. I wanted to keep chipping down at them like this, but I had another job to do. Personally, I'd like to just attack and crush them. Is there really a need for me to go out of my way to make an appearance? You humans really are obsessive over that sort of thing. As May shook her head tiredly, she was linked with connection, so the fifth was able to call over to her. Please endure it, May. It's at times like these that morale is more important than all else. Monsters don't have such a thing, but humans need a will to fight. If they didn't have that, the human side would crumble oh so easily. No matter how certain I was we could win, that would be pointless if the others didn't believe that as well. Do your best, me. Seeing her get so motivated on the fifth's words, I gave a bitter smile. I confirmed the traps on their course. We had prepared all we could, but the ancestors said that something of this level wouldn't drop their numbers too much. According to them, it was just on the level of better than doing nothing. Pitfalls would instantly be filled in and trampled over. Against 100,000 monsters, if the traps put a few thousand to rest, it was only a measurement error. On top of that, this time's monster army, the worst part was that it was well balanced. With airborne forces, and plenty of monsters skilled in magic. I doubt they would have any sort of coordination, but I could already see the sight of them concentrating their magic fire on the fortress. Not have a fortress built on that land for nothing, there were cliffs around, putting a limit on enemy passage. If I could call that a saving grace, I would. The seventh opened his mouth. Well, the ones holding the fortress have the advantage. Though the enemy's more than 10 times. Thinking just of troop numbers, it looks like they would definitely break through. Well, we did whatever we could. The fourth nodded favorably. Right. You've done pretty much everything you could do in this short period of time. You've turned a fort to a fortress to confront Bonsium in the future. You've taken in the elves, and had them publicize you as the hero standing against overwhelming odds. Though we could do with a bit more of a fighting force. Zayin and Lorphes, we had borrowed soldiers from them. To those two countries, it was surely a troublesome talk. The upper echelon may be rejoicing over its reduced debt, but to the lower ends, it was simply outrageous. The mercenaries and adventurer had, to defend their city of Bime, hardened their defenses around the urban center for a defensive war. We recruited volunteer soldiers from the villages near the border, but they didn't even reach 1,000. If we were to continue gathering them, just how many could we get? What's more, they wouldn't be that useful as soldiers in the first place. While they had weapons, they hadn't undergone the training of a soldier. Well, it's not like our goal is to get them to fight, though. At times like these, Bime didn't have to gather its civilians as soldiers. So trying to do so wasn't very productive. The third spoke. Now then, Lyle. The circumstances are hopeless. It's a mistake to try and challenge this situation. Anyone would think that. I'm sure they would. But That's the best part. I could somehow imagine the third scheming smile in my mind. Bime's Eastern Guild branch. Behind her reception's counter, Marianne was releasing her wrath. I told you no already. Your party isn't being forced to participate. There's no meaning in pointlessly throwing down your lives. The one she confronted was Erhardt. Before the wrath that shattered her usual fluffy atmosphere, the surrounding adventurers and Erhardt's party looked quite confused. Her fellow receptionists were also looking at her in shock. But Marianne-san. We've already gotten all our equipment in order, and if we join in, there will be a reward. If we work outside the city, the sum will get springs right up. Even the usually stubborn Erhardt was stumbling over his words in front of Marianne's anger. Because you've only just gotten your equipment together, you think you become first-rate? Just stop it right there. Listen here, if you keep thinking like that, you're definitely going to die. All you've done up to now is odd jobs, and you've occasionally hunted monsters outside in the space between them. So how strong have you gotten in a couple of months? Do you really understand that? Her role was to offer kind words to new recruits, but this time the individual herself had forgotten her own job. Erhardt spoke. What's with you? We're no chopped liver. You're the one who said we had talent, aren't you? Marianne looked down and bit her lower lip. She clenched her fist and she felt she was about to cry, but she endured and made the most repulsive smile she could muster. I'd say it to anyone. It's not like you lot were special or anything. There are plenty adventurers of your caliber around. Because some petty praise was enough to make you do the jobs no one wanted, I merely dealt with you amiably. Stroking her hair, she turned a mocking smile to Erhardt's party. So that's how you've been thinking of us up to now. We were truly thankful for you, Marianne-san, and we wanted to. Don't get so stuck up. And what of it? Now go pick a job you're actually capable of already, and don't get in the way of my work, won't you? What Marianne proceeded to hand Erhardt was a manual labor request for building up the city's defenses. A non-combatant role. Erhardt's party hung their heads. Of his comrades, there was even one letting his tears flow. The words of their kind and reliable elder sister-like existence had brought about a terrible shock. Erhardt silently signed the document, before crushing it in his hand, and slamming it down on the table. I believed in you. Marianne filed that form with a shameless attitude, and handed an envelope over. And after snatching it from her hands, Erhardt's party left the counter. Seeing them like that, Marianne lowered her shoulders in relief. Tanya immediately came to Marianne's side. Marianne, you've been summoned. Thinking she'd really screwed up, Marianne made a hazy smile as she stood, and proceeded straight to her superior's room. Tanya took over the counter in her stead, and kept the adventurers company. The superior's room. Hearing Marianne's report of the circumstances, the supervisor didn't seem all too angry. Marianne, I had thought you more clever than that. If they wish for it, what harm is there in sending an adventurer party or two to the front lines? It's nothing you should feel responsible for. Marianne cast her eyes down. As she reported to her boss, he was smiling ever so slightly. You're right. Even so, when I watch over them, my feelings boil up. Those children still have futures ahead of them. Letting them die here is. Perhaps her superior understood her sentiment, as he let out a sigh. It's precisely because you're like that you're in charge of the new recruits. But today's matter will spread in an instant. Since you played the bad guy to stop them, it will become a hindrance to your work. So from here on, I'll be having you man the desks on the third floor. No more newbies for you, do your best in your new post. On her superior's words, Marianne felt like crying again. Not from joy. But as she felt they were about to come out, she held a hand to her mouth. Thank you very much. I shall get right to it. After giving such a reply, she left the room. With her work reaching a good point to go off shift, Tanya headed for the break room, and ran into Rua. Good work, Tanya-san. Bright and energetic, she took a bit of an oversized attitude towards her superiors, but she knew not to do that to those she couldn't oppose at all costs. And she was skillfully spending her days at this workplace. Likewise. How are things going on your end? When Tanya sat and asked, Rua gave a delighted smile. We've safely managed to get adventurers to dispatch to the important points outside the city. The reward was a good one, and if I was the one asking, then, they said. Seeing her speak so pleasantly, Tanya recalled. Still young, the generation that hadn't experienced the last rampaging labyrinth. That was the age Rua was part of. So when I asked an adventurer I knew really well, he took it on. Said there was something he wanted to tell me when he got back. From Rua's attitude, it seems she got on considerably well with that adventurer. And hearing that, the veteran receptionist sent eyes of sympathy her way. Tanya had a general estimate of what sort of man that adventurer was. An adventurer classified as proficient, but in the sense of how the guild perceived him, that was. If you were to ask him if he was really strong, he would only shake his head. Rua struck up a conversation with Marianne. Even so, could it be you finally reached your limit? Those sorts of adventurers with nothing but ulterior motives on their mind really do send the vilest of glances, after all. You have my sympathy. What Tanya and the other senior adventurers remembered as they looked at Rua was Marianne. When she had only just become a receptionist, she had been beautiful and kind and popular. And with all the flattery she received, she had taken on a Rua-esque behavior. Tanya thought. I do pray you don't become the second Marianne, Rua. As the guild was moving around busily, Tanya felt a form of generation shift taking place in the office. Red Ant Fortress. As I stood on a high point of the structure, there were flags around. There was one of Bime, but around it were the flags of Zayn, Lorfis, and the Walt house as well. That flag that took after the blue jewel being hung from its silver ornaments was something I made of my own accord. Wearing blue armor I had a smith finish up, I held my helmet under my right arm, and turned. The numbers we'd gathered were just over 26,000. It was lower than estimated, but I thought that couldn't be helped. And as the morning sun rose, I saw a black shadow on the other side of the horizon. An army of monsters. Gentlemen! I'm sure a majority of you are thinking this, why is it that we must bet our lives for the likes of Bime? Why should we listen to the orders of a whelp like me? I wrung out a loud voice, holding out my left hand. The armed army remained in silence. This fight. It truly is only for Bime's benefit. Bime is moving with the breach of this fortress as a premise. Refusing my call to dispatch adventurers, they concentrate their powers on defense of the city, and only send adventurers and mercenaries to the points they deem important. Yes, quite a terrible tale there. Of course, I'm sure Bime had a lot they'd want to say in response, but there wasn't anyone from Bime here, so that wasn't a problem. I didn't lie either. It truly is unfair. You who pledged your lives to your motherlands are to fight for the sake of some other nation, but is it really alright to abandon Bime? Is it really right to watch Bime suffering from the sidelines? It isn't just Bime who shall be unreasonably trampled down by monsters. All the people who live on these lands shall suffer the same fate. And I cannot permit that. From the jewel, I heard the fourth's voice. Yep, looking good. You've got to make a grand proclamation here on how you're different from seals. Malia-san chimed in to shoot him down. Even if they're different, this is still quite dubious. He isn't lying, but he isn't giving the whole truth either. This address, it's not like it was only directed to the soldiers alone. More than that, it was meant for Bime's civilians that we had gathered here. I'm working hard, but Bime abandoned you, is the point I'm trying to appeal. As I continued the address, I pulled a sword that looked the part from my waist. It wasn't a katana, but a double-edged sword for appearance's sake. I pointed it at the heavens, and wrung out my voice. If fate is to lie in this plight of mine, the goddesses will surely answer to it. Here I swear, I will protect this point for the sake of the people to be trampled underfoot. At the moment, May raced down from the sky in her Kalin form. The soldiers looking up watched the Kalin, and raised their voices. Oi! It's a Kalin! No way! Could this really be fate? It couldn't be, no it has to be. We can win. We can win this. Yeah, there's a Kalin on our side. As expected of the symbol of good fortune. I had concealed her existence up to now, but opted to use it here. Favorable opinions started to come out. Naturally, they were shills. The ancestors didn't loosen their hands on these finer preparations. As May descended to my side, the soldiers raised cheers of joy. I could see the morale rising before my eyes. And I felt their heat was even going to reach me up here. We have the grace of the goddess. Our fortress of Red Ant shall be the graveyard of those vile legions. Just follow my lead. When I raised my voice, the voices of soldiers calling my name overlapped a few 10,000 times, creating something quite magnificent. Damn, deceiving them leaves a bad taste in my mouth. I loathed myself for performing this morale-raising address. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 14, Valkyrie. Valkyrie. The fortress wall. The center portion of the first wall was made a little elevated. It was for the sake of showing everyone the form of me taking command, but originally, I wanted to give orders from the rear. That would have been more efficient, and as long as I stationed my comrades with connection at the important points, the relay of information would be just as fast. But there was a meaning to this positioning. With the encroaching army of monsters before us, I threw my right arm up front and wrung out my voice. Fire! It wasn't just soldiers atop the wall. Knights and magicians were deployed. Speaking to numbers, the scale was around 3,000. From atop the wall, magic was fired at the monsters coming our way. Powerful magics drilled into them one after another, and my sights were blinded by the lights and explosions. Bangs and dust clouds rose, dyeing the surroundings light brown with sand. But Colin May standing beside me raised her head a little. They're coming. Crushed into the dirt, the monsters the magic had taken down were trampled over by the others, who continued their march. As the monster emerged from the cloud of dirt, a cannon stationed at the center of the wall fired around. Atop the wall, I had the magicians stand down, to have lines of soldiers with bows and crossbows take their place. The site commanders each gave their orders to fire, and arrows pierced into the enemies. From the jewel, the fifth led his voice. It's a situation where as long as you shoot, you'll probably hit something. Rather than waiting to aim, just keep attacking one after the next. Get in some magic with moderation. Before you can fire your next magic, then enemy will also. Before the fifth could finish, from the monster army, staff-toting goblins and orcs, and ominous robed monsters floating in the air. Reptilian monsters opened their large mouths, magic and breath attacks were about to come our way. I swung my left hand from the front to the side, and gave orders to Miranda and Eva. Prepare to defend. The points of attack are, ... I identified several large portions of the wall, and had them deploy magic shield there to defend them. We didn't have enough magicians to cover the entire wall, and more than that, it would be an intense expenditure. Magic fired from the army of monsters, and long-range attacks came at the wall. Those were pinpointed, and precisely blocked. Even when they pierced through the shields, the wall's surface had special anti-magic material painted over it. They could easily stand an attack or two. Looking up at the sky, I called out to May. May, I'll leave it to you. I'll support you from below as well. HMHMM. So it's finally my turn. May raced into the sky, at the flock of flying monsters closing in on the fortress. Hippogriffs and griffins. And small bird-shaped monsters began to gather around her. Gripping the jewel in my left hand, I turned its shape to the bow, and took a stance. Firing some arrows at the sky, a few dozen small projectiles rained down on those flying buggers. Since May was there, I only had to take care of the small fries. But it wasn't a problem that could be suppressed with just me and May alone, and those flying monsters crossed over the wall one after the next. In the air, May let off a pale blue lightning from the golden pair of horns growing on her head, blowing the monsters around her away. As monster fell to the ground one after the next, I heard Eva's voice. Lyle, the preparations are complete over here. Ready anytime. I checked in with Miranda. Miranda? And after waiting a little, Miranda's gave her response. They concentrated fire on my side in that last attack. Wait a bit. I was in the center, Miranda on the right, and Eva had been charged with the left side. When I was about to wait for her, the fifth immediately spoke up. Have both sides fire. They're still coming. Adapt yourself to overcome. Hearing his advice, I relayed information through Eva on the left. Fire first. Miranda, fire as soon as you're ready. The magicians and knights on the left stepped forward, and each fired their strongest magics. The impact seemed to be even lower than before. But once Miranda was prepared, a consecutive stream of considerable large-scale magic drove into the enemy. This time, however, there were monsters with magic shield deployed, so the damage looked much less than it had been before. I had thought of alternating fire between both sides, but it looks like the output is too low for that. Thinking of how we wouldn't be able to blow away, I confirmed the enemy was preparing to use long-range attacks, and immediately gave the orders to defend. The second wall. At the fortress front, a position you could call the center if looked upon as a whole, Arya was on standby. Battle had already begun on the frontmost line, and the explosive sounds of magic reached all the way to her ears. Looking up at the sky, she could see May taking down a number of monsters. Leaning her spear over her shoulder, Arya atop the wall spoke. That Lyle, they're already breaking through, aren't they? Beside Arya, Alette Baylet dispatched from Lorphis stood in her armor with her helmet in her hands. Good grief. A commander isn't to show those sorts of emotions, young lady. It's best you watch your words. Receiving such lamentations, Arya repented, closed her mouth, and watched the scenery between the first and second walls. There was quite a bit of distance between them, and they had already carried out preparations to meet the monsters. But the skies weren't Arya's responsibility. It's work time, Monica. When she turned and said that to Monica, Arya looked over the automaton's appearance. From her back, white spider leg-like repulsing metal somethings were weighing down her body. Hearing those words, despite how she looked, Monica lowered her shoulders. Even when I'm the more useful one, it really is time for work, I see. Saying that, she looked up at the sky and spread out both arms before bringing them to her chest. The 8-arm or perhaps leg mechanisms moved and let off flickering red lights. And the monsters in the sky began dropping to the ground one after the next. Seeing that scene, Audette spoke. So why wasn't she stationed on the front line then? She sounded exceedingly curious. But Monica merely lowered her shoulders again. Yes, and that's the end of it. I leave the remaining monsters to the rest of you. And with those words, she had lost her last fragment of motivation. Arya looked up and saw that 3 hippogriffs still remained. It's surely nice for dispersing the small fries, but if they have some resistance to it, there's no point. What's more, if she uses it too much, then Lyle would be in trouble. Arya explained its restrictions to Audette, and Audette looked at Monica. So that's why she's in the rear. But it's still plenty amazing. There was quite a bit of distance. And it had taken care of the monsters flying through the sky in an instant. Monica's specs were something unbelievable to Audette. The hippogriffs turned to Monica, who'd defeated their comrades. When soldiers armed with guns gathered, Damien came out on the wall. Oh my, isn't that perfect? There's a perfect 3 test subjects coming right for us. As he grinned, Damien was leading around his 3 maids, and wearing casual clothing. It was a spectacle quite mismatched to the battlefield, but if it was Damien, it couldn't be helped, and the surroundings had given up. Automaton maids no. 1 through 3 were carrying a coffin-like case along the wall. Arya sent a doubtful look Damien's way. Will they really be useful? Arya and Damien didn't get along too well, but this time Damien was smiling. I guarantee they'll be more useful and beautiful than you, at least. Now then, the preparations are all in order, and they should already have a line with Lyle, so how about we get to activating them already? An unmotivated Monica approached the coffins the maids had left on the floor. As the coffin shook, she gave a cynical laugh. Degraded versions of me? I alone am plenty for that chicken dickhead, but I'll do the honor, and work you all to the bone. Still, it will be troublesome if they're left unnamed. Right. From today onwards, you shall be Poyo Poyo 2.0, Poyo Poyo 3.0, and Poyo Poyo 4.0. Now wake the hell you. Wake the hell up. That was what Monica had attempted to say, when a mechanical fist pierced through the lid of the coffin, and impacted her square in the head. Why you scrap metal heaps? From the space between her skirt and apron, Monica retrieved a spanner, and began swinging it about. And Arya looked on with a tired expression. Damien's maid number 2 watched Monica with a faint smile on her face as she positioned herself out of attack range. And while she did that, 3 golems emerged from the casket. Heads just like that of a human girl, and torsos to match. From their shoulders to their thighs, they looked perfectly human. But from there on, they were equipped with mechanical limbs. Over their bodies, they wore slightly flashy armor of blue and white. Arya had already seen those bodies in the storehouse of the mansion, but she still had trouble believing it. Are those really golems? Audette was considerably surprised as well. It's a bit unbelievable. They look like humans themselves. Damien spoke in delight. Because that's exactly what I was aiming for. This time, I've produced some worthwhile results. It's impossible for me to thank Lyle enough. Now then, you guys, it's work time. When Damien told them to work, the 3 golems, the Valkyries, raised their faces. The blonde-haired Valkyrie in the center had pigtails and red eyes. Her appearance was considerably different to the other golems, of whom had straight, long hair. If nothing else, she barely had any chest to speak of. While the other 2 were properly equipped. But the golems. I've no need to listen to your orders. Bring out the master. Our master, if you will. I am quite against this sort of awakening. Unlike Monica, their tones were a little stiff, and they had immediately rejected Damien's orders. Seeing that, Monica hid her mouth with her hand. What's with these piles of junk? They're completely useless characters, are they not? I'll go report it to the chicken dickwad. Dear chicken, your trump cards have already refused to fight. As Monica joyously reported to Lyle, the blonde twin-tailed, the Valkyrie with an appearance quite resembling her own approached with a long stride, and drove her fist in. My hand has slipped. A malfunction. A malfunction. Why you heap of jewunk? I'll scrap you on the spot. Monica took a stance with her spanner, while the Valkyries raised their faces. From that previous conversation, I am to assume the enemy is those hippogriff. Affirmative. We will show the extent of our ability. On the backs of those blue and white wings were mechanical, wing-like contraptions. Let's send some eyes of expectation. See, can they fly? There, Damien scoffed. Ha! No way in hell they can fly. Are you an idiot? As Alette looked at Damien with quite a blank expression, the Valkyries confirmed their own right arms. The twin-tailed unit seemed to be the leader of the three. No bugs detected. Then, onward. Yes. It is our first campaign. Let us believe our master is watching us, and do our best. Didn't she just say something about a malfunction or whatever? When the three units extended their right arms to the sky, the portion from their upper arms onward split, shot out, and grabbed the hippogriffs in the sky. Wires were fastened to their arms, and those wires were hoisting up the Valkyries on the ground. But some claw-like furnishings on their feet pierced into the ground. Obediently get down from there. On those words, the hippogriffs flailed about in futility as the Valkyries pulled them down. From the wing-like storage boxes on their backs, they took out their weapons. Taking out spears, they stuck them right into the incoming hippogriffs. Stained with the blood spurt, the three Valkyrie units pulled their spears from the defeated hippogriffs. Seeing that, Arya. No way. Said that. Monica turned to Arya. You're not much different, you know. It seems the Valkyries were able to deal with the second wall. I had registered myself as their masters on their corps in advance, but because of that, a line had been formed, and information was relayed to me. So Damien's group was able to do it. Even so, letting a few go past wouldn't be much of a problem. I looked at the scene before my eyes, and breathed out a sigh. It doesn't look like their numbers are going down at all. There, from the jewel came the third's voice. It really has only just begun, after all. You'll be dealing with them quite plainly from here on. It'll be quite a while before you can do a flashy sweep. We had a number of plans prepared. But it wasn't yet the time to use them. A consecutive stream of arrows and magic. And meeting with the stream of magic and long-ranged attacks from the enemy, the battlefield had become an intense exchange of blows. Monsters that didn't even flinch at the impact of magic had begun attacking the wall. It was a troll. A giant covered in a dense coat of hair swung a log around, trying to break down the wall. It didn't recoil at arrows or magic, so I took a stance with the silver bow in its longbow form. I set my aim on the troll's head, and when I fired an arrow, its head was blown off, with its body collapsing on the ground. As it fell, it crushed a number of smaller monsters with it, but the surrounding monsters stepped over the troll's body to aim for the wall. I won't say for certain, but I can't think that humans could be this single-mindedly driven. So this is a labyrinth out of control. The fifth heard my mutterings. That's about right. Well, there are quite a few countries that have fallen to such an onslaught. Personally, I still think humans are the scarier ones. Listening to the fifth's words, I checked over my own mana supply. As the control tower, if I ran out of mana, we would instantly be at a disadvantage. Having to avoid that alone by all means, I couldn't fight the monsters before us with all my might. At that moment, I heard Miranda's voice. Lyle, ready anytime. Eva as well. Here too. Before I could tell them to begin their attack. The enemy's launching theirs first. Everything, no, doesn't look like we can cover that. Pinpoint and protect only the important points. As I felt an intense light from the enemy forces, a number of powerful magics were shot at the fortress. Perhaps thinking it too much, May descended before me, and stood up front. An explosion rang out before my eyes, and the deployed magic shield was easily blown off. Damage started to surface on our side. A portion of the wall had begun to crumble, and casualties were coming out in the soldiers atop it. I turned my right hand to the front. Payback in kind. Fire. Our magic shot in retribution came down on the monster legion. And like that, with this sort of magic back and forth, the first day had come to an end. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 15, Retreat. Retreat. The third day. On the third day since this defensive war was initiated, the first wall had become quite tattered. Our return fire slackened during the night, but it's not like they weren't attacking us. We had prepared 3 squadrons of 3,000, and had them work on rotation, but our limit was approaching. Many soldiers and knights had been sent to the back lines from injury. By the point close to half had to step down, our limit had arrived. What's more, that number included logistic support. Not just combatants, a number of supports had to retreat to the back. Granted, the majority of those stepping down were our main fighting forces. Unsteady on his feet, the captain of Zayan's Holy Knight Brigade Noisan came to give me a report. His expression wasn't the best, and he looked like he'd collapse at any moment. We're at our limits. We should abandon this post. Hearing the words of an unsteady and dispirited Noisan, I nodded with a tired expression. Using Damien's large-scale porter, Clara was transporting troops and supplies, but we decided to pull back the cannons already. I told Clara to put a hold on the supply chain and pick up the cannons. But in that case, enemies could break the wall and flow in while we were moving it. We're moving into preparations to withdraw the cannons. Wake everyone up. And let some of the troublesome monsters through. I had some preparations of my own to make, so I watched over an unsteady Noisan before calling out for May. May, it's almost your turn. Lying down in human form, she looked considerably exhausted. Got it, Dot. Rubbing her eyes and raising herself sluggishly, she put a hand against the wall to stand up. Even a divine beast such as herself was showing such signs of exhaustion. From the jewel, the fifth led his voice. For some reason, he sounded moved. May, you're working so hard. Thinking that I should be on the receiving end of such an evaluation as well, I looked at the sky, with the morning sun just barely beginning to rise. We had put up a small and plain defensive up to now, but from here on, it was going to get a little difficult. Turning to look at the second wall, It's even earlier than I thought. Let out such a complaint. Morning. On the third day, the abandonment of the first wall was determined, or so Clara came to inform the second stronghold. Moving frequently between the fortress and front lines, Clara had bags under her eyes. Arya awoke in a room within the second wall, and confirmed Lyle's order from Clara. Didn't he say it'd hold for 5 days, at least? Clara looked over Arya's drowsiness with envy. There has been a change of plans. And it seems their numbers were even greater than anticipated. Even Eva's been rendered immobile, after all. Eva had already withdrawn to the fortress. With only Miranda and Lyle holding out, and more than half of the troops at the first stronghold falling back, they no longer had the means to maintain that point. After Arya got up, she went into preparing herself. I just have to go out is all, right? We're already prepared on our side. Clara transmitted the information she obtained from watching the front lines. The extra-large monsters are gathering. Please be careful. The powerful monsters that had started out in the rear, with the army that couldn't move a foot, they had crushed the lesser creatures in their way underfoot to make their ways to the front. Land dragons and trolls, and large monsters like ogres. The figure of a sand golem had been confirmed as well, and talks had proceeded towards purposely letting those sorts of monsters pass through. Arya changed her clothes and left the room. Now then, it's our turn. Taking a stretch, she set about getting ready. Seeing her back, Clara hurriedly returned to the fortress, transmitted Lyle's orders, and prayed for her next rest. The problem with Lyle's connection is how it gets cut the moment you fall asleep. And that I'm the only one on messenger duty. Clara wasn't the only one capable of manipulating golems, but neither Lyle nor Damien had a thing for kissing guys. Both their opinions aligned, and Damien had work to do, so it couldn't be helped that messaging was left to Clara. If the first wall is breached, we'll just be moving to the second wall, but the frequency will surely increase. Wouldn't anyone do? Just teach someone else golem magic already. Clara wanted to return to the fortress, and flop onto a bed at once. But therein lay the problem. The fortress is a hell of its own, so whether one can rest in peace or not is, as I thought, we must secure personnel with all due haste. It was a good thing she had work to do, but Clara wanted to do something about the situation where she was the only one for that job. Between wall and wall, there was a wide space. It was to combat the monsters that breached through. There was an incline to the space, and it was made in a way to put the invading side at a disadvantage. Barricades of mud were erected, and the preparations to counterattack were in place. With Arya at the head, Lorfe's side had Alette, and her deputy officer in command. Meanwhile, Zayn had the vice-captain combo of Krite and Albano participating. None of them were mounted, as they stood in file, and waited for the monsters to come. Around Arya, the Valkyries stood as guards. Alette called over. Now then, I can't wait to see how you do, little lady. You're the commander here. She said that to Arya in jest. But Arya, all we have to do is defeat the enemies before us, right? That's all she said. There, Albano burst into laughter in response. No doubt about that. 'Cause this mishmash hasn't coordination or anything to speak of. Krite drew closer to him. What do you speak of in such an important time? What? Wanna go at it, Rockhead? Seeing the belligerent two, Alette and her adjutant shook their heads. And you two haven't changed at all. You've become vice captains. How about mellowing out a bit? There, a colored smoke rose from the first wall. It was the signal beacon. It's time. Alette looked at Arya. When Arya nodded, she issued orders to her squadron. And seeing that, Albano and Krite took command of their forces as well. A squadron of 5,000 was going to fight under Arya's command. Arya put power into her hand. Looking forward, she could see the first wall's gates slowly rising in the distance. And as if a sea wave had closed in on the coast, the monsters began their assault. They weren't a flock of goblins or such small fries, they were all giants. She could make out the form of a land dragon among them. And one of the Valkyries called out to her. Preparations complete. Arya nodded, before turning her spear towards the encroaching wave of monsters. The enemy is coming. Roll. On her voice, the soldiers turned barrels on their sides, and ignited their fuses. Using the incline to send them rolling, they sent a large number of barrels towards the monster army. At the first wall, allies used magic to blow away some monsters, and quickly closed the gate. The Valkyries beside Arya spoke up. Numerically, I have to say around 3,000. The enemy's elite have flooded in quite splendidly. Master is amazing. It is time for us to stand out and appeal our worth to him, but... Containing her urge to put a hand to her head, Arya looked straight ahead. A 3,000 that didn't even reach 10% of the enemy's total forces. But looking at quality alone, even among monsters, they were of quite the strong variant. If they were to all concentrate their attacks on it, perhaps the first wall really wouldn't be able to handle it. A majority of the barrels were swallowed up by the flood of monsters, exploding in their midst, and lowering their numbers. The Valkyries again. Second camp ready. They have fallen for it quite splendidly. It is a victory for gunpowder. But the dragons are not stopping. How unfair. Even with barrels full of gunpowder exploding, the dragons and giant trolls didn't falter. Things of ogre level were blown off their feet, but they still tried to get back up. When the second camp let their barrels roll, a large lizard opened its mouth and tried to attack. Arya's group hid in a nearby cavity to avoid it. A large mass of flames slammed into the second wall, but the twin-tailed Valkyrie offered a line. How unfortunate. It has been reinforced. The flames dispersed. Unlike the first wall, the second boasted an increased strength. When more explosions rang out, blowing more monsters away, Arya took up her weapon and exited the trench. The Valkyries leapt out as well, each with a weapon in hand. Allies also showed themselves from the trench, beginning their attacks with bows and crossbows. The land dragon rushing up the incline blocked bolts with its hard skin as it advanced. This is the end of the line. Arya slipped into the space right below its neck, swung her spear, and let out a shockwave. Its head fell to the floor, while the Valkyries also used their weapons to take down a troll. Cutting it down, and letting it fall, they shot out their arms in search of their next prey, and grabbed hold of another troll. Unlike with the hippogriff, they freely retracted their wires to transport themselves to the enemy. And using that momentum, they cut the monsters down. Their movements so as not to be bathed in the blood spurt was as if they were dancing. Arya avoided the lowered log of a troll, jumped onto, and ran up it to send her spear through its head. Hopping off the collapsing troll, her red armor was dyed even deeper in monster blood. Using her longsword to cut down the surrounding orcs and ogres in an instant, Alette looked upon the scene. Truly daring, that lass. I'd like to recruit her myself. Her adjutant gave the orders for her subordinates to get the monsters gathering around her in order. We are short on personnel, after all. Makes me remember back when we were just scraping by. But right now. Alette held up her sword, and made a faint smile. I know. Multi-air blade. She swung it, producing invisible blades of wind, cutting down monster after monster before her eyes. It was a skill particularly useful for dealing with foes in close formation, and one that allowed her party to deal with a large number of monsters. There, a monster began to prepare large-scale magic. How troublesome. We're retreating back to the trench at once. When Alette said that, a single knight raced out and used a skill. It was Krite. How about you leave this to me? All shield. Krite held up the spear in his hand, manifesting a number of large shields and blocking the enemy's attack. It blocked both physical attacks and magic, and even put a stop to enemy advances. Alette looked at Krite. Couldn't you have used it earlier? And if you had something like that, then say so beforehand. she complained. In any case, she had never heard that Krite possessed such a useful skill. At most, she thought he was able to put up a shield to protect a party. Raising a grand laugh, Krite. I'm growing by the day, you know, Even with anger directed his way, he wasn't dispirited. After disposing of the elite monsters we had invited in, we withdrew from the first wall. There were quite a few knights and soldiers dragging their bodies, and with our fatigue, our movement speed was down. My own retreat had May's assistance, so I was the last in line, and I also had to confirm the destruction of the stronghold. I had the skills to verify there was no one left behind, and as the one in charge, I wanted to hold the image of the reliable one who stayed behind to the end. It's image tactics. Something you really couldn't make light of. In war, the commander should be stationed at the rear. And that was the type of commander I was, but if I did that from the start, there would be a problem. I had few achievements, so the soldiers were anxious. No matter how capable the commander may be, a majority of soldiers were normal commoners. Even among knights, there were some who looked down on a commander who didn't go out front, so what would happen if a greenhorn like me was to take up a rear position? The one to teach me that was the 7th. I could understand if it were the 3rd, but it seems such a trend was strong in the 7th's time as well. Yes, truly a perfect commander play. On the front lines at the offense, and the last one to retreat. This alone can encourage the troops. The 4th sounded reluctant. If we wanted to prioritize efficiency, Lyle should have been stationed at the center. But with image building in mind, we'll have to milk it. As I wished they'd worry a little more for me, the soldiers finished pulling out with the assistance of Aria's forces. Looks like we made it in time. The first wall swayed from the attacks of monsters. A magic flew my way, so I held up my left hand, and blocked it with a magic shield. Crumbling all over, the first stronghold felt like it would give way at any moment. You fulfilled your role perfectly. Thank you. Saying that, I straddled myself over Quillenform May, and rode her into the sky. My mana was at its limits, so there was little I would do. I was lacking in sleep, and my physical state wasn't at its peak. It pained me, but I had to buy time for my allies' retreat. Soaring through the air, I confirmed that my comrades were a good distance away, before taking a stance with the silver bow. The arrow had some fire cast on the tip. So I'm sorry. When I shot the arrow into the wall's insides, the gunpowder storage caught fire, and the wall exploded. It didn't flashily burst apart, I felt it crumble quite slowly. The monsters clinging to the crumbling wall were dragged in and crushed. From the sky, I unsteadily watched over it. May spoke. Our allies have reached the second wall. On her words, I collapsed over her back. Then, please, carry me there too. If possible, make sure not to drop me. Malia-san spoke in regards to my conduct. I'd really like if he could be reliable to the end. Well, it's Lyle we're talking about, after all. She seemed weary, but I think I work hard. I wonder if it would be alright to get a bit of a higher evaluation here. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 16, The Second Wall. The Second Wall. Abandoning the first wall ahead of schedule, I unsteadily hobbled into a room prepared in the second wall, and collapsed. On top of the bed, I cast off my equipment, lay down, and closed my eyes. Soldiers were running about within the wall, and the preparations to wait for the army of monsters were being carried out. The soldiers that had returned were taking up their new stations. Those that were forced to fall back were taking a temporary rest. Having used too much mana, and strained my mind too much on the front line, I was also at my limits. I was sticky with sweat. The dust cloud stuck fast to my skin, with a rough feel, but without paying mind to something like that, I collapsed on the bed. The fight with the monster army did weigh on my mind, but if I didn't rest, I would never be able to demonstrate power. In such a room of mine, I heard a boisterous voice. The door was slammed open with good momentum, to reveal an energetic smiling Monica, and 3 armored people, no golems behind her. Hey, chicken dickhead. Monica. Your Monica has come to look after you. Feel free to lash out your carnal desires that have built up on the high-strung battlefield at me. The perfect maid Monica shall. Out with thee. Before she could finish, she was kicked out of the way, and the golem that resembled her, the first Valkyrie unit, stood before me. It is my pleasure to be of your acquaintance. We are the Valkyrie series that shall follow you to your death. We are master's servants, who shall surely be much more useful than this piece of junk. She swung her arms expressionlessly, and the 3 units assumed poses. The first unit had the same blonde hair and red eyes as Monica. Their appearances were alike, and I had the feeling I had met her when Octo abducted me in the labyrinth. She had the traces of Monica's elder sister. The greatest difference between her and the automaton would have to be the chest. The 3 units changed their poses. Twin-tailed Unit 1. Black-haired beauty, Unit 2. When I am of the same make as Unit 2, just what do you expect me to do? Then ponytails it is. Black-haired ponytail Unit 3. A beauty with a ponytail to boot. Unit 3 swiftly assumed a ponytail, but while I raised my eyes to them, my face was still buried in my pillow. When Monica stood, she had drills equipped to both her hands. A low sound reverberated through the room, and even if I wanted to sleep them away, I couldn't do it. You degraded heaps of scrap metal. Don't be flirting with my chicken dickwad. I'll dismantle you on the spot. Monica faced the 3 golems, taking out her weapon and taking a stance. I threw the pillow. Shut it, all of you. I'm going to sleep. Saying that, I wrapped the blanket around myself, sending the 3 Valkyries into a panic. And recovering the pillow, and collecting up my equipment, Monica spoke. You heard him, now you worthless pieces of junk made for nothing but battle can go off and scram. I alone am more than enough for that damn chicken. The feeling of my consciousness being sucked away, and the vibrations implying the monsters had reached the wall. A voice came from the jewel. It was Malia-san's gentle voice. Good grief. Lyle, send your consciousness over here for a bit. While the first wall had been holding out, the surface of the second wall was being smeared with layer after layer of special material. Alette issued orders atop the wall, as she watched the scene before her eyes. This point was the same as the fortress in the rear. The first wall was made with its destruction as the premise. But in order to withstand the monster army, the second wall had been constructed much sturdier. The wall was high, and close to 8,000 troops were stationed there. Those numbers included Arya, Alette, and her adjutant. Crite and Albano, all the talents were gathered. And Damien was at the second wall as well. With his automatons and golems, he was reliable enough as a fighting force. The monsters had begun their attack on such a wall. From its top, arrows were fired and magic was fired, as the human side put up an intense resistance. But in a state where Lyle was absent, they couldn't put their resources to the optimum use. Where to defend, and where to aim. While protecting a much bullier wall, the opposition was quite mismatched. At that site, Alette was acting as Arya's support. Quite a few troublesome monsters. After defeating so many, for there to be so many more. In regards to the troll grappling with the gate, those around blasted magic into it. But the result was clearly overkill. It wasn't the fault of Arya, who had been left the commanding position. Lyle was simply too far out there. He had a grasp of the whole, and the speed of his information relay was abnormal. Mastering the command of a number of support class skills, his orders were precise as well. It would have been best if he was just commanding from the fortress. She knew it wasn't possible, but a battlefield without Lyle became divided in an instant. Zayn's knights and soldiers would surely follow his orders. He was the hero that reclaimed the country with only 100 men. Their civilians would likely fight for him as well. That was just how high his popularity was in Zayn. But the knights and soldiers of Lorphes were different. They felt a debt to an extent. To an extent, that is. Their people had an opposition to fighting alongside the soldiers of Zayn. Fighting shoulder to shoulder with the folks who were planning to invade none too long ago was something Alette herself had opposition to as well. If an order hadn't come from the top brass, she would likely have objected. And in truth, most of the knights did. Why did they have to risk their lives for Bime's sake? They did truly have a favor to repay, but many couldn't understand why they would have to go so far. Alette, who'd heard the thoughts of the higher-ups wanted to dissent upon hearing the troop dispatch was because of financial debt. But having Bime wring an immense sum out of them down the line wasn't too fun a tale either. Moving her reluctant subordinates, and frantically taking on the monster army, Alette took a sidelong glance at Arya. Too little experience. As a single soldier leading a small force, she may be proficient, but what about as supreme commander? Perhaps Arya was also feeling the brunt of her lack of experience as she gave a vexed expression. The claws of a griffin that landed atop the wall pierced through the chest of one of the soldiers. I'll. When Arya looked like she was about to rush to his aid, Alette held her back with a hand. A commander doesn't move. But Lyle. Lyle could give orders as he performed on the battlefield. But there was no way Arya could do such a thing. It's impossible for you. A commander should confidently stand as a commander. The current Arya could easily win against a land dragon, and she had proved her strength to the soldiers. But without the prowess for command, having her moving about would be troublesome. It would be best to keep her still. Dispatch a knight. Bind it, and by time. The deceased soldier was one of Lorfy's. With loathsome sentiment, Alette continued giving out orders. Arya hit her fist against a nearby wall. Within the jewel. I tottered in the Round Table's room as I was beckoned into my room of memories. The other ancestors weren't there. I wanted to hear their opinions on the battle, but no one was coming out. There's a lot I want to ask. When I said that, Malia-san approached me, pushed both her hands against my back, and shoved me into the room. Yeah. Without my words going through, I was pushed into my room. And as I rounded the doorway, a warm sunlight and gentle wind brought the smell of vegetation to my nose. There was a single large tree, and a sheet was spread out under it. A scene I'd seen somewhere once before. With my back pushed, I walked up a hill all the way to where the tree cast its shade. Milia sat on the sheet, and lightly hit her hand against her lap. Here. Yes? As I failed to understand, she shrugged her shoulders. A lap pillow. Your big sister Milia is offering you a lap pillow. It's oh so noisy out there, so you'd much like to sleep in a quiet place like this, right? Hearing that, I chose to oppose. To be honest, I did feel embarrassed, but more importantly, there was a war going on out there. Is it really alright that I take it easy down here? That was how I felt. I'm. As if she read everything off my expression, Malia-san pulled my hand and embraced my head. Her chest hit my face, but for some reason it felt gentle. My heart rate didn't increase. Just rest for now. Lyle, if you strain yourself too much, you'll be all used up. Just let yourself loose to a moderate level. Why is it that Walt men always try to act so tough? As she giggled to herself, I accepted her offer to a lap pillow. The wind felt comfortable, and I felt I was going to remember something. When I closed my eyes, I let myself be taken by that sense of comfort. The first tried too hard, and the second had his troubles. The third risked his life to protect the territory. The fourth frantically rose to manage it. The fifth endured especially so. My brother, the sixth, had his own share of troubles as well. Broad was relied on and stretched to his breaking point. No, that's wrong. He thought it was necessary, so he let it happen, I'm sure. While letting me rest on her lap, she stroked my head. Feeling a somewhat nostalgic sense, I listened to her words. Lyle, you could have tossed it all aside. You didn't have to push yourself here. I spoke quietly. But I can't return anymore. I have to move forwards. Maybe Malia-san noticed my sentiment. Is it painful to see the deaths of those fighting for your sake? Many have died because of me. And from here on, well, many more will die. The moment I swore to fight seals, I had resolved myself to protect. But in truth, it was my fault that many humans were now dead. At times, I didn't know anymore. But stopping here in my tracks wasn't something I could forgive. Malia-san simply offered some gentle words. But you've decided to fight, right? Yes. Then you have to rest when the time comes to rest. And as I felt my mind distancing itself, I heard her voice. Lyle, I can't wait to hear your answer. Will you lift someone up, or make it a stand of your own? We all can't help but. I couldn't catch the end of it. But I recalled the source of this nostalgic sensation. Right. This is the sense of a mother's warmth, so I had even forgotten something like that. In that space with a warm and gentle wind, I drifted asleep. When I opened my eyes, the room was already dark. And raising myself, I heard the breath of someone sleeping. Making a magic light on my left hand, I found Miranda. Miranda, who resembled Malia-san, was giving me a lap pillow. Impacts reached all the way to the room I was in, so I was curious about the situation outside. Water was prepared nearby, so I took it in hand, poured a cup, and downed it. Miranda opened her eyes. Oh my, good morning. She greeted me with a bit of a sleepy expression. Why was she here? Why was she giving me a lap pillow? There was quite a bit I thought to ask, but I instead passed her a cup of water. As she accepted it and took a sip, a jolt reached the room once more. Seams were being pressed quite hard. The skills. Map, search, using them, I confirmed the surrounding situation. As I thought I had rested a bit too much, Miranda exited the bed and stretched. She was wearing little more than a shirt over her undergarments, an inexplicably defenseless appearance. Now then, I'm sure it's harsh for Arya alone, so let's do our best as well. When Miranda said that with a smile, I gave an apology. Sorry. Novum's in the rear. Clara's on Porter, focusing on transport. Eva had to step back, and May moved to the next preparations, so Shannon was in the back assisting Novum. In the back lines, the reorganization of troops that stepped back was being carried out. I'm sure they would be dispatched to this wall in the near future. Of course, those stationed at this wall right now would surely be sent back soon as well. Miranda gave a mischievous smile. Well, just leave it to reliable Miranda-san, is what she said. When I smiled, she smiled as well. That's a big help. Once Eva's squad returns, I'll have you step back for a bit. From then on is the real deal. There, Miranda came up close to me. She wrapped both hands behind my neck, and brought her face up to mine. That aside, your skills effects were cut, so could I leave it to you? I averted my eyes a bit, but when I nodded, Miranda smiled. She brought her face closer, making it end up that I was the one being kissed. From the jewel, the ancestors that had been watching silently started booing. In order. Yuri is passive as ever. Try learning something from Mr. Lyle. Learn to build the mood up some more, Lyle. How pitiful it is to have to leave it to the other party. Don't ever do it in front of the soldiers. Show off that flirting on the battlefield, and it won't just end with some bloodlust. But for a kiss to be required if it's ever interrupted. There was that talk about how a skill's manifestation is based on an individual's desires, right? Lyle, could it be you were actually aiming for this? Just what sort of timing are these guys speaking up in? Kissed in Miranda's embrace, I suddenly began to feel embarrassed. As her tongue entered my mouth, Malia-san chose to call out as well. Lyle, wrap your hand around her hip. Hold her tight. Hold her real tight. She was all for it. I was seriously starting to doubt whether she was the same individual I was interacting with before. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 17, Fortress. Fortress. Back in Bime, the city was going over its ramparts for defense, confirming if there was any damage to them, and making preparations to take down the massive monster army. But the monsters that had long since begun their march had still yet to reach the free city. One of the captains leading a mercenary brigade looked out into the distance from the division of wall he had been afforded. Is Fort Red Ant still holding firm? Well, with 20,000, perhaps they'll last a week. He knew of Fort Red Ant, but however reinforced it may be, he didn't believe it possible for them to defend against a few 100,000 monsters. And that was because he hadn't heard of Lyle receiving backing from the Trace House. The considerable funds he received and used to turn the fort to a fortress was a slice of information out of reach for a single mercenary brigade chief. But even if he knew it, he wouldn't have thought they would hold out. Bime was seriously working under the premise that allied forces of Zayin and Lorphes were to be annihilated at Fort Red Ant. Bime's meeting of merchants. In that meeting where Bime's top dogs gathered, Fidel was quite irritated. Meeting hall of multiple levels, the facilitator went on of Bime's impregnable defense. The main members had already gathered up before the meeting, and confirmed their information with one another. It was precisely because he confirmed it, that Fidel was so irritated. As I'm sure you already know, Bime's ramparts are of a special material, boasting a high resistance to magic. At present, we are working to repair any damage they may have, and the mercenaries have already been stationed in perfect condition. The craftsmen are making weapons en masse, and the production of arrows is going on and on. Sitting in his chair, folding his arms on top of the table, Fidel stared holes into the facilitator, brimming with confidence. Fool! At this rate, those goods you keep making will become your debt. A number of merchants were trying to reap profit from this war. Purchasing equipment, they were thinking of what would come after the monsters were repelled. But Fidel knew. That gigolo. He went and built up a damn fortress. With my money. He arbitrarily went and used my Trace House's money to make a fortress, and what's more, he used more than half of it. There were other facts that made his want to hold his head. Since the Trace House backed them, a large number of merchants had decided to jump on the bandwagon and back Lyle as well. That much was fine. But the amount had become something that couldn't be laughed at. Because the enemy's advance had been simply too slow, some of Bime's swift-footed adventurers had run off for recon. And what they found wasn't a fort, but a fortress. By the adventurers' diagnosis, even that wouldn't be able to stand up to it, but a few of them did say that it would. So the possibility exists. The probability of Lyle repelling the monsters at Fortress Red Ant wasn't zero was something Fidel couldn't forgive. Just how stubborn can he be? It vexed him, but what irritated him more was, at this rate, it will be a victory for him alone. In this matter, Lyle had gone to Bynes Guild headquarters requesting some manpower. Naturally, the guild was reluctant. If it really came down to it, they were prepared to send 2,000 to 3,000, but Lyle immediately pulled back. If it turned out that Lyle really was able to pierce through the monster legion there, then the truth would be that the guild had refused to aid. But since the Tracehouse did aid him, there are no problems on my side. The guild will probably try to crush the man for it, but that's all I could wish for. Starting with Fidel, there were plenty of houses that backed them. They did their part, was another way you could phrase it. They were small-time merchants who didn't know the surrounding situation, but as many hands were moving under the estimate of the monster attack, a small portion of them had truly thought Lyle could defend against several 100,000 monsters. The second wall. Having used it to buy 5 days of time, I entered the preparations to retreat. It was considerably earlier than estimated, but in this situation, it really couldn't be helped. Looking down at the monsters from atop the wall, they were crowded together in a not-too-narrow space with cliffs on both sides. This is as far as it goes. Almost all of the squad initially stationed here has withdrawn to the fortress. Even changing them out, with repeated withdrawals, our numbers have been cut to 1,000 here. The second wall itself could still hold. But we didn't have the people for it anymore. By my side was Eva, who'd returned from the fortress. Her pink blonde hair was a mess, and she was making a bit of a tired expression. Lyle, Alette and Crite and even Albano have withdrawn to the back lines. Arya 3 days ago, we've no commanders here. I gave a bitter smile. Oh well. Since Noisan returned, I thought we could last a few more days, but I guess not. As I said that, she was staring at me intently. Our calculations were too soft. Sending them back one after the next, and only sending more as soon as reinforcements come. This isn't normal. It's true that our calculations were largely off. There, Clara raced up the steps with a message for me. She had accumulated considerable fatigue as well, and had rested a bit in the back. She had only just woken up, but there were few people who could maneuver Porter, so I had to push her. Ah, so here's where you were, Elven fraud. What do you mean fraud? Can't you do something about that cynicism of yours? Just listening to you is irritating me, you know? Clara made an incredibly wonderful smile. I've heard people get quite irritated when the arrow hits the mark. Now then, a message for you, Lyle-san. Seeing Clara's face turn serious, I grabbed and held down Eva's arm that seemed to want to grasp at her at any moment. The preparations are complete. The smiths have also finished up the exploding arrows from Arumsas. When I told them they were invented to make pocket change for students, they got angry and said it was too dangerous. And boosted arrows, they've given them an official name. I nodded, and addressed her. Carry back the injured and sleep-deprived. We've things to prepare here as well. Clara lightly pushed up her glasses with her fingertips. A round trip again? Will you be returning first? I shook my head. My apologies, I'm going back last. Hurry! When Clara went back down the stairs, I let go of Eva's arm, and spoke. Eva, prepare to withdraw. And send Monica and the Valkyries back too. Eva looked in Clara's direction. That toxic wench, yeah, that's fine, but it's already night. With so few people, I think they'll easily get to this point, you know? You sure you want to send off Monica and company? They'll hate it too. When she's supposed to be an automaton, why is her self-assertion so strong? No problem. In the worst case, this place need only remain in shape. Because the second wall really carried a separate purpose. Night. It was about to become morning soon. As Clara was carrying personnel off to the fortress, I looked at the army of monsters. I don't get the feeling their numbers are going down at all. I was alone there, so I could reply to the voices of the jewel. The third sounded as aloof as ever. Why, of course. No matter how you chip them down, the enemy's some 100,000, even if you take out half, it's a massive legion that surpasses 10,000. This is a bit earlier than planned, but you could call it favorable. I looked up at the night sky. We let most of the flying monsters slip by. While I was resting, or had my attention taken by something else, the flying monsters let other monsters mount their backs, and even crossed over the fortress in the back. The fifth sounded a little angry at me. Don't think you can do everything. The other folks are doing everything they can. And you did what you could. Then when it passes that, it's Bynes' responsibility. Like hell you'd be able to not let a single one get through. Though it may be a different story if you had a greater number. With the magic that came flying, the top of the wall was in a bad state. Eva came over to me, and informed me her preparations were finished. Lyle, you're the last. Got it. Descending the wall, I saw the large-scale porter preparing to depart. The porter Damien had made for transporting cargo was stuffed with knights and soldiers and elves. I climbed onto the roof and told Clara to depart. Let's get going. Yes. She looked somewhat embarrassed for some reason, but now wasn't the time to call out to her on that. In regards to the wall that no longer had any resistance, the monsters launched their attacks all at once. Feline the resultant tremor through Porter, I turned to the wall. Perhaps the monsters thought the gate weaker than the structure, as they started concentrating their attacks there. When Porter was around halfway between the second wall and the fortress, the gate was breached. Monsters began flowing through it. Preparing the silver bow in my left hand, I took a stance on the roof. I'll take down the ones quick on their feet. Clara, just keep straight for the fortress. You understood. The large porter had a space in the front for humans to ride. By getting in it, Clara was able to look ahead as she controlled Porter, with increased safety. Getting my breathing in order, I fired an arrow at the Centaurus running at the front. The head one fell, and those behind got their legs caught up, and fell as well. But trampling over their fallen comrades, the monsters marched on. With the next arrows, I could defeat monsters in much the same way, but paying no heed, the monsters continued to tread over them and press on. It didn't have much of a stalling effect. Using the skill. Speed. I was accelerating Porter, but even so, it looked like we were just barely going to reach the fortress. The fortress gate was open, and we need only get through it. I fired one arrow after the next, but it just looked as if the bolts were being swallowed up by the army of monsters. The fourth let his voice. It looks as if it's having not the slightest effect. There, the seventh as well. I'm sure it's doing something, more than less. Better than doing nothing, I'm sure. As he spoke, a large number of monsters were trampled, and brushing them away with a hand, a large monster leapt out. Whitefur, it was a monkey-like monster with a red face. Its long forelimbs boasted sharp claws, and revealing its fangs, it used its long limbs to rush at us. Size-wise, perhaps 5 to 6 meters. Anyways, it came at us as if it were shot out of the monster army. Pulling the silver bow, I shot an arrow, but the monster reacted immediately, moved its body just a little to the side, and while the arrow gave chase, it didn't pierce into the point I had aimed at. It pierced into its shoulder and exploded, but it didn't seem to give too much damage. I'm sure its thick white fur blocked it. Turning to look at the fortress, it was already before our eyes. I shot 2 arrows to try slowing the monkey down, but the enemy ignored them and barreled on. I returned the silver bow to jewel form, and hung it back around my neck. Malia-san sounded a little surprised. Oh, you're not using the sword? I pulled the katana at my waist, and took a stance with it in both hands. No, I do want to use it. But I wanted to try and test how this one feels. At that moment, the large-scale porter rounded the gateway, and a large and sturdy-looking gate began falling from above. But the monster took a leap, and ended up infiltrating the fortress walls. The large-scale porter took a large break to kill its momentum, the back part of its long and slender body still moving forward, causing it to take a 90-degree turn before it stopped. I jumped off the roof, and confronted the oversized monster. Getting out of Porter, Clara yelled my way. Lyle-san, it's a giant Kong. It was probably a boss monster in the labyrinth. As I tread over the ground, the red face of the giant Kong glared at me. It seems it had chosen me as its first prey. It greatly expanded its chest, and raised a war cry, as I started off towards it, drawing my gun from the holster on the back of my hip. I took a leap and pointed the gunpoint at the large, open mouth of the giant Kong. If the skin doesn't work, how about the mouth? When I pulled the trigger, a bullet shot into its mouth. Perhaps it hurt, as the giant Kong let out a strange voice. But its fishy breath built up some wind power, blowing me away a bit. In the air, I aimed at the glaring monkey's eyes, and pulled the trigger. That was the gun's 6th cartridge, so after landing, I returned it to its holster. The giant Kong closed its left eye, as blood flowed down from it. Blood also fell down the corners of its mouth, and the red face looking at me with its deep wrinkles became even more wrinkled. As I took a stance with the katana in both hands, the surrounding knights and soldiers began to gather. In their hands were guns and bows, and crossbows as well. Leave this one to me. Saying that, I stepped in, and used the skill. Up and down, to dull my enemy's movements while enhancing my own. The giant Kong tried to shake off the skill's restraints, but as I approached, it gave up and swung its left arm around. I moved to its blind left side. It was recklessly swinging that left arm about, so I went ahead, and took a horizontal swipe with the katana. Even though the blade seemed to be made of rare metal, it chipped. But the giant Kong's left arm flew off, and collided with the fortress wall. It cuts all right. I looked at the katana, and gave such an impression, but it still chipped when smelted of valuable rare metal. Its edge was made too sharp, and too fragile. If I learned how to use it, perhaps it would be different, but in my case, it would be ruined before I knew it. However, the enemy was one that boasted a robust coat of fur. If it could lop off an arm of a foe like that, perhaps it would work out. Blood scattered about, as the giant Kong hit its right fist against me. I rolled along the ground to avoid it, while cutting at its legs. As its movements gradually became worse, I jumped up, and drew a single line across its neck. The fur that could stand an explosion was cut through, and its head danced in the air as I wiped off the blood sticking to the katana. The sky was turning red, and I looked at the blade. It's at least better than a mass-produced saber, but, I muttered that as I looked at the chipped edge, and the cracks running along its breadth. Valkyrie Unit 1 came over to my side. Master, a replacement katana. From the wing-like binder on her back, she took out a spare katana as she said that. Monica came running with a similar replacement, but she stared at us with a dumbfounded expression. F for this Monica to be late. She looked considerably depressed. Letting out a sigh, I replaced the katana at my hip before issuing orders around. And I headed off towards the stairs to the top of the fortress. Strip off the monster's materials. This one will be worth some. Who's up top? Clara looked at the giant Kong and explained the dissection steps to the soldiers before turning back to me. Arya-san and Miranda-san. Alette-san should be in the dungeons. Novum-san is busy with treating the injured soldiers. Hearing that, I called out to Eva, and started my way up. Eva addressed the elves. How about it? Achievements worthy of song, are they not? She bragged. Certainly. But when we're this busy, I've no time to think up tunes. I want to hear the tales of the other ones that stood out. If it's to be made to song, then that battle just now should, no, in that case, it would end up too long. To speak of this battle, and turn it to song, the elves were conversing amongst themselves with serious expressions. A little taken aback, I headed for the top alone. Climbing the stairs, I stood atop the high point of the fortress. The third, seeing the scene around. Now then, it's a big job from here on. We've done all the preparations, so we must properly get out the results. He said. Cannon barrels were sticking out from the fortress insides. The soldiers had prepared mountains of arrows, as they held up their bows and crossbows. The knights and magicians were awaiting my orders, and an army of around 10,000 were gathered here. The fourth sounded like he was having fun. The rate of growth breaking out was exceedingly fast, so we've retreated back to the fortress much faster than anticipated. But that's all there is to it. We'll strike them down here. The fifth looked at the second wall in the distance. They faithfully pass through the gate like good Samaritans. So as long as we hold them at our gate, they're sealed in. Let's go about it without letting a single land monster through. Well, I doubt they'll get far, but not having any spills is a good thing. The second wall was equipped with 2 doors. And while the first had been broken down, the second could be closed up at any time. The seventh spoke in a serious tone. From here on is just plain work. Just crush the monsters you've sealed in. You have enough preparations to take care of that. Lyle. I gripped the jewel, and looked up at the sky. Trying to infiltrate the fortress, griffins and hippogriffs flew in with other creatures atop their backs. So they still had some aerial forces on them? But they should have used them sooner. Higher still than those monsters, Quilans racing through the sky let lightning fall from their prided horns, shooting down the flying monsters. It wasn't just a few of them. Their numbers surpassing a dozen, the Quilans looked down over the monsters. And in the distance, I could see May. She headed to the second wall, and moved the contraption to close the gate. Its closing meant the monsters trapped here no longer had anywhere to run. Having experienced growth, and lost some time, the knights and soldiers could likely display even more power than before. Malia-san spoke. So even an army of monsters is mere food to raise up your elite soldiers? Good grief, you Walt House heads sure are scary. I had no objection. Stronger than the second wall, the fortress had firm magic countermeasures in place. After that, we just had to wipe out the monsters sealed here. As I stood on the highest point of the fortress, the gazes of knights and soldiers gathered on me. Atop the fortress, a flag swayed in the wind, glittering in the rising morning sun. I held up my right hand. From here on, we shall get serious. Use all your strength to wipe out the enemy. Before the sealed monsters, the troops wrung out their voices. There protruded their fists to the heavens as their morale rose. Right. From here on is the real deal, and from here on, it will be hell. I thought, as I watched the army of monsters approaching before my eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 3. Volume 11, Chapter 18, Brother Maxim. Brother Maxim. Before the monster army that did nothing but try to press on, I raised my right hand high. Lowering it down to eye level, I raised my voice. The fortress was unlike the first or second wall, boasting a splendid construction worthy of its fortress title. I doubt it would break so easily. The knights and soldiers in the sturdy fortress, maybe a bit lacking in judgment, looked a bit relieved within its walls. First through third squadrons, fire. Our forces were divided in 4, and 3 of them shot their magic towards the large-scale army of monsters. Fire, wind, and earth came down on them, and to block it, the monsters deployed their magic shield as well. A semi-transparent yellow light rose to try and defend, but breaking through them, the magic came raining down. The opposite of our initial position. Is the oil ready? When I said that, the answer came from the one commanding the modified siege weapon inside the fortress, Clara. All clear. We can fire any time. Then scatter it flashily. Hearing my voice, barrels of oil came flying out of the fortress one after the next. They passed over we who were at the fortress' highest point, and began raining down on the monsters. After a sufficient number of barrels were fired, I. 4th Squadron, use fire attribute. A moment later, fire attribute magic was fired. A majority of it was blocked, but as long as a single portion of it was set alight, it wouldn't be a problem. The scattered barrels burst, and splattered their surroundings in oil. Once ignited, they began to blaze up. I watched the scene. Miranda, Eva. Calling out to the 2 of them, I had the magician and nightcasters step back, replacing them with elves and soldiers with guns. From the fortress walls, boosted arrows and guns were fired. The sounds of explosions and gunshots rung out as they continued coming down on the blazing monsters. And trampling over the monsters that had been rendered immobile, the next wave of monsters advanced. Prepare the cannons. On my words, the cannons breathed flames in succession. And in that space of time, the catapults and magics were prepared once more. In the fortress interior, Shannon was helping out. She was carrying out miscellaneous tasks by Novum's side, but there were crowds of injured troops around. While many knights and soldiers experienced growth and had to withdraw, it wasn't as if there wasn't anyone being injured. In pain, some had even lost an arm or a leg. God damn it, why was I? My eyes, someone turn on the lights. Mother. If there was to be another battlefield in this war, then surely she was standing on it. Or so Shannon thought as she followed behind Novum. Approaching the injured newly brought in, Novum immediately started treatment through magic. There were other magicians capable of healing magic as well, but with so many being brought in one after the next, the countermeasures couldn't catch up. Among them. Of course not. You're injured. One of the other magicians was trying to stop a patient. Shut it. I'm gonna avenge my men. I'm gonna kill every last one of those monster bastards out there. A knight with his body wrapped in bandages took his weapon in hand and tried to go out. As Shannon watched in the corner of her eye, Novum spoke as she treated another patient. Shannon-chan, bandages. Ah, yes. After she handed a bandage over, Novum disinfected the wound and wrapped it. If she handled each and every wound with magic, Novum would collapse. Once she had nimbly finished first aid, the collapsed soldier. Thank you. Spoke. Novum smiled. Don't mind it. You'll be right as rain in no time. Saying that, she stood, and headed off to the next patient being carried in. There were some who gave thanks. Upon hearing she was one of Lyle's comrades, there were some who rained her with insults. In such a place, Novum continued carrying out treatment. To Shannon, it looked as if Novum was accepting all the negative emotions as Lyle built up his fame. His other comrades were all carrying out their varied roles. Within all that, Shannon thought. Just what do I even want to do? She thought. In a room of the fortress, Adele was calculating on a table. Food and materials, with personnel placement, there were many things that had to be done. Damien was also in the room, and his maids were looking after him. While they were at it, they attended to Adele as well. Right, stressing the while they were at it part. They were still a help, so she had no complaints, but Adele. Arrows, bullets, it all flows away like water down the stream. It's strange. This is strange, our money, our gold is running far, far away, but moving men wasn't free. Calculating it all, an outrageous amount of money was circulating around. This was different from the sort of war Adele knew of. It was so different her eyes were getting teary. Seeing her like that, Damien spoke. Isn't it fine? It was someone else's money to begin with. There, Adele hit her hands against the table and used the recoil to stand. What will that thought process ever accomplish? From here on, no matter how much money we get, it won't be enough. Have you not forgotten your own research funds were someone else's money? Damien took a sip of the tea in his cup. Well, just go ask Lyle, and he'll seduce another rich lass for you. I've begun to realize it lately, you know. If Lyle sweet-talks the daughters of Bime's rich guys, then he could even move the city of Bime to his will. Hearing Damien's story, Adele's face cramped up. There's no way he could do that. And wait, even if he could, that would make Lyle no different from seals, would it not? Damien pouted. You think so? Lyle's got a strange sense of integrity, so I do think he'll properly take responsibility. See, no one will be unhappy here. Seeing him let out a dry laugh, Adele pressed a hand to her face. The misfortune falls on those concerned with those rich lasses of yours. In truth, it does seem the Tracehouse's head is considerably angry right now. Letting out a sigh, Adele turned her interest to the state of the battlefield. Her guard Maxim was also out on the field. And so she prayed he wouldn't get injured. On top of the fortress walls, Maxim took on the monsters climbing up. Wearing a metal protector over his forehead, he held up his spear and dispatched monster after monster on the fortress ground. The more he defeated, the more monster corpses piled up below, allowing more species of monsters to try climbing up. Step back, Dot. While he swung about his spear in a grand fashion, his attacks never touched an ally. He impaled a monster that climbed up, and flung him off outside the wall. The knights who carried the same role as him watched his fighting style in shock. He's strong. Who is he? A feigned knight? Hearing those voices, Maxim recalled those that had been his friends and rivals in Bonsium. I guess there's no way my name would be known in foreign lands. Just goes to show how vast the world is. His thoughts turning to his comrades defeated by seals, Maxim swung his spear. At that moment, a hippogriff started down in a nosedive. Maxim turned his left hand to the monster. Sand arm. He used a magic. It was no ordinary magic, but a magic he used so often it had cemented itself as his skill. An arm fashioned of hardened sand, boasting an appearance as if it were clad in armor. Its giant hand grasped the flying hippogriff and crushed it to death. A former knight adept in magic and spears. Maxim Danhel, back in Bonsium, he was even named among the greatest of knights. Sorry, but for milady's sake, I can't be losing. From here on, not a single one shall pass. Within a state of constant monster attack, Lyle's forces were somehow holding out. In the highest and most conspicuous point of the fortress, I took command. I transmitted between comrades connected with connection, and watched the state of the whole as I gave out orders. Which would need what number of men? Which squad to withdraw, and what timing to send reinforcements with? I was giving out those sorts of orders, but for some reason, I felt I was just acting as a relay station. I processed all the information flooding in, and put out orders based on them. Perhaps because I was in such a conspicuous point, monsters wouldn't stop targeting me. But I didn't have to raise a hand. The reason being, you're in the way, Dot. The monsters that made it to me were hit out of the walls with Monica's hammer. The monsters hit with that giant hammer fell apart in midair, and rained down in quite a horrible state. And around us, the Valkyries were also on standby. From the binders on their backs, they took out guns, and attacked the approaching monsters. Their precise marksmanship was one thing, but even if the monsters came close, they could easily deal with them. The problem is the mana. These guys consume it like crazy. My mana pool had increased, but with skills, for automatons, and a jewel, with all of them draining it from me, containing mana consumption was a crucial task. If I have to mobilize more units, I'll be rendered immobile. Short term may be fine, but I concluded that moving a number of Valkyries over a long term would be impossible. While I thought over it, Monica waved her hand at me. Did you see, chicken dickwad? The valor of Monica. Mighty in combat, almighty in housework. I'm on a different level than those degraded scraps littered around. As Monica delightfully waved her hands, the Valkyries expressionlessly pointed their gunpoints at her. I felt they would pull the trigger without the slightest hesitation. Take this seriously. Monica, don't rile them up. Valkyrie Unit 1 blatantly clicked her tongue. Che, looks like Masters saved you, scrap metal. There, Monica held up her giant hammer. Unfortunate accidents are an everyday occurrence on the battlefield. I'll scrap you, and use that scrapping as vital data for future experiments. I addressed Clara. Clara, how are things on your side? As we were bound by connection, she could see my situation as well. Next preparations are in place. Gunpowder was fine, right? As she said that, Arya butted in. Arya was inside the fortress, managing the cannons. Ready over here too. But it looks like we won't be able to fire for a while after this one. Something about washing the barrels or something. Cleaning out the cannons? Then we'll have to scatter some magic for a while. I addressed everyone. You heard her. Next we'll be using a consecutive stream of small-scale magic. There, from Miranda. It's a bit rough here. The main knights fell back. Can we send out Aletsan yet? On those words, I made a conflicted expression. Shannon, go check on her. The conversation suddenly turning to her, Shannon sounded reluctant. Ek, me? There, Novum spoke to her. Please go, Shannon-chan. And you can have a bit of a break afterwards. Reluctant as she was, Shannon went off to confirm Aletsan's condition. Shannon arrived at a special space within the fortress. It was prepared as a dungeon, but it wasn't like there were any criminals to imprison there. The dubious post-growth troops were locked up there. As Shannon set foot in. If I'm not there, everyone will. I'm begging you. Let me out of here. The time hath finally arrived to remove the seal on this left arm of mine. I don't want any more to die. Perhaps I'm done for already. Perhaps I'm no good. Taking it out on Albano, just how petty a man am I? The last one, cradling his knees as he looked at the wall, was Krite. It seems that to contrast his usual high tensions, his post-growth left him depressed. She couldn't watch. For a different reason than the injured patients, Shannon couldn't bring herself to watch. And heading to her destination cell, she found Alette tied up, rolling on the floor. It was the Knights of Lorphes. Meaning Alette's subordinates who did it. Saying they couldn't let their captain show off such a horrid state, they spun rope upon rope around her, and shoved her in a cell. Alette was left showing her back to Shannon. Are you all right? Can you come out yet? When she asked, Alette shifted her weight, and rolled to face Shannon. I'm fine. I properly have my marriage registration form with me. My preparations for a romance breaking out on the battlefield are perfect. Shannon made a fed-up expression. Hey, do you carry that around with you regularly? Alette made an exceedingly nice smile. Of course. Or so she said. Shannon thought perhaps it was hopeless. Didn't you say you didn't have it last time? 'Twas my embarrassment. I've never let it leave my hands, and I've made it easily accessible so as not to let the chance slip by. I even have spares. Shannon let out a sigh, before signaling to Lyle. It's no good. Sending the message, she began her way out of the room lined with cells. Wait. Come to think of it, there was that headband, muscular, beautiful knight, right? Could you tell me his name? I've fallen for his skill with the spear. I want him to pierce me too. Shannon turned back to Alette. You mean Maxim Neeson? But he's already got someone he likes, you know? Quite wholeheartedly. Though I have to say it'll be quite harsh given their ages. There, Alette rolled her way back against the wall. Then nay. She seemed quite depressed. At that moment, Miranda sent a voice to Shannon through connection. What are you doing, Shannon? Here's where you give her a glimmer of hope. You can make use of that hope in however many ways you want to later. Even so, she's still out of it, people with a big growth gap or so. Shannon thought. Even as her sister, how horrible, I say. And wait, Maxim Neeson's a good person, so if possible, I'd like him to get with Adelsan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 19, A Mountain of Corpses. A mountain of corpses. The piling remains of monsters reached more than halfway up the fortress walls. When you defeated some, they'd be tread over, and with the next monsters defeated as well, they'd simply keep stacking up. But I couldn't see the figure of any monsters that would pose a threat to us. The merciless attacks from the fortress, coupled with the Quailan's attacks from the sky. Sealed in without a place to run, the monsters only waited for their defeat. As that raged on, the fifth let his voice from the jewel. This lack of resistance is strange. For that giant Kong to be the only boss-class monster, it's surely not enough. The present state that could practically be called a harvest at this point felt quite insufficient. Personally, I don't want to fight anymore here. If I experienced a growth at this point, it would be a massive problem. It would become impossible for me to continue battle, and I'd be bedridden from a few days to a week. As I couldn't stay away for such a long period, since coming to the fortress, I had abstained from fighting as much as possible. It was a massive legion of monsters, but the majority of them could be called weak. The representative monster example goblins were present, but there were also a lot of insectoid monsters. After taking down their stronger ones, it really was just sealing them in and beating them down. Numbers could be a large power. But at this point, we were winning, even in numbers. And after defeating too many, a problem came out. Lyle, boosted arrows are pointless. Using normal arrows is more efficient. From Arya as well. Using cannon shells would be wasteful when they're so dispersed. Clara was the same. We can still prepare rounds on our side, but any more would be useless in my opinion. They were sharing visual information with me, so the scenery I saw from atop the fortress was visible to everyone through connections line. Seeing that, Clara also concluded that any more catapult use would hold no meaning. From the jewel, the seventh let his voice. Lyle, it's time to finish up. Blow away the front of the gate. I gripped the jewel and issued orders to Miranda. Miranda, clean out the front of the gate. Our forces will make our debut. Understood. So what about us? Should our party go out as well? When she asked something like that, I gave a no, and refused. It'll be rough even after it's over. For now, just rest. Everyone. I wanted everyone to rest. Just look at the scale of the battlefield. There was the problem of cleaning up. The fourth let his high spirits show. Now then, from here on's my turn. To turn the collected magic stones and materials into negotiation tools, we must press on efficiently. Lyle, send Monica-chan and Clara-chan around to support Adele-chan. Paperwork awaited. The battle itself was nearing its end, but we would still be busy. And we were going to collect the drops we could. Besides that, there were plenty of things that had to be done. Transporting the injured, as well as rights for the deceased. Those killed in action didn't come out as a small number. Leave the assaults command to Alette. I'm sure she'll rampage around enough to serve a diversion. There, Arya and Eva. Isn't it bad if we don't send anyone ourselves? Right. We've got to send one or two. Yep. I volunteer. I am also going out. Arya and Eva announced their candidacy, and I could guess the general reason. It was going to get busy, and it seems they had picked up that it was to be their dreaded paperwork. There, Miranda spoke. That's fine. But once you return, you're definitely helping us out as well. Her words shut them up. I could somewhat picture the two of them looking down. Smiling a bit, I looked down at the final monsters putting up resistance before the fortress. It's the end. In Bime's guild headquarters, it was a few days before the information on Fort Red Ant reached. In the guild's meeting of executives, the members looked through the facts of how a fort had been upgraded to a fortress, and of how an allied force of Zayn and Lorphys, led by Lyle, was able to take down a force 10 times their size. Participating alongside her superior, Tanya was surprised on the news as well. What should we do? Our adventurers haven't been challenging our labyrinth lately. We've insufficient magic stones and materials. We can just buy them off the two countries that attained victory. No, that was on Bime's territory. Just say the stones and materials they obtained fall under our jurisdiction, and you think that'll pass? Do it, and we will lose our credibility. The contents of the meeting pertain to Lyle and Company's victory. Going as far as to completely neglect the casualties suffered by the adventurers of Bime. Even when we've casualties of our own. When Tanya said that, her superior looked at the documents. From the East Branch, some adventurers of high evaluations. They were unlucky. For them to be in the sole point that casualties came out in. Adventurers of the East Branch had been dispatched to defend important points. But attacked by the monster that flew over Fortress Red Ant, they had been thrown into battle. They were unlucky. If it were a griffin, they'd be able to handle it. But a black, large, crow-like monster, a raven. Attacked by such a monster, the party suffered heavy casualties. Luckily enough, another party took care of it, but even so, the death toll wasn't small. Her superior watched the flow of the meeting. Well, even so, Bime is in a bit of a grave state. A large load of weapons left over. With magic stones and materials, we haven't been challenging the labyrinth for a while, so how shall we compensate? Looking at the whole, it's only a slight number, thought. Numerically, it wouldn't sting. But it wasn't a number that could be ignored. And at present, with plans falling through, a large amount of equipment remained. Tanya's superior looked at the numbers on the page. This could be that, send the equipment to Zayn and Lorfis in exchange for the stones and such. It'll likely go like that. But what shall the merchants say then? Complaining his head was hurting, the superior seemed to be thinking over future countermeasures. And Tanya affirmed once more that to the top brass, adventurers were nothing more than numbers on a page. Bime's Eastern Guild branch. Rua the receptionist didn't know what sort of face she should make. The lone adventurer that returned was heavily injured. His arm was wrapped in bandaging. It was more than clear that he had suffered a loss. It was no longer possible for him to serve as an adventurer. But more than that. It's their guild cards. I came to return them. And this was his. A beautiful ornament. At a glance, one could tell how expensive it was. The adventurer was a comrade of the one Rua had been close to. For those that didn't write wills to leave their belongings to their bereaved families, as a party member, I'm the one who's supposed to carry them on. But I thought this alone should be passed on to you. As she accepted it, she didn't feel a sense of reality. She unsteadily moved to search out the guild card copies kept by the guild. Guild cards existed in pairs, and when an adventurer passed, a cut would be made in their name. That was how the guild could confirm their deaths. As Rua searched through the guild card storage, what she found was a card with a gash through it. The name of the adventurer she was close to was scratched out. His death was certain. But? I mean, he said there was something he wanted to tell me when he got back. Sitting down on the spot, Rua let her tears fall messily over the floor. In the fortress were lined body-filled body bags. Comrades were confirming the remains and recording them. For us to reimburse the bereaved on a later date. In such a place, I stood stock still. Most of the body bags, for others to confirm the faces, had their heads out. Among them were some left in terrible states. The subordinates and superiors of these men had died in battle. Some collapsed in tears. One of the soldiers spread the drink in his hand over a body. Look, I bought this tall treat for you lot to drink. Tasty, ain't it? If you like it, then tell me, damn it. As he cried, the 30-year-old man poured wine over the body of the soldier in his teens. Around, some extended their hands to stop the man, but they had stopped themselves along the way. At a different point, those from the same village gathered. There, a youth in his teens was being comforted by those around him. Your father was a great man. A great one he was. Why yeah. Zayn and Lorfis, we had dragged in those uninvolved parties. There was the reason of paying back debt, but that was a story for the country's higher-ups. It was, quite likely, a tale these men would never feel a part of. There, I heard Maliasen's voice. Lyle, drop by the jewel for a bit. There were many sacrifices. Deaths surpassed 1,000, while injuries crossed well over 3,000. Yet within all that, I returned to my room, and transferred my mind to the jewel. In the round table room, the ancestors, their numbers had dwindled considerably, making me feel a bit of loneliness. The third stood from his seat, and turned to me. Lyle, I think now's the best time to ask. Have you decided what you want to do here on? Defeating seals is a given. Beyond that. Lyle, what you want to do? I'll just throw this out there, but say you'll take responsibility and kill yourself, and I won't forgive you. As always, he had a somewhat soft tone and expression. But from his last words, I could feel something akin to a threat. I've no intentions of dying. The fourth nodded after hearing that. The fifth spoke in regards to me. Then what will you do? Help someone make a stand? Or take a stand for yourself? Two options. But at present, my only option was the later. Aren't you being a bit sneaky here? If you look at the practical problem, we don't have an individual who could be the flag to hoist in defeating seals. Zayn's holy maiden is too weak a position. Lorfis' princess is out of the question. And there isn't such an individual in Bime, is there? The seventh nodded. He nodded, but spoke to me in a slightly cold tone. I've said it before. And it's already time for you to look ahead, and take action. Lyle, what did you think upon seeing so many corpses? What did you feel seeing those injured in battle? Did you want to run? At the very point you failed to find someone more suitable to the task than yourself, it was your fault. It's true I had the time. But I couldn't find a person to be the flag to fight seals, to fight Bonsium. The fourth spoke kindly. If there was one more suited than you, we would have told you to support them. But if you couldn't find one, then isn't that just what it means? I nodded only once, and clenched my fist. What went through my mind was the scenes of Patience Novum saw, and the lines of bodies. It was all my responsibility. If I had stayed quiet, I'm sure I'd have fought in Bime, and I'd never have to feel like this. I could have made it someone else's fault. I raised my face, and sent a look around the five. And I spoke. I'll aim for the summit. Perhaps being king would be a difficult thing, but even so, what I set my sights on is the top. That I would make a stand, that I would be the one standing at the front. When I said that, the third smiled. He didn't joke around as he usually did. I see. You've decided that of your own will, have you? Yes. I've decided it. Finally, Malia-san stood, turned to me with a serious expression, and opened her mouth. She touched her right hand to her chest, and... Lyle, surely both you and Seal shall kill many. Even if you manage to keep casualties to a minimum, it's certain you'll build up a mountain of corpses. Many enemies will die. And many of those that have chosen to follow you shall perish as well. So you must stand atop that mountain of friend and foe. Don't forget the point you're aiming for is one made of death upon death. As I nodded, Malia-san smiled. Lyle, the place you're aiming for is a point none of your ancestors have ever reached. I laughed, before turning to everyone. I'm doing it because I have to. It's not like I'm fighting because I like to. If I don't, the continent will be stormy. If I ended it as beating down Bonsium, then I'm sure the surrounding nations will chip away at its weakened state. In that case, an era of war will descend upon us. It's not like simply defeating her was the end. Thinking of what was to come later, someone had to get them all together. Seeking aid from surrounding nations, and not handing them anything in return, wouldn't leave anyone satisfied. But letting Bonsium be cut up to everyone's wills wasn't something I could overlook. And once Bonsium was shaved away and gone, new countries would have new borders. In the worst case, they'd clash over territory disputes, and war would only continue. It would take a few decades for them to calm down. No, perhaps they could dispute for centuries. Right. Since we're at it, how about we go and build up an empire? When I said that, the third laughed. Oh, nice. The fourth pushed up his glasses with his fingertips. It's not bad as an option. Even if you get Zayn and Lorphis together, melting them down will have some resistance come out. But you can't just abandon them either. The fifth didn't sound interested. But he seemed to refute my decision a bit. Why do you do such troublesome things? Lyle, you've got a personality prone to loss, I tell you. The seventh looked delighted. I see, my grandson an emperor, not bad at all. So the time has finally come for the Walt house's continental domination. I looked up at the ceiling. At that moment, Malia-san called over to me. Lyle, that decision is no joke, right? I turned my face towards her, and nodded. I told her my feelings were real. I can't really leave this job to someone else. And I definitely can't leave it to someone who'd do it because they'd like to. Continental domination may be going too far, but even so, I'll get Bonsium and its neighbors in order. I mean, I'm a man of the Walt house after all. And I'm right in the mood for some exploits that don't fall short of my ancestors. When I joked around, Malia-san laughed to herself. But she looked a little sorrowful as well. That path is a grim one. You've already lost the road home, but are you sure? I mind it not. I see. Then we've got to support you with all we've got. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 20, Post-War Process. Post-war process. Outside the fortress, we cast large quantities of monsters into a large hole, and burned them. We stripped off all usable materials, and recovered magic stones. But for those that suffered heavy damage, we had to ignore the materials, and collect only the stones. The knights and magicians poured oil in the hole, and set it alight. While the smoke rose to the sky, I wore a mask to inspect the process as I spoke with Aletsan. As we walked side by side, there were some soldiers who greeted me as we passed. Among them, soldiers who blatantly clicked their tongues at me. The dissatisfaction of the knights and soldiers of Lorphis was considerable, it seems. Aletsan apologized. Sorry. Quite a few of them understand it in their heads, but their feelings don't agree. I lightly shook my head to the side. I don't mind. I've done enough to deserve it, after all. Now then, continuing our talk. Division of the stones and materials, was it? We'll take the giant Kong, but everything else can be split with you and Zayn, 50-50. Is that all right? There, Aletsan looked at me, her face warping a little. We're fine with that, but in that case, you'll lose out on your share. Our side was estimating 30 to 40%, just to let you know. Both Zayn and Lorphes likely wanted the magic stones and materials enough to sprout hands from their throats. Because they wouldn't have to buy them off from Bime. Yeah, I'll accept a few on my side. The giant Kong's magic stone was of considerable quality, it seems, and with the materials in my hands as well, I've earned more than planned, so there isn't a problem. It was true, but that wasn't all. In truth, my wallet was stuffed with merchant backing, starting with the Trace House. Even after putting out condolence money, I would have some left over. On top of that, Zayn and Lorphes would require large amounts of stones and materials soon. Well, I've already discussed it with Lonbolt-san and Gaston-san, so don't worry about it. Just split it in half, and head home. Oh, and please don't dispute about it. When I joked around, Alette-san let out a sigh. You think we have that sort of strength left in us? Once we've finished up here, the main force is returning to the country. I want to get them back quickly. Because the movements of Galleria and Russworth are bothering me. They were two countries boasting equal, or greater national power than Zayn and Lorphes. For countries of about the same scale. That was the current state of Bime's surroundings. Are they warring especially hard? When we sent out scouts, it seems it wasn't just skirmishes. They're truly monsters, it seems. Both parties have their female leaders at the forefront of every battle, so there's little a gap. Good grief, in that case, it would have been better we left Selva in between us. I could only give a bitter smile. Perhaps noticing my sarcasm, Alette-san apologized again. Sorry. That wasn't my intent. It's all right. Now then, let's start preparing. I'm sure the folks from Bime will come to buy off our magic stones soon, after all of it. Why Bime? And what do you mean they'll come to buy them off? Seeing Alette-san's confusion, I grinned, laughed, and explained. At Bime's guild headquarters, Gaston and Lonbolt were carrying out an intense back and forth. Gaston's face was bright red. What is the meaning of this, asking us to hand over the magic stones and materials we risked our lives to obtain? And saying you'll pay nothing to retake control of the fortress that prevented the advance of such an army of evil is simply too much. Bime's executive personnel heard out his piece with bitter sentiment. They had arbitrarily butted in to participate, and now they were saying they wouldn't sell the magic stones and materials. They likely planned to take them home, and use them in their countries. But the executive staff didn't think the knights and soldiers of both countries would return alive. That fact had largely twisted their plans. The merchants were quite forceful in their demand for the guild to somehow dispose of the equipment that had been left over. One of the executives spoke. Then how about trading for arms and armor? I'm sure your side has lost much equipment, so if it's now, we'll accept around this. When he displayed a conversion rate, it was Lonbolt's turn to let his body go right up to the head, with an expression like that of a boiling octopus. The reward we attained from fighting with our lives on the line can only be traded for so little? What's more, where we fall short, we'll have to pay with gold, you say? The executive immediately apologized. And no, that is a misunderstanding. I understand. Then magic stones of this amount, how about this much? The rate was immediately altered, but the two men weren't satisfied. Even in normal times, these rates would be strange. Are you taking us for fools? We didn't need any equipment from the start. The magic stones and materials are plenty. For the guild's executive officers, it would be troublesome if the two counties made off with them. Of all else, they had refrained from getting their hands on a week's worth of monster drops, and the resources they had saved up had been exchanged to weapons. Meaning they had suddenly fallen into a dearth of magic stones and monster parts. At the rate, problems would surface across the branches, so the executive staff looked amongst themselves. In that case, we shall annul any remaining debt of both your countries. On top of that, an exchange with the weapons we have in store. How does that sound? Also, this is our final concession. To the serious faces of the executives, Gaston and Lonbolt made vexed faces. But the guild personnel thought. Even if they act tough, the national power to oppose Bime isn't something either of their countries possesses. When Gaston nodded, Lonbolt reluctantly nodded as well. But then Gaston. But giving it all would be troublesome on our side. At the very least, I'd like you to leave it at taking 70% of what we've reaped. Lonbolt was the same. For us as well. Having nothing left at all is out of the discussion. Even after returning to the country, I won't be able to persuade a soul. The guild executives, after crunching some numbers, determined they would be able to somehow overcome the present situation, before smiling and nodding. Very well. From the portion taken by both your countries, Bime shall take over 70%. We shall prepare the weapons and armor on our side, and I'm sure you'd like to confirm it, so all you need do is send men to pick it up. Hearing that, Lyle looked annoyed. All you're saying is that you'll have us shoulder the transportation costs. An executive smiled wide. No, this is only because a quantity check is necessary. You wouldn't want twice the effort, would you? The executives, Gaston, and Lyle looked over the forms written up. And after confirming their contents, they signed them. Bime's side was smiling, while Gaston and Lyle looked down with their shoulders shaking. The executive personnel were certain they were considerably irritated. Behind the two who were thought to be vexed at the outcome, in the clothes of Zayn's temple maidens, stood May. A few days later, soldiers and mercenaries of Bime set to be stationed at the fortress dropped by. But besides them, mercenaries hired to recover stones and materials, as well as transport squads were sent in large numbers. The important-looking existences called the Free Knights of Bime came to the fortress, and lined up before us as we sat in the chairs of the commander's room. Good work with defense. Henceforth, this fortress shall come back under Bime's management. You can return at once if you so desire. Me, Aletsan, and Noisan. The three of us were side by side. You can return at once pretty much meant get out of here already. Also, this is the decision of your superiors. 70% of the magic stones and materials will be conceded to Bime. You've my thanks for making it easier by neatly dividing and sorting them. Before the new commander of the fortress, who was purposely trying to rile us up, the third spoke after bursting into laughter. This one's no good. While we're at it, should we get him demoted as well? It's best the commander here be a proficient one. Malia-san agreed as she giggled. I'm also for it. Now then, how shall we kick him of that high seat he's sitting in? As approval circled around, they immediately devised a means to kick him out on the spot. These guys' personalities are way too terrible. As I thought that, the Free Knight. Also, leave behind the cannons that performed so well in battle. It'll just be a bother for you to carry them back to Bime, after all. You can't even use them there, right? We shall put them to better use. I was dumbfounded. Noisan couldn't stay quiet at that one. That's simply too much. Those cannons are. It's fine. I stopped Noisan and shook my head. To the end, before the newly appointed commander, I had to play the part of a single adventurer of weak standing. But I could hear the fifth contain his laughter. See, could it be this one is actually trying to be considerate of us? The fourth gave a grand laugh as well. He's so kind I'm being moved to tears. He's incompetent, but this is a miracle. I don't think I'll actually forget his face. I looked at the commander. You're telling us to leave the cannons, correct? Exactly. Taking something like that to the city will be nothing but trouble. But you've sure put them to good use. For that alone, I don't mind commending you. There, the seventh gave a delightful voice. And I don't mind commending your actions. A splendid man. For you to offer material to get you kicked out of office of your own accord, you really have a form of talent there. From our eyes, that is. Understood. Well then, we've preparations to make. Watching us regretfully leave the room, the fortress' new commander haughtily stretched himself over the chair in satisfaction. By the way, I was also quite satisfied. But 70%, is it? I was prepared for 80 to 90, but I wonder if Gaston-san and company were able to do well. Leaving the fortress behind us, we returned to Bime. I immediately brought my feet to the Trace House's door. I had to make rounds to all the houses that backed us, but there was also something I had to report to Vera. When I entered the mansion, Vera raced over. Lyle. You're not injured, right? If you are, I won't forgive you. Accepting her embrace, I gave a bitter smile. In the mansion's entrance hall were her younger sister Gina, and Gina's boyfriend Roland, watching us from a little ways away. Malia-san perhaps surveying the surroundings. Fidel-san isn't here. It's a bit of a shame. I wanted to fan his flames before his eyes again. You can't imagine how many moves and lines I've thought up for that. The third spoke as if to console her. It's all right. We've got as many chances to stir him up as we want, from here on. Anyways, a single father-in-law is enough to make his rage cross the limit, so I can't wait to see what you've got. These ones really do have terrible personalities. And I made an apologetic face to Vera. In all seriousness, I really was sorry. The ancestors convinced me to concede the cannon to that Commander Free Knight, so I followed along. I'm sorry, well, I couldn't take the cannons back. Bime's Free Knight said to leave them at the fortress, and guns and gunpowder as well. I'm sorry. There, Vera burst into rage. I don't care about something like that. I can just have more made. You're safe, and that's enough. Or were there any other injured? When I said there weren't any serious injuries among my party members, she looked relieved. Seeing the scene, the fourth. Yep, I think Vera-chan resembles my wife, just a bit. The fifth spoke nostalgically. This thorny kindness definitely does remind me of Mama. He said. And the seventh opened his mouth, enjoying himself. Now then, from here on is the fun part. I never thought the day would come for me to give thanks to Bime's adventurers and merchants. Lyle, it's fun time. Ignoring the high-tension ancestors, I told Vera the gist of our defensive war. At the guild's main headquarters, taking his subordinates along, Fidel slammed a document down on the table. His opponents, the guild's executive personnel, were shaking before one of the top merchants of the city. Fidel had heard the circumstances from Vera, and marched straight to the ones that had dispatched that free night, Bime's Adventurers Guild headquarters. The forms were proof that the cannon and heavy weaponry had been borrowed from Fidel. Thinking it would be a pain if Lyle was going to be reluctant to return them, the man had personally written them up himself. Did you read them? Now read them again, and keep reading until you're sure there are no problems. This isn't just as a merchant, it's something you all need to keep mindful of as well. The guild executives sat in their chairs, and tried making themselves look smaller. Even if he didn't know, for a free night to thoughtlessly do something like this. In regards to the executives that had begun to make excuses, Fidel erupted. His mind remained calm, but he let his expression fill with rage. Who told you to give an excuse? What I'm asking is how you plan to take responsibility. Just how much value do you think your excuses hold? The executives were likely loathing those free knights they had dispatched already. Even if they were called knights, they were former soldiers and adventurers. The guild took care of such management, while merchants could hold private armies and maintain military power separately. Meaning the guild had basically unlawfully seized the equipment of Fidel's own private army. The executives all apologized at once. We offer our deepest apologies. We shall retrieve and deliver it at once. But Fidel wasn't satisfied. That was something loaded onto one of our company's ships. You mean for us to sail the seas unarmed? I'm sure you'll reimburse me for the loss I'll face in their absence, right? I was preparing to set out as soon as I heard the borrower had returned, yet it turns out it wasn't broken, but stolen. Of course, there's a problem with the one I lent it to, but you also have fault for stealing it. The contract held that if Lyle broke them on the battlefield, he wouldn't have to pay reparations. Fidel thought something like that wasn't much a problem. But if he could squeeze money out of another party, it was a different story. What's more, this time, the guild hadn't been of any use. He had his dissatisfactions at them, and his actions also had the meaning of getting back at them. One of the executives. We will take charge of your losses on our side. And Fidel spoke in discontentment. He was more a thief or bandit than a commander, but is he really worthy of commanding Fortress Red Ant? It doesn't look that way to me. How about you try sending someone a little more decent next time? That's an important transport point. I think it'll be too late once a problem's already happened. The guild staff immediately replied. Yes. We'll send talented personnel at once. The dispatched commander will receive a harsh penalty, so could this matter be? Very well. But having others know I was stolen from will have them make light of me. Won't the guild be troubled by strange rumors too? That is true. With those words, Fidel made a smile. Yes, I'm sure. I'm sure, so, sign this form. When he took out another document, the executive officers' faces stiffened. Let's make it that I sold it to you. Use the cannons and guns for the fortress defense. In exchange, I'll have 12 new cannons and guns made for my ships, and the guild will shoulder the cost. The true number of cannons handed off at the fortress was 10. There wasn't a man here that knew that fact, so they silently nodded. Watching the guild officer sign, Fidel nodded with a smile. There really were a lot of problems this time around. But I don't mean to condemn you all for it. In the next meeting, I'll advocate for you. There, they gave their thanks. Thank you for your consideration. Just how can I thank the Trace House? I'll definitely return the favor. We will prepare the funds at once. Inside, Fidel thought. More than this lot, that gigolo puts up a greater resistance. Rather, that damn gigolo really survived, he's got the tenacity of a cockroach. As I walked through Bime's streets with Eva, I recalled the previous events, and made a tired expression. Putting my right hand to left shoulder, I lightly turned my head. I can't get used to that atmosphere back there. The scene I remembered was being surrounded by elves, and interrogated on my life experiences and sentiment on the battlefield. I couldn't help but wonder just where their zeal was coming from. After talking quite a bit, I paid the elf tribes that had taken part, and saw off their departure from Bime. I'm sure the traveling elf troops that joined in would avoid Bonsium and spread around the continent in no time. Eva delightedly walked to my side. Did something good happen? She stopped in her tracks, and made a pose as she spun around. She was a beauty, so it made for a pretty picture, but the surrounding people stopped, looked at her, and laughed. The truth is, a number of my songs are entering the market. As a daughter of the Nihil tribe leading the elves, my name shall be carved onto the slate of history. Rather than feel embarrassed at having her name come out, it seems she felt quite delighted. The fact her personality was the polar opposite of mine made a cynical smile emerge on my face. Letting out a sigh, I walked with Eva towards the mansion. Well, as long as the rumors spread, all's well. She sent a wink at me. It's all right. This time's events were flashy and historic, and what's more, we even paid travel expenses and rewards, so I'm sure they'll happily spread the tale. But up to now, you always said you didn't want to be sung of or recited, so what's with the sudden change of heart? As Eva tilted her head, I looked up at the sky. Well, it became necessary, so I put it to action. That's all it is. But, maybe you really will be telling my hero's tale someday. When I quietly said it below audible level, Eva grabbed my shoulders and pulled. Hey, what is it? Say it properly. Don't leave me hanging. Pulled by Eva, I laughed, before taking her hand and leading her all the way to the mansion. Millie IA, #for all Lyle receiving cockroach treatment. I cannot forgive it. Third generation head, for all, quite right, lol, so next time, we're riling him especially hard, lol. Millie IA. Asterisk for all, I just can't wait, lol, and wait, the people of Bime are so kind, it's bringing tears to my eyes. Fourth generation head, @ for all at its true. They give us equipment and money for free. On top of that, they even give us fame. Speak ill of them, and the goddess will punish you, lol. Fifth generation head, no, it really is true. Just how much do they plan on contributing to us? They do it even if they hate us. Seventh generation head, but in the end, we'll definitely be parasiting, no, I mean policing them. There's not a hint of compassion in that. Lyle, . Oh, it's a good thing I didn't have a growth this time, but all I did today was tattle to Vera, the one who really moved was Fidel. This is bad, I really am becoming a gigolo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11 Epilogue. TL, we're finally 4/7 through. Epilogue. Bime opened a party to commemorate the war. It was something opened for a multitude of reasons. Bime had barely fought at all, but it was mainly open to show that this was Bime's victory, and not anyone else's. The guild's executives took part. And the merchants. The famous mercenary brigade chiefs. Within all that, I was participating with Vera. The other members were on standby at the mansion. The reason being we weren't invited. When I presented myself as Vera's company, surrounding eyes gathered on me. In the corner of an annoyed Fidelsan's field of vision, I flirted with Vera by the ancestors' instructions to fan the man's flames. This is tasty. When I took a bite of the food, Vera looked just a little fed up. The reason was the surrounding reactions. They hadn't thought I would be attending, so I was attracting an excessive amount of attention, and yet no one tried to call out to me. Good grief. When I thought it strange that you said you wanted to come, why are you even here? You're not enjoying this at all, are you, Lyle? The atmosphere was different from Zayn's victory party, and all the food and drink lined up were high-class articles. I looked at them. No, I just wanted to see the latent power of Bime. Even after wasting so much money, still having this extent of financial leisure is just strange, isn't it? The fourth in the jewel agreed. Exactly. It means we have to keep on wringing them out. And wringing them out isn't exactly an easy task. Well, they ignored all the efforts of we who did most of it, and opened up a party, so wanting to tease them was half my reason for being here. And accompanying Vera into the hall to rile Fidel up was the other half. If you wanted a bit of a more meaningful meaning, it was a provocative action towards Bime. What could this be? From Bime's point of view, am I a plague of misfortune? The one who succeeded in defending the fort everyone thought impossible, and brought loss to Bime was me. They had stocked up a large amount of equipment, but the majority of that was traded for magic stones and materials with Zayn and Lorphes, so the problem was solved. But even those actions weren't by any means a serious blow to the city. Because Bime had the power to retake their losses at a moment's notice. In the corner of Fidel San's eye, as he talked with another merchant, I grasped Vera's hand. He continued chatting amiably, but seeing his behavior, the third burst into laughter. He's taking glances this way. He's definitely mindful of us. While I was provoking the surroundings and enjoying the party, a merchant-esque young man approached with a smile. I had seen the young man, who gave off a refreshing vibe, somewhere. He looked at me. If it isn't the Holy Knight. I've heard of your performance in this time's defensive war. Did my house's support prove of any help? He was one related to a house that backed us. Son and heir. No wonder I had seen his face somewhere before, I thought, as I returned the smile. Yes. Because of it, we were able to attain victory. You have my thanks. I earnestly gave my gratitude. After that, he went into some idle banter, keeping watchful of his surroundings. Meaning? My house properly supported the victor, he wants to show off. But the ancestors wouldn't let this chance slip by. Malia-san spoke. Lyle, grab Verachan's hand in a way this youth can see. Grab it like a lover. With your palms held together. I abided the orders of the excited woman, gripping Vera's hand as per instruction. When I wondered what she had in mind, the young man looked between me and Vera. Oh my, it looks like I'm in the way here. My apologies. Do you get along well with the Trace House's young miss? When the youth asked that, the fifth let his voice. Oh, looks like it's time for father-in-law's entrance. The one who raised a laughing voice as he stretched and came our way was Fidel-san. He had been watching us and couldn't take it anymore. Either that, or he finally managed to slip away from the party participants that had gathered around him. Coming up to us. Vera, it's fine and all to introduce your friends, but aren't you getting a bit too close? To his daughter with a smile. And to me with a smile and cold eyes. I offered my greetings. Of course not, father-in-law. There, Fidel-san stepped on my foot in a way no one around could see. The seventh in the jewel shouted out. Bastard! What are you doing to Lyle? This isn't going to end with simple riling. Being stepped on did hurt some, but it wasn't something I couldn't endure. The young man sensed the atmosphere and took his leave with a smile. Fidel-san spoke in a low voice so no one else could hear. Brat, don't get in over yourself. I can crush one like you underfoot whenever I want. Just like this. He started putting power into his foot, but suddenly broke into a cold sweat. Looking down, I saw Vera's heel was pushing into Fidel-san's shoe. Vera, you're hurting your father. Watching him maintain his expression, I thought, as expected of him. Vera was smiling as well. Then how about moving that foot of yours? And if you're crushing Lyle, that means making an enemy of me as well. Removing his foot from me, he freed himself of the heel piercing into his own. An impression was left on his leather shoes. Vera, you've got to rethink it. This guy's no good. I can't forgive him as a man. In the first place, he's the sort of guy who lives in a mansion surrounded by over 10 other women. Just what do you like about him? In the party hall, I wasn't the only one attracting stares anymore. Those around were curious of my relation with the Trace House, as I felt some fleeting glances being directed at us. There, someone who seemed to be a guild executive made his appearance. But not of the headquarters, likely from one of the branches. He looked over us. If it isn't Fidel Dano. Were you an acquaintance of Lyle Dano? I could understand he was being wary. With the skills. All, search. I could feel the vigilance of his guards, and while they were hiding it, the hostility they directed. Making sure they could see it, I subtly showed off my hand linked with Vera's. Yes, they've aided us greatly this time as well. The fact we could win was only possible because of the Trace House, I say. I purposely emphasized the as well, as I sent a glance at Fidel-san. I didn't know if he was annoyed at it, but his expression didn't fall apart. It is a pleasure to hear you say it. By the way, I hear it's been quite an ordeal at the South Branch, right? Based on Fidel-san's words, the other party was part of the South Branch's management. The South Branch was the one specializing in mercenary brigades. The man shrugged his shoulders. If we hire mercenaries, but don't get the results, there's little to be earned. We were enthusiastic about slaying a large force of monsters this time, but someone got in our way, after all, but... His reaction flickered from yellow to red for an instant. I looked at him with a smile. Well, that's unfortunate. If you didn't stay holed up here, and dropped by the fortress, I'm sure you'd have made a bit. I provoked him. A cold sweat was breaking out on my back, but the one who recommended it was, naturally enough, the ancestors. The seventh was especially on board. Lyle, give it to him straight. That if you're too much a coward, it's only natural you don't make money. While you're at it, tell him to do a better job of concealing his malice. And finally, rile him up. Rile him up more. In regards to the executive charged with getting the mercenaries together, the seventh was especially strong-willed. At a voice level he could hear. You should really work on hiding your malice there. And your guard beside you has been acting much too mindful of me. When I said that with a smile, the South Branch executive's expression didn't change. I wonder what you could be talking about. Could it be you're tired out from battle? Then instead of showing up in a place like this, shouldn't you be getting some rest? Something of that extent wouldn't work anyone up. While his surface expression was smoothed over, I could tell my opponent was holding back. With the sixth skill search, the South Branch executive's guards had turned bright red. Other than them, there were quite a few who were now directing hostility at me. Why did I come here again? It's definitely strange to attend if all I really wanted to do was rile everyone up. Until the party ended, I pretended to enjoy its events with Vera. The next day, I had headed back for the mansion when old Latarda's grandson Gulls barged in early in the morning and cried out. In front of the large storehouse in the mansion's yard, he appealed to old Latarda in tears. Please come back, Grandpa. An order came in from the trace house for 12 whole cannons. We're all worn out, yet they're telling us to hurry. What's more, guns as well. We'll never make it in time. It seems the equipment I left at the fortress was bringing trouble to Latarda's smithery. Emerging in a tank top, perhaps he had been brushing his teeth, as old Latarda had a cup and brush in his hands. But with a smile. Sorry, but the time has come for me to live by my hobbies. To be blunt, the time has come for me to toss all my responsibility, no, I mean to leave the shop to my stepson. So go tell the lad. It's already your generation. It was a radiant smile. Honestly, throwing all his work to his stepson, and living by his hobbies, even for an amazing craftsman, how cruel. I watched the scene from a window on the first floor, and Gulls yelled again. There was a wooden crate by his side, and it seems he had brought some sort of parcel along. Oi, Grandpa. You just said toss all responsibility, didn't you? I'm begging you, come back. We really won't finish in time. Old Latarda happily stuck up his thumb. Do your best. Having work to do is a good thing. And such an environment is just what you need to polish your skills, so it'll all work out. Gramps. It's because you took on a strange request that it came to this. Can't you at least tell the trace house head to do something about the date he set? Watching him on the verge of tears, I thought I had done a bad thing. But even seeing his grandson like that, old Latarda seemed more interested in the contents of the crate. So what's that? Gulls also sent his gaze at the wooden crate. After letting out a sigh, he opened it. I serviced the katanas he returned. And I also brought some new ones I made. And wait, do I really have to continue this request? There's a mountain of work to do. Old Latarda took a katana from the crate, drew it, closed one eye, and inspected it. Looks better than the last ones you made. Well, it's good to be devoted to a task for a while. I'll put in a word to that fidel whelp. But this is definitely completely different from a saber. It seems he didn't believe Monica's words that it was similar enough. I'm begging you. Rather, I don't have any time left to spare, so making more is impossible, I tell you. Could you talk to the requester too? When Gulls finished his business, he left the mansion. Noticing me watching, Latarda beckoned me out. Accepting the service katanas I used in battle, and the new ones, I tested their feel. The new katana's blade was made shorter, making it easier to swing around. I tried swinging it in the yard. The handle was finally modified for two-handed use, making it easier to handle. Watching my actions, old Latarda took a memo of the points that caught his attention. It was made just per that young lady's instructions, but this is an easy weapon to break. Even with rare metal, using magic iron is completely useless. My audience as I practiced with the katana included Damien as well. He came out of the storehouse, tended to buy the maids, and looked in my directions. Rather than the katana, he had something to ask in regards to the Valkyries. More importantly, it's about those 3 units. Their maintenance is surprisingly troublesome. From next time onwards, I plan to simplify and mass produce, but do you have any requests? Maybe Damien wanted the data he could get from the Valkyrie series, as he was quite proactive on the project. In truth, the Valkyrie development was a large step forward in his research. Then could you contain the mana consumption? If there are too many of them, the mana drain isn't something to make light of. There, Damien put his hand to his chin and thought. In that case, they'll need to be supplied through different means. Just where on their bodies could I put a device like that? Hearing that, old Latarda offered his take. Can't it just be external? Right. The two of them burst into laughter, before returning to the storehouse together. It seems a new idea had been born. They went right to work. I saw off the backs of the 3 automatons following them. Latardas started living here as if it were natural. I said. Scratching my head in the empty yard, I looked up at the sky. Guess I should go ask some things in the jewel today. Within the jewel, I entered my own room of memories. As always, Malia-san came along. I went to meet with Septem, but this time the metropolis was in considerable ruin. Walking down the street, the thin and weakened people leaned and sat against the walls of the buildings. Malia-san walked up front. I winced at the sights even worse than the last time. Why did it come to this? I knew the reason. And while I knew it would happen, I hadn't even imagined it would be as bad as this. Couldn't they have done something before it all came to this? I couldn't help but wonder. Malia-san spoke. It's because Septem-sama was supporting everything alone. She tried raising up magician apprentices, but they couldn't bring themselves to serve the people as devotedly as she. Eventually, they chose to abandon the people who could never bring themselves to do anything, and disappeared. And those that had learned magic brought their techniques to other lands. Malia-san said it was the start of the nobility. Like that, the magicians who attained magic took this city's tale as a warning, and established their own knowledge. Leaving descendants with more proficient ones each generation, they polished their magic tech as much as they could. A new ruling class came onto the stage. It was the start of us nobles. The nobles up to then hadn't been definite magicians, but this brought about the phenomenon that magic itself was the proof of nobility. Septem-san's mansion had rotted away, and a portion of the roof had disappeared. Walking through its halls, I could see the sky, covered by a gray sheet of clouds. Malia-san spoke. Among the generations of Septem-samus, she was a powerful one. Too powerful. And too kind to an extent she ruined everything. She birthed the result of a more advanced form of magic spreading through the continent. When we entered Septem-san's room, the bed had rotten through, and a Septem-san that wasn't an old woman was sitting in a chair. A young girl sat, noticed us, and called out. The air she gave off was definitely Septem-san's. But her voice was still young. Oh my, you truly do have the worst timing. A little longer, and it would have looped back to the village. When Septem-san said that, I gave a bitter smile. Anne? I have something I want to ask. What could it be? I asked what had been on my mind for a while. It was how Agrissa was defeated. 300 years ago, Agrissa was defeated. She sure was. But the method used to defeat her was never recorded. In order to stop seals, we can't help but want to know the means used to defeat Agrissa. Seeing my serious expression, the young Septem-san made a bit of a troubled face. Did she think we wouldn't be able to do it ourselves? When I thought that, she opened her mouth. I'm sorry, but Agrissa could create skills. And the body to use them as well. I can't even imagine what sorts of skills she held. Maybe she could handle everything, but, with those words, Septem-san stood from her seat, and stood before me. You read the same, Lyle. I am? Septem-san smiled. She smiled, and spoke of how much a wonder my very existence was. Your ancestors all held the blue jewel, and passed down their skills. Over their lives, their bodies changed to specialize in support class skills. Having inherited it all, in a sense, it's only natural that your body excels in using support skills. Because of the gem the first bought at a discount, it became easy for we of the Walt house to manifest support class skills, and to make them more powerful. Generation over generation, a bloodline polished to support. Lyle, your experience and connection are skills that didn't originally exist. They appear completely different, yet they share a common point. What you who was always stolen from would seek out, experience, a skill to let you gain much more experience, meaning to build up strength for the distant future. Connection allows many to share their experience of the present. Even I can't tell what your third stage will be, but I'm sure it should be linked to the past. I thought my skills were all over the place without a common point. But it seems they had the same base of experience. It kinda seems strange that the past is the last one. Wouldn't it have been better the other way around? Septem-san laughed. Right. But the current you already has the knowledge and experience of your ancestors of the past in your hands, and you're dealing with their weapons in the present. What's more, you're trying to obtain the future. The opposite of your skill. If you do plan to win against seals, perhaps your own skill will be the key. I thought a little. If my skill was one that didn't originally exist, then even Agrissa and seals shouldn't have knowledge of it. It truly might be an important key for victory. There, Malia-san hit against her shoulders. Turning, I saw Malia-san was staring at Septim-san. And when I looked back at her, it seems the jewel believes this is the end of what I'm to tell you. Septim-san was wrapped in light. The surrounding scene dissolved into grains of gold, disappearing as if blown away by the wind. Hey! I still have things I want to ask. Septim-san shook her head. Then asked the next person. And, while my words are uncertain, the jewel knows the truth. It seems it just wasn't my role to tell you those answers. Still with a smile, Septim-san faded to golden grains and disappeared. I reached out my hand, but couldn't touch anything. But I could hear her voice. It's all right. The next person will teach you. Do your best, descendant of mine. I heard her laugh to herself, as in my days, I found myself in the round table meeting room before I had even realized it. I see, so I carried Septim-san's blood as well. It was natural, but I had forgotten that truth. That seals inherited the memories of Septim meant that Septim-san's blood flowed through my veins as well. Malia-san was a little amazed. Good grief, you didn't even notice that? But when I'm usually talking with the ancestors, I get the feeling, so I really am descended from these guys. To put it the other way, I couldn't really imagine anyone else in that role. Malia-san spoke to me kindly. Up to your birth, it only natural that many people were involved. It wasn't just the Walt house. The clans of their wives are all part of it as well. Even without direct relations, many gears of fate turned for you to exist. At first it had sounded outrageous, but now I noticed it was only natural. It wasn't just me. All humans were like that. I'd never really thought about it. Right? Now then, I wonder what the next person will be like. I hope they'll be fun. From her tone of voice, it seems Malia-san already knew. Come to think of it, this person was so carefree I've forgotten it lately, but she was the jewel's guide, was she? This time, Septim-san taught me a lot. About magic. About skills. About goddesses. And about Novum as well. The fact that I have fate with the goddesses could be because I carry Septim-san's blood, couldn't it? And the gem the Walt house just happened to buy made a body specialized in the use of support class skills. I got to learn about that. That may be one of the reasons for the ancestors' potent array of skills. In that case, gems will get a new value on the market. I had quite a lot to think about, but it wasn't going to come together at once. I turned back to the round table to find the ancestors looking my way. The third spoke in his usual smile. Were there any developments? He asked me. The fourth removed his glasses and wiped off the lenses. By your current disposition, I'm to assume the plug's been pulled on your conversations with Septim. Now then, how about you let us hear it too? The fifth looked as uninterested as ever, but when he looked at me, well, just talk about it. It'll be much easier than holding it up in yourself. Or so he said. These days, I've come to understand the fifth just a little more. His usual uninterested air was something similar to hiding his embarrassment. The seventh turned his gaze from me to Malia-san. Come to think of it, Auntie was supposed to be a guide, for argument's sake. She kept getting rowdy with the third, so I had forgotten. The terrible nature of two personalities attracts. He spoke ill of Malia-san with a smile, but he never got to finish those words. Malia-san, who was supposed to be beside me, pounded her fist into his face with a smile. Just when did she move? And surprisingly, Malia-san began to look quite powerful in my eyes. Her frail impression was blown away. No, I never had such an impression to start with. Oh, Broad, you troublemaker. You're making your big sister Millie-ia angry. Even when you used to be so cute. The seventh held his nose. I've forgotten that past. He said. Malia-san looked a little fed up as she shrugged her shoulders. Same as always, I see. Well, as my brother's son, I'm sure you've got quite a few harsh memories. It seems the seventh was holding in a bit. I never felt anything like that while he was alive. But within the jewel, he said quite a few things that caught my interest. He seemed to have something towards the sixth that had morphed into stubbornness. There, Malia-san looked at the fifth's face. When the fifth noticed her. What? Father, since you're here, show Lyle your memory. See, there's still an important portion you haven't shown him, right? After making a blatantly reluctant face, he refused in all seriousness. I refuse. In the first place, my memories are irrelevant to the boy. For now, we should prioritize efficiency. Malia-san spoke with a smile. I think it's important. It's something Lyle will need from here on, and more than anything, you do feel some responsibility, don't you? That went up to your point, the Walt house had aimed for a warm household, but you crushed it all in your generation. The fifth stood, and returned to his room of memories. I made him angry. She stuck out her tongue a bit, and closed one eye as she said that, but her expression was just a bit sorrowful. The fourth looked curious. More than that, it seems he had an idea of what it was. I don't think it's a good thing to reveal the secrets someone's trying to hide. Even so, do you want Lyle to know? Malia-san nodded. After nodding, she sent a look to the seventh. In Bime's neighboring land, an army of Bonsia marched. The knights that entered the capital destroyed by monsters dispersed, and began eliminating the remaining monsters. The land they had newly acquired was to become a land under direct Bonsemian control. Eventually, perhaps someone would be awarded the territory as a reward for their achievements. Within all of that, a report came to the general, who's made a base out of a building that was still usable. General. According to the scouts who went out in Bime's direction, Bime is still safe. They turned one of their important points to a fortress, and managed to hold back the monsters. Hearing that, the general laughed. Well, isn't that amazing? As expected, Bime didn't fall. Well, having them fall would be troublesome. If we had to march and reclaim that far, my bones would break. Also, we still have commerce with them, so having them fall will be a pain in various ways. The middle-aged general sat in his chair, finishing up his mountain of paperwork with a grin. The knight who reported seemed quite curious. General, this time Soldier Dispatch seemed considerably content. There, the general looked at the knight's face before nodded. His probing eyes did bother the knight, but the general stopped his working hands, stood from his seat, and looked out the window. Out there, the scene of the city destroyed by monsters unfolded. Well, it's a job anyone would hate to do. But if it's a job that lets me get away from the center of it, then I'm thankful. You're not from Central, are you? On the general's words, the knight nodded. Yes. I was raised in a village a little away from Central. It was declared that this time's expedition wouldn't be using Central's knights, so we were kinda scraped together. After laughing a little, the general. Yeah, that's what I had them do. I sought out subordinates as unrelated to Central and the current royal faction as I could. The knight tilted his head. Thinking he didn't understand, the general gave a bitter smile. Your response troubles me. But just know I wanted subordinates like that. Stay in Central, and you'll get to think that way whether you like it or not. Now then, back to work. When I'm not in Central, everything just feels nice and easy. Still holding questions towards the general's speech and conduct, the knight left the room. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11 Postscript Theater. http://mypage.swostud.com/mypage blog/view/useriD/2183766/blog key/1190730/. Volume 11 Postscript Theater. Let's play a card game. Postscript Theater. 4th generation head, dash at 4 all at fois. Did you see? The strongest seals card has been placed on the field. Meanwhile, your field has nothing but a single damn gigolo Lyle card. With this, you're over, 3rd generation head. 3rd generation head, Omega. Not yet. I can't lose yet. It's my turn. Drawl. 3rd generation head, asterisk grin asterisk, finally the card has come. 4th generation head dash at 4 all at W. What are you talking about? A comeback at this point is. 3rd generation head, Omega. Oh yes I can. I sacrifice all of Lyle's future to the graveyard to summon the wives. On top of that, I discard all of his shame and everything else to level up damn gigolo Lyle to Mr. Lyle. 4th generation head dash at 4 all at SA what? 3rd generation head, 4 all it's not over yet. On top of all that, I activate Lyle's effect. By maximizing his gigolo constitution, the abilities of the wives rise even further. And female enemy cards on the field receive a decrease in stats. Until your life points hit 0, I'll keep on chipping. 4th generation head dash at 4 all that you can't just summon a bunch of monsters in one turn, that's against the rules. And wait, that effect doesn't even work on seals, you hear. You lose by default, father. 3rd generation head, 4 all, 4th generation head kapow because, at epsilon, 4 all, 3rd generation head, I attack your life points directly. Fourth generation head, added subset of, thwop, that's also against the rules. Mrs. Millie IA, Part 1. Millie IA, for all oa, our profits in BIME are simply scrumptious, lol, keep on ringing them out, lol. Fifth generation head, for all, the sixth sure disappeared at a good time. She used to be so honest, huh? Wait, was she always like this? Mrs. Millie IA, Part 2. Fourth generation head, dash it for all at Malia-chan, were you like that? Were you putting on an act in front of the sixth? Millie IA. For all. Is that how you see me? Grandfather, how cruel. Fourth generation head dash it for all at A? Sorry. Seventh generation head Omega, how shameful, fourth, but the sixth is also at fault for not seeing through that shady as all hell personality. Mrs. Millie IA, Part 3. Millie IA, for all. Even like this, I'm a kind elder sister character, you know. I'll just throw this out there, but that's why the Jewel chose me in the first place. The other women were much worse than me, you hear. Millie IA for all, don't forget it. Seventh generation head, glance, it's a lie. And elder sister? The Jewel definitely made a mistake with its personnel cell. Millie IA, for all, y equals, because, asterisk bang asterisk, oh, Broadcoin, you just don't learn, do you, lol. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 12, Prologue. Prologue. There came a stream of restless nights. It was the season where the humidity from the port city became detestable. And despite the season, we were currently moving through a dim passageway. Diagonally to my side was Novum, and she used her magic to make a light from her staff. Both the ceiling and floor were of rugged rock. The walls grew moss, and were perpetually damp. Among labyrinth passageways, it was of the wider sort, and there was at least 8 meters to the ceiling. Its width around 20. In the midst of battle, I doubt there would be a need to worry about a lack of space. Around, in blue, or perhaps navy suits of armor, the 3 Valkyrie units guarded the 2 of them. But there wasn't really a need for that. 2 weeks' distance from BIME. At present, Lyle Walt had been dispatched to subjugate a labyrinth that had manifested. That giant monster legion already felt like a thing of the distant past. Clara, stay on standby. I'll have Miranda return to the surface. Arya, proceed onwards, and remove the monsters ahead. I gave orders as I walked, but me and the girls, my party members, had quite some distance between us. Conversing through skill. Connection. I issued orders to Arya, Miranda, and Clara, who led Valkyrie series units of their own. I turned an eye to the Valkyrie walking opposite to Novum. The mass-produced unit Damien and old Latarda completed, not bad. The ones they had successfully completed had been simplified, and while there were differences in their appearances and body types, there wasn't any difference in their specs. They were wearing visor-like face masks, and I couldn't tell what expressions they were making, but the Valkyrie series were generally expressionless. The wing-like binders on their backs could process magic stones into a liquid, which they could then use as fuel. It considerably reduced my mana cost, so it was a huge help. Black hair was the standard. However, each had devoted its time to differentiating itself with hairstyle. Bob cut, long waves. Braids. It seems the mass-produced models had personality and a sense of individuality as well. While walking through the uneven corridor, I was organizing the information flowing into my head. This labyrinth that had manifested out of a cave had only 3 floors to speak of. But the annoying part was the expanse it covered. It seems there was only a single boss at the bottom, and there was little deviation in its monsters. We weren't particularly having a hard time. 3 separate labyrinth subjugation requests had descended on BIME, and there were few adventurer parties they could send around. A Letsan's party had challenged another labyrinth, and it was decided they would dispatch mercenaries of the South Branch to the last one. The East Branch normally wouldn't let labyrinth subjugations fall to other branches. Because if they did, the East Branch's sole valuable appeal point would disappear. They wouldn't be able to gather adventurers. While I absent-mindedly wandered the cave, I ran into Miranda on her way out. I could hear your voice the whole way, but meeting is yet another sensation. There were 4 mass-produced Valkyries around her, and a sister carrying the luggage, her knees shaking as she shed her sweat. One of the Valkyries held a lantern in her hand to light up the surroundings. Miranda was wearing a hat, with a large rucksack over her back. She wasn't in her usual skirt, instead donning thick work clothes and gloves. Looks like things went well on your side as well. Shannon, there won't be any monsters on the way back, so rest easy. There, Shannon raised her face, but perhaps from fatigue, she didn't ring me with jeers as she usually did. I want to take a bath. When she complained, Miranda lowered a fist. Shannon, could you quit it already? See, just a little more to the first floor. Once we're there, a short break, and we'll be outside. While Miranda tried to knock the life back into her, Shannon simply tottered as she walked off. And Miranda's party started down the road we had came from. I let out a sigh. Looks like Shannon's doing all right. The one to respond was Novum. She was laughing, and with the long gazes she took at the girl, I'm sure she was happy at her growth. She didn't have any stamina before. If we keep at it little by little, she'll build up some strength. Even so, this time's labyrinth sure is vast. The second floor. At the head, Aria and Miranda were eliminating monsters. Clara was keeping the roads clear on the first floor. And Eva or May would likely substitute out with Miranda when she got back. It's our second labyrinth subjugation, and everyone's already a commander. Of course, we were the only ones dispatched in the first place. Good grief, just what part about this is small scale? As a labyrinth, it was only 3 floors. Needlessly wide, with only one boss. With the scarce variety of monsters, there weren't any particularly strong ones. Certainly, in the guild's classification system, it wouldn't be strange for it to be written off as small scale. But I felt a little of a grudge. It's also a problem how the amount of stones we have to earn has been defined. I want to take the shortest route, beat the boss, and end it already. That was from the guild side. Not the East Branch. Headquarters had ordered us to acquire a set amount of magic stones. I asked Aletsan, and it seems there had rarely even been such orders given out. If you find some rare material, then get as much of it as you can, was the most they ever asked for, she said. The third spoke to me amused. You've gotten their hate quite nicely, Lyle. Just a little more. I knew that, but getting this persistent harassment was harsh. This venture through the vast passages was also to test out the mass-produced Valkyrie specs. Old Latarta and Damien were on standby up top, and Adelsan and Maximsan were participating as well. However, Monica was keeping house at the mansion. Novum smiled at me as she spoke. It's because they believe we can do that much. I'm sure the guild isn't stupid enough to offer an impossible task, and have another labyrinth rampage on their hands. I'd really hope that's so. Last time, Fidelson swung them around to his will, and got 12 cannons worth of compensation, I heard. And it seems the guild executives took it up to get the man's backing. In exchange for advocating in regards to their failed defensive war, they drank down his demands. Well, the 2 extra cannons flowed from Vera to me, but... We were talking, but cutting it off on the way, I pulled a weapon from my hip. Novum had to illuminate the surroundings, so she couldn't take action. She stepped back, and strengthened the light. The Valkyrie series took their weapons from their back wing binders. They were guns. They were items prepared by old Latarta, who modified them, apparently. The Valkyries. Enemy confirmed. Proceeding to eliminate. Likewise. Bang. After the guns blew their flames, 3 monster responses in the passageway ahead went out. Even so, the survivors came out way. The Valkyries swiftly prepared for the next attack, while the 3rd unit alone lowered her gun. The monsters on the other side of the dark passage collapsed without showing their forms. I put away a katana, and scratched my head. Their performance is definitely high, but... Novum gave a bitter smile as well. Coming to my side, she agreed with my assertion. Compared to a single monster of this labyrinth, a bullet is more costly. We're going into the red. They had high specs, but I couldn't help but have problems on the financial front. This time was just an experiment, so Latarta had them carry just the guns, but money-wise, they were a weapon I didn't want to use so often. The Valkyries took out tools to strip off the magic stones and materials. It is time for robbery. I will cleanly pick them off. Dissection is my specialty. Someday, those money-eating worms manufactured before us, and that piece of junk Monica shall be dissected by my hands as well. The 3rd unit gave an ominous statement, but I ignored it. I could understand it was just standard communication from these ones. I don't want to take too much time. Once we get to the 3rd floor, I'll have Eva or May deliver supplies down. Have we achieved the quota? When I checked in with connection, a Valkyrie on the surface replied. She was carrying out Adelsan's support. According to Adele, we have currently fulfilled 60% of the required quota. But hearing of the bullet consumption, she started crying. On top of that, I heard the voice coming into the Valkyrie's ears. AAAAAAH. Our expenses. Why? Why make them use such a thing? We're down. Our profits from this labyrinth subjugation are going poof. Looks like she has it rough. Okay, let's put a usage restriction on the guns. Any more, and I'll feel bad for Adelsan. There, the fourth let a tired voice from the jewel. Lyle, you understand this is also your problem, right? Properly make a profit, man. Experiments are important, but money problems are just as important. Advice quite suited of the fourth generation. Information dealer Rano's office. In it, the windows were shut and curtained, darkening the room. The only faint light emanated from the use of Rano's assistant Innes' skill. Information. From the information Innes had on hand, it was a skill to predict the future. Rano put both hands in his pockets and looked over Innes. So how is it, Innes? Her eyes were closed, and after a while, she opened her mouth. Rano had her read through as much of the information he'd gathered as possible. To hit the mark on her predictions, she couldn't help but need a large amount of info. But it wasn't like her accuracy was directly proportional to her information level. Because fake information would always slip around. But with more information, there were more things she could determine, and a bigger picture she could see based on that. Bime is still recovering from the damage that Monster Army caused. When the army of monsters was closing in, they had scattered money, and produced large numbers of weapons. But Lyle had defeated the majority at Fort Red Ant, so looking at actual damage from enemy numbers, it was something quite insignificant. Rather than physical damage, it was severe monetary and resource loss. Good work for them to recover so much in only a few months. But I guess that's Bime for you. On Rano's light words, Innes didn't show a response. She continued on with her predictions. There are strange movements in Kartafs. It may escalate to a large-scale riot. Also? In the guild headquarters, and among the merchants, dissatisfaction towards Lylesan is rising. I conclude that pressure is being put down mainly by those not involved in backing him. Rano gave a bitter smile. Why, of course. Rile up the Tracehouse head, and even the South Branch, and of course you'll be hated. Though I doubt he doesn't know that. The Tracehouse is watching, and waiting. Even when the other merchants and guild make their moves, they don't show any interest. The current Tracehouse head is sure to have backed him. The probability of him being riled up on purpose is high. Rano couldn't understand that part. The face that Lyle had seduced one of the Tracehouse daughters was something he had confirmed from rumor, and the individual himself. So he didn't know the reason behind angering the head. Does that mean he got the amount of money he needed already? The probability is low. There is a possibility he has made a large change in objectives along the way. Rano watched over Lyle's actions with caution. It wasn't because he was a client. It was because Lyle could slip up in his predictions altogether. With the monster army as well, Innes had determined victory would be held down after heavy damage came out. But the result could be called an overwhelming triumph. Young as he is, he's leading the guild and merchants by the nose. He won't live long, that one. After Bime kicks him out, where will he go? Become the groom of Zayan's holy maiden, or Lorfi's princess? Innes replied to his joke. The individual has shown actions pointing to the desire to be exiled from Bime. And the probability of him becoming a groom alive is low. While knowing full well that Innes rarely hit straight when things came to Lyle, he couldn't help but look into him. Now then, how will he move next, my client? Innes opened her eyes. Perhaps she had overused her skill, as she looked as if she'd collapsed to the floor. Rushing over, and supporting up her body, Rano put her to sleep on the sofa. Adventurer Guild Headquarters. In it, talks were being conducted, from the defense of Fortress Red Ant, to the changing situation of neighboring lands. It was fine and all that a country had fallen, but in its place, the superpower of Bonsium was now in contact with them. The royalty that had fled from the land had taken flight to Bonsium, but it didn't seem they wished to retake power. No, they weren't in a situation where they could make such demands. They had overlooked a labyrinth running out of control, and brought great damage to other countries. If Bonsium supported them to re-establish their country, Bime wouldn't keep quiet. But as they wanted some land between them and Bonsium, Bime's opinion was to wring them out to an extent where they wouldn't collapse. The reality was already beyond what those involved desired. What did the messenger of Bonsium say? That meeting of executives gathered from the branches discussed how to deal with Bonsium. No particular demands. As we have now become neighbors, they wish to keep the national border what it was before, and they want to open a space for various discussions in regards to tariffs. Those negotiations would fall into the merchant's territory. Not the guild. Watching over the meeting room, Tanya was participating as the guard of her superior, the East Branch's head. So shall the guild treat them as we have before? When someone offered that statement, the moderator leading the meeting nodded. It's possible they may put out a request to borrow our strength in monster subjugation. But Bonsium is a large nation. They have their backbone, so perhaps they won't send such requests our way. The executive smiled. They were making light of the stubbornness of nobles, and thinking they would come crying to buy 'em eventually. The South Branch's executive spoke up. When you think of Bonsium, they've had quite a few rebellion these years. I would like to be more assertive in dispatching mercenaries. Hearing that, the moderator nodded. It's been quiet in Zayan and Bime these days, after all. It's a fact that the mercenaries have lost a place to earn. We'll put in a proposal to the merchants. The South Branch's executive smiled on those words. No, he looked a little relieved. Tanya spoke to her superior. They haven't been making much lately. Just the other day, they forced their way into taking over a labyrinth subjugation request, but they're getting quite impatient. Tanya's superior, levelly. Is that not dangerous? Thinking of the importance of mercenary brigades, what will happen if we send them to a land with so much internal discord? They were both adventurers' guilds of Bime, but their objectives were different. And the East Branch didn't think highly of the South Branch's rough way of doing things. When adventurers of the East Branch were dispatched, a large portion of their reasons for worry started from the South Branch, the mercenaries. At present, it seems they were thinking of sending their mercs, who'd built up their frustration, to rampage across Bonsium. But that is their job. Well, not all of them are good people, and it's not like we're any different. And the conference turned to a certain topic. Once more, it was due to an utterance from the South Branch's executive. Come to think of it, that adventurer of the East Branch. Lyle Walt was a noble who flowed in from Bonsium, was he? On his forced phrasing, Tanya's superior nodded with a smile. And what of it? What, it's quite famous how the Walt house's daughter married into Bonsium royalty. She's been rampaging around quite flashily, but she is still the queen of a major country. Isn't it time for us to show some goodwill? To the South Branch executive, who was trying to take actions disadvantageous to Lyle, Tanya's superior. Even if you call it goodwill. It's true he was driven out, but from then on, there hasn't been any intervention from Bonsium. I doubt it would be profitable to poke around the thorn bush. The South Branch hung on obstinately. And that's precisely why. If they come to learn of it later, it may raise doubt towards us. The moderator listened to the words of the two. And he gave down a verdict. Negotiations haven't even begun. Let us take action after watching how things go. And he is being useful to the guild. It is our policy to treasure those that bring a profit to us. Meaning weighing Lyle and Seals on the scales, if the profit Lyle produced fell short of her, they would cut him off at any moment. Lylecoin, just what the hell did you say to the South Branch's executive? Tanya sighed internally as she worried for Lyle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 12, Chapter 1, Taking Over. Taking over. Returning to Bime from the labyrinth subjugation, I stopped by the guild to report. We arrived in Bime around noon, and after we returned to the mansion and went over the reports, I headed for the East Branch. Monica had clung onto me, and tearing her off was quite a trial, so I was a little tired. When I arrived at the guild, naturally enough, I headed for the third floor. I arrived, met with the receptionist manning the desk, and found myself surprised. Long blonde hair, and eyes that drooped a little. Her eyes were emerald, and she let out a fluffy atmosphere. Oh my, it's been quite some time. Stressing the end of her words, she confronted me with a bright smile. After standing, and preparing a drink from a pitcher in the room, she set it on the table. Marianne-san? Why? On my confusion, Marianne-san gave a bitter smile. Aha, the truth is I've been fired from the newbie specialized desk on floor 1. It's that, you know? When I'm supposed to play the elder sister for them, that doesn't really work out if our ages grow too far apart, perhaps? A within, yet just out of arm's reach is important for the newbie desk. That's the sort of position it was? I thought, but decided not to dig too deep into it for now. Rather, if I jumped onto a talk about her age, it would surely come off as insincere, given my own age. I took the safer measure to shift the conversation. From the jewel, the fourth. How about you tell her 20 is still in your strike zone? In all actuality, Thelma-san's already 36, right? Just what is he trying to accomplish? That on my mind, I ignored him, and with a vague smile on my face, I sat across the table from her. How dreadful. Ah, this is our report from this time's request. Marianne accepted the envelope I held out and checked over it. Taking another document from a drawer in the desk, she compared them. There's barely a disparity from an official guild report. The paperwork checks out. Paperwork-related matters were left to Adelsan. So I was able to devote myself to the practical applications of the Valkyrie series. It's just, the Valkyries had a large point of issue. As long as I didn't become their masters, they wouldn't be able to establish what they called a network. And doing that by myself would be quite a hefty burden, but there were plenty of other problems. They cost money. Just moving them cost money. Having the fight cost even more money. I understood the reason why a gathering of adventurers turned mercenaries were so desperate to collect funds. That's good. We'll be immobile from equipment maintenance and breaks for a while, so I'll show my face at the guild on a later date. We can go over the available requests at that time, so, The formalities and documentation finished, I moved to leave the room. Marianne smiled at me. Yes. Splendid work. Have a nice rest. When I descended to the first floor, I saw a different receptionist sitting at the counter Marianne once occupied. I heard a bright voice, and looking closer, I saw a brown-haired cute-type receptionist. Much younger than Marianne, and with a different atmosphere than her. Instead of fluffy, perhaps energetic would be in order? Regardless, what she did was the same. That's amazing. You were always DS up to now, but you've finally gotten a C. At this rate, you'll be able to get your equipment together quicker than I thought. Good grief, you've gone against my plans in a good sense. Do your best from here on too, alright? I'll also do my best. Odd job requests, usually cleaning the city, and helping out over the place. The usual evaluation you could expect from them was a C. If you worked proficiently, a B, while AS rarely ever came out. Because if the requester gave an A, they'd be forced to pay an additional reward. Well, up to now, they'd been doing terrible, and they'd finally gotten able to earn normal evaluations. No, if we get serious, something like this is nothing, I tell ya. With a smile, she praised the new recruits. Falling forward, and making all sorts of gestures, she continued praising them. The quality of their equipment was low, and perhaps they had come to report it once, as they were covered in grime, but she dealt with them with a smile. So they had a replacement. Younger than Marianne, I see. My age, or a little younger? I don't think the age restriction was that strong, but anyways, the newbie specialized receptionist wore a slightly modified uniform, as she amiably and energetically took on fresh adventurers. I had seen her face somewhere before. Rua-san, was it? It did look like she was quite suited to the task, but I couldn't help but feel there was something going on behind the scenes. And as I observed the counter, I noticed a group watching over the same spot. It was Erhardt's party. He wore a tank top up top, and while it had finally come to the right season for that, I didn't really know what to think of an adventurer exposing all his vitals. The large sword he carried was an exceedingly normal sword. Its name was Graham. He led around his companions, watching the spot with a conflicted expression on his face. And as his comrades called out to the man, he moved to line up at another desk, when... Yo! Our eyes met. We left the guild, and entered an establishment to listen to their story. It was a store that offered a large quantity of food, and the taste wasn't bad, so for the adventurers who couldn't earn much, it was a shop to be thankful for, it seems. I was usually surrounded by women, and mealtimes usually had a more of a graceful, or how should I put it, anyways, that sort of feeling. But Erhardt's party had no restraint. Waiter, another steak. Same as before. Me too. Add on more bread. For a drink, I'd like juice, the fresh squeezed sort. With ice. That lightly frozen fruit stuff for dessert. For all of us. The waiter seemed used to it. But those around were also watching the party eat, so I ended up giving a wry smile. Just hearing what they had to say for free was a little off, so I said I would treat them. Thereupon the individuals began reading down the menu starting with most expensive. Their lack of restraint was actually quite a pleasant sight. Do you come here often? Erhardt conversed with Mai as he waited for his extra steak. You making fun of me? From your point of view, it ain't much, but this is a famous store all the upstart adventurers will bring their feet back to for nostalgia's sake. Number 1 in Bime. No matter what he said, it sounded belligerent, but he didn't outright challenge me as he did before. I looked at the menu. For adventurers that didn't make much, I saw it offered cheaper meals. No, I do think it's a good place. I used to come to these sorts of places to eat quite often, after all. It was nostalgic. When I started out as an adventurer, I ate in places like these. I stayed my nights in inns, and couldn't handle any housework back then. In Dalian, we got around to living in a detached house, but worn as we were from completing requests, we would eat out. Back then, it was me in Novum. And along the way, Arya joined in. I think I was quite inept and unreliable. Taking women along, right? It sure must be nice, having a good face. He turned to me with an envious look on his face, but his face wasn't bad either. If he got his looks in order a bit more, then having women tag along wouldn't be. Come to think of it, there was that Lark guy in Kartafs. He was an adventurer who carried a large sword like Erhardt, but the rest was dubious. Well, no objections there. KEH. So what was it you wanted to ask? I wanted to ask about Marianne. Right now, Erhardt's party was fulfilling requests as adventurers, and defeating monsters around Bime. They were working enough for a stable lifestyle. You could call them splendid adventurers, and I was curious as to why the one who had raised them to that level, Marianne, was taken off new adventurer duty. It's about Marianne. There, Erhardt's party stopped eating, each of them hanging their heads in anguish. As I wondered what had happened, Erhardt quietly began talking. That woman, she betrayed us. Saying we had talent and such to work us up, she was really laughing at us behind our backs. I asked the other adventurers too, and she was a receptionist who worked by skillfully deceiving all the newbies. Since she's been promoted to the desks on the 3rd floor, I'll bet she's lost the need to put on an act. But I'm sure she's still directing a fake smile to the proficient adventurers up there. Some sort of problem seemed to have happened in between them. When I asked for the details, it seems during that past monster army matter, Erhardt's party had stated their desire to participate. And she had obstinately put a stop to it. For requests outside the city walls, the rewards were extraordinary. Perhaps they were attracted by those prospects when they insisted on their participation, but it would have been best they hadn't. In the worst case, they could have died. Trying to dispel a misunderstanding, I was about to open my mouth, when Maliasan's voice came from the jewel. Lyle, now's not the time. It looks like the blood's rushed to their heads, and no matter what you say to them, they won't accept it. Let them grow a bit more as people, until they're able to have a laugh over the matter. If they keep on living as adventurers, the day they can laugh will surely come. You'd do best to tell them once the time comes. They do look like they have the skill. That Marian kid who built up their foundations so far must have been raising them with care. I wondered if it was alright to leave the misunderstanding standing, but it was certain that Erhardt's party felt quite strongly about it. I didn't think my words would do anything about it. Perhaps she was to them what Dalian's receptionist Håkan-san was to me? I reminisced a little. His simple presence cast pressure on his surroundings, but I recalled how he politely and dealt with everyone. I see. Yes, that's right. Heard enough? It's our fault for getting deceived, end of story. Laugh if you want. I won't laugh. Thank you for telling me. Since I was able to hear out their story, I gave my thanks. The extra servings they ordered were carried at just the right time, so as if to forget a sad tale, Erhardt's party turned their attention to the food before their eyes. A day off. Having gone out for shopping, I took May and Monica to the marketplace. Having returned from the labyrinth subjugation, we finished inspecting our equipment and putting in requests for their maintenance. I set the days until we could accept the next request as break days. At the marketplace with much pedestrian traffic, I carried bags for Monica, as she bought one ingredient after the next. Rather than meat and fish and vegetable, she was mainly purchasing seasonings. I really wanted to go alone with the damn chicken. The mansion has those pieces of junk, and those mass-produced pieces of junk, and those 3 mass-produced defects, so I can't flirt around with my chicken dickwad there. The one Monica spilled her complaints to was May. When we said we were heading to the market, she said she'd tag along. Her eyes were sparkling as she looked around. As I carried a brown paper sack of groceries, I turned to Monica, who was diagonally behind me. When have I ever flirted with you? Don't be so embarrassed. I, Monica, can understand a chicken's affection. Even if you swing about violence, within my databanks, they are all but expressions of love. No, violence isn't happening. I don't want that sort of love. Pulling back from her statement, I turned my eyes to May. Showing her shoulders and navel, a tight, mini-skirtish garment. In Bime, the passers-by didn't show much interest, but in other downs, she and Monica both gathered some glances. May was looking at a rare fruit. What's that? Hey, what's that? The auntie manning the fruit stand explained with a smile. They're a fruit delivered from a place across the ocean. You can't eat the skin, but cutting it in half, and scooping its insides out with a spoon is the standard way to eat it. Its surface was black, or a dark purple. Taking such a fruit in hand, Monica looked over it. Oh my, you even have something like this. Let's purchase it. As she purchased a few of them, the auntie looked to me holding the baggage. She packed them away in a small bag and inserted it into my brown paper sack. Girlie, here's a freebie. Come again. Since May had stopped, and we had made a purchase, the woman handed May one of the same fruits we had bought as a freebie. May looked quite happy upon accepting it. She held it up in both hands, and seemed as if she was looking forward to eating it on the spot. I looked over the fruit line at the stand. You really can get anything in Bime. There, the woman laughed in a loud voice. Well, of course. This is the more developed city on the continent. It isn't even going to lose to a metropolis of any massive country out there. I gave a smile. The seventh let out some thorny lines. Oh, I'm sure. Wringing money and resources and blood out from the countries around it, it's a city that's flourishing from the profit. Truly a dreadful land. But the auntie's expression clouded just a little. It's just, I heard Rushworth and Galleria are going to start a war again. We'll start getting more things we'd usually never get our hands on again. Those two countries sure are troubling. Rushworth and Galleria were two countries that had been at war with each other for many years. At present, they were stationed across from Lorphe's. The third let out a reluctant voice. Really? At such a busy time? It's normal to wait for fall to pass before you go to war. Or could it be the harvest season changes by country? Of the feudal lords that remained, the territory scale was smallest in the third's era. He raised a discontent voice at those off-season movements. But the fourth was different. They re considerable large countries. Maybe they're well enough off to keep up the form? There are matters that don't require much mobilization. I'm sure they have knights, and perhaps they can make up numbers by hiring mercenaries from the land over here. The fifth sounded displeased on the fourth's opinion. Hiring mercenaries costs money. Well, maybe they plan to plunder whatever ground they gain. Ha, how terrible. While I thought over it, May borrowed a knife from the fruit auntie, and cut the grit in half. She handed one side to me. Here, for you. Oh, thank you. Accepting it in my free hand, I found its insides were stuffed with fruit flesh. Its juice was overflowing, making my hand wet and sticky. Biting in, its sweetness rendered me a little surprised. What could it be? It's a bit different from the fruits I know of. May was of the same opinion. I know, right? It's delicious. Monica looked at the two of us. It's a fruit from southern lands. Has a real tropical feel to it. There, the woman looked at Monica and laughed. So you knew of it? Well, it's true that southern fruits have a characteristic taste. I see, it really is tropical? Monica smiled. It means it came from the tropics. That didn't really help, I thought, as I continued shopping with the two of them. I gave my thanks to the auntie. Thank you. We'll definitely stop by again. Thanks for the fruit. May also smiled as she waved her hand. But my thanks weren't just about the fruit. Galleria and Rushworth, It may be the time to make contact with them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 12, Chapter 2, Lyle. Lyle. In the guild's changing room, Rua looked at her own uniform. Its skirt was a little short, and it had been made flashier than what the other receptionists wore. Taking it in her hands, she breathed out a sigh. Around her were other female receptionists changing their clothing. Those near her wore not the chest-emphasizing clothes Marianne had worn up to now, wearing exceedingly normal ones in their stead. Taking a sidelong glance at them, Rua looked back at her own uniform. That's right, my breasts may not be big, but did they really have to give me a shorter skirt to compensate? Letting out complaints, she slipped into her receptionist uniform. After she finished changing, she headed for the reference room on her way to the counter. It was to confirm the data on the adventurers she was charged with. And taking the data on their request success rate and evaluations, she was to make use of them at her desk. Exiting the reference room, Rua made her way to the room the guild cards were stored. In it, the cards for the adventurers designated to newbie training were kept separately. She checked each one, and made sure their silver cards didn't have a single blemish on the names. Since the adventurer she got along with had perished, Rua had made it a habit to commute to that room. With a load of data in her hands, she turned to leave the room, only to run into Marianne at the doorway. With Rua's small build, she had to look up see her. Oh, did you come to check them? Keeping her smile, she lowered her head to Marianne and left. For all she'd made fun of her, she couldn't look her in the eyes anymore. She had bragged of how she got along with a proficient adventurer, yet Marianne was stuck with newbies. What's more, she had made fun of the very fact Marianne was in charge of the guild-designated new recruits. When her acquaintance's party had suffered a heavy blow altogether, leaving only one survivor behind, the talks came to her about training fresh recruits herself. And after brooding for a while, Rua had accepted the offer. Hurriedly showing her face behind the lines of counters, she greeted the supervisor on duty. "Good morning." Her superior looked at her and smiled. "Yeah, morning. You're a little early. Your counter isn't vacant yet, so why not talk a bit before you take over?" Sure. Whenever the counters rotated shifts, there was a rule among receptionists to take over the previous station's work. There was still a little time before that was to happen, so her superior had called her to a halt. She showed her a number of documents. "The truth is, there are a few new adventurers I'd like you to look after. They're young, but there are quite a few parties of 2s and 3s. See, our neighbors are in a bit of a panic since Bonsium rushed in, and there are quite a few people who ran our way. In a land that was once a neighboring country, Bonsium's army was already stationed in governing. After subjugating the monsters, they were busily moving around with surveying the land. Within all that, those that had lost their places to be, and those that lost their statuses had flowed into Bime. This many? Of the numerous pages, one of them detailed the present state of the neighboring country. All the others were tightly packed with the small print names of the new adventurers who had signed up at the East Branch. Her superior offered an explanation. "No, at the start, you just have to offer an explanation. We'll also do an introductory meeting, but there are plenty of youths who'll get tricked by the big city and find themselves rolling in an alleyway by tomorrow. Have them work a few times, and we'll get some parties short on hands to call out to them. Anyways, just know you won't need to look after all of them." When she heard the entire force would be dealing with them, Rua felt relieved. The adventurers she already had under her were already beyond her, and she couldn't look after such a large addition. "That's a relief. Any more will be." Looking at Rua, the superior nodded. "Well, with all their insufficiencies, managing newbies is quite a trial. The managers also have to consider a lot when they send jobs around to them. Do your best. If there's anything you don't know, just ask Marianne." After giving a bitter smile, Rua parted with her superior and headed for the front counter. After lunch, having finished her break and returned to the counter, Rua faced adventurers who'd returned from a request. Making sure not to let her smile die out, and taking many good looks at her opponents, she dealt with them. That's no good. Abandoning a request partway through. In that case, the guild can't offer a reward, you know? In her head, she wanted to apologize to the requester for sending the request to such useless new adventurers. The fact she would likely actually have to go apologize on her next day off made Rua's head hurt. The two-man adventurer party before her eyes sat in their chairs with the grime still on them. Putting an arm on the counter, one spoke in regards to her. "Even if you say it like that, it's just troubling. We did half of it, so fork over half." As they sluggishly demanded the reward, the adventurers lined up behind them began branching off from her line and moving to different counters. The flow of people was completely different around Rua's counter alone. What not? This isn't going smoothly at all. They're all going off to other counters. Just because she was the newbie charge, that didn't mean she wasn't to deal with other adventurers. If it was busy enough, she would work with them, and if she was free, it was only natural she would help. Keeping adventurers waiting and getting behind on work was troublesome to the guild as well. Her opponents were youths who had become adventurers a few months prior. Younger than Rua, but their tones were as if they were looking down on her from above. "Hey, can't you be just a bit more flexible? We don't want to be here any more than you do. Hand off half, and it all ends, right?" With many instances of troublesome behavior, they had been placed under newbie rearing. At the start, they had worked normally, but perhaps having come from the countryside, after getting a little bit of money in their hands, they had gotten to playing around with it. If you don't fulfill the request, you don't get the reward. Be it half, or 80%, there are some things they simply aren't allowed. No matter how many times she explained it, the two of them weren't satisfied. Their voices gradually became rougher. "You're supposed to be in charge of us, right? Then do your job properly. And let me just tell you, today's requester was the absolute worst. He kept sending strange jobs around to us. And he kept shouting, 'Take this seriously, and don't rest, never shut up.'" To the two who had started standing out with their troublesome conduct, Rua desperately explained. "And isn't that natural if you sit down and stop working outside of break times? When her tone got a little rougher as well, one of the adventurers clicked his tongue. "Che, the hell's this? When it's our money that's putting food on your table." "Ha, the last newbie instructor was a huge jugged beauty, yet we get stuck with a shorty like you? Just doesn't motivate me at all." Rua hung her head. Long ago, when she herself was a newbie, she recalled how her paperwork was slow, and there were times the adventurers would yell at her. "Come to think of it, back then, the one who helped me was him." She remembered the adventurer who'd died. As that was going on, the surrounding receptionists approached to follow through for her. But before they could, a voice came from behind the adventurers. "How long you going to lounge about there? When I thought I found an empty line, you guys just keep hogging it, saying the same things over and over again. I'm in a hurry here. Why not think for a second?" Behind them was Erhardt. In the same tank top as ever, with a large sword over his back. The two stood and glared at him, but Erhardt had his comrades. His party members gathered, their equipment on a different level from the party of two. "What, you want to fight?" When Erhardt threatened them, the adventurers hurriedly left the counter. In the first place, they had failed at their request, and therefore hadn't brought the necessary paperwork. When they left the guild in a rush, a staff member approached Erhardt's party. "This is troubling. Personal strife between adventurers on the guild's premise is strictly forbidden." When the bespectacled male receptionist cautioned him, Erhardt scratched his head. Sorry for that." But continuing on with his reprimand, the receptionist. "In that case, finish up your business here." Without blaming him any further, he released Erhardt's party at once. The male receptionist approached Rua. "I apologize for not making it in time." When you have those sorts come in, step back, and rely on a receptionist with a scary face. Also, could you handle their paperwork? Why yes. When Rua gave her reply, Erhardt talked amongst his comrades, and parted to go to the counter alone. Taking a seat in front of her desk, it seemed he had borrowed the guild's showers. He handed a report over to Rua. Accepting it, she confirmed its contents. Monster subjugation around Bime, and an odd job request. The given evaluation is B. The report of Erhardt's party, who'd returned from outside the city, was filled with relatively favorable assessments. Your evaluation is B. Splendid work. I'll prepare the reward at once, but what will you do about the next request? There, Erhardt didn't show any signs of thinking particularly hard over it. Battle was considerably rough this time around. We've got equipment inspection to take care of. But we've done 2 requests, so won't we be fine for a while? If equipment maintenance will take a while, I'll come and take some odd jobs within Bime. Yeah, I'll drop by again in the next 3 days. That would be a great help to us. What about the renewal of your guild cards? I'll leave it to you before or after my next request. When Rua prepared the reward, Erhardt took it and confirmed the sum. He stood to leave. Thank you. As he said that, and returned to his comrades, Rua watched off his back. When I dropped by the East Branch, the atmosphere of the first-floor lobby was a little restless. I wondered what it was, but thinking I could just find out by asking someone, I decided to proceed to the 3rd floor with Clara. It seems Clara had sensed the guild's off-air as well. It seems somewhat fun down there. I nodded. Right. When we confirm our requests, how about we try asking? I entered a free room on the 3rd floor to find Tanya-san waiting. We sat in our seats, and confirmed the contents of the available requests in that private room. But Tanya-san explained them with a relatively serious look on her face. The gaze she gave beyond her glasses felt sharper than usual. Thank you for making your way here. You've come at just the right time. Even if you say that, from our point of view, I could only think we came at the wrong time. Clara looked at me, and told me to refuse if she brings up a strange request. Did something happen? Another labyrinth? Tanya-san shook her head to the side. Her silky black hair swayed. Unfortunately not. Rather, we're still in the middle of subjugating some at present. Before your party left, another one came out. The South Branch was a little perplexed, but we didn't have enough adventurers on hand. That must be rough. I thought, but we had our circumstances as well. Accepting any request she suggested would be impossible. If it's a request we can take, we'll accept it. Yeah, it will probably be alright. She gave a sarcastic smile. When I asked the situation. Transport? Yes, from Bime to Galleria, and to Russworth, the transport of cargo. Our last shipment, with the preparations for that defensive war, we weren't able to carry all of it. If you'll take up the guard in transport as well, you will receive a bonus. Looking at the figure she displayed, Clara nodded. It wasn't a bad amount. But with the distance, we would have to be away from Bime for a while. From the Jewel, the fifth led his voice. 2 warring countries receive care packages from Bime. Could our cargo be weapons? She just said cargo, but the contents was likely commodities. I didn't have a problem with the cargo itself, but I did have an interest in the 2 countries. You won't use a sea route? Tanya-san spoke. They've only got small ports between them. And neither country wishes to construct one. With their proximity to Bime, 2 whole countries without much coast is rare. Could it be they can't secure good locations? I took the papers in hand, and told Tanya-san we'd take it up. Understood. We'll accept the request. She looked relieved. Thank the goddess. Your place is able to carry large loads of cargo, after all. It does seem she looked into the large-scale porter. It stood out at the very point Damien drove it to Bime, so there was no helping it. Clara looked over the documents. Are we the only adventurers taking part? Tanya-san nodded. I doubt there would be many to lay hands on shipments to those 2 countries, but it's a relief if we can put proficient adventurers on guard. Also, if it's you, Lyle-kun, it's possible you'll get some accommodation while passing through Lorfies. So the fact I was there held meaning. Come to think of it, up to this point, they had to commute through Selva, right? If I made a route, did they think they'll get favorable accommodations henceforth? I could use it to boldly enter both countries, so I decided not to mind it. After this, should I hit a bookstore, and then a cafe? But that isn't any different from usual, is it? Finalizing the request, I mulled over where to detour on my way back with Clara. Inside the Jewel. Millie opened the door to Lyle's room of memories, and walked in. It was the room Lyle had once been confined within the Walt house mansion. The bedroom had a toilet and bath attached, life complete in that room alone. A bookshelf occupied one full wall, yet unable to contain the influx of books, they were spilling onto the floor. Closing the door behind her, Millie looked over the room. As the room of the next head, it isn't quite. Suddenly sensing a presence, she took just one step forward. Appropriate. Did I get it right? She heard the voice of a child. Turning, and looking down, she found the form of a young boy looking up at her. Blue hair, and blue eyes. Pale skin. It wasn't the matured form she was used to looking at, a childish body. That boy was looking up at her face with a smile, standing behind her before she even realized it. Predicting a person's words and saying them before they can is quite rude. And appearing behind them before they realize it is also distasteful. Now then, why did you do such things? Lyle-kun? The young boy's name was Lyle. His age was perhaps around 10? Smiling, the boy put his hands behind his head, and spoke. Because I had interest in the contents of your skirt. It's just the mischief of a child, so won't you forgive it? Seeing the boy say that with such a cute face, Millie was a little bewildered. It's not like I didn't know, but your personalities are too different. Leaning forward to meet his eyes, she lightly flicked his forehead. Is it no good? I'm serious here. I seriously want to see what sort of panties you're wearing. It's something I can only ever do in my child years. Ha, it's no good. You mustn't do such a thing. While I'm at it, you're only taking on the form of a child, aren't you, Lyle-kun? You've got no openings. Well, you telling me not to just makes me want to even more. I shall definitely flip that skirt of yours someday. Seeing child Lyle's face brimming with confidence. Why are they this different? Rather, you're much too different from Lyle's actual child years as well. When Millie said that, Lyle ran off to prepare a chair in the room. He wiped off its top with a handkerchief, and brushed off the dust, before offering it to Millie and taking a seat on the bed himself. Millie said her thanks, before lowering herself into the chair. Now then, will you be teaching this and that to Lyle now? The child Lyle gave an intrepid smile atop the bed. If he asks, I'll answer. And I'll even give him advice. But my true goal is... Light streamed into the room from a window, but everywhere else was dim. In that dim room, a childish Lyle let his eyes shine, his mouth formed the shape of a crescent moon, and showed off his white teeth. Millie felt something strange run through her. To discern him. The current Lyle shall be discerned by Lyle, and if I find him no good, I'll be snatching away his self. Well, to be more precise, I'd really be returning it to him. Not a young Lyle. No, Lyle gave a delightful grin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 12, Chapter 3, Lyle and Lyle. Lyle and Lyle. We had taken on a large-scale cargo guarding request. Passing through Lorfies, we would make deliveries to Galleria and Russworth, in that order. But both countries were in a tense state of alert. It was a pain, but after entering Galleria, we would return to Lorfies, before entering Russworth from there. It was a necessary pain. Confirming the plan, I decided to send some documents to Lorfies about our passage from my side as well. And the one I was to entrust the papers to. I just got back, you know. In the mansion's parlor, Aletsan sat on the sofa making an enervated expression. By the request of the East Branch, she had gone labyrinth clearing, and it seemed she had just returned yesterday. It wasn't a very large labyrinth, and the subjugation itself was finished in no time. But upon surveying the area, they found it was possible to cultivate a new village there, so she had to take on a few more detailed tasks at the site. I made a serious expression. I'm making a relatively serious plea. It's an opportunity to enter both Galleria and Russworth, as Bime's transport convoy. Well, we're just guarding merchants. Personally, I want to see the states of both countries. Aletsan let out a sigh. Alliance, or union, was it? If you get the cooperation of 4 countries, then it's true this area is sure to stabilize. Even if there are other small countries around, based on the conditions, you can take them in. But listen here, I do think those 2 countries are no good, but... By her impression, both countries were heavily unified. Galleria was a country where the feudal lord with the most power served as a representative. The other lords, in order to oppose Russworth, were never frugal with their assistance to that representative. In contrast, Russworth was managed as a single territory. Without any feudal lords, governors were dispersed. And it seems they had a stable, centralized control. Those 2, for whatever reason, have a lot of skirmishes. And every time, the 2 maidens of war come out, and go at it one-on-one. They're overwhelming strengths that others dare not intrude on. Until I saw them, I thought there would be a way to fight them, but even I would likely be cut down in a matter of seconds. Aletsan wasn't weak. More than that, she should be classified as strong. If even she couldn't crossblades, then they certainly must not be normal opponents. Are their skills powerful? Aletsan took a sip of tea, and placed the cup on the table, before lurching forward. No, they're plainly strong. If there were people destined for strength from birth, then I'm sure they're people like those girls. Those sorts of humans just normally exist. Their direct battles and magics are way above the norm. Not to mention their skills are rearguard class. Meaning they're specialized to magic. Making a selection of magic solidify as your own original was the characteristic of rearguard skills. Original magic was difficult to deal with, and quite troublesome. I put a hand to my chin. Any countermeasures? Not happening. I've confirmed it with my eyes, and that's not happening. Did you know, humans, they dance through the sky? The humans hit by their magics are thrown out into the atmosphere. The cloud of dust was sky high. It felt as if they were showing off our difference in ability. Seeing Aletsan fall into a slump, I felt something cold flow down my back. From the jewel, a carefree fourth let his voice. You think they're monster class? Put next to seals, I wonder which would be more troublesome. It really would be troubling if there were seals-level monsters littered all over the place. But a strong interest in those 2 women was coming out in me. If I could make an alliance, they would be a strong hand to play. Having them destroy each other would be troubling. I wanted to get their cooperation somehow. I'll try to get in contact with them. Aletsan looked at me. You're adding to the harem again? Then just take our princess already. She grumbled out the last part, but I pretended I didn't hear it. As preparations were underway, I was called into the jewel. For some reason, everyone was gathered in front of my room of memories. Malia-san looked more troubled than usual, and at the same time, the 7th was holding his head. The 3rd looked lost in thought, while the 5th looked at me with a somewhat doubtful gaze. And looking at me, the 4th. Lyle, it's best you resolve yourself today. What's this, all of a sudden? The atmosphere he gave off was different than usual, so I hesitated. Malia-san came up to me. Lyle, have you ever thought to flip up a woman's skirt? Even if you suddenly ask me that, just how am I supposed to respond? I get the feeling laughing and declaring, or course isn't quite right here. And seriously denying it would just be more suspicious. No, I've no idea what you're trying to say. Malia-san put a hand to her face and tilted her head. It seemed she wanted to say something as she looked at me, but after a while, she removed the hand and nodded a couple of times. Well, you'll understand once you meet him. Shall we be off? Hearing that, I recalled how Septimsan had disappeared last time around. She had said the jewel would prepare a different individual. Has the next person to explain appeared? Who is it? I sent a look around to Malia-san and the ancestors, but everyone was making dubious faces. Isn't today's atmosphere a little bit strange? There, the fifth pointed to my room. Enter, and you'll see. Sure enough, I thought, putting my hand on the doorknob. For a moment, I thought perhaps seals would come out, but by the ancestors' reactions, that didn't feel right. Taking a deep breath, I opened the door. Novum dropped by Lyle's room. The time was evening. The preparations for dinner were complete, and she had come to inform Lyle it was time to eat. Lyle's workroom was where Novum and the vestiges of the mansion's master, a pitiful existence formed of assimilated monsters, had fought. The master's office, or perhaps library, was a splendid room. When she entered it, she found Lyle lying on top of the sofa. She had knocked the door a few times, but there was no response. She had felt a presence within, so she entered, and seeing Lyle asleep, Novum smiled and looked for something to cover him with. The season was summer. Perhaps a towel would be enough, she thought, as she searched the room. As expected, the well-prepared Monica had prepared a towel blanket. Draping it over Lyle, Novum looked at the light glow of the jewel. It's shining again. Novum knew of how Lyle could send his mind to the jewel like this. In the past, in the middle of a labyrinth subjugation, he had brought the entire party into it, and had them fight, so she was sure her theory wasn't wrong. And she had seen it coming, to an extent. She had anticipated it countless times to that point, but she first held conviction in the notion when Lyle fought with Tressie on the ship's deck. In the boy's fighting figure from behind, Novum saw the traces of the first generation, Basil Walt. Lyle-sama, give your ancestors my regards, okay? Saying that, Novum stroked Lyle's face. A room of memory. My room of memory was fulfilling its purpose for, perhaps I should say, the first time. It was the room I was confined for 5 years. The bedroom, and the yard you could see from it, were the spaces I was permitted to move in. It had an excessive amount of books, and I could see an individual taking a book from the mountainous pile. The young boy had the same blue hair and eyes at me. But he wasn't a memory. He started making an address my way. If I have to say, I really like them big. Perhaps it's mother's influence? She had large breasts, after all. But you see, recently, I've gotten around to thinking that small breasts have a unique sort of flavor in themselves. While letting his eyes pass through some books on magic, that something that took on the form of my younger years began talking about something. Who are you? I pressed my right hand against my chest and clenched my clothing. As a strange sweat broke out, the boy turned to me. He greeted me with a smile. Pleasure to meet you. Or would it be best to say it's been a while? I'm you, and you're me. But maybe you aren't me anymore. To make it simple, I'm the memories sealed by my cute sister seals, and another personality. Memories are a form of personality, they're a large factor that influences one's character. Memories are experience. Meaning after losing those memories, you were born, and the one who knew that, I, was born as well. No, since I do carry on the memories, perhaps I'm closer to the original than you? The form of myself around 10, while the boy spoke in a childish voice, he explained in a mature tone. Cute seals? And personality? When I sent a glance to Malia-san in the room, the boy burst into laughter. Malia-san just looked at me, and told me it was, alright. Goddess, it's because you always turn to women like that you're treated like a gigolo. Well, I'm a pretty boy, so it's only natural they help me. But at the rate you're going, their affection will run dry. The laughing young boy put down his book, walked through the room, and prepared a chair. The insides of the room were dusty, because it was an area the servants didn't really want to clean. Thinking back, just what sort of lifestyle was I living? Using a handkerchief to wipe off the seat portion, the boy recommended for us, me and Malia-san, to sit. The individual himself lowered himself onto the bed. Taking a seat, I took a serious look at him, and opened my mouth. So what is it you want to tell me? What does the jewel plan on telling me through you? He looked a little up, and crossed his legs on the bed. Nothing particularly? On the contrary, do you have any questions? If it's something I can answer, I'll answer all you want. Question for questions, I asked what had been bothering me. I had loads of things I wanted to ask, but what was first on my mind were those words. What do you mean by cute seals? Doesn't she hate me? Yep, she hates me. But I'm Seal's big brother. So I'll treat her as a brother would. I mean, Seals is my cute little sister. Whether I smiled or gave thanks, Seals always resented me. resenting and envying, carrying something dark in the depths of her heart. Hearing that, I was astonished. So you knew the whole time? Yep. I mean, I love my family, after all. I wanted to save her from those emotions someday, but in the end, I was unable. I shook my head to the side. I couldn't think the me of my sealed memories was the same as the current me. The me before my eyes was someone else. Without maturing forward, his time had stopped at 10 years of age. Did I used to be like this? As I found it strange, the boy before my eyes made a bit of a troubled face and averted his eyes. Don't misunderstand it. I am me, and I'm not the past me. The memory's sealed and locked away. I've come to see you. So I'll say it, but in a sense, we're different people. In the first place, I'm not a wimp like you, after all. I thought. What's this? I don't quite like him. He smiled and asked, anything else? So I continued asking what was on my mind. Why did seals hate me? And why did she do such a thing? Looking down with a bit of a sorrowful expression, the boy let out a sigh. I was soft. It was my mistake. Well, rather than seals being skillful, she managed to conceal a grissa sealed within the yellow jewel. Behind her smile, she had gotten her hands on it. Maybe she was thinking of when to take the castle from me the whole time? I think Novum would be the more knowledgeable on that subject. I heard Novum's name, but that one didn't surprise me. I knew she carried on the memories of some goddess or evil god. So she must know something, and she must be hiding something. I'll confirm it with Novum eventually. I realize I need to have a proper talk with her. But it won't be too late after learning everything. There, the boy before my eyes gave a smile that sent shivers down my spine. Even when he was smiling, a cold sweat was flowing down my back. He had the same presence as seals. Standing from the chair, I was pointing a weapon at him before I even realized it. After learning everything? Good grief, you sure say some soft things. Drag it out from her mouth as soon as you can. And it's possible you'll never learn everything, you know? Malia-san stood and stepped out in front of me. Lyle Kuan. Calling the boy with my name, he. Lyle shrugged his shoulders and lowered his characteristic aura. Good goddess, you're scary when you're angry, Malia-san. But it looks like your ability to charm women is above mine, to say the least. As he said something I wasn't happy to hear, I was convinced. So Septum-san. Septum's powers have been passed down to me as well? But Lyle looked taken aback. What? It's because I'm a pretty boy. It isn't any goddess powers. It's because I'm cool that the women flock to me. Don't mistake that part. Otherwise, women would never gather around a wimp like you. Rather, the current you is the leftovers without the knowledge or power of a goddess, you hear. I think I hate you. When I let out my true feelings, Lyle also smiled and nodded. I really hate you too. It's mutual. Even when I glared at him, he didn't falter. Faltering aside, he began explaining what I had wanted to ask. It's not like I know everything either. What I do know is my past, and yours. I do apologize for saying it, but I'm more talented than you. Of all else, I inherited just a bit of the goddess Septum's memories. Rather than memories, should I call it knowledge? How to manipulate mana, and an understanding of what mana was in itself. Mana? Mana is mana, right? Lyle shook his head. Mana is poison to humans. No, it's poison to all forms of life. Ask Novum about that field, why don't you? I'm none too knowledgeable about that part. But I did know mana. So I was knowledgeable in body strengthening and magic. I knew, so I could use it well. On top of that, I had the talent. I turned my face to Malia-san and pointed at Lyle. Malia-san, this isn't me. I don't think I was ever this cheeky brat. Malia-san gave a bitter smile. Yeah, I think so too, but... There, Lyle made a protest. Not in opposition to my opinion, he angrily agreed. Why, of course. I'm me. From the moment I was born, I was Lyle Walt. But you were born Lyle Walt once everything was taken from you. Don't group us together. I opened my eyes wide. You mean to say that I'm... Right. You're a fake. And I'm the one that's closest to the original. So I'd like you to return it, my body. The boy moved right in front of me in an instant. His movements exceeded seals. When I promptly tried to retreat, Malia-san forced her way between us. Her eyes glowed gold, and while her standing posture was normal, there was a pressure to it. Lyle brought both hands behind his head. Oh my oh my, oh my oh my. Even Malia-san's on that side? Good grief, it looks like you've at least got it in you to make Novum fall. Even I wasn't enough for that one dot. From behind Malia-san, I asked Lyle. What? From back then, Novum was. That's also wrong. More than that, it looks like you really do trust Novum. Could it be imprinting? I'll throw this out there, but Novum always took a fixed distance when she interacted with me in seals. Even when I called out to her, her reactions were faint. She was no easy game, such to a level that within my head, I got around to calling her Iron Fortress Novum. Novum took distance from me? Why did she do that? In that case, why did I think Novum was always kind to me? No, in the first place. I'm a fake? As I lost myself in thought, Malia-san hugged me tightly. Calm down. If you don't keep your heart firm, you really will be taken over. Lyle was laughing. Laughing, and sitting on the bed. Whoops, it's almost time. Now then, anything else you'd like to ask? I guess I could answer one more for you. Looking at the existence before my eyes, I tried to ask something. But in my confusion, no questions were coming up. And I was getting to hate the existence before my eyes. There, the existence in front of me overlapped with another self of mine. Could it be when I'm experiencing growth, you're taking over my body? There, Lyle made a dubious expression. Taking some fleeting glances at me. But while he was at it, I felt some sort of pity, a detestable feeling. I get where you're coming from, but I'm irrelevant. No, maybe I am, but that's you, without a doubt. Even for me, a Mr. Lyle state is a little, sorry, I can't defend the idea. Really, I'm sorry. And no, I mean I'm different, and you're. Look here. I'm a memory, and I've been sealed. I have a general grasp of what's going on outside, but it's impossible for me to go out. I can't influence anything from within the jewel either. So I'm sure you don't want to admit it, but that's you. Well, I understand the desire to pin it on someone else, but, do you want to just make it my fault? I think that'll be a load off your back. Seeing the existence before my eyes, Lyle, give an honest apology, I thought. Stop, don't apologize for real. Don't console me for real. And wait, I hate you. On top of the bed, Lyle smiled and tilted his head. So do I. He said. He looked truly delighted as he said it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 12, Chapter 4, Galleria. Galleria. Galleria, its official name was the Grand Duchy of Galleria. It was a country where, among its varied feudal lords, the one that held the most power, the Grand Duke of Galleria, had the role of getting the surrounding lords together. The Grand Duke's dukedom alone held more territory than Lorphes had before the war. But the greatest marvel of the country was of how the authority of a duke was recognized by surrounding lords. After departing from Bime, we entered Lorphes, and upon crossing into Galleria from there, I could tell the atmosphere was different. It was a country centralized around nobility, and one where the feudal lords held great power. Sitting on Porter's roof portion, I guarded the specially prepared carts, and the large-scale Porter quite a conspicuous group as I watched over the convoy that had stopped to complete the troublesome international passage procedures. It really is a troublesome process. The one to answer my murmur was the third. There's no helping it. But once they verify it's a delivery for the Grand Duke's house, they'll let us through for chumps change, so just wait it out. They've agreed to barter entry for the magic stones and materials we obtained on the way, so it even reduces our load. The Valkyries stationed to protect the group wore robes, and carried their varied specialized weapons to appeal. When monsters attack, they'd instantly respond, and annihilate them. And carrying out the dismantling, they'd retrieve the stones and materials as well. The feudal lords having power was the same in Bonsium, but this land is the extremes of that. As a country, it has a questionable size, so even a baronet house would seem large. Being a baronet here sounds quite profitable. Seems you'd have a considerable amount of influence to boot. The third sounded envious, but even so, from my point of view, there were numerous problems. The feudal lords were managing their territories, so there were places where the roads were maintained, and places where they weren't. Every time we passed through a town, a passage toll would be taken. Because we were using their roads, we would have to pay for it. I could only see it as an overly inconvenient country. We passed through a number of territories, and even before we could enter the Grand Duke's territory, the merchants had to negotiate with the nobles. With the scale of your convoy, the fee would be around. No, but we're delivering goods to the Grand Duke, so the value of bartered goods fluctuates, so please pay in gold. What I heard was just how much they were paying, and negotiations to how cheap they could lower it. Using the magic stones and materials gained on the way, the merchants were able to pass for cheaper than anticipated. But thinking of the return trip made my forehead exceedingly painful. If we were to use the same course back, they would take our profits. What's more, you couldn't move between Galleria and Rushworth. It seems the merchants were keeping the toll in mind, and selling their goods for comparatively high prices, but to the buyers, the Grand Duke House, it must be quite an annoyance. The fourth quietly let out complaints. Road maintenance of this level requires that much gold? What's more, there were plenty of checkpoints in dubious places. Wherever there's a lot of traffic, they use every chance to pluck money off of us. If they made it cheaper, and actually put the work into maintaining the roads, they'd earn several times what they're making, damn it. What are they thinking, their lords? Are they idiots? In regards to territory management, he had formed the foundation among the heads of history, and it seems he was quite displeased with Galleria's system of rule. Manage it properly. The seventh was opposed to the fourth's opinion. It's irrelevant to us. Well, I do feel it's inefficient, but this isn't our territory. You're paying undue mind to it. At the very least, Bonsium was a country set in order with the king at the center. It had a level of uniformity to it. So even with the same general structure, they can be different. Sitting on the same roof, Miranda answered to my muttering. From my words, it seems she noticed I was comparing Bonsium to Galleria. Sure, it'll differ from a large superpower. But it's true the feudal lords have much power here. It seems they don't have anything like imperial nobles here. Can barely believe it myself. Galleria's Grand Duke House didn't have any imperial nobles, it seems. The Duke had his retainers, but they weren't treated as nobles, and they didn't have a peerage. It seems all of them were treated just as vassals. So it's a gathering of provincial nobles, huh? Seeing that the group had started to move, I took control of Porter. Behind, Clara was piloting the large-scale Porter. The soldiers that saw Porter were staring at us, but I ignored them and passed through. After entering the Grand Duke's territory, since we were the ones who'd been called for, we didn't have to pay toll, and the other various expenses. On the way to his manor, I found it strange he didn't own a palace. But the city around it was a fortress city nonetheless. The walls around it were similar to Bime's, but it was of smaller scale, with a greater number of military installations. Entering the city, we proceeded straight for the mansion. There was no doubt the air of the city was different from Bime's, but the fact it reminded me of Bonsium was perhaps due to the similarity of their structures. When the rare sight of Porter came through, a crowd formed, and the children looked up at the golem with their eyes sparkling. No horses? Maybe they're inside? Idiot, in that case, where's the luggage going to go? Listening to the such voices from the residents, we made way for the mansion, when Eva restlessly popped up on Porter's roof. As so many people, I want to break into song. As her eyes sparkled, and she insisted her desire of having her songs heard, I pushed her back into Porter. We don't have the time, so we can't. It seems a war is close here, so hold yourself back. Not letting herself fall inside, with her head still pressed, she addressed me. You're always like that. There isn't a single time you're not busy. So I'm begging you. Just a little bit of time is enough. Taken aback, I spoke. Aren't you the one who said dealing with the local elves and organizations would be a pain? Please endure it. When we're done with Rushworth, I'll make some time in Lorfies. In these two unstable countries, it wouldn't be strange if war broke out at any moment. In such a place, I didn't want us to overstay our welcome. What, I knew it would be like this, but I've barely any chances. Spilling her complaints, Eva returned to Porter's insides. The masses of cargo lowered from the wagons, and the large-scale Porter were lined up in front of the Grand Duke's manor. The one responsible came from the mansion, confirming each piece with the merchants. They were mostly tools you wouldn't use in war. Among them, there were things that made one wonder, why would they even need something like that? But I chose not to mind it. The vast mansion was definitely appropriate for a Grand Duke. It was at the center of the country, so it wouldn't be strange for him to have a castle, but thinking of living in it, this way was definitely easier. The responsible party that confirmed the cargo issued orders to his subordinates to carry it away. There, a single woman walked out of the mansion. That woman, who bore long silver hair, let her silky locks sway as she came over to us. Her violet eyes and white skin made me feel the beauty of some artificial creation from her. She wore clothes that a knight may wear, giving the impression she was trying to disguise as a man. Her atmosphere was stiff And she was of tall stature, suited to military exploits. When she walked over to me, she used her thumb to point out Porter. My apologies, but who would the owner of this article be? I'd like to talk with them. I took up my hood, and offered my greetings. My name is Lyle, and I'm the one in charge of this convoy's security. I'm the owner. Monica was awaiting my orders nearby, and from her usual attitude, I thought she would butt in, but she kept her mouth closed, and erased her presence diagonally behind me. If she stayed this quiet on a regular basis, she'd be a perfect maid. The woman used her eyes to take me in from the tips of my toes to the top of my head, before pushing out her large chest, and putting a hand on her hip. Are you an adventurer? I'm a little curious, but that doesn't matter for now. I saw this one move. A wagon that needs no horse to pull it? So Bimes even managed to develop something like this. What she had interest in was Porter. And having her evaluate it made me a little happy. It hasn't been marketed enough to catch on. And you would be? The surrounding people, especially the merchants, were looking at me in panic. The people of the mansion were also looking at me with surprised expressions. But the woman smiled. My apologies. I'm Gracia Galleria. I'm serving as proxy Grand Duke. I thought I had heard a description fitting her somewhere before, but I never thought I would stumble upon one of the two maidens of war here of all places. Seeing her smile like that, I guess she does have a kind side to her. If we maintain these in large quantities, we'll lessen the need for horses to pull our wagons. For that amount, we'll be able to raise more war horses and flank Russworth from all sides. Could you tell me of this one in more detail? If it will let me see that Russworthen witch's face, I'll purchase them at a pretty penny. Her violet eyes looked considerably serious. And seeing as she was smiling as she spoke of invasion, she was a war hawk. From the Jewel, perhaps holding the same opinion, the fifth. See, I thought these guys were fighting on set rules. You don't mean to say they've been holding a serious war for years on end? That Alette wasn't exaggerating it a bit? He was confused. The seventh also drew back. A real war on this scale, is it? I'm surprised they didn't pick at Selva when it was exhausted and collapsing. When I took a step back, my opponent took one forward. As she extended her hand to grab my shoulder, Monica and Novum approached. But from behind Gracia-san came a chastising voice. Gracia! You're being rude to him, are you not? Turning around, Gracia-san let out a sigh and looked at the newcomer. She looked a little irritated. This isn't a matter relevant to you, Leold. You've gotten in the way. Silver hair and drooping violet eyes. He seemed to be Gracia-san's younger brother. Age-wise, he looked even younger than me. When Gracia-san returned to the mansion, Leold-kun offered me an apology. I deeply apologize. As you've witnessed, when it comes to war, my sister's field of vision narrows. More importantly, I give my thanks for guarding the convoy. My name is Leold. I'm the younger brother of the proxy Grand Duke. I also introduced myself. I'm Lyle the adventurer. The guarding was a request, so it's nothing you have to give your thanks for. There, Leold-kun lowered his eyes a little, and gave a bitter smile. No, most merchants and adventurers find their dissatisfactions on the way here. Watching Leold-kun's response, the fourth judged him. This kid, he's a good kid at the base, but he's no good. If she's proxy, does that make this a male lineage? If he can't inherit its status, rather than being too young, I can only think that he was found unworthy of it. And it's no good to immediately give an apology as well. Just look around. I looked around to find the people of the mansion sending defiant gazes Leold-kun's way. The third observed the surrounding situation. Big Sister was too strong, so things have assembled with her at the center. But isn't it strange? These sorts of things usually don't make for fun tales. It isn't rare to be assassinated for being too strong. And little brother looks much easier to manipulate. For some reason, their unity feels weaker than what we've heard. Seeing the surroundings' direct hostility, I sympathized with Leold-kun. I ended up overlapping him with me. Is he the same? Perhaps he noticed the surroundings' looks, as he sent a smile at me, before returning to the mansion. My apologies. I was in the way, was I? Well then. In contrast to his sister Gracia-san's military officer air, Leold-kun was a young boy with more a civil officer vibe to him. A contrastive pair of siblings, is it? The merchants finished delivering the cargo, accepted the reward, and left the mansion. We the guards followed along, and after 2 nights in the city, we would return. But of this country inclined to the extremes towards war, I felt a considerable sense of doubt. In Galleria's Grand Duke's mansion, Gracia had called Lyle to her room. The boy who would be rebuked if anything happened, Lyle, was made light of by those of the manor. A brother unworthy of his strong and beautiful sister. A brother unworthy of Grand Dukeship and an environment that recognized that fact. But, Lyle, you don't have to force yourself to follow through for me. You really don't have to mind it. Gracia showed him an attitude different to what she usually wore around the mansion. It was the attitude of a sister worried for her brother. Lyle knew that as well. But at this rate, the other lords will keep squeezing out the merchants, and the prices will rise, when we're already troubled with finances. At a glance, Galleria looked as if it had gathered its lords under the Grand Duke's name. But that wasn't the case. They were using the Grand Duke House to commence war with Rushworth. I understand your worry. But if you say too much by it, you'll definitely be assassinated. At present, I'm not asking for your opinion, so you're being looked upon lightly. The lords had strong authority, and even by the Grand Duke's orders, if it was to cut into their precious income, they would revolt. Gracia and Lyle's parents had died of doubtful circumstance. Exhaustion by long years of war, and the decline of their national power couldn't be concealed. If the Grand Duke put on a show, no one would follow, and after so long, the Grand Duke couldn't cut itself off from its surroundings either. The moment they did, the country would do the same, and its lands would instantly get stormy. Gracia herself didn't actually wish for war. But the talent she was born with wouldn't permit it. As Galleria's maiden of war, the surroundings requested her to fight. Originally, she wasn't supposed to stay a proxy, leaving the true title to Lyle. But Lyle was stubborn as well. He believed that any further war was pointless, and was trying to make appeals to the feudal lords on the border. If his appeals would actually get their assistance, then so be it, but it was uncertain to what extent they would actually listen. And to the lords that didn't hold a border, their plunder from war produced an extraordinary profit. If anyone asked to stop, it was a situation where ample resistance would pop up. Anyways, until you become an adult, I'm the proxy. But you should also think up a road to live free. As things are, you really will be killed. Her words were ones to throw away the status of Grand Duke. But they were merely the words of a worried sister. Lyle spoke. But if that's the case, then you'll be forcibly married off, won't you? Have you forgotten how they said it was best if the maiden of war had as many children as possible in the last meeting? They seriously mean to push men onto you. That's strange. You don't even want to fight to begin with. Gracia understood her own strength. And perhaps that's what the surrounding lords feared. But Gracia alone couldn't carry out a war, and if the lords around her attacked, she would lose either way. And to such a girl, a number of lords had proposed for joint control. While they were under the name of joint control, their contents weren't as savory. She would have to bear the children of multiple houses. Such was the value of a magician's blood. She had sent them back, but even so, they were made thinking of the possibility her powers may backfire on the country. That's exactly why war was so important to her. As long as war raged on, she could live at peace. An opponent only she was able to fight, because Elsa Rushworth was there, Gracia was left alive. If she didn't exist, by this point, she really would have to birth children under joint control, perhaps facing assassination once she was done with. Even so, I cannot run away. So even if it's you alone. Gracia Audat. The worried pair of brother and sister spoke their minds in the room. From the outside, everything looked together, but the inside was in tatters. And to be blunt, Galleria's present situation was closing in on itself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 12, Chapter 5, Rushworth. Rushworth. The Rushworth Kingdom. It was crowned by the name of monarchy, but as with Lorphes, the king was absent. If there was to be a difference, it had no proxy, nor was the seat left vacant. The queen was given full rule. Up to now, there had been a king, but in this generation alone, a queen had been enthroned. We returned from Galleria to Lorphes, and from there, we were held up by the process to enter Rushworth. But after paying the initial passage toll, there weren't any divided territories beyond, so there wasn't a tax. They just took a large sum when you entered and left. Jumping down from Porter's roof, I borrowed a spot at the village we'd stopped by, and camped the night. The roads were mostly standardized in uniform, and I couldn't feel the individual colors of lords as I had in Galleria. In the first place, Rushworth only had a king, and the imperial peerage of its nobility, it seems. There were governors dispatched across the lands, and that must be why it felt so uniform. But the atmosphere of the village we arrived at was questionable. The first village was passed through was terrible. they had been living terribly poor lifestyles. But as we closed in on the country's center, it looked as if the villages and towns were gaining energy in accordance. The village we stayed the night at was one with a dubious air. The merchants gave many thanks to the governor who permitted our stay, before he returned to his mansion in good spirits. Around the governor, the villagers gathered. "Oh, governor, can't you do anything about it? Many of our youths were wounded in the last war. We're not in a state we can dispatch the requested 10. When the chief-looking man said that, the governor looked uninterested. "And what of it? Rules are rules. If you're unable, then you'll have to pay the exemption fee." The land he managed was, at the end of the day, a temporary charge. Ignoring the complaints of the people, he returned to his estate. Parking the large-scale porter at its designated point, Clara came over to me. "Lyle-san, please move porter as well." "Eh? Yeah, got it. What happened?" She was tilting her head, so I spoke of the exchange of the governor-in-chief. Upon hearing it, Clara. "Rushworth is a country managed by its royalty. Spin it positively, and it's monolithic, but perhaps their rule isn't attentive enough. Dispatching governors to various regions and having the royalty manage it all was the way of the land. Because of that, you could say they had unification. But seeing that unification firsthand, it looked problematic. From the Jewel, the 7th. That governor is none too enthusiastic about his job. If that's the norm, there are sure to be problems. The 4th looked at Rushworth's state of affairs. More than that, is it just my imagination, or is it getting more plentiful as we close in on the center? The air is quite dicey. With different ways of rule, the problems that came out would be different. But it was an atmosphere different from Bonsium. Different countries have different circumstance, I guess. No, I knew that, but... Clara agreed with my opinion. She held up her staff, and as the surroundings had grown dark, she used magic to light them up. Well, understanding from reading it in a book and experiencing it are different. It seems the entire area's been standardized, so we should be able to move smoother than in Galleria, though. It's true that if you wanted to move around, Rushworth had exceptionally better conditions. Looking around, I found the villagers of dubious air looking at Porter with wonder. There, the 3rd offered me a proposal. "Lyle, try gathering information here. Why not let Eva unravel her songs a bit? It seems that governor is still quite close, after all. I also thought it was a good idea, so I called Eva over. "Hi, Minister." "Night." Within the tent, I verified the information Eva had brought in. Novum and Aria were also inside, listening to her words. But Aria looked quite sleepy. Eva recited the info she drew out of the villagers with pride. Right. The position of High Minister came to be over 10 years ago, by the sound of things. Up to then, the king was the one handing down all the political decisions, though. Hearing that, the 5th spoke from the Jewel. "No, isn't that normal? Even if there's a minister, in the end, the decisions come from above them. Was he granted a level of authority then?" Novum listened to Eva's story. The information we got in Bime before was mainly about the 2 maidens of war. We didn't look into their personal relations too much. I found it a little regrettable. If I knew there were convoys guard requests earlier, I would have left it to Rano-san. But right now, he's looking into what's beyond Fortress Red Ant. Perhaps not wanting the conversation to derail, Aria requested a continuation from Eva. She was sitting in a chair, trying hard to keep from nodding off. More importantly, what's this about that High Minister? Watching a sleepy Aria, Eva let out a sigh. And I'm saying the current High Minister is holding up the political side, while Rushworth's queen is the pillar of the military face. In Galleria, that Gracia-san's doing it all, but in Rushworth, it's being held up by 2, but... High Minister. That sort of title must have quite a reason behind it. But the 4th displayed a conflicted response. "High Minister, huh?" Malia-san questioned his question. "Something about it strike you as off?" The 4th didn't give a clear response, but he seemed to think the situation of both countries was far from favorable. That Gracia girl was the same, but the one who she fights, Eliza, was it? Rushworth's queen may be reliable on the battlefield. But looking at the country's internal affairs, I can't seem to calm down. Their military might was still uncertain, but it does seem something was bothering the 4th. But I do think both political and military affairs are only complete when held together. I couldn't help but be suspicious there was something going on in Rushworth as well. After that, we managed to travel to Rushworth's center relatively smoothly. The fact a fortress city was at its heart was the same as Galleria, but speaking to scale, while I couldn't say Rushworth's was twice as large, it was considerably big. But I had realized the problem point Rushworth carried. No, perhaps it's best to say I was made to realize it. On the way to the capital, the wealth had entered my eyes. And the closer you got to the central citadel city, the more abundant the villages and towns grew. Meaning, you're in time. With this, we'll be able to make it in time for the next war. The middle-aged man with long, white, drill-rolled hair said that as he watched us arrive. The man was Redel Haldwar, Rushworth's High Minister. This minister, the truth is, the closer you got to the city, the higher his reputation was. This pointed to the fact that rule was centered around the minister himself. Next to the man, a woman looked over the luggage loaded off of the large-scale porter. The second maiden of war. Elsa Rushworth. She watched the work go on from close by. No, I get the feeling she was inspecting it. She wasn't silent, but she had quite a quiet impression. The somewhat cold feeling I got from here must have been because of her mannerisms. Oi, you over there. The one she called out to was Novum. Novum came over to her, and was about to introduce herself, but Elsa-san deemed it unnecessary. She lightly lifted up her light blue hair, the sharp look in her violet eyes giving a cool-headed sense. Despite her eyes being the same violet as Gracia-san's, the feel they gave off was different. And of course, Novum's eyes were different as well. What could it be? You went to Galleria first, right? How was it, that witch's state? Elsa-san wore the clothes of a knight on her body, and once again, that point was the same as Gracia-san. But why did she give off a different impression from Gracia-san's militaristic aura, I wonder? Novum gave a troubled smile. We were merely guards, so we did not hold a conversation. Hearing that, Elsa-san scoffed. I see. I wanted to hear of how she trembled as war approached. But no matter. Her silver staff was almost a mace. Holding it in one hand, and leaning it on her shoulder, she looked at the cargo, and spoke. The package from Bime made it in time. With this, we can fight without reserve. Next time, I'll surely stop her breath. Her laugh and smile all gave off a needlessly cold something. The minister lowered his head. Leave the government to me. Until you return, I, Redel, shall properly manage it all. I didn't miss that fact that her response to the High Minister's words were just a moment late. What is it? I expect great things from you, High Minister. It's a godsend that you're here. Now then, I'll return to the castle, and prepare myself. I leave handling the merchants to you. Yes. With the minister's reply, Elsa-san took her comrades along, and disappeared into the castle. Once her figure had disappeared, the minister's atmosphere inflated a little. Quit dawdling. We're in a hurry here. The merchant representative, hearing that, hastened the ones carrying out their work. And the nobles gathered at the minister's feet. High Minister, with this, we'll somehow make it for the war. Yes, my thoughts exactly. Even so, showing a good face to both we and Galleria, Bime truly is untrustworthy. Yes, I agree with you word for word on that point, but that's just how merchants are. And Bime's merchants are merchants of death. For better or worse, Bime was a gathering of those sorts of merchants. In the jewel, it seems the third noticed something. Yeah, is he the one? The fourth sounded convinced. Quite right. A minister led astray. He said. Inside Rushworth's castle. After taking a shower, Elsa lay on the bed in her single room. As I thought, Gracia-chan wouldn't send a letter through the merchants. I was hoping just a little, though. Breathing out a sigh, she extended a hand to the crate in the room. In it was the present she had received before, along with a letter. It contained a countermeasure for dry skin. I really want to thank her, but when I order these sorts of things, the High Minister gets loud. Something about tax money being the blood of the people or something. Look at a damn mirror already. While Elsa was called the Queen, she knew better than anyone that she was a convenient piece for the High Minister. From the start, within the royal line, she was known as nothing but strong. Even her family took their distance, and she spent most of her childhood in the remote reaches she'd been entrusted to. The trouble in the capital was something she learned of only once everything was over. And of the royal line, they needed a king who'd serve as their puppet. That was Elsa. I must apologize by letter. And wait, it would be nice if I had something to give her. Rather, I'd like some cuter clothes to wear. Almost all her garments were practical night clothes for official detights. She couldn't wear the clothes of a king, and dresses were unfit for the position, so it came to night clothing. It was the High Minister's tastes, so he was satisfied, but Elsa wasn't the same. She was suddenly brought to the capital and made a queen. What's more, if she didn't do as the minister said, her life would be in danger. The one who murdered the royalty who didn't follow along was clearly the minister, after all. She couldn't quite sympathize with her blood relatives she'd never met, but she knew of the High Minister's unwholesome methods. She had even noticed how easy it would be to kill her. A war again, we've already done the arrangements, but honestly, I'm not on board. On top of the bed, she kicked her shapely bare feet up and down, holding her pillow. Despite her tall stature, it was cute enough. After kicking for a while, she sighed and stood. Guess I'll prepare. She reluctantly reached a hand to the clothing prepared for her, took off what she had on, and began to change. That day, I saw an unbelievable sight. Having separated from the convoy headed from Rushworth to Lorphe's, I saw that sight riding May from the sky. What's this? As a pale blue flame tried to swallow up the battlefield, a giant wall of ice formed to block it. The fragments of ice rained down into the ground, causing a cloud of dust to rise. The impact sent people flying, but that was behind the two fighting, and those were soldiers trying their best to protect themselves. On the battlefield, two women stepped out front and continued a one-on-one duel. The scene of their shockwaves injuring their own soldiers continued, and after a while, both parties backed down. As I watched the scene from the sky, those two are definitely not normal, I muttered. And Malia-san let her voice from the jewel. That's a rearguard skill. Both of them have huge areas of effect that drag everyone in. The fifth offered a line. If we got them into a siege, it wouldn't be that hard to win, though. Well, as a fighting force, they're plenty. The third thought over it. All that's left is how to lure them in. I thought. He plans to lure those ones in? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 12, Chapter 6, Rule Book. Rule Book. Having returned from Rushworth to Lorphe's, we borrowed an empty house in a small village. It was a small, countryside village-ish place, but with the recent switch of rule from Selva to Lorphe's, it had faced just a bit of a panic. The reason we were taking a stay in such a village was to deal with Galleria and Rushworth. Porter was parked next to the hut-like house, and Monica and the Valkyries were carrying out repairs. More than that. What a terrible construction. If I let the chicken dickhead sleep here, he'll catch a cold and be bedridden. She held an unfamiliar tool in her hands, as she stripped one wall after the next. Valkyrie Unit 1 accepted the nails and boards from her, neatly lining them up. It's no good. We don't have enough boards and nails to make something anew. Can someone go to buy the materials? Oi, mass-produced units, on your feet. Unit 1 with the same gold twin tails as Monica stuck out her non-existent chest, as she issued an order to the Valkyrie units walking nearby. But the Valkyries smiled and tilted their head. They stuck the thumbs of their right hands towards the ground, including in a gesture as if to cut across their necks. One of them spoke. Wench, you do not have authority over us. Do not misunderstand that, you money-eating worm of a prototype. With those words, they returned to their own jobs. I was curious as to why they got along so poorly, but at their base, they were automatons like Monica, produced by the ancients. We were using their cores, so perhaps that influence was coming out. Unit 1 clicked her tongue. Che, should I show them the difference in our specs? Focused on dismantling the roof, Monica was going at it with enough momentum to take the entire thing apart. Seeing that, No, I don't really mind sleeping out in Porter, but we're losing the point of having borrowed this place. There used to be towns on the border to mingle with Galleria and Rushworth, but due to the hazard of such locations, Lorphe's had opted not to make use of them. Almost all the feudal lords of Selva had been executed, and many had faced deportation as well. Because of that, there were problems coming out in rule. Among the documents Adelsan had processed back at the mansion in Bime, papers detailing such circumstance had slipped in. Looking around, I saw villagers sending frightened and annoyed looks at us. Seeing that scenery, I wonder why it is. Lorphe's lowered the tax, and I do feel they're doing quite well here. The tax was much lower than it had been under Selva's rule. Partly because it had been too high to begin with, but their livelihood should have become much easier now. And this was an important village on the route to Galleria and Rushworth. Road maintenance was done periodically. The fourth answered my question. That's an easy one. It's because people hate having their circumstances change. To go to the extremes, if the past feudal lord was only just a little bit bad, the people would never accept Lorphe's rule. There's no guarantee it will make them any happier. It isn't just tax. war, custom, and everything else, there will be plenty of trouble. From their point of view, Lyle, you're the perpetrator who brought unnecessary change to their lives. I thought they would be happy if their lives became more plentiful, but that doesn't seem to be the case. I decided to walk through town a bit. It was a small village, but walking across was still somewhat a distance. The sun was beginning to set, and the villagers I passed had sweat flowing down their brows as they worked. When I approached, they warily looked my way. It's true I helped in the invasion of Selva. Thinking there was no helping if they didn't like me, I looked around, and walked on. There, the third observed the village. It's that. They're relatively blessed by the land. Even when they were wrung out by taxes up to now, they didn't have any problems when it came to getting by. I'm not sure what the feudal lord was thinking, but perhaps he was maintaining it at this scale. Maintaining? Wouldn't developing it yield more of a profit? Confirming there was no one around, I asked the third. He let out a sigh. Ha, you don't get it. Even within the same country, you can be invaded from around and plundered. What's more, this point is close to both Galleria and Rushworth. If they increase their scale, don't you think they'll be the first to get targeted? On top of that, a larger settlement demands just that much more work. If it were me, I'd grow it to a considerable scale, but it's possible the previous lord purposely didn't let it develop. If it's small, its movements are light, and there are times when it's much more convenient. The fifth spoke to me. With the road maintenance as well, when it comes down to it, the enemies will use those roads for a smooth and swift invasion. If the maintenance progresses, anxiety will come out. What's more, the ones up top are people of Lorphes, who may understand their circumstances, or may not. Of course the villagers will be anxious. So just making it bigger, simply developing it would have some protest come out. As I mused over that way of thought, Shannon unsteadily ran up to me. Her running was one where it felt like walking would be faster. Malia-san looked at Shannon. For her running to be slower than your walk, how unreliable. But does that not look a little cute? The seventh gave a verbal slip as always. She's at least cuter than Auntie, right? From the jewel, I heard a sound like that of a gun firing. A bang. And then silence. After a while, the fifth. Lyle, go and meet up with Shannon. All right. I went up to Shannon, to find her out of breath. Perhaps someone had told her to hurry. But Miranda, Aria, and Clara had returned to Bime for the time being. The completion of our request included the guard of the convoy all the way to Bime, and the large porter had been stuffed with goods purchased in Galleria and Rushworth. It wasn't possible for all of us to slip out. Did Novum tell her? What's up? After waiting for her to get her breath together, I asked. She looked at me, as she wiped away her sweat. Shopping. She wants to buy the tools we're lacking. But since you're the only one who can use Porter, call Lyle back at once, she said. Hearing of insufficient tools, I tilted my head. Shannon handed over a memo. On it, foodstuffs, lumber, nails, and the relevant tools to use them were listed. Don't we have enough food? I'm sure we brought along quite a bit. Even if May eats a lot, it's not like we hadn't taken that into consideration. So we had taken along masses of food. While you're at it, gather some information too, or something like that. Or something like that? I'd really like that part to be clear. Perhaps Malia-san felt the same, as she sighed. Oh, Miranda is too soft. As I thought, this won't work out unless I train her. It seems the fifth was observing her expression. And he also sighed. The fact you look so delighted when you say it is contrarily scary. What are you talking about, father? I'm merely looking forward to playing around with my great-granddaughter. See, I'm. The seventh hadn't learned. You are a great-grandmother, after all. After Malia-san let out a laugh, I heard a gunshot once more. Shannon looked at such a lively jewel. Hey, it's been glowing with quite some vigor for a while now. I put my left hand to my face. Don't mind it. Let's get back, and prepare to shop. Bime, the guild's east branch. Since Lyle wasn't there, Miranda dropped by the guild. She had to inform them the party wouldn't be able to take on requests for a while as well, so she planned to report that alongside the request's completion. Aria, who seemed quite likely to hop on board the guild's sweet-talking, was sent to the mansion to explain the situation to Adele and company. The one who confronted her in a private room was Tanya. It's always divided first floor and third, but the only face I ever see on both sides is yours. When Miranda said that, Tanya smiled. That's just how it is. We're a little short on hands with receptionists. I'd really like it if they considered that fact a bit more when they evaluate my salary. Now then, splendid work in completing the requests. What shall you do about the next one? Miranda folded her legs above the chair and put her elbow on the table. Ah, that won't be happening for a while. We're accepting a personal request in Lorfe's. In Lorfe's? Well, I pushed him to take on that request, so it's fine and all, but what is the period? Miranda smiled. Depends on Lyle, I guess. When she said that, Tanya made a troubled expression. No clear request period, you say? Do you plan on doing something again? Seducing Lorfe's princess or something? Miranda recalled Lyle's actions. Even if she denied it, she thought he didn't really have any credibility in that field. We won't be laying a hand on the princess. Apparently she doesn't fit in with the Walt house's precepts. Precepts? Tanya pondered it a bit, but having finished her report, Miranda stood. If something happens, just send a message to the mansion. Saying that, she left the room. In the past, what was once a trade point between Galleria, Rushworth, and Selva, was swept in a tempest. Find him yet. Damn, that bastard screwing around. Kill him on sight. The folks who said such dangerous things were holding weapons in their hands. What was once a flourishing town had now lost its energy. Its location had become dubious, and as an exchange point, its placement had become troublesome. In such a town, men were running about with weapons in hand. Eva, who stopped by it alongside me, watched the scene with a stiff face. What the hell is this? There's no way I could sing in a situation like this. What's more, there aren't any of my brethren here. The town that's energy had declined didn't have any entertainers come through. I began to doubt if I could buy the ingredients and materials on the memo, but I went to the market regardless. To make sure Shannon didn't get lost, me and Eva kept an eye on her as we walked. We walked and spied a shop. In that shop without the best quality of merchandise, I bought the food ingredients and denied the change to strike up a conversation with the shopkeeper. The town seems quite noisy. With a tired face, the shopkeeper began to talk, bit by bit. A wanted paper was delivered from Rushworth. There was an adventurer who had been using this town for a while on it, and it seems he'd been frequenting between Galleria and Lorfe's. He had submitted false reports to the guild, and there was something about him being a man of Galleria, or something. Saying it was a problem of trust, or something, the guild's adventurers are running around. It seems there was a small guild in the town. One of the adventurers registered to it was involved with both countries. Could I see the wanted paper? They're posted around the place. I said my thanks, went outside, and searched out a form. Tearing off one of them, I used the skills Map, Search, Field to look into the movements of the townspeople. Shannon looked at me. Hey, what are you trying to do? Let's go back quickly. I let those words slide, and identified a response moving suspiciously. It was evading the violently moving dots, and attempting an escape from the town. Memorizing that response, I spoke to Eva. I leave Shannon to you. I've a bit of business here. If I came in contact with one who frequented both countries, it's possible I could get some sort of lead. With that in mind, I ran off and chased the point running around. But found him. An adventurer with a bow set his aim on the individual running on the roofs, and while he hurried to conceal himself, an arrow pierced into his leg. The individual falling from the roof hit the ground, but continued to flee while dragging his leg. I managed to catch up. There, my opponent pulled his sword without a word. From the jewel, the third. Does he have something on him he wants to hide so badly? This may be some material you can use to take advantage of both countries. I didn't like it that my opinion aligned with his carefree words, but for now, if I was going to intrude on those countries, and perhaps make use of them, I needed information. Sorry, but you're coming with me. I pulled a katana, and sent its hilt right into his solar plexus. Hoisting up the man, I used the blind spots of the gathering adventurers to run away. Returning to the village we were taking a stay in, we were surrounding the captured man. Novum had treated the wound on his leg, and he kept his mouth shut, without attempting to say a word. So we had him bite a gag. We had finished a body inspection while he was unconscious. Inside Porter, we looked through his belongings. Monica was inspecting his baggage, but she just looked with her eyes, without even trying to dig through the contents. He isn't carrying anything particularly strange. He's hiding some sort of letter, so could that be it? What she pulled out from inside was a canteen. I took it from Monica, and shook it. It was full of liquid. What part of this is, I see. It was full of liquid, but probing around the bottom of it, there was a hidden space. When I took a letter from it, the gagged man began to flail around. A rope had been wrapped around and around his body, but he frantically moved his body, jumping around inside of Porter. MMMMPH. MMMMPPH. Monica looked at him. Oh my, he's showing quite a reaction. It seems we hit the mark. But why did you take such a person back with you? I think the risk is quite high. I confirmed the contents of the letter as I spoke. Right now, I want as much information as possible on Galleria and Rushworth. And he's an adventurer who's been moving around both lands. It's possible he had some sort of info. On top of all that, he's making a considerable profit in whatever he's doing. Looking at the man, the clothes and equipment he wore were mostly ones that would cost a relatively high amount. His wallet contained a number of gold coins, and there were no signs he was troubled with finances. But when I finished reading, the man powerlessly slumped onto the floor. So that's how it is. Novum looked at me. What seems to be the matter, Lyle-sama? I handed the letter for her. Monica looked a little vexed when I did. If you had handed it to this Monica first, I'd have even jumped for joy. I ignored her. As Novum confirmed the contents of the letter, her eyes widened a little. Those two countries were seriously going to war, weren't they? I nodded. May also agreed. Even if you told me they weren't serious, I would say it was a lie. You can find them from time to time, those sorts of abnormal people. Both me and May had seen Galleria and Rushworth as war. The intense clash of both sides had eventually turned to a one-on-one, and ended in a draw. But it seems that wasn't the case. The fifth sounded amazed. For reals, those two were conspiring for that? The third also drew back. No way. And wait, this letter was a greater harvest than imaginable, but if it's true, then using military might to contain them will prove a little difficult. The letter was something sent from the Queen of Rushworth, Elsa-san, to Gracia-san. Its contents. Good job with that last war. And I truly must apologize. Since we had less casualties than expected, the men are raising cries for a rematch. I think we'll be invading within the next few months, but what time sounds good for you? And that dry skin cream you gave me before really did wonders. Along with that, the expected invasion route was drawn up. What scale they would attack in, and what actions they would take, so please make the appropriate countermeasure, she wrote. The seventh's voice sounded as if he was holding his head. Is this supposed to be a rule book? Anyways, we're attacking, so yeah, please do something about it is all she wrote. This is why those abnormal sorts are. Malia-san also sounded troubled. It's not as if you can't win if you move Zayn and Lorphys, but in that case, you'll exhaust both sides, losing the point. Now then, what will you do? I couldn't hide my surprise at the fact the adventurer I'd apprehended had information beyond my wildest imaginations. What's the meaning of this? As I muttered that, the recovered man had brazenly laid himself out, as if he had come to the enlightenment that things would happen regardless. As I thought over how to make use of this information, the fourth alone sounded amused. This might be my turn to shine. There are some problems that can't just be resolved with fighting, after all. Yes, I'm quite a fan of these sorts of things. All on board, he spoke to me. Lyle, bring all the Valkyries you can. And a letter of introduction from Zayn and Lorphys. From Bime. Meh, Fidel Kuan will work. Just have him write up some proof that you worked hard in that defensive war. And when I have those letters of invitation, just what do you expect me to do with them? Let's march right in on Galleria and Rushworth as governments. If it's no good from the outside, just attack them from within. Isn't that an overly hopeless course of action? Fourth generation head, dash it for all right, it's finally my time to shine. As long as you can get inside, it's all our game. We even have material to abuse. From here on, it's the Walt house's turn, lol. Lyle, dash, dot. Oh. Have I possibly been forgotten? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 12, Chapter 7, Max Plan. Max Plan. There are a few reasons why some may conspire to war. Inside the Jewel. The fourth prepared a blackboard, and began explaining to me. Up to now, I had only ever experienced real wars, so when it came to conspiracies, or wars that had rulebooks, I didn't really have that deep an understanding. So in regards to my deficiency, he was explaining, but to put it simply, they want war. Or they need to have it no matter what, but they don't really want the other side's territory. Well, in various lands, you'll find various reasons, and anyway, they've kept on fighting for a while. So we have to eliminate that reason? Both sides were showing considerable motivation, though. It didn't look like everyone was conspiring to fight among friends. In any case, the war zone on the border must be going through hard times, right? There, the third spoke to me. Well, even if the reason changes everywhere, everyone has their circumstance. But if they're fighting quite frequently, then it isn't population regulation, is it? The population a land could support had its limits. Space was limited. Even if you pioneered to increase the sustainable population, it would eventually reach its limit. In that cause, you'd have no choice but to snatch up land. But taking more land also meant there was more land you had to govern. So what could their goal be? When I tilted my head, the fifth reluctantly answered. That's what you have to look into. Well, roughly from what I've seen, Galleria is quite easy to invade. In that land, the feudal lords around are the head honchos, and you could also call it a clump of small countries. Even if you were to buy one off, I doubt any complaints would come out. I spoke anxiously. That's true, but am I really capable of government service? In order to alleviate my anxiety, the seventh smiled. Fret not, Lyle. You're still young, and you have results to show. Like hell there's a lord or country who wouldn't want you. In regards to him, Malia-san from the side. Well, it's often the case that overly capable people are hated. It's not like you're the one who has to get the position. Eh? On my surprise, the fourth nodded. I assent that obvious? Getting into both countries' governments is impossible. If you did that, then I would have you executed if I was in charge. He wrote the names Galleria and Russworth on the board, and started writing my comrades, starting with Novum, under them. So who shall we station where? How about we decide it? In this case, you'll have to go on support, Lyle. If my comrades take office, would that not be as if my party was serving two lords? I get the feeling that's a little irrational. The fifth looked as uninterested as ever. It's fine like that. It's not like they'll be serving them forever. It's to pull those two countries into an alliance with Zayin and Lorphes. Afterwards, you can deal with the surrounding small countries diplomatically and whatnot. The fourth energetically explained his plan. First, you have to infiltrate both sides. Get some achievements in them, but this time, you shouldn't try for achievement on the battlefield. Seeing me seriously listening, the fourth looked delighted. You'll mainly have them work on domestic affairs. First, you have to break the balance between them. In that case, the impatient parties will have no choice but to break the deadlocks. At that point, you'll have a chance to send people in. Listening to his explanation. But domestic affairs will take time. Even if we successfully infiltrate, won't we be bound in place for years, if not decades? On my opinion, the fourth shook his head. We don't have such time. That's why we'll be using those letters of introduction this time. Using introductions from Zayin, Lorphes, and Bime, you can swiftly get results upon infiltration. Well, from what I've seen, it'll be Galleria. Better the domestic affairs of one side, and the other side might turn to us. I was curious as to whether that would really work out well, but we had a trump card of our own. Malia-san clapped her hands, and stood from her chair. Wonderful! The very fact they receive cooperation from a group with ties to Zayin, Lorphes, and Bime will raise a predicament. Of course they'll panic. It would look like the other side was finally coming to crush them for real. The fourth was enjoying himself quite a bit. Exactly. If they panic, the opportunity to use them will widen. For that sake, we need information. With information at the base, let's dispatch the perfect personnel to both sides. If it's no good from the outside, then crush them from within. I wonder why it is, for some reason, I pitted the countries the fourth set his target on. It was at that moment. As if recalling something, Malia-san suddenly spoke up. Oh, right. Lyle, it's been a while, so why not pay a visit to Lyle? He may be feeling lonely. Staring reproachfully at her. That guy gets lonely? And wait, I don't really want to talk with him. Don't be selfish. Look, let's go. She pulled my hand, and pulled me into my own room of memories. I was Lunili, Milia-san. When we entered the room, Lyle took a leap at Malia-san. He casually aimed at her chest, and his hands were making indecent movements. While his form was that of a child, this should still be out of the question. Oh my, sorry for that. A light thwop rang out as Malia-san shot a chop down on his head. Falling to the ground and twitching a bit, Lyle tottered to his feet. Why you don't have to be so embarrassed. Following Novum, I award you the title of Iron Fortress. Oh, how delightful. Anyways, you'll be explaining some more today. It was the space I had once carried out my life. Lyle prepared chairs for me and Millie IA, before sitting on the bed himself. So what should I talk about? Last time I asked you to return my body, but you won't do that, will you? Giving it to you isn't happening. More so, we're already different people, are we not? I wouldn't really like me not being myself. Hearing my words, he muttered, how cruel. But he looked a little happy. Well, if you think you can beat seals as you are, then so be it. Those words, that confidence. I asked him. If it were you, could you beat seals? I was a little reluctant to ask such a thing, but I couldn't go by without doing so. Malia-san was looking at me as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she remained silent. Lyle spoke, completely brimming with confidence. I wouldn't lose. But I guess I wouldn't win either. At present, perhaps that's what my 100% would get you. I mean, seals took whatever she could from me. Well, I'm the first genius ever born into the Walt house, and a bona fide child prodigy, so there's no helping she'd be envious of me. As he gave quite a dubious response, I regretted the fact I had posed the question so earnestly. Malia-san was giggling to herself. I let out a sigh. On the contrary, could you return my memories? Lyle gave a fearless smile. Oh, I wonder. Rather, if you won't return the body, I'd like to think we're irrelevant. When I tried to rise from my chair, Lyle closed the distance between us in an instant, touching my forehead with the tip of his index finger. If you want to fight me, I'd advise you stopped. I mean, even if I was stolen away, I still remember how to move my body. You wouldn't be able to beat me. Even if he wasn't at Seal's level, I didn't get the feeling I could beat the existence before my eyes. When my expression turned regretful, Lyle wandered over to Malia-san. Malia-san, hold me. That was terrible. Try again with a purer heart. I'm merely honest with my desires, and my heart is pure as snow. So please hold me. I want to use those breasts as a pillow. Thinking this guy was the worst, I moved on to the next question. What do I have to do for you to return my sealed memories? Lyle turned to me. Memories, is it? Well, if you want them back, then how about a match? Match? You and me fighting would be impossible. It wouldn't even be a match. So, invite those lovers of yours into the jewel. All of them. And therein lies the match. The contents are a secret. But if you don't, I'll definitely never hand over your memories, and if the chance presents itself, I'll be taking your body. I thought. Why do I have to introduce everyone to a pervy brat like you, bastard? When I noticed, Lyle transported himself atop the bed, and made a pose. As if there was any doubt. It's because I want to grope the hell out of their breasts and bums. Now, for the sake of your memories, present your lovers to me. I instantly. There's no way I'm ever bringing them here, idiot. The rebuilt detached house had become considerably large. To its side, a stable for Porter was made, and it looked like a large-scale reproduction of a doghouse. It made me a little fearful of Monica's love to Porter. At that place I had set as my base, the large-scale Porter had arrived, loaded with Valkyries. From it, Rano-san disembarked as well, with a tired expression. You're too rough with your grunts. What's the meaning of a job request the moment I get back? What's more, the difficulty level is way too high. An unshaven stubble, and an unkempt head. He was quite justified in his complaints. We're in a bit of a hurry. So how is the land beyond Fortress Red Ant? Bonsium? On my question, he breathed out a sigh. What was once our neighboring country has officially come under Bonsimian rule. The one occupying it is a general from Central, going by the name of Blois-Cadel. And he's not with Central's elites, but some soldiers scraped together from the provinces. It seems he's safely governing. A general of Central was sent from the capital to some remote region. Thinking about it normally, that was he demoted? Still, if he's established stable rule, we can't be negligent with him. The seventh was wary. I wondered if we had to mind him to such an extent, but Rano-san said something questionable. I don't know if he's capable. If he was sent off to the border, maybe that's it for him, but I don't want to think a man who rose to general could be incompetent. I feel sorry for those below him. He put in a bit of his personal sentiment, making me think something happened in his past. They won't be moving for now, will they? They won't, I say. Casualties from monsters has risen, and he's dealing with that as he governs the land. I thought they would rely on Bime, but it feels more like they're keeping some distance from it. I wanted to look into it a bit more, but my requester just happened to have a sudden change in objective. He spat sarcasm, but at present, this field was the priority. The countries of Galleria and Russworth, I had to get them on our side no matter what. I'll apologize for pushing you. I want to finish things up here quickly. Rano-san looked over me. No, I treasure customers who are good at paying their dues. I'll even throw in a freebie. What is it? A portion of BIME, the portion you've caused to lose profit, to be precise, has started to move. The Trace House is waiting and watching, and it's possible they'll have their own movements in the near future. You're the big brother of that soon-to-be princess rampaging around Bonsium, right? BIME's higher-ups may cut you off for that. Hearing that, I kept quiet. The reason for that was... Oh, things are going quite nicely then. It all depends on how BIME moves from here on, though. If Fidelkuin's just watching and waiting, then riling him up did have an effect, perhaps? We've already gotten the money and equipment together, so I've only the utmost gratitude to him for going so far for us. Well, it's normal they cut us off. Now how much can we wring out from them before they do? Anyways, they aren't following the worst route for us, so it's within our expectations. The merchants of Death and Guild need to go through some pain once or twice. Of course, they'd better hope that BIME survives. Since we're at it, why not prepare a new city? For the sake of the future, let's destroy the current BIME. We have to chip down their territory, and place restrictions on the city's function. Because the inside of the jewel was enjoying itself. These guys took action knowing full well we'd be driven out. How terrible. From the start, we know, to the ancestors, the worst route BIME could take would be to put everything they have to supporting me. If they did such a thing, it would be exceedingly problematic. Getting a precise recognition of the threat of seals, and supporting me with all they had was the worst possible situation. If they did provide such support, even if I won, I wouldn't be able to speak out strongly against the city. If I did, I'd need to resolve myself for strong opposition. So to the ancestors, this outcome was according to expectations. The third spoke. Now then, let's put the matter with BIME on hold for a while, and focus on Galleria and Russworth for now. If we get both countries on our side, numerically, we'll be able to move a few more tens of thousands of troops. It isn't enough to fight Bonsium, but it's important for you to have usable forces. If it came to fighting Bonsium, I doubted whether they'd really offer resistance, but I'm sure these people would think up a way to drag them in. Musing over how reliable they were, I didn't want to remain spoiled by them. What's wrong? Rano-san looked on my silence with worry. I gave a bitter smile. I'm fine. Well, even if they drive me out, it'll work out one way or another. There, he scratched his head. Oh, I'm sure it will. He replied. Third generation head, for all, the pattern we want at least was. Fourth generation head, dash it for all at 4 BIME to give its full support. Fifth generation head, if they did. Seventh generation head, it really would be troubling. It gave the possibility of Lyle becoming a puppet. Millia asterisk for all, so we shed tears as we riled up the surroundings, lol. There really was no helping it, I say, lol. Lyle, for all, dot. Oh, don't be fooled, they're all enjoying this just about as much as I enjoy sexually harassing Millia-san. Lyle, Omega, you're all the worst. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 12, Chapter 8, Threat. TL, 500th post, says WordPress. Threat. The Grand Duchy of Galleria. Before the acting Duke proxy, Gracia-san, I formed a smile. My insides were frozen over, but let that show, and negotiations wouldn't be happening. The Grand Duke's mansion. In its office, I faced Gracia-san alone. She was 2 years my senior, but the fact her atmosphere and presence were so different must have been because she was shouldering a country. But she feels different from Lorphe's princess, and Aura-san the holy maiden. Sitting in a pomp chair, looking over the papers lined on the table, a wrinkle came to her brow. They were the letters of introduction from Zayin, Lorphes, and BIME. Zayin and Lorphes easily wrote them up. Fidel-san, perhaps thinking I was going off to find work in Galleria, hummed a tune as he drafted it. From the way he said, thinking of how this will let me go without seeing your face, it looks like I'll finally be able to sleep soundly at night, I grew worried over whether I had riled the man up too much. I never said I was the one getting the position, and it seems he had gone and misunderstood something. Since it was interesting, the ancestors advised me to purposely keep silent on the matter henceforth, so we weren't the most wholesome ourselves. With her silver hair gathered behind, Gracia-san let out a sigh, glaring at me as she leaned her back against the chairs. So what do you want? Money? Women? For an adventurer of your level, if you wish for status, then it shouldn't have to be Galleria. The final letter on the table was the one from Elsasan, the Queen of Russworth. Stolen from the messenger adventurer, to use it as material, I had brought it up in negotiation. It's true that Galleria was a gathering of feudal lords. If you wanted governmental service, you'd get a better reception in Russworth. But in that case, it would take time to rise up the ranks. Without Galleria's versatility, our plan wouldn't proceed smoothly. I wish for governmental service. And I will personally take on the delivery of the letters. That adventurer was formerly a vassal of Galleria's Grand Duke House, right? He was chased around town, and his wanted poster has been circulating. He won't be able to work in these parts. She looked at me detestably, but it didn't look as if she was thinking to kill me. Of all else, I had comrades. Even if I alone were to be killed, she likely determined my comrades' movements would be dangerous. 'Tis a scheme of the enemy. Good grief, Russworth is which sure turns to dirty means. She tried playing it off as an enemy scheme, but I made a smile. Is that so? Then you're fine with going to war without any letters henceforth? While gazing at both exhausted countries, you don't think Zayn and Lorphys may try an attack? Graciasan's eyes narrowed, and all at once, the room was filled with bloodlust. It was suffocating. It felt as if the room's temperature had suddenly jumped a few degrees. She spoke, annoyed. Holy Knight of Zayn, for that name, you're quite dirty yourself, state your wish. I didn't let my smile fall apart. All of Galleria. Of course, even if I say everything, I don't want Galleria itself. Just as with Zayn and Lorphys, I'll have you form an alliance, and join a union. Hearing those words, Graciasan seemed to be satisfied with something. So you're the reason those countries suddenly closed in? You've done something unnecessary. If you lot hadn't done such a thing, we would have only had to go to war with Russworth alone. You're not considering the fact we might take Russworth in as well, are you? Graciasan scoffed. A former provincial noble. What's more, I heard you were of the famed Walt house, but aren't you overestimating yourself a bit too much? Expanding one's territory is important, but all things are accompanied by trouble. Territory division, territory alteration, and the other various tasks, play it poorly, and you won't be able to stop the civil wars. Rather than dealing with such trouble, wouldn't it be safer to maintain your status quo? Recently, we've been making progress with gathering information at Galleria's heart. And we came to notice the problem the country carried. It was that its system of rule didn't match up with the present situation. A few decades ago, or perhaps centuries ago, it may have worked out. Because within its surroundings, Galleria's Grand Duke was strong, and the others were far weaker. For that sake, in exchange for their assistance, the Grand Duke House could support them. For the feudal lords whose territories had become battlefields, it had become custom for the Grand Duke to lend money unsecured, free of interest. But in the past few decades, the surrounding lords gained power. In exchange, the Grand Duke House had lost a large portion of its own. It was natural. The money they were putting to internal affairs was stolen by other lords in war. I can't call it safe. From my point of view, it looks as if you're only exhausting yourselves. You're stressing too much on war. I know that without you telling me. But even if it looks that way from the outside, there's a different point of view from within. If you know our present state, that makes matters quick. Stop trying to lure Galleria to your side. It may be off, coming from the Grand Duke proxy, but Galleria is a country united only by the existence of an enemy. Once that enemy disappears, it will start biting at you. So as not to let that happen, we were taking some troublesome means. If we absorbed both countries, establishing rule again would take time. In the worst case, we'd have to devote all our effort to internal enemies. If the knights of the overthrown countries started running reckless across the new lands we'd obtained, it would be a nightmare. The enemy would be more knowledgeable on the terrain, and it's likely the natives would take their side. Well, I've a few countermeasures thought up for that area. And it's not as if winning a war is my objective. What means you? The ones to take office will be Miranda Circry, Shannon Circry, Clara Bulmer, and Monica. Those four. And you won't? I won't. I mean, I have a job as the letter delivery guy. I'll still help out, mind you. I'll be on Lorphys territory, so if something happens, just send a notice over there. Though if you use Monica, you'll be able to get in contact with me in no time. Just what are you trying to do? I smiled. I'll have the Galleria Grand Duke House regain the power it once held. And if everything goes well, could you build up a port? Having the sea so close, and not using it is a waste, I'm sure. Graciasan looked as if she wanted to hold a hand to her head. The rights to the sea among lords is a complicated matter. And there are even some places where the feudal lords themselves commit acts of piracy. Then let's persuade them. Well, it's fine if we can't do it immediately, so that can be for a later date. Gracia-san looked at me, making a reluctant expression. I've yet to say I'll hire them. If you don't, there'll be quite a bit of trouble, you know? And it's not as if I'm seeking profit for no one but myself. If all goes well, you may be able to make up to Rushworth without war. Hearing that, she looked down with a conflicted expression. After a while, she raised her head with a face as if she had given up. For Elsa and I, we are foes we cannot bring ourselves to hate. For us both, we are in positions where if we didn't have an opponent, it wouldn't be strange we be killed. I've taken a liking to how you won't say one side must be crushed. I'll approve of the government service. But if you are to show any traitorous actions, your comrades' lives are forfeit. That was my intent. My comrades to come under her service would become both her vassals and her hostages. With that, even if Gracia-san didn't trust me, if she had hostages in her hands, she would be able to have some peace of mind. Not that I'm betraying anyone, though. I'll send the 4 at once. Miranda can easily handle anything. Monica is the same, but she's omnipotent in housework, so I ask you please treat her as a maid. Clara's level of knowledge is amazing. Shannon is Miranda's helper. Hearing my explanation, Gracia-san started to look anxious. Oi, they'll truly be of use, right? I guarantee they're competent. Right, those girls were competent. Even if one was a spider-like woman, and one was useless in all fields but her demon eyes, and one was in existence fundamentally wrong as a maid, and one was a book lover a little problematic in other fields, those girls were capable. They're capable. Those girls are capable. Why did you say it twice? Gracia-san looked a little worried. Leaving Miranda's party in Galleria, I returned to the village we were taking a stay in. Seeing Novum do housework for the first time in a while, this isn't bad. I thought to myself, but I'll keep that my secret. In the rebuilt house, I looked at the maid uniform wearing Valkyrie units 1, 2 and 3. Why are you holding up buckets of water? Inside the room, Unit 1 held up her bucket as she expressionlessly explained it to me. We were training in housework to surpass that Monica. Following on, Unit 2. We broke the plates you purchased, ending at Unit 3. So we are holding them as punishment. Hearing that, I thought it was a little much, so I turned to Novum. Isn't that a little harsh? But while Novum was smiling, I felt a will from her as if never to forgive them. It doesn't seem she had such intentions. That's no good. If it was just breaking all the plates, that wouldn't be a problem, but in the end, these 3 were tossing plates at each other. They got into a fight over who would do the work. Because of that, they even needlessly increased the amount of cleaning that had to be done. When I looked at the 3 of them, they averted their eyes. So Monica's siblings are broken as well. As I had returned, Novum asked about the matter with Galleria. So how did things go on your side? I nodded. As expected, I guess. But it seems there were more circumstances you couldn't see unless from inside than I had thought, or how should I put it? No, looking from within Galleria, it really is serious, I'm sure. Looking from the outside, I wanted to tell them to get their shit together. But from the inside, perhaps there was a different viewpoint to be found. I decided to leave the decisions on that area to Miranda. You approached Galleria first, and next is Rushworth, right? I hope it goes well. On Novum's words, I lowered my shoulders. If it doesn't go well, Rushworth will have no path left but destruction. I want to avoid that by all means. Overthrowing a country was really a pain. I wanted to avoid that as much as I could, preserving their war potential while drawing them to our side. The difficulty level was too high and rigid, but it wasn't something impossible. I looked at Novum. When infiltrating Rushworth, I'll be having you and the others working hard. I really want to do something about that straying High Minister, though. We had gradually begun collecting info on Rushworth's internal affairs as well. But the more I heard, the more I understood that the High Minister was only respected at the center, and the area around that. That's exactly why he was troubling. The fact that his popularity was so high at the center. Even if I was to drag him down, his popularity was troubling. Perhaps happy I was relying on her, Novum spoke with a smile. Leave it to me, Lyle-sama. She said. 3 mass-produced Valkyrie units were surveying the Grand Duke's territory in Galleria. They wore robes sewn with the insignia of the dukes, so no one tried to stop them. What those 3 stopped at was a river that would overflow at the slightest drop of rain. If we revise this point, wouldn't the national power instantly begin to recover? When one unit said that, another pointed her finger. She wore a visor, so her expression couldn't be made out, but she didn't seem too amused. It is on the border between the Grand Duke's territory and the next. It will be difficult to deal with it, with this point alone. The remaining unit looked around. People tend to gather around water, but, in that case, there should be a few feudal lords bordering it. At the very least, the Grand Duke house bordered 2 other houses along the river. With the disputed rights to it, taking measures with it was difficult, so it was a point that had been left aside for several decades. I shall send the information to Master. While I hate that the detestable Monica is the relay point to send information to him, thinking of the burden on our master, there is no helping it. An annoyed mass-produced unit used a series of lines to send information to Lyle. In Galleria's Grand Duke House's mansion. Reluctantly carrying out the cleaning of a room, Monica spat out a sigh. Those degraded defects, they're sending flirtatious glances at my chicken dickwad. I told them time and again that video data was heavy, so they shouldn't send it. She quietly complained, as she let her blonde twin tail sway as she cleaned on. For her standards, it was sloppier than usual, but those around were quite satisfied at the way she worked. She received good evaluations of how through she was. However, from Miranda and the others who knew her circumstance, it was more than clear that the individual was lacking in motivation. A fed-up Miranda sat in the sofa, and folded over her legs as she spoke to Monica. Monica, you've been left an important job from Lyle, so properly do your work. And wait, even if they're called the Grand Duke House, all they have going for them is having the largest territory in the area. Sorting through the paperwork, she confirmed the information she looked into on the territory with Monica as she put together her future objectives. If they get flood control in order, then it looks like they would be able to recover their national power relatively quickly. Peeking at the papers from the side, Clara put such an opinion to mouth. But if it were possible, Gracia would have likely done that from the start. Miranda held a hand to her forehead. The territory's in a questionable location. What's more, everything's a dispute of territorial rights and the like, it seems. I can see why she'd want to leave it aside. Even if they're going to go to flood control, who's going to put out what level of funds, and how much would the profit be? That alone could lead to decades of debates. How idiotic. Clara looked at Miranda. Then is it impossible? With this terrain, there are a number of flood control methods I've read of that would be applicable. Miranda spoke while putting her eyes through more documents. While they're abiding by the Grand Duke House, if it's for the sake of their own profit, I'm sure they'll take up weapons to fight. Taking all of the water management on, and letting other territories maintain the profit they had before has already been rejected, it seems. A guarantee for damages upon failure, and agreements on the area, etc., etc. You will just kill anyone's motivation. Hearing Miranda's words, Clara also experienced the horror firsthand. Lyle had chosen and dispatched them, but Miranda didn't think they could make something of the situation. She addressed Monica. So has there been any sort of message from Lyle? There, Monica unpleasantly turned around. Just start with whatever's possible, it seems. For now, have Leold Kuhn pile up some achievements on the domestic front, or something. An order has come to prepare from 2 to 3 pioneer villages. After saying that much, Monica sighed, and returned to word. My instincts are telling me that chicken is yearning for my cooking. Or so she complained, but Miranda ignored her. Well, I get we can only do what we can, but will setting up 2 to 3 small villages really change the present state? As per Lyle's orders, Miranda began putting up a plan to cultivate new villages under Leold. The world sure is cold. Especially cold to youngsters who don't know its workings. But it's also true that youngsters who don't know the workings of the world have no influence in their words. Within the jewel. I listened to the 4th lecture on how to overcome the present state of Galleria. I raised a hand. How is this connected to cultivating villages? The round table room. On top of the table, a 3-dimensional map of Galleria was displayed. Using a long, cylindrical pointing tool, the 4th indicated a certain area. At present, it's well known that if you reform this area, you could largely recover national power. There are a few more points you could reform, but this is the main one. An area that became complicated with claims from other houses, and a spot where flood control couldn't be implemented because of them. It seems they've stuck a few reasons on denying flood control. If it were me, I'd set about it at once regardless, though. When I said such a thing, the 4th firmly slapped his rod against the table. Naive. Too naive, Lyle. Is that so? The 4th refuted my naive thoughts. How much time and money do you think riparian work will take? Manpower is the same. If you put it in practice. I failed, teehee, won't be the end of it. If failure for a feudal lord can bring about a terrible situation, then the best option is not to lay hands on it. To be honest, I couldn't understand his point of view. From what I could see on the map, there were numerous flood control options that would work. If it would somehow put the rains on an overflowing river, then putting it to practice would definitely be better. More than that, are there any flood control specialists in Galleria at the moment? You can look at their internal affairs as well. Even if they can maintain the status quo, do they look like they're wishing for any further developments? I thought a little. They aren't. I looked into the retainers to an extent, but a large majority of them are specialized to warfare. Right. Sitting themselves down on such an abundant plot of land, and never doing anything with it, Galleria is the worst. In my time, it was hell because we had jack squat. Our land was mostly wastelands, what's more, we had no industry or specialty products. I'm a baron who was suddenly handed a barren landscape, a barren, you know. Thinking back on it, His Majesty really was a bastard. When he said such a thing, the third burst into laughter. Too late. You're way too late to the party, Max. The fourth corrected the position of his glasses. All that alone was busy enough, and I didn't have time to turn my attention to anything else. Now then, here's the problem. To the Galleria Grand Duke House, a boy named Lyle suddenly says, "I'll take care of flood control, so please assist me." Will little Lyle be trusted? He won't. It's true I felt there were too many uncertainties. Rather, I could contrarily understand the feelings of the feudal lords who didn't want to touch the issue. So you show some results. In this area, there's a perfectly suitable piece of land. Flood control will be necessary, and if you do it, I'm sure a few more villages could be built. The area he pointed to was where a small river flowed, and would easily overflow. And there were many monsters there. Reclaiming it would be too much trouble, so it hadn't been touched. We'll reclaim that point? Right. It needs some flood measures, and it has a considerable degree of difficulty. If this succeeds, it will become Leoldkuin's achievement. And while it'll take a few years before it will stabilize, as long as you can get the form together, it won't be a problem. Piling up merits for Leoldkuin was vital, it seems. By doing that, Leoldkuin would be recognized as one suited to internal affairs. The feudal lords who didn't want war, and wanted to better the domestic situation would gather around him, or perhaps give him instruction. But will it succeed? You'll make it succeed. Lyle, you can use magic, right? What's more, you have the Valkyrie series or something with you. But it's the principle of magic not to use it too much in this sort of thing. As long as no one's watching, it won't be a problem. Build the foundation to an extent, and leave the rest to them. And wait, the precept of magic is not to do everything with it, you hear? Build the foundations, have humans do the work, and you'll have a village up in no time. Well, the biggest problem is actually maintaining it, though. In the world, the thing called maintaining was considerably difficult. There were changes of situation, but something like a village could often be destroyed upon the appearance of a monster. If we show results, will they let us start on the real thing? The probability will rise. Small as it may be, having or not having results completely changes your persuasive power. Also, how about you have the elves spread songs of your plights and internal affairs? I mean, you left Ivachan behind for something like that, right? I nodded, and decided to move by his orders. And the fourth. Now then, it's getting fun around here. Cried out for joy. The surrounding reactions were dubious. The fifth. It's no good. I want to set traps around the point Russworth is attacking, and wipe them out all at once. Malia-san spoke uninterestedly. It'll resolve itself at once if Lyle pushes Gracio-chan down. That child's definitely troubled with the lack of romantic encounters in her position. The seventh even. Galleria's Grand Duke, having them overthrow their surroundings would definitely be easier. And what, with their questionable territory, wouldn't it be better to put out an obey or fight proclamation, and have them attack? Put up a reason, tack on a just cause, win enough, and the surroundings will quiet down. Having learned of Galleria's troublesome domestic affairs, he wanted to say that as long as we got them to obey, it would be fine. Guys, how about a little more solidarity? I don't think my thoughts on the matter were mistaken. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 12, Chapter 9, Domestic Affairs. Domestic Affairs. Now, that's why I'm here. This is a land no one has ever laid hand on before. Even when there's a river nearby, it isn't being put to good use in the slightest. Looking over those gathered and clapping, I felt as if I was the only one getting so excited like an idiot. The lined-up faces started with Lyle, then Clara, before going on to include the manpower scraped together from nearby villages. From our side, besides Clara, there was Arya, Maximsan, and Adelsan participating as well. Other than them, the Valkyries expressionlessly applauded me. I wonder what it is, the mass-produced models seemed to be the cutest of the bunch. While there was a river running nearby, the ground sprouted grass that grew to the hips. A forest stood in close proximity, and with the skills. Map and search. I could confirm that it was full of monsters. Taking out the large-scale porter, we had also gotten together the tools we thought necessary. Within the present situation where we carried out such preparations, Lyle raised his hand. Mr. Lyle. Okay, first drop the Mr. You can just call me Lyle. Anyways, just don't add a Mr. I informed him of a crucial fact. Lyle tilted his head a little, but he nodded, and continued on with his question. Even if you suddenly call me out and say, let's go pioneering, the Grand Duke house is just barely scraping by financially, you know? Since he knew I knew of his house's internal situation, he had no restraint in exposing the financial status of the Grand Duke's house. Well, from my research, I know it down to its smallest copper. It's true the Grand Duke house has no money. But staying that way is troubling. Right. At the rate we were going, fall would have to pass by before the Grand Duke house could procure any extra funds. What's more, from war expenses, and compensation to the bereaved, a large majority of that would disappear. I spoke with a smile. Don't worry. The world is full of money, if you know where to look. I borrowed a little for this operation. It was just an advance payment, mind you. I'll properly return it someday. Once more, I asked Vera to lend me money. I can't forget Fidelsan's eyes of scorn, but Vera said, I guess there's no helping it, and lend it to me. I'm sure I'm not the right person to say it, but Vera is surely the type of woman that would get extorted by a man. Lyle looked at me, and turned his eyes to Clara. He's quite an amazing person, isn't he? I've only ever heard the rumors. Clara corrected the positioning of her glasses. Well, if you just look at his career history on paper, he's perfect. Know the details, and you'll be a bit disappointed, but that's Lyle San's charm. Lyle sent eyes of aspiration my way. It was as if his eyes were focused on the hero of a child's fairy tale. What's this? My heart hurts. Since I'm trying to use Galleria to my own ends, my heart freaking hurts. From the jewel, from the third and up. Those innocent eyes burn. Don't look at us like that. Back then, they all had such pretty eyes too, didn't they? This aching of the heart, for a look of purity to hurt to such an extent. It's no good. Even I can't bring myself to tease this child. I cleared my throat, and went into explanations. Now then, Lyle, this time you'll be the person responsible for cultivating this land. This area has an abundancy of monsters, and whenever rain falls, its small river overflows and floods. Cultivating this land will be of the utmost difficulty. The gathered manpower also nodded at that opinion. The second and third sons of the area, and the existences called dependents. But then why would you cultivate such a land? I'd be thankful if you'd just normally expand the fields, though. People have tried to cultivate this place numerous times, and failed, or so the old lady of the village told me. To the men who weren't really on board, I proclaimed. That's exactly why. If we reclaim this point, that achievement will go to Lyle to the next Grand Duke. Steadily start from the small things. Let's pile up results here, before taking on an even bigger river, why don't we? But Lyle looked around. If we're really doing it, isn't this group too small in scale? I also thought so. I thought there would be more free hands lying around, but fitting of a country that had continued fighting on time and again, manpower was a scarce resource. It was also a busy time, so all we could gather were the village's burdens, 10 odd men who wouldn't be succeeding their houses. Well, let's just say we're working with a select few. So let's use magic to finish it in a flash, cultivate the land, get some results, and report to your big sis. Lyle, still a little worried, nodded. And from the jewel, I heard the fourth's laughing voice that seemed to have some implication behind it. Lyle, you're in quite good form. It's time for some on-site learning. As the third day of cultivating passed by. Gaia the bank collapsed. Cracks traveled across the magic madeware, and once water leaked through, the wall collapsed, and the water behind it jetted out with good momentum. Because it had been dammed up, the pressure built even higher, and as near as I was washed out. There, Adelsan, who had been giving out orders close by, was washed away as well. Clarasan stumbled from the impact, and floated in the river. As she bobbed downstream, I went to retrieve her, when Maxim-san rushed over. "Milady! Now, quickly wipe down your body." After handing Adele-san a towel, he protected her from the eyes or surrounding men. I recovered Clara's body from the flow, but I didn't have a dry towel on me. More than that, Adele-san was shaking as she looked at me. "That's why I told you. Build it sturdier," I said. "Otherwise, make it so it changes the flow of the river itself," I said. Soaked, with her clothes stuck fast to her body, she complained to me. Spitting up water, Clara didn't remain silent herself. As she wiped off her wet glasses. "The one who said something about budget, and didn't want to use the proper tools was you, Adele-san. I'm sure I said to reinforce it just as was written in the book." Acting as a dispatch from the Grand Duke of Galleria, this time around, Clara was being treated as Lyle Kuen's aide. Using the knowledge she's stored up, she was supposed to play a large part in our flood control. Supposed to, but she couldn't help but collide with Adele-san. And I explained that we didn't have enough to use the book's knowledge as is, didn't I? That's why I said to do whatever we could, and use other methods to compensate. In the first place, there's got to be a more efficient solution here. As their two opinions clashed, me and Maxim-san used all forms of gestures to calm them down. Maxim-san to Adele-san. "Milady, there's no helping what's been broken. We have to make some improvements for the next one, and keep working on. Wah, our expenses have been needlessly wasted again." I tried to soothe Clara. "Clara, isn't there any other method? And different knowledge or so?" I'm sure I chose the best option. And if the right materials were used from the start, nothing would have been wasted, to say the least. Both Adele-san and Clara grumbled off complaints at the other. Both points were important problems, so I hadn't an idea of what to say. But from the jewel came a laughing voice. It was Malia-san. "Splendid. How splendid, Lyle. That follow-through, and the failure that led to absolutely no progress in the situation, it's exceedingly fun to watch. This person had a considerably terrible personality. It's a definite that she put on an act before the sixth. The sixth kept talking about some kind sister, but that was definitely a lie. As expected of Miranda and Shannon's ancestor. She had it in her to be the progenitor of the two with problematic personalities, but that wasn't much different from the other ancestors. The third was also enjoying himself. I knew that one was definitely going to break from the start. The seventh laughed as he agreed. Quite right. Lyle, you have to be careful in these sorts of preparations. If they knew, they could have told me, but they just stood back and watched. As that was happening, Lyle Kuen ran out from the forest. Someone. Come quick. Arya-sans. I turned to see what had happened, only to find Arya emerging from the forest carrying a large bear by the head over her shoulder. She was soaked in blood, but I was certain it was monster blood. With its tawny fur, the brown bear was classified as a tough monster with a rough temperament. A troublesome monster. And having taken it out by spear, it appeared that Arya was carrying it out of the forest. Oh, shut it. Don't make such a fuss over a blood spurt. Perhaps Lyle Kuen was actually raised with excessive care, as this was the first time he had ever gone out and done something like this, it seems. So Gracia-san was a brocon. When Arya tossed the brown bear onto the ground, one of the Valkyries handed her a wet towel. Accepting it, Arya wiped off her face, nape, and hands. And wait, there are a lot of monsters. Way too many. Maxim-san disappeared before I realized it, and the other Valkyries are busy with work. To cut open the forest, most of the Valkyries were felling trees, lopping off their branches, carrying around logs, and extracting stumps. Seeing Lyle Kuen crouched on the ground, Arya let out a sigh. If you stay like that, you won't be able to move when you stand the battlefield. In worry for the boy, she called out. But looking at her, Arya, you were quite terrible at the start too, Dash. Halfway through, receiving her sharp glare, I closed my mouth. The Valkyries brought towels over to the rest of us as well. I handed the first towel to Clara, and looked around. Having unskillfully been damned, the surrounding soil was now a mess. Thinking it would have been best I did something with the grass first, I breathed out a sigh. Looking up at the sky, the sun was beating down brilliantly, making sweat pour down my face. This isn't ending easily at all. I thought it would end at once with magic. And my thoughts had been quite naive, it seems. Night. While the third day was reaching its end, there were almost no results to show for it. The original plan was to carry out flood control, build a weir, and alter the flow of the river. If all went well, it wouldn't be strange if we already started building the foundations for the village. With a stream of failures, the plan wasn't going forward at all, and even if I sought advice from the ancestors in the jewel, they kept on dodging the question. While I was sure there was a reason why they wouldn't give advice, I was tired. A tent was set up to Porter's side, and sitting on a chair of crates in it, I sighed under the light of the lantern. With crates piled up, and a board put across to form a desk, I put a Delsan's report through my eyes. We've lost logs for raw material, damn it, time keeps going by, and we just keep wasting money. Moving people also required money. One of the finer points was food. And cultivation required tools. Those tools could be expended. There were times they would break. Flushed away by the water, there were times they could be left unfound. It isn't going well. When I sighed again, a voice came to the tent. It was Lyle. Are you awake? Why yeah. Inviting him in, I told him to take a seat on a crate. As he sat, he hung his head. I'm sorry. For what? As his sudden apology confused me, Lyle quietly went on. Up to now, I had always been at the mansion. I had never thought flood control and cultivation would be this hard. I had the knowledge, but that being the case, I never thought I'd be unable to do anything. Having thought he would be capable of much more, he seemed to be disappointed in himself. Around noon, he had followed Arya and entered the forest, but he regretted how he couldn't really do anything there. Lyle, Dono, I've heard you succeeded as an adventurer. Even when you're only 2 to 3 years older than me. I just thought myself too pathetic. I'm sure if he saw my failures through the day, he wouldn't be holding such an impression. As I thought it a good thing he hadn't seen, Lyle. Perhaps I was just talk. I always thought if I worked on internal affairs, I would be able to do something for Galleria's Grand Duke House. I was unhappy that my sister was doing nothing but war, yet even so, I wasn't able to do anything myself. Seeing his depression, I tried calling out to him. Me too. To this point, I've just been fumbling through trial and error. You have? I can't believe it. With his extent of wonder, just how had Lyle been seeing me, anyways? Giving a bitter smile, I prepared a drink, and handed it over to him. It was nothing but failure. I've troubled many people. And in the present tense, I'm still troubling people. To add to that, assisting Galleria is for my own profit, you hear. Lyle gave a wry smile. I heard from Gracia. Who would have thought she was exchanging letters with the Witch of Russworth? It's true that if the fact came out, her life would be in danger. But from my point of view, it's still a mystery. Why would you go so far? In a sense, I'm a blackmailer who threatened her. But at the same time, I prevented the capture of the adventurer who'd helped with her letters up to now. While both countries were at war, if it became known the top dogs were connected behind the scene, those around wouldn't find it too amusing. Having protected her against that, it seems I was a mysterious existence to Lyle. I scratched my face. Well, I've got a few reasons of my own. Forming a union with Zayn and Lorfes. Making a foothold in Russworth while I'm at it. If Galleria recovers and receives aid from 2 countries on top of having a favorable relationship with Bime, Russworth will instantly feel cornered. Hearing that, Lyle spoke. If it comes to that, my sister will lose the reason for her existence. Played poorly, that's what assassinations are made of. I smiled. In that case, I'll just have to take her as a comrade. In all truth, I do want her fighting strength. Lyle made a bit of a surprised expression. Is that so? Arya-san was strong too. Though she's a different type from my sister. Gracia has a battle style that yields heavy casualties and collateral damage. While Arya could take on individuals and a group one by one, it seems Gracia-san was specialized in the ultimate anti-army battle style. That as it was, I had no objections to her as war potential. And I needed such power from here on. I'm not a good person myself. I have my own reasons for assisting. So you should just use me to stack up achievement for yourself. Once we succeed here, I'm sure the eyes around you will change. Will it succeed? Such thoughts crossed my head, but I immediately shifted my thoughts. It's no good if it doesn't. Hearing that, Lyle nodded with a smile. Understood. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 12, Chapter 10, The Fourth Era. The Fourth's Era. Within the jewel. Worn and ragged, I clung to the fourth in tears. I can't go on any longer. Is there any chance you could lend me your knowledge? It was almost 2 weeks since the start of cultivation, but the results were terrible. Failure and failure. Even if things were going well, it would fail, and starting again from scratch over and over again was what made up the time. In the round table room, the ancestors and Malia-san made expressions as if to say, "Oh dear," as they looked at me. The fourth stood and beckoned to me. And he started off towards his room of memories. Looking around, the ancestors just motioned for me to go. Malia-san was smiling brightly, waving me goodbye. He could have at least said something. Murmuring to myself, I headed for the room, and rounding the door, I found the scenery different from before. The fourth's room of memories generally displayed a one-way road that extended beyond the horizon. But today, there were carts, and men, and a young fourth-generation head commanding them. The young fourth. Max issued orders to those around. But the atmosphere wasn't very pleasant. What is the meaning of this? Just what did you use a majority of the prepared resources on? The ones being told off were the people of the new addition to the territory. One of its leaders came forwards as a representative to speak with Max. The truth is, the villages needed some resources themselves. What we're doing here isn't particularly urgent, so we lent it to them. If the need arises, we'll definitely be able to prepare more. In his teens. Young, and having just become a baron, Max was being made light of. Normally, even if he was younger, as long as he was a feudal lord, one wouldn't take on such an attitude of contempt. Standing before my side sometime along the way, the fourth looked at his past self and sighed. Good goddess, thinking back, just what was I doing? Why did it come to this? Whatever the case, that isn't an attitude to direct at a feudal lord. Arbitrarily using up resources is. That was a crime where you couldn't complain if you were executed on the spot. It wouldn't even be strange if whole villages were to be punished for it. But before an annoyed Max, the other party smiled. It's not like this project will go well anyways. If it's going to be wasted, then it's best to put it to effective use. The Walt house is an upstart house after all. I can understand why they'd feel impatient. Now then, we're busy, so we'll be taking back some of our manpower. The people acting of their own arbitrations were being glared at by the people behind Max. But there was a difference in numbers. Those who were residents of Walt House land from the start, and the ones included in the newly expanded territory. It looks like a ditch had formed between them. It was a terrible plot of land. While there were rivers flowing over the place, the banks had collapsed, and unable to mend them, the water started flowing down. The villagers who dragged themselves out of the flow looked at Max in annoyance. There, one of the Walt House's knights put a hand on the hilt of the sword at his hip. Max held him back with a hand. Max-sama. You plan on overlooking that attitude of theirs. Those were materials prepared by the Walt House. They've even boldly declared their theft of it. I could hear similar voices of opposition from the surroundings. The fourth made a bitter smile as he looked upon the scene. How truly unreliably. Back then, I thought all territories would be the same as my own. Starting from our founder, I was the fourth-generation head. The Walt House was already splendidly put together. At baronet scale, we were small, but we had a city, and were relatively prosperous. But you see, when the territory suddenly expanded, none of the rule we had at the time would get through in the slightest. It wasn't just the representative. To get together the area's smaller-time feudal lords, Max was too young. And for better or worse, the citizens of the Walt House recognized the house as their lords. It was hell. It was able to get by to that point, but the territories where the Walt House had no credibility made it look easy to make light of us. I troubled my head over how to deal with them, and the paperwork that multiplied itself all at once. No, it really was hell. It's not like the people of Old Walt territory could just say, I stole some resources with a smile. I was really confused over whether he was trying to make some elaborate joke there. I couldn't determine just what the fourth was trying to show me. I understood it was a harsh time, but what relation did this matter have to the current predicament, I wondered. How is this memory related to this time's cultivation matter? There, the fourth smiled. Lyle, what do they say about me in your time? The one who spent the longest term as lord in Walt House history, adept in domestic administration. In all actuality, the fourth had carved the foundation for the Walt House that had risen to baron status. Unlike his baronet, where he had a central city, and some towns and settlements around, the one who first had to hold an outlook on a vaster territory, and work on developing it was the fourth. The fourth looked around awkwardly. Yep, now that's embarrassing. But while I may be referred to as such, it was really a buildup of failures as you see here. Failing as I attempted work beyond my hands, I watched my credibility fade away. And the scene changed. In a room of the Walt House, facing a desk, Max was processing documents. Taking a peek, it seems the town leaders had reported quite the dubious matter. Is it just me, or have they raised a report of a child's quarrel? When I said that, the fourth laughed. Hey, those actually come quite often. The feudal lord is supposed to judge them, but this sort of thing also puts money in the vaults, so you can't be negligent with them. However, there really are a lot. At the time, the territory suddenly swelled up, and I didn't have enough retainers, so it was nothing but work. As that was happening, a middle-aged man entered the room with his head held high. From his looks, I had to assume he was the Forks' house's head of the time. Max-sama, you can't push yourself so hard. Your mother is worried for you. Max raised his face, and after identifying the man as the Forks' head, he nodded. I understand. No, I already knew that. Revising his words. They took on the form of a superior conversing with a subordinate. The fourth explained. Up to then, it had been romping around the neighborhood. But since we were barons, those around us suddenly became vassal state-like existences to us. There were territorial changes going on at the time, so in the vicinity, there weren't any lords of large territory besides us. The land we were to manage kept growing, and we had to look out for our parts. Truly a trial, that was. The fourth was definitely laughing, but I couldn't see it as a situation anyone could laugh at. From this situation, the fourth built up the Walt house. The fact he formed the house's foundations for baronhood was starting to look like a miracle. The fourth looked at the Forks' house's head, with a little sorrow. The reliable neighborhood uncle suddenly became my subordinate, so I had no idea how to interact with him. What's more, he was really cooperative. So I can't help but think of returning the favor whenever I hear the Forks' name brought up. The scene changed. It was a small village. But it was quite devastated. The fields were a mess. The buildings collapsing, some places on fire. Max gathered up hands and assisted the recovery effort. Once that ended, and Max was leaving, the villagers looked exceedingly thankful. The fourth spoke. It's a steady build-up from the small things. If you can't even get cooperation, why would you think something big would succeed? I saved a village assaulted by monsters. To me, it was just a small job. However, next, those villagers were the first to take the initiative in supporting me. And maybe I got some to think I wasn't such a bad feudal lord after all? They gradually got more cooperative. It was at that moment I learned the importance of piling up small successes. What he wanted to show me, and what he had said before. The fourth turned to me, and spoke as such. Lyle, there's knowledge, and there's technique. Both of those are in a position to cooperate with you. Who do you think is responsible for this continuous stream of failures then? I looked down. I am. It's mostly your responsibility. I once taught you to leave to others what can be left to them, but this time, how about I teach you to properly manage your own charge? That balance is an exceedingly difficult thing. The fourth changed the surrounding scenery. There, what was shown was the spectacle we had worked on for the past 2 weeks. When I thought over if such a thing was possible for a room of memories, I looked at myself, and began to feel embarrassed. Clara drew close to me. Lyle, this point will need this much materials. I do think money is important, but the fundamentals are vital. And next, Adelsen closed in. Do you seriously think we have that sort of money? When we still have future plans, continue with nothing but failures, and our budget won't hold out. You have to cut down on what you can, or you won't be able to work in the first place. Hearing both opinions, I had been unable to decide, and returned a half-hearted answer. My nervous figure, seeing it from a third-person perspective, I felt my own fecklessness. The fourth looked at me, and laughed. Clara-chan has a tendency to fixate too much on knowledge. But in this case, you should have adopted her proposal. Adele-chan is, she's strong in paperwork and money calculations, but she can't help but be negligent when on site. Managing money is important, but because she didn't know enough about the worksite itself, it dragged her feet, perhaps? Well, if you're asking what I'm trying to say, at the starting block, you made a mistake in your personnel selection. When he pointed out that not in work, I had mistaken my personnel selection, I opened my mouth in silence. Because he didn't tell me I had failed somewhere on the job, but had failed somewhere beforehand, I found it unexpected, and was unable to react. The fourth spoke complaints about my selections. It would even have been better to drag Eva-chan along. There's a forest nearby, and you could put her to good use in that field. Other than that, Novum-chan and Miranda-chan perhaps? If you had one or the other on you, they'd casually be able to get this group together, I think. I'll change it tomorrow. If you make an alteration at this point, Adele-chan is going to have a lot to think about. That child will definitely come to believe you chose Clara-chan over her, after all. Rather, Clara chants that, isn't she? She's surprisingly skillful at interacting with her surroundings, but when it's something related to her hobby, you can't pull her at all. Anything else, and she's just fine, though. In that case, it would come down to pushing work forward with my failed personnel selection. As I dropped my shoulders, the fourth awarded me a special plan. Now then, it's time for my advice to such a failure. Of course, I won't say a word about the work itself. Failing is an important experience. So anyways, this is an extremely important thing, but the fourth's advice. It was, Clara, get all the necessary resources down on paper. After that, I'll leave it to Adelsan to secure those resources. If we don't succeed here, we won't be able to press onwards, and I'll listen to the monetary sum and so on afterwards. Maxim-san, make sure not to leave your station. Arya, go with Lyold-kun. No, Lyold-sama, and deal with the forest's monsters. When you do that, don't move ahead, and properly follow through. First thing in the morning, I gathered everyone, and confirmed the details of the day's work. Looking around, everyone seemed to have something they wanted to say, but as I decided on a clear plan, they didn't speak out to it. It seems that since there wasn't any room left for failure, Adelsan didn't object. Of all else, it was quite clear that absolutely no progress at all was worse as a result. But Arya. Hey, Lyle, wouldn't it be easier to make me and Maxim-san the main force, and rotate around some to follow? That will definitely let us finish up faster. I smiled. Whoever told you to annihilate all the monsters in the forest? Just take them on to an extent where they won't get in the way of other work. When we're trying to let Lyold-sama pile up experience, what does having him follow you accomplish? Follow. When Arya said follow, she meant baggage carrying, and stripping off monster materials. But does the heir to the Grand Duke House need such technical ability? Thinking over it, while it's true it's something he should experience a few times, having him stuck on that duty would be troubling. This country's character is its muscle-brain thought process, so saying he took care of monsters as he succeeded in internal administration will definitely afford him a higher evaluation. From the start, this cultivation had an objective of making achievements for Lyold-kun. I thought there wouldn't be a problem as long as his reforms succeeded, but I hadn't been considering the local colors at all. Start in one place. Have that succeed, and in the next domestic issue, have him take command again. Arya looked a little awkward, so I was going to follow through for her later. Looking around, I confirmed there weren't any question. Now then, today we'll be cleaning up the broken materials. They'll be in the way for the next piece of work, so remove all of them at once. The fourth's advice. It was something quite simple. Up to now, I had only been ordering my comrades with larger objectives. But the personnel with bad affinities each worked based on their own thoughts, pulling each other down. An overly terrible situation. I should have given more detailed instruction. And even if I spoke of larger objectives, I didn't take how such roles would be understood by individuals into consideration. I mean, when I told Arya to make sure monsters didn't get in the way of work, she even seemed to take it as an order to leave no survivors. It made me draw back. If I had to say what made me draw back, it was how the current Arya actually had the ability to actualize such a plan. I wrung out my voice a bit. You got that? First make this job succeed. Otherwise there won't be a next. Start at point A. Have it succeed, or at least not turn up a tremendous failure. If we do well, we can use that success as a reason to gain greater assistance from the surroundings. The fourth's advice. It was greet everyone in the morning, in other words, a morning assembly. Up to now, Novum, Miranda or Monica had been with me, so a unification of will had naturally been formed. We had been in small enough numbers that things worked out. But even if our numbers increased, the Valkyries had a line with me. They executed my orders, so these such morning meetings had been in form alone. No, in the first place, I didn't attach enough importance to them. The fundamentals really are important. Another day passed by where I reaffirmed that fact. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 12, Chapter 11, Stray High Minister. Stray High Minister. In Russworth's castle, starting with Elsa, the important members had been called for a meeting. That being the case, Elsa was a decoration. Her authority in the conference was akin to nothing. The agenda this time pertained to the biological brother of Galleria's Grand Duke Proxy Gracia, and countermeasures in regards to the movements of other neighboring lands. Russworth's High Minister Redel Haldwar's side-rolled hair was in a bit of a mess. All of those he had gathered belonged to his faction. He thought of Elsa as nothing but a decoration, but even so, she was the strongest magician in the country, and those who pledged loyalty to her as the strongest warrior didn't exist in small numbers. She had tremendous popularity among the lower and middle-class government officials. It was but a slight amount, however. Some high officials heeded her words as well. But Redl heeded them not. The reason being, Elsa was the royal blood he'd brought out, and an extra ornament to the throne. And on the battlefield, she was the greatest trump card. But that's all she was. As he brought Elsa, who had been living a poor lifestyle, to the royal palace, he seriously believed she thought him her savior. And using the girl's military might as the backdrop, he was able to enlarge his faction this far. The only one to ever do what they liked to Rushworth to such an extent in a single generation was Redl. His policies were drastically focused on the center, and in Rushworth's capital, his popularity was high. As the Queen's loyal retainer, he received tremendous support from the people. But even Redl had his worries. Galeria's witch. The problem isn't that her brother succeeded in cultivation. A drop of proficiency won't affect the present situation. But the fact an adventurer with ties to Zayn and Lorphys assisted it is a terrible predicament. Reading the report, it listed Galeria's affairs in detail. One of the members gathered held no sense of crisis as he opened his mouth. Getting so high and mighty after defeating something of Selva's level, there's nothing good to find in a second-rate country like Lorphys. They're no enemy of us. The fact Galeria is relying on both countries just goes to prove how cornered it is. Redl glared at the man, and had him shut his mouth. To enlarge the faction, I even took in incompetence, but for them to drag my feet, just sit there with your mouth shut. Elsa sat in the chair, and listened to the talks, but she didn't speak out. She spoke to open, and again at the close. Other than that, she could open her mouth solely when Redl sought her words. Redl continued reading down the report. There's also of how Bime is backing them. The possibility that Zayn, Lorphys and Bime may become our enemy is high. From what I heard, the one who achieved victory over the legions of monsters from the Labyrinth Rampage, the Holy Knight of Zayn, has taken up service in their government, has he not? On his statement, one of the vassals looking through the reports spoke up. No, it seems the Holy Knight's comrades took up service, and the individual himself has taken up a stay in a Lorphan village near the border. And there hasn't been a word of him making a clear alliance with Galeria. Could there be something going on behind us all? A vein popped up on Redl's forehead. Of fricking course there is. There's no way a detestable adventurer would side with Galeria if there wasn't any profit in it. What's his goal? Is it because we refused that four-country union proposal? Bring Galeria in, he plans to take Rushworth down? Lost in thought, Redl knew he needed more information. He decided to order the lords of Galeria he had connections to collect more information. Damn it, you've sure gone and done an unnecessary thing, adventurer. He began moving towards countermeasures for Lyle. Bime. Having dropped by the Tracehouse's mansion, I heard from Fidelsan that Vera was out at sea on a job. In regards to me, he spoke with a truly delighted expression. How unfortunate, whelp. Vera's seas away. So there's no one here to answer a beggar's pleas for money. He said. He seemed considerably irritated, but as I had done enough to deserve it, it didn't really irritate me. I also smiled. How unfortunate. And here I had come to borrow money again. When you've no intentions of returning it, you can't call it borrowing. If you weren't such a famed adventurer, I wouldn't even have to deal with you. Look, I'm quite busy, so could you go back soon? We smiled at one another as we brought up some horrid subjects, but even if Vera wasn't there, I had to state my business. For today, I had come to negotiate with Fidelsan. I took a sip of tea. I did a bit of work in Galeria. Got a little close to the Grand Duke Proxy's little brother. Fidelsan's face turned serious. I've heard. Scheming something again? It seems you lack awareness of how much misfortune you bring to your surroundings. It was painful how I had nothing to refute that one. But this time's talk was a profitable one for the Tracehouse. It's not like we'd just be extorting from them forever, or so I'd like to believe. Well, right now, I'm working with Lyle Galeria, said Grand Duke Proxy's brother. In domestic affairs. It's all because of the Tracehouse's aid. Fidelsan looked annoyed. It seems he couldn't forgive how I got Vera to offer funding. Don't be so angry. It's not like I'm assisting Galeria for my sake alone. The truth is, within Galeria, Lyle Sama's evaluation is rising, you see. I can't call it perfect, but we cultivated a land previously called impossible. It's a land that can be sufficiently taxed in 2 to 3 years' time. Fidelsan scoffed. Getting back what you put into that investment will take several years, no, some decades, perhaps? It's not something you wouldn't be able to calculate, I'm sure. I nodded. On top of that, I sought more support. Well, it's true that all we did is cultivate a portion of the Grand Duke's territory. You can't call it a large result by any means. So I'd like to ask for additional backing. Go home. He told me to leave with quite a look on his face, but if I was in his place, I'd want to kick myself out as well. I sat on the sofa with a smile. There's a good plot of land in Galleria. The best possible location if they wanted to build a port. Large-scale ships could easily pass through. Fidel's eyebrows twitched. Taking a sip of tea, he said, "Go on," and permitted negotiations to go on. Once a port is completed, naturally enough, a tax will be necessary to use it. But what if you were of the merchant house that supported the Grand Duke from the start while zero won't pass? Don't you think you'd be able to use it cheaply? His expression didn't change. How much do you think it costs to build a port? What's more, it's a place where the area's feudal lords personally commit piracy. Do you think I'm unaware of the points suited for a port? And it's a country that goes to war with Rushworth several times each year. Even use of the port free of charge and a monopolization contract wouldn't be enough. Up to now, they had been using land routes, and the cargo they could transport was limited. What's more, the toll to pass through Galleria was way too high. If they had a port, those such expenses wouldn't be taken. And a larger load of products could be sold. From the envelope I had on me, I took out some papers and showed them to Fidelsan. The truth is, my comrades have taken up government service in Galleria. I had them look into this and that. It does seem there are plenty of their feudal lords on good terms with Rushworth. Written were the names Miranda and Monica had looked into, the feudal lords who likely had connections with Rushworth. Most of them were distanced from the border, and the names of lords with points suited to ports were also listed. Plundering in war, many of them were in regions where their own lands wouldn't need any damages. Looking at the papers, Fidel stroked his orderly mustache with a finger. If 20 to 30% are in cohorts with the enemy, then Galleria must be friendlier than I've heard. On the contrary, this lessens my incentive to back them. Do you plan to work up a civil war in Galleria this time? I shook my head to the side. I wouldn't think it. I've no intent of taking on all of it. But I'll have a portion disappear. Don't you think a port would be best under Grand Duke management? And if we can form a sea route, then we wouldn't mind if it be monopolized by the Trace House. If a port was completed to the merchants, it meant their trading partners would increase. Their customer base would grow. It was a large profit. And that isn't enough. You should properly listen to what people have to say. I laughed, while feeling worn out in my heart. Then listen to my story too. It's not like it's only Galleria. Wouldn't you want a port in Rushworth as well? Fidelsan made a serious expression and stayed quiet. That likely meant for me to keep talking. Rushworth's policy focuses on the center of its lands, without laying a hand on its coast. Well, I'm sure they'd be too insecure if power went to the border. Both Galleria and Rushworth are countries of considerable scale. Even without feuding with local merchants, I do think you'll make more than enough. It seems Fidelsan was getting on board. He smiled and gave his demands. You're serious about monopolization of the port, right? It won't work out if the tariff is too high either. If the conditions are favorable enough, I won't mind considering it. I nodded with a smile. Cheers were raised from the Jewel as well. Local fishermen and non-mercantile use will have to be permitted, though. The Grand Duke House will have to take care of pirate extermination and all. Merchants recognized by your house will also be able to use it, but. Meaning as merchants, the Trace House had the monopoly, but its use by other merchants could be permitted if the Trace House gave permission. Fidelsan's expression turned to an inexplicably nice smile. Could you get permission from Galleria and Rushworth's representatives? Deliver a document we'll prepare on our side, and if you can get them to sign it, I'll sponsor you. If it's Galleria alone, I'll support it as well. In the Jewel, the third jumped for joy. It's quite a delectable offer for Fidel Kuhn. Exclusive rights to a port, and he can manage permissions for its use on his own, after all. With that, he can sell the rights to other merchants of Bime, and it puts him on a superior standing. I was sure he'd bite on. And I was sure the third was laughing with a dark expression. As the third had his fun, I felt some pity for Fidelsan. The fourth also rejoiced. We at least have to give him the monopolization of the port. Rather, if we don't do it, my heart is going to hurt. There's what's to come, after all. The fifth, quietly. Rejoice for now. Right, just for now. The seventh was enjoying himself. It's certainly a large profit. Monopoly, a nice ring to it. But what will the other think of that? I'm sure you think you'll be able to do something about it. And up to now, it's true that you could. But this time is different, Fidel-kun. Malia-san gave a, my, there's no helping it, sort of feel as she spoke. Fidel-kun, even if you hate it, from the eyes of those around you, you're already a splendid member of the support Lyle faction. He's being a little naive on how other merchants will think of it. Really, it's too late for him not. Eva spread money among her brethren elves, and the trap was already laid. It was a small and valueless rumor, but it was certain to spread to lands beyond Bime. Behind Fidel-san's smile, he was surely thinking, I'll wring Galleria and Russworth dry, or something along those lines. So I felt quite apologetic for him. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Fidel-san made a smile in regards to me. I hate you, but I trust you as a business partner. So wield about that ability of yours to your heart's content in foreign lands. I promise as much support as possible. He had dropped the rude tone. Watching his joy, I returned a smile. But inside, I was brimming with apologetic sentiment. Galleria's Grand Duke House's mansion. In it, Gracia beckoned her brother Lyle to her office. At present, it was the sister and brother alone, and having read Lyle's report, Gracia was in good spirits. Not with her usual militaristic air, she was a kind sister for her cute brother. That's amazing, isn't it, Lyle? Defending against monsters and succeeding to develop that land. Your sister was really worried, you know. To his sister Gracia, Lyle-kun gave a dubious smile. No, Laldano followed through quite a bit. And with the monsters, those around me secured my safety throughout. With the cultivation, we only got to 70% of our objective, and upon realizing that rather than the cultivation's success, he was being evaluated for protecting his cultivating comrades from monsters, Lyle's smile turned bitter. Gracia-san noticed his sentiment. It's true it didn't go as far as planned. But those around have praised you for finding success in such a difficult region. It's a fact that your evaluation around has begun to change. So stick out your chest some more. When his large-breasted sister hit her right hand against her chest, they swayed in a manner quite evident, even from over her clothes. Wondering if they had grown even larger while he was away, he began to feel pitiful for not being able to make her wear anything more feminine. I'm sorry, Gracia. I had always spoken as if I knew everything, but I've gotten to understand a little why no one around would recognize me. While being saved by Laldano all the way through, I could only accomplish 70% of a goal. It's nothing but shameful. Gracia placed a hand on his shoulder. It's splendid if you could do that much on the first attempt. And those around were sure you would fail. 70% complete isn't a problem. Give it 2 years, and we'll be able to take a tax on that land. And because of the support from Bime, there was barely any influence on the finances of the Grand Duke House. If you keep going like this, the day you receive the title of Grand Duke may not be so far off. Seeing his sister's joy, Lyle, once more, smiled bitterly. In this world, there's nothing scarier than the word free. Riding on Quillenform May's back, we raced across Russworth's sky under the moonlight. From the jewel, I could hear the third's profound-sounding words, but now was the time for some important work. What we aimed for was Russworth's royal castle, and my baggage contained a letter from Gracia-san. Its contents were of Russworth's supposed invasion of Galleria in a month's time, mainly reconfirming the terms of the rulebook sent before. What's this, all of a sudden? May knew of how I conversed with the ancestors in the jewel, so even if I whispered to myself, she didn't mind it. Because of that, I could talk with them like this. The third spoke a little happily. No, I suddenly felt the urge to say it. Thinking of how Galleria's Grand Duke Proxychon sees us, that word just came up. The aloof third-generation head was the greatest schemer of the ancestors. He led the Walt house through its baronet period, and scale-wise, he only ever ruled a territory several times smaller than the others. But having led a land that could neither be called too big or too small, he had a viewpoint different from the other feudal lords. The third, in regards to me. Now then, next is Russworth's Maiden of War, or was it which here? You'll be approaching Elzachan, but make sure not to get killed, okay? I know that. Please don't scare me too much. For argument's sake, I've confirmed the signal from that adventurer and Gracia-san. When I said that, the fourth laughed. What is it? Oh, I was just thinking of how reliable you've grown from the start is all. Back then, you were so terrible, then even acting normally makes it feel like you've grown. He called me terrible, but thinking of how I was when I met the ancestors, perhaps it couldn't be helped. Back then, no matter what I did, I was unreliable. But the fourth sounded a little disappointed. Well, I wanted to see you show spirit strong enough to woo Elsa-chan of Rushworth, though. And wait, in Galleria as well, it wasn't Gracia-chan, but Lyle-kun who you got close to. How about we be more assertive here? I wanted him to cut me some slack. If possible, I wanted to get on comrade standings, and keep romance out of it. The reason being, even now, the female camp was too large. It's not like I really have to seduce them. There, the fourth, somewhat excited. Naive. You're naive, Lyle. After coming so far, you have to go for a complete set. There seem to be quite a few countries with female leaders around here, so if you want to think of what's to come after the war, a situation where you've wooed them all is truly favorable. Didn't you just have a single wife yourself? No, it's not like she wouldn't permit mistresses, but age-wise, it was already getting rough. Also, while my wife was best in the world, it's not like I'm going to push my ideal onto everyone else. See, it's case by case. At the start, he had said something about being devoted to Novum, but now, he kept trying to expand the harem. Fourth, could it be he's actually just enjoying all of this? At the start, you denied the thought of a harem, didn't you? UVE got me there. But if you're going to be emperor, wouldn't it be better the more wives you have? Even more so if they're women who've shared pains and pleasures with you. Well, as long as you can make everyone happy, isn't it fine? You're the type that gets lonely quite easily, after all. He said something I couldn't let slip by, but when I tried to refute, May opened her mouth. Hey, we've just about reached the castle. Resolving to have a talk with the fourth on a later date, for now I thought to safely deliver the letter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 12, Chapter 12, Letter. Letter. Rushworth's Royal Palace. Me and May headed for the inner court, and following the words of the adventurer we'd taken over letter duty from, we set our eyes on Elsa Rushworth's room. While sensing the presences moving around, I used the skills Dimension and Spec to identify the persons they belonged to. It's a good thing I confirmed her presence last I saw her on the battlefield. Verifying Elsa-san's presence, I pulled up my hood and tossed a pebble against the window. There, the curtain spread, and the window opened. Elsa-san stood there in casual clothing, and seeing me writing May, she clenched the staff she held in her right hand. She seemed to be wary, and the response from the skills turned from yellow to red. I took a letter from my breast pocket. A letter from Gracia-san. From here on, I will be the one carrying out the letter exchange. There, wary as she was, Elsa-san stroked her sea blue hair, as she pointed her violet eyes our way. I'll have you hand the letter over first. Any suspicious movements, and I'll kill you. That sharp glare undoubtedly contained malice, and for a brief instant, I thought I would extend a hand to the katana at my hip by reflex. To the queen that possessed a different cold air from Gracia-san, I tossed the letter. The thrown letter spun horizontally, as it came her way. She pinched her fingers together to stop it, before going right into breaking its seal. Remaining wary of us, she confirmed the writing style, and let out a sigh. Understood. So we can't use the previous adventurer anymore. But I've heard you were quite the famed adventurer yourself. As the queen sent a provocative glance, so I removed my hood. She wrote of me in the letter as well? There, Elsa-san laughed. No. But when it comes to Quilans, the one that comes to mind is the one who's gotten a name for himself lately, the Holy Knight Lyle alone. I'll prepare a response at once. Come in and wait. There was a balcony in front of the large window, and letting May land there, I took to waiting on it. But Elsa-san was. Come in. You'll stand out there. Hearing that, I went inside, sent a look to May, and nodded. May jumped, making a single spin in the air before taking on human form. Seeing such a change, Elsa-san spoke. So Quilans could transform into human shape? Entering the room, I found it quite dreary. It felt as if it contained but the minimum necessities of life, and while the furniture was certainly expensive, it really was much too tasteless for a young girl's room. The stylish small bottle of medicine atop the table stood out. A present from Gracia-san, was it? I spoke in jest. Is it really all right to let a man into your room? When I said that, she disinterestedly produced some paper from the drawer of the room's desk and took a seat. It's a huge problem. If you're found out, it will be torture, then execution, whichever comes first. So watch yourself. From the way she smiled, it felt as if she was used to these sorts of exchanges. Perhaps she had spoken like this to the previous adventurer as well. Using a tool on the desk to make some light, she reread the letter a number of times. There's something I'd like to confirm. Gracia CH. Gracia's brother found success in cultivation, but his sponsor was you, correct? Her face reddening a bit as she tried to add a Chan to Gracia-san's name, she looked at me as she confirmed it. It does seem that Lyle Kuan's name was selling quite nicely in Rushworth as well. And the speed of the information relay was clear proof of conspirators in Galleria. That sure spread fast. That's right. I'm the one who backed him. I see, she said, and nodded. I assume you used the matter with the letters to threaten her, but our countries are standing atop a dangerous balance. I ask you don't scratch at it too much. I don't want to fight you either, Holy Knight, A faint smile floated on her face, but I was the same. Gracia-san and Elsa-san were both fighters with a large area of effect. While their individual battle prowess was surely high, the most troubling part would have to be their original magics. If I were to fight them, if I didn't gather all the info I could, and form countermeasures, they would be dangerous foes. It's not like I'm trying to lead either country down an unfavorable path. More so, thinking of what's to come, it may be possible to resolve the war problems that have been plaguing them. On my opinion, Elsa-san giggled. Unlike Gracia-san, she held onto her somewhat cold atmosphere, and it felt as if she was looking down at me from above as she laughed. That one's impossible. Rushworth and Galleria are the same, and both sides desire for war. In Rushworth, if any damage comes out, it will be on the borderland. And the ones profiting are the knights of the center, the officers. Plunder and promotion. Is Galleria not much the same? If they don't go to war, it will instantly break down into internal uproar. Similarly, the reason our remote regions don't act up is because of the threat called Galleria. So a war desired by both sides had repeated time again. Well, to me, this situation was bad. Because I couldn't use it. Just crumbled that unsteady balance already. In 2 to 3 years, Galleria's national power will be reinforced. If all goes well, even if it doesn't double, it'll reach a result close to that. Give it another 10 years, and I don't think it'll be an easy task to fill in that gap. Elsa-san's eyebrow twitched. The fourth let a laughing voice from the jewel. But that voice could only be heard by me. It's no good. Even if she's a decorations, you've got to properly explain that area. That in this world, it's not like the war grounds alone determine the outcome of war. Ignoring his delight, I smiled a little. Well then, shall I receive your response? Also. What is it? I took out some perfume and a small bottle from my breast pocket. It's a perfume that's gotten popular in Bime. Accept it as a sign of our acquaintance. When I handed it over, Elsa-san made a confused expression. But it didn't feel it was because she wasn't used to receiving presents. Even if I accept it, I can't use it, you know? If she had a scent different from normal, surely the stray high minister thoroughly managing everything would hold doubt. Well, I doubt the minister will go as far as to inspect the contents of your room. And it isn't anything strong. It's merely a sign of acquaintance, so if you like it not, feel free to throw it away. Elsa-san folded her letter into an envelope and handed it over. Accepting it, I accompanied May to the balcony. The fourth spoke nostalgically. For that Lyle to be able to give a girl a present so naturally, looks like there's nothing left for me to teach him but. No, rather than teach me, you were just finding fault in me, weren't you? Well, whatever. Keeping wary of the surroundings, I mounted Quill and Form May, and raced off through the sky. Having returned to Galleria, it was the day after I'd handed the letter to Elsa-san. Miranda had suggested I hand over perfume with the letter. In exchange, I didn't forget to get souvenirs for Miranda and the other girls. I hadn't forgot it, but in the end, Miranda. Perfume for your new women, and candy for us? This is going to cost you quite a bit. When she said that with a smile, I laughed, and fled. May spoke. I prefer the candy, though. But as I thought, maybe you didn't give her enough? She said something like that. If possible, I wanted May to remain like that. And returning to the village I'd taken a stay in Lorphes, I received a report from Novum and Eva. For Eva, I had requested she circulate rumor in Galleria and Rushworth. In the rebuilt house, I sat in a chair as I confronted them across a table, and asked about their results. I spread rumor of Lyle Kuan through Galleria. Rather than the internal forms, they bit onto the fact he kicked out the resident monsters. Could this be the national character? Well, in songs and readings, it's true the cool fights sell better. I confirmed Rushworth's situation. What about the High Minister? In the center, it wasn't possible. His popularity's too high, so even if you let ill rumor flow, no one believes it. Even if they did, it wouldn't bring profit to themselves, I'll bet. But the outer regions seemed to have built up considerable frustration, so it went quite well. The scoundrel pulling the queen's strings from the shadows, or so it goes, and wait, Lyle, you're as terrible as ever. You've never made us be this thorough before. I had her spread rumors of the minister. Of course, a majority of them were true. Making the queen an ornament, and doing as he pleased with the country of Rushworth. Those sorts of rumors. While we were at it, rumor that Galleria was strengthening its ties to Zayn and Lorphes. Say what you will. Never be negligent is a stable doctrine. If it goes well, they may make contact with us in the near future. The reason we were purposefully taking a stay at such a conspicuous point was to wait for contact from Rushworth. There, Novum spoke. Lyle-sama, recently around the village, some disguised as peddlers have been looking into us. They were definitely from Rushworth, or so Rano-san said when he dropped by a little while ago. It seems they were investigating us already. That sure was fast. That aside, Eva? I've made no mistake. I've overtly spread only enough rumor of us that opinions may split, and bring them to a standstill. It's just, perhaps your popularity is relatively high, but they bid on too well, but. To work with the differing opinions on us, she spread rumor we weren't moving from this declining village. I thought it would be nice if they bid on, but for some reason, it seems they moved immediately. It doesn't seem we have to go promote the idea. I touched a hand to my mouth. Eva, you spread of how the High Minister was connected to Galleria's feudal lords as well, right? If we make rumors in accordance to their movements next war. Novum continued on from me with a serious expression. Will they move as you want, Lyle-sama? Move. Rather than that, if a level of disorder was born, I planned to take advantage of that. Rushworth was a country harder to infiltrate than Galleria. As the whole country was put together centered around that High Minister, even if adventurers like us got positions, we'd have to start from grunt work. But as long as we could create a little chaos, or so was the plan. From the jewel, I could hear the fifth's voice. Do everything you're capable of? That's all. Now then, how will they move from here on? Galleria's movements came a few days later. A few days later, a messenger from Rushworth came to the Lorphan village we were staying at. As if concealing themselves, the ones who stopped by the borrowed house were one mid-level government official, and some lower-level ones, 8 members in total if you counted the guards. They left a letter at the house beforehand saying they'd come, and when night fell, 3 representatives and 1 guard moved to enter the house. In regards to the 4 with meek appearance, I confronted them in casual clothes without a weapon on me. Naturally enough, the house rebuilt from the ground up was rigged, and from hidden spaces, armed Valkyries waited on standby. May and Eva were outside, keeping watch on the movements of the other guards. Me and Novum spoke with the representatives. I'd heard, but you really are quite young. For you to be even younger than our queen. The mid-level official looked at me, and gave his impression. In all truth, I wanted to give a light response of, I know right? It's quite a trial, but it wasn't the atmosphere for that, so I gave a leisurely smile as I sat in a chair. So what's your business? The 3 made up of low officials and guards stood without sitting. They seemed tense, as they looked at me. And the mid-level official opened his mouth. It's about Galleria. Your comrades have taken governmental service in the country, and you've backed them from behind. If an adventurer with a moniker and a national hero is to do such a thing, it makes people like us suspicious. I'd like to ask your true intentions. Rumors have already spread within the country that you mean to make an alliance of Galleria, Zayn, and Lorphes. There's even talk that you can get Bime to sponsor it. My smile didn't collapse. The other party drank the tea Novum prepared, and got his breath in order. The latter half of his words had been somewhat excited, so he was a little tired. In the light of the lantern on the table, I looked at the ceiling. Every bit of that is true. I can't just leave so many threatening countries next to Lorphes forever. I know the internal states of Rushworth and Galleria. So it wouldn't be a bad choice to side with one and crush the other, right? Your continued conspired wars are leaving Lorphes uneasy, so I have to do something about it. Is how I explained it. In truth, Lorphes had never put out such a request, and neither Zayn nor Lorphes would take part in war. If I rallied for it, maybe they would, but the merit for both lands was faint. Lorphes had its hands full with managing its expanded territory. They'd fall flat if I needlessly added onto their lands again. You mean to say you mind not if Rushworth is crushed? When one of the lower officers took a step forward, the guard held him back. He was looking around, after his eyes locked on where a Valkyrie was stationed. It seems he had noticed they were surrounded. Galleria was more accommodating. That's all there is to it. Or could you mean to say Rushworth will stop its war, and take up a seat to talk? I said I know the affairs of both countries, did I not? I also know you're in a situation where you can't stop your wars. The sitting mid-level officer hung his head. And with a sharp glint in his eyes, he glared at me. He didn't have too ill intentions. Nor did he hold any bloodlust. Then I'm sure you already understand how the policies the country pushed for are inclined towards its center, right? And of how, because of that, the outskirts are neglected, the points that become battlefields unthought of, and the profit of war all going to the central district as well? Of course I do. Your High Minister is considerably popular in the center. It's quite troubling. My expression didn't crumble. Holding her staff nearby, Novum expressionlessly watched our guests. If they made the slightest suspicious movements, she would take the lead of the hidden Valkyries. At present, High Minister Reddle's faction is exercising its power around the center. You could say that all high officials are of his faction. There is no faction that opposes them. Among high officials, there are those of nobility, but there is nothing that can be done of the present situation. I listened to his story with a smile. You sure have it rough. But it's all irrelevant to me. The mid-level official looked at me. We understand that Her Royal Highness alone is unable to fight against multiple countries at once. Is there no way you would consider moving towards Russworth's continued existence? That's troubling. I have things I could call plans of my own. And wouldn't that be difficult at present, with the High Minister in power? Saying him being there made it difficult time and again, I implied, the High Minister is in the way, so do something about it. After a while, the officer spoke with a resolved face. He straightened his back, and while those around tried to stop him, he ignored them. Among government officials, there are those who come from the center, and those formerly of the outskirts. A majority hail from the outskirts, but a glass ceiling has made to keep them from rising above mid-level. The minister who blatantly favors the center has no popularity among those from elsewhere. The queen is on his palm, so she's unable to move, but, if she has the assistance of the national hero of Zayan, the possibility exists. Will you lend your power to us? I extended a hand to my cup, and sipped some tea. I had anticipated it when I heard a mid-level officer would be sent, and it seems I've come into contact with one holding resentment for the High Minister. I was sure they existed, but good job getting sent here. The jewel turned lively. The third rejoiced. Is that an invite to a coup d'état? I happen to be an expert on the subject. The fourth seemed to be calculating this and that. So it'll be a gathering of mid and low-level officers. If their numbers are great, then it'll probably work out if you do a clean sweep. The fifth, in his usual unmotivated tone, began warming up. Don't miss the timing to take the castle. The seventh was cheerful. Even when he was down all through the internal administration, when fighting began, his tensions were high. If the High Minister is suddenly taken out, there's sure to be strong opposition in the center. In that case, first drop the other important members. How about just publicly connecting them to Galerian feudal lords? It isn't a lie after all. After that, continue revealing his ill deeds, and dropping his fame before you bring him in for judgment. Maliasan was also crying out for joy. Why not get allies in the outskirts, while you seal the High Minister's movements? Get Galeria's bad lords to disappear as well. On Maliasan's words, the third laughed. What's wrong? There's no such thing as a bad feudal lord. All that's there is lords who've mistaken their judgments. Well, they've been drinking the good stuff up to now. There's no way they haven't considered the risk, so let's just have them honestly disappear. As expected, it's not like you can deal with all of them, so pick out the ones that'll probably be in the way. The fifth, as if recalling something. If you have Leo lead Galeria's punitive force, revolt will come out. Okay, leave it to Gracia. Let's start cleaning out both camps. My head was starting to hurt. When I sighed, the mid-level officer looked a little anxious. Lyle Dono? I made a smile, and proclaimed my desire to jump onto his proposal. Very well. I will take those words. Because it does sound easier than destroying a whole country. But I'll have you follow my plans. The low-rank officers were a little excited for joy. Their responses from the skill search turned blue. A color to signal allies. No, that's way too fast, I tell you. How about you be a bit warier? I spoke to everyone with a smile. However, the High Minister will have to stay. Could you write up a list of the important members of the high officials? We'll have to start with some large chips out of his power. The mid-level officer questioned my opinion a bit. If you don't take the minister down, his faction will only expand. On top of looking down a little, I spread my mouth to form a smile. I mind it not. We need only grab the center in that time span. And the minister is loved by the center, by the people of the capital. If he's suddenly deposed, problems will come out. He made a conflicted face. Truly. I raised my face and spoke in my usual smile. Well, let's just have some fun with it. Now then, the detailed plan shall be left to a later date. Saying that, I brought it to a close. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 12, Chapter 13, Grand Restructure. Grand Restructure. Rushworth Palace's Grand Meeting Hall. High Minister Redl, the ones found connected to Galleria's feudal lords were ones of your faction. Do you not believe you must take responsibility in some shape or form? Surrounded by armed soldiers, the Minister Redl made a chewed-up sour expression in his head. But on the surface, he skillfully played dumb. Now then, I've no recollection of such a thing. It's nothing I recall ordering. With the mid and low-level government officers at the center, they presented their evidence as they restrained a portion of the authority. They listed the charges. Similarly surrounded by soldiers, Elsa sat on the throne, keeping silent as she watched over the situation. Among the soldiers, a robed magician, a woman held up a staff as she stood, while on the opposite side, a robed spearwoman kept her ground. Judging from the air surrounding the two, they were likely reasonably skilled. They've hired some with considerable skill. I can't make any thoughtless moves. Even so, for her not to rise to save me, what an ungrateful lass. Redl always made sure not to put his inner thoughts to mouth, but having come this far, that practice backfired on him. Elsa wouldn't hand down an order to spare him. Of course. But having you receive absolutely no punishment as the head of the faction won't quite go through. Voluntary house arrest. If you don't at least hole yourself in your own estate for 2 months. Hearing his opponent's demands, Redl stroked his prided beard as if to insert his fingers through it. Inside, he couldn't stop his own laughter. I see, so this lot understands that without me, politics will stagnate. They took a firm step to chip down my power, but they're clever enough to know any further is impossible. With full confidence in his municipal prowess, the light sentence put him in good spirits. Then here it would be best to take the initiative and accept the slap on the wrist. He thought. I must agree. Understood. I'll put myself in voluntary house arrest. But it's not my desire for our politics to fall to pieces in the 2 months I'm away. The lives of the people depend on my work. Your Highness, what thinks you of this? Saying such a thing to Elsa across the meeting room, he kept perfect manner as he directed quite a rude glance at the Queen. Good grief, alas, useless anywhere besides the battlefield. Elsa closed her eyes for a bit, and slowly opening them. The High Minister is restricted to his estate for 2 months. What of the others? The mid-level officer at the heart of it deeply lowered his head. They are ones who use ties to the enemy to fertilize their vaults. I believe capital punishment to be fitting. Elsa stood. Then let it be so. Saying that, she left the room. The authorities and high officials, surrounded by soldiers, with their fate set in stone, cried out. It's a mistake. It was the High Minister's orders. It wasn't just me. That guy too. He's also a traitor. Don't screw with me. Why only us, and why the hell are you all staying silent? That there were others tied to the lords of Galleria, they screamed as they were led away by soldiers. Galleria's Grand Duke House's estate. Having gathered up the lords, Gracia boldly declared. There are feudal lords who've betrayed the house, colluding with Rushworth. The proof is already before me, and punishment is currently being handed down to a portion of Rushworth's high officers. A two-way communication, yet no measures taken on our side? In the name of Galleria's Grand Duke House, I proclaim for their suppression. There were lords not taking part in the meeting, and those faces were being treated as traitors. Their original number was great, and among them, some spoke ill of the traitors with nonchalant faces. From the gathered lords. But to deliver punishment simply because such foul deeds were found on enemy soil. I've only just dispatched my soldiers. I am rendered immobile for now. Would it be too late to move after looking further into the matter? They were negative about. The ones who thought their own collusion may come to light were especially panicked. Even the ones who hadn't turned coat had just taken part in war, making it difficult to send out troops. There, Gracia. Then the Grand Duke House shall move of its own. Leaving traitors in our midst will have Galleria made light of. In the surrounding negativity, Galleria's greatest firepower, Gracia herself said she would move. The lords, the feudal lords had their dissatisfactions, but as she had the legal authority, they couldn't oppose it. And at present, as they didn't think the Grand Duke House could prepare an adequate number of soldiers at the current time, they abided by her decision. No matter how strong she was, even if she could win alone, the processing to come afterwards, and rule of the snatched land would be difficult for her. They'd have her blunder, and when the time came they could send soldiers, they thought they'd have her divide the land, and put out a reward. While violent movements were running through Rushworth and Galleria, I was processing paperwork in the Lorphan village close to both borders. Rather than paperwork, I was reading letters from Bime, while I plucked my hair. This problem was a request from Fidelsan. Steal the authority of the merchant houses supporting Rushworth as minister? And fork over an authority a level higher than the complex mess of merchants in Galleria? The bastard keeps persisting this is equivalent exchange for his backing. Never said a word about any of this poppycock before. Inside the rebuilt house, Valkyrie Unit 1 presented some tea, so I downed it all at once. It was nice and cool, but as I thought, the tea Novum and Monica put out was something else. Thank you. When I gave my thanks, Unit 1 lowered her head, before pouring a refill into the cup. I held the pen in my mouth, and thought over what to do with this problem when the fourth offered advice. Lyle, your opponent. Fidelkuin doesn't actually believe all his demands will go through. It's about how much you have to accomplish to satisfy him. By the way, accomplish all that, and the anger of local merchants will come your way. When I'm dealing with it for him, he'd have the dissatisfaction come my way. Or perhaps, those sentiments would go to Gracia-san and Elsa-san. For Gracia-san, perhaps that way was actually best. But for Elsa-san, I wanted to do a good job of processing it. I need to set up a plan for those around hold a level of dissatisfaction for Gracia-san, so she can pass on the Grand Duke position to Lyle in the near future. Now then, what should we do about Elsa-san? In her case, as the High Minister had a high popularity rating in Rushworth, any offhand behavior would instantly let complaints fall onto her. Of all else, even when the outskirts hated him, with charges brought onto him in the capital, he took action with the country's best interest in mind, cleaning up after the idiots of his faction. Or so they said, and even now, his popularity was high as ever. Fixated on the country's center, and there's no doubt that to the populace around the capital, he was a wonderful prime minister. He really is troublesome, this person. But ignoring Fidelsan would also become a pain. We needed his aid, and the need was coming to consider aid from other mercantile houses of Bime. Watching my mulling form, the fourth sounded like he was having fun. Mull over it all you can. And set the basis on pure and true information. Try to remove as much of your wishes and expectations as you can, and consider it over again with certain facts as the base. I will make the minister fall soon. If the house that was backing him finds another figure to back, no, I'll have to set up a merchant of Bime while I can. After thinking it over, I weighed merit and demerit. While I was pondering it like that, the information collected by the mass-produced Valkyries was sent to Monica, who was similarly connected to me with a line. She organized it, and sent it back to me. But these connection-based dealings, they were a plain mana drain. There was some distance between us, but more than that, they were sending quite an amount of information to each other through me. I wanted them to cut me some slack, but it was a necessity, so I bore with it. The information sent from Monica informed me that a portion of Galleria's lords were preparing for war. Scope-wise, it would be a battle of a few hundred men. In Galleria, the Grand Duke House boasted the greatest power. Because of that, in a situation like this, they could easily grasp victory. So as long as they had a just cause, they could deceive their surroundings. With the truth of their being traitors, the others couldn't complain at the Grand Duke's counter-response. Or perhaps they couldn't speak out too strongly. I immediately dispatched Valkyries, putting them on information gathering in a new territory. But in this case, it would be quicker for me to venture to the site. Once I end this, I'll head to Galleria. No, returning to Bime, and hearing Eva's report is also, that's wrong, a detailed meeting on Rushworth is also necessary. I fell over the desk. I got a feeling the fourth was watching over me with a grin. Bime. Waiting for the Veritrace to arrive at port, I gave Eva and May some spending money, and told them to do as they pleased in the city. Eva had some work to do in Bime, so she could only play a bit on the side. When I had returned to Bime on May's back, I had first dropped by our greatest supporter Fidelsan. No, the Trace House in high spirits. But even if I said that, my biggest aim was Vera. The large ship entered the port, a gangplank was fastened, the sailors descended and went into their work. There, one of the seamen seemed to have noticed me. If it isn't Boss Lyle. He lightly raised his right hand to give greeting, before calling loudly for Vera. There, Vera popped her face over the deck, and spotted me. What is it? Oh, Lyle. As she descended the ship in hot haste, I moved to meet her. Long time no see. I didn't get the chance to meet you last time, so I came to see you. There, she blushed a little. Didn't you say you were busy in Galleria and Russworth? No, I'm happy, but how about we have a meal together? See, if I don't do something once in a while, I can't sit still, or rather, I'm not sure how to put it, but let me treat you to lunch. On my request, Vera looked a little shocked, but she smiled and nodded. I didn't like the situation where she was just putting out money, so this time I wanted to treat her on the money I'd made. You don't have to be so mindful. Well, I guess I can let you treat me. Chatting with an embarrassed Vera, I ended up waiting until she finished up with her work. When she returned on board to retrieve her luggage, a voice came from the Jewel. It was the fourth. He had been calling out to me especially frequently these days. Lyle, do keep in mind that treating her once doesn't change the fact you're a gigolo. I know that. Within the Jewel, the ancestors watched over a scene of Lyle and Vera clumsily eating lunch together. Millie, as she watched them dine at a relatively high-class shop. How should I put it, when he has so many women waiting on him, he's too innocent, or rather, pitiful, though it's interesting to watch. Lyle himself, even when eating in a high-class restaurant, his etiquette was perfect. But while he was conversing with Vera, something felt awkward. He was being too mindful of the other party. The third was watching such a Lyle with a grin. This carries a different intrigue from how used he's gotten to it. Well, Lyle himself never thought too much of a harem after all. Unlike the all-affirmative Novum-chan, I'm sure he's got a lot to think over himself. Millie muttered Novum's name. Novum-chan, is it? Well, that kid's, for better or worse, affirmative of Lyle. Even after she's seen that pitiful form so many times, good of her not to have abandoned him yet. As I thought, it's in her Forks's blood. The Walt house was, for generations of heads, supported by the Forks's house. They had been together for enough years that they didn't think it strange, and the faces gathered here had thought in their times that it was just the way things were. The fifth watched Lyle as the boy hesitated when Vera's face suddenly turned red. That boy, he sometimes just naturally makes passes. It's scary. He's usually no good, but at the important places, he definitely never misses, and more than that, are you sure he isn't actually aiming for it? Seeing how Lyle had flushed Vera's face with a single line, the seventh laughed. With this rhythm, I'd like him to move on to seducing the two maidens of war, no the two witches. Within all that, the fourth was making a bitter, somewhat lonely smile. He looked up at the images projected onto the Jewel's ceiling. In truth, somewhere far away, alone with Novum-chan. Running away somewhere far beyond Seal's reach, and living a laid-back life would have brought him the most happiness. It's all because he had to choose to fight Seal. Millie turned her eyes to the fourth, before swapping to, and staring at the fifth. The fifth averted his eyes. Millie let out a sigh. Good goddess, why must you be so stubborn? Fourth, no, grandfather. Yes, my dear? Correcting the positioning of his glasses with a finger, the fourth crossed his legs, and left his hands on top of them. He looked at Millie with a smile. I'm a guy for Lyle's sake. I do wish for you ancestors to fulfill your roles, but right now, it's your knowledge that Lyle needs more than your skill. Hearing that, the fourth laughed. Not to mock, or because he felt strange, he simply laughed. You sure say some pleasant things. So my knowledge is more worthwhile than my skill, truly, you've got a point there. Probe into it, and a skill is but a tool. Instructing him until he can handle it properly is our role. But hearing we have a value greater than that is pleasant on the ears. While he said he was happy, the fourth looked a little lonely. Even so, Lyle will need to stand on his own someday. That's the sort of road he's chosen, and eventually, will become nothing but hindrances. Staying around to teach Lyle my way of doing things is easy, but if that goes on, a Lyle-ish way of doing it will cease to be. There's no need to go as far as to destroy a new possibility to choose my means. The third opened his mouth without looking the fourth's direction. His eyes remained locked on the outside scenery of the ceiling. Originally, I'm sure I was supposed to have disappeared first. It sure is tough having a potent skill. Was he joking or serious? That wasn't the problem. The fourth gave a bitter smile as he spoke to his father, the third. Third, no, Dad, no matter the situation, you'll probably be able to deal with it, so I can leave Lyle to you with relief. From your dubious standings, your methods that got you on so well in the world. I do respect your evil, villainous skill. The third, quietly. That didn't sound like respect at all. But there's a good time for everything. The seventh silently listened to the conversation of father and son. Perhaps the fifth found himself unable to stand the atmosphere. Even when time-wise, Mr. Lyle is sure to come out soon? Are you sure you can't put it off to a little later? Hearing that, the fourth raised a grand laugh. Yep, it's truly a shame. A little more, and I could see Lyle go Mr. Lyle again. Before that, I'll pass down my skill and disappear. It's that. I never thought it'd feel this lonesome at the start. That I could come to expect so much of that unreliable Lyle. Watching, projected on the ceiling, Lyle nervously eating his meal with Vera, the fourth gazed on with a smile across his face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 12, Chapter 14, Full Drive. TL, translation rate might get a bit wonky, as I'm on an actual travel vacation overseas. Full Drive. Are you alright, Lyle Dono? In a room of Galleria's Grand Duke House's estate, Lyle looked over me in worry as I fell prostrate over a desk. With the appearance of a young boy, these days, he was usually somewhere nearby, watching me work. At present, what I was doing was the paperwork pertaining to the land that had newly come under the Grand Duke's direct control. A mountainous pile of papers was brought in, and I had to take care of it. Officially, it was Lyle who was processing the work, and with assisting me as a goal, he was watching me work to learn, it seems. It seems, or rather, Gracia-san wasn't too adept at this sort of work either. Her hands were full with her regular duties, so she had sent Lyle around to me. I'm fine, I think. I ate with Vera in Bime, and after having talked with her, I left Eva in Bime, and returned to Lorfi's on May. After that, Galleria subjugated some of its resident feudal lords, and hearing they were understaffed with the aftercare, I had raced over. Yesterday, I had gone to Rushworth to deliver a letter. Since the High Minister wasn't there, the government official were in panic. On top of that, Elsa-san was questionably troubled. Because the forms the minister took care of were flowing to her. I had left Novum and Arya by her side, so I'm sure the two of them are helping out with various things. No, Novum's fine, but I'm more worried for Arya. She wasn't useful in the slightest when it came to paperwork. No, your complexion is quite terrible. Wouldn't it be better you rested? I looked at the heaping pile of papers looking over the desk. It felt as if a laugh was going to escape from my throat. In Lorfi's as well, I had to process various documents and reports. In Rushworth, I had to give out orders, and in Galleria, I had to confront my papery arch-nemesis. This is strange. I'm sure I'm supposed to be an adventurer. I've been moving a few pieces behind the scene, but why has it come to this? Shouldn't my job involve some more physical secret maneuvers or something? No, I get the feeling I was doing something similar in Zayn, so perhaps that's just how it goes. Once this is over, maybe I'll rest a bit. Even so, once more, this is some terrible management right here. Looking at one page of report, the previous lord had been collecting a tax of 70%. It's fine and all to do it, but a majority of that wasn't being used to develop his territory. Maintain the status quo, and the insufficiencies for the growing population were dealt with through war, one way or another, or so it felt. Plunder through war was being used as a temporary source of income. In the Jewel, the fourth raged as well. When their land's so prosperous, why the hell have they only developed so far? Isn't it strange? Rather, what's the meaning of them being able to live just fine with a 70% tax? If that's how it was, if they put more power into domestic affairs beforehand, they would have won against Rushworth without any war, wouldn't they? Well, they were conspiring to war with one another, so I doubt they were too fixated on victory. They even have Bime nearby. If they loaded up with newer technologies and funds, then people would gather as well. Why has it come down to this? The one to answer my question was Lyle. Even without forcing ourselves to take on the world outside, we were all right where we were. And the situation persisted where Rushworth was the only threat we shared a border with. Our other neighbor Selva was just troubling itself between Zayn and Lorfi's for long years, after all. The only country around to become a threat was Rushworth. What's more, as they competed with each other for national power, both sides had things to gain, I'm sure. For a small portion of people, that was. You didn't want to let Bime step into your trade matters? But you're still purchasing merchandise from the city at regular intervals. Lyle didn't seem too knowledgeable on the peculiar situation. I do not know. It's just, there were many lords who didn't want to have to rely on Bime. It's called the City of Merchants and Mercs, but there are plenty who see it as a gathering of merchants of death, and bandits who call themselves mercenaries. It's true that at a glance, Bime looked as if it were prospering off of trade. But most of the goods they dealt with were weapons. The Trace House had contracts with blacksmiths and craftsmen to produce large quantities of weapons. The ones who consumed them were adventurers and mercenaries, and thinking of how monsters existed across the continent, weapons would always find a way to sell. At times, they would fan the flames of war and make it big from strife, I'm sure. It was clear from how they dealt with Zayn and Lorphis before. Sending mercenary brigades, they would sell consumables and armaments to both sides. A considerable sum of gold had to be moving around. I'm sure there are plenty of lords opposed to how I brought the Trace Trading Company in, but when I looked at the ceiling and said that, Lyle Kuan made a bitter smile. Yes. Plenty of them. But with a port in its hands, Galleria will profit greatly. It's impossible to have gone on with our old ways forever. He was younger than me, but he was thinking of quite a bit. From the jewel, I heard the fourth's voice. AAAAAAAAAAH. How does this form of rule even work? If it were me, I'd be too scared to sleep at night. Looking at the reports of Galerian lords, I let the fourth's screams of anguish slide, as I continued with my work. Miranda popped her head into the room afforded to Lyle. Her hands carried a drink and midnight snack, and she knocked the door and awaited a reply. But nothing came in response from within the room. Galerian government official Miranda reached a hand to the doorknob and confirmed it wasn't locked before entering. All seep already? Lu. The light of the hall flooded into the dark room, and she could see the feet of Lyle, lying on the sofa. On the other of the room's two sofas, a boy even smaller than Lyle lay. Miranda lit the room's lights and left the snacks and beverage atop the table. Looking over the room, she saw the processed forms had become a mountain themselves. Pushing up her light green hair with her fingertips, she took a single paper of the pile and confirmed it. Lower the tax rate a bit, and use assistance on flood control as criteria to reduce it? With that, you'll be able to reduce it to the average. Well, otherwise, I doubt we'd get any cooperation, huh? Blessed with plentiful land, the people of Galleria couldn't help but feel little panic, and even if you asked their assistance, even if you offered a slight tax reduction, they wouldn't move to help. Because even if they didn't, they could put food on the table. Lyle had taken action with that fact in mind, but from his usual behavior, Miranda couldn't imagine it. It's as if he's getting some expert support. Abruptly, her gaze was sucked to the jewel letting off a faint light at his breast. For a moment, seals crossed past her mind. Jewel, just as the yellow jewel contained the mind of Agrissa, the beautiful siren, could Lyle's gem also? After thinking that far, Miranda shrugged her shoulders. Shall I drape a blanket over him? Saying that, Miranda left the room. Inside the jewel. The third was alone with the fourth in the round table room. It was the considerations of the heads of history and Millia. Now then, it's finally come to Max's turn. I wonder how long it will be until my own role ends. Without calling him the fourth, Slay the third called out to his son Max. Going by appearance, if one had to say, Max looked the older. The third was always flippant, and on top of that, he looked quite young. His personality wasn't very adult-like, and if asked who they thought was youngest, anyone would point out the third. Dad, you have the important duty of getting the best of Lyle together while I'm away. On the fourth's words, the third raised a loud laugh. That sure is important. But we've few judges among us. Don't you think we should keep a few more around? The fourth removed his glasses, took out a cloth, and polished the lenses. I don't. Of all else, we've been blessed with nothing but plentiful harvest, so I'll place my expectations on your top picks, Dad. Called Dad, Slay narrowed his eyes. Max, it was too embarrassing to say. But even if there's no meaning left in it, even if we're all long dead, I'll still say it. Max, you were a much more splendid Walthouse head than I. You're a son to be proud of. When Max put his glasses back on, he lightly touched the cloth to his eyes. And while he noticed it, Slay didn't comment. There's a lot I want to apologize to Fredericks for. But that boy runs away whenever you try saying sorry. I've really troubled you, I'm sorry, I wanted to say. On those words, Slay shook his head to the side. It isn't just you. I was also spare airless, shoving all the status onto you. Father to child, and child to grandchild. We all leave much to one another. But whether they're good things or bad things is another story. Max stood from his chair, corrected his posture, and looked at Lyle's seat. When it let out a pale light, Lyle appeared in it. Slay, the third, silently looked at the fourth. And the fourth, Max, turned to Lyle. Lyle, today I think I'm going to pass down my final skill. The third watched him smile as he said it to Lyle. And he watched them off all the way to their rounding of the door of memories. Max, among the heads, you were the one who held the status for longest. I've troubled you quite a bit, but you were much more splendid than I. He muttered. It was a road that extended without end. In the past, to see the third who'd fallen in battle, the path the fourth had hurriedly tread had been carved deeply into his memory. The thought of wanting to go faster to meet the third had manifested his skill, speed. And from its influence, he was able to meet his father while he still drew breath. And he could carry on the gem passed down for generations. In the blue sky were heavy white clouds. Looking up at it, I somehow had an idea of what the fourth across was trying to tell me. And it was precisely because I understood that I asked. Isn't it a little too sudden? The fourth smiled. Is that so? I don't think so. My role, no, I believe all I can help you with ends here. This time, I turned my face to the ground, and covered it with both hands. It felt like tears would come out, so I spoke in jest. I'm a little busy, so let's make it when I have a little more time. See, the one who said the mood was important was you, wasn't it? The fourth let out his voice and laughed. No, that's in dealing with women. But since it seems you properly remembered it, that's fine. It'll be necessary from here on, or rather, it's definitely best you get it down, so make sure to practice it in combat. Ah, with Novum-chan and the others, I mean. Who else is there? I got my breath in order, and met his eyes head on. I wanted you to teach me a lot more, though. I've taught you the basics. The rest is for you to mull over. If you don't hit a large wall, you'll never grow over it. Oh, and I don't mean growth by that, mind you. In regards to his words, I gave a bitter smile. And when his expression turned serious, he moved to my side in an instant. When I looked to the side, the fourth placed a hand on my shoulder. Full drive. It's my final stage skill. If you manage to master it, perhaps you'll be able to put up a bit of resistance against seals. To the utmost, it was just resistance, and the fourth didn't say I could win. Of all else, in pretty much her base state, Seals was able to accomplish a similar feat. When I swallowed my breath, the fourth took some distance, and pulled daggers from the back of his hip. He started throwing them around. 2, 4, 6, 8, after going that far, I saw his form grow hazy. By the time I noticed it, the daggers he'd thrown into the air were cleanly stuck into the ground around me. The fourth was behind me, skillfully juggling 2 daggers. That's quite a radical way of teaching you have there. The fourth gripped the 2 daggers in his right hand, using his left to correct the position of his glasses. If it's teaching my skill, then another way would work. I'll be teaching you how to use my skill to fight, and how to fight with my weapons. Did you think it was a style that used 2 daggers alone? I had sparred with the fourth a number of times. But I'd never seen him use such a number of daggers. You never needed them to go against me, you mean? No, fundamentally, when you go against multiple opponents, 2 daggers are ruined in no time. And by using multiple skills. Swiping my right hand to the side, I produced my saber to repel a dagger. However, what I parried was but one, and the second one stuck into my right shoulder. Pulling out the deeply embedded dagger, I was shocked by its output. You used the first skill to raise the impact. And purposely aiming the first dagger at a difficult point, you put off my timing. Using the first and second skill, he raised the damage, and threw the daggers with precise aim. But taking 2 new daggers in hand, the fourth. Too bad. I was also using the third's mind. It looks like the effect was light on you, but I dulled your reaction speed a little. When he took a stance with his daggers, I leapt forward, and thrust with the saber. But the fourth before my eyes disappeared, and I was carved up across my body. Arm, leg, torso, nape, and head, blood spouted from all sorts of places. Mind isn't just hypnosis. It can even make hallucinations. Even if the enemy has a resistance to it, if it has even the slightest effect, then it's as you can see. I turned around, but the fourth wasn't there. And I heard a voice from my back again. It really is just a skill that lets you move quicker than usual. I turned again, and the fourth wasn't there. This time, the voice came diagonally to my back, so I raised my left hand, firing magic around. Thunder clap. Thunder roared, and lightning fell around. As a dust cloud rose, this time the voice came from all around. When the dust cleared, there were a few dozen fourth-generation heads around. I hurriedly corrected my stance with my saber, but pain instantly ran up my right shoulder. Next my left thigh. No matter how strong a person's resistance may be, get them a little worked up, and voila. Good grief, the third skill really is unfair. Even I can't say if I'd win or not. Correcting my breathing, I removed the daggers in my shoulder and thigh. I tossed them in a different direction from him, but the fourth before my eyes disappeared, and the daggers I tossed were reappeared with their points coming at me. I hit them aside with the saber, keeping cautious of my surroundings. To probe for presences around, I used the second skill. Field. The sixth search as well to search him out. But even if I pinned down his response, he'd move in the next instant, sending daggers flying at me. At times, the daggers would draw large curves as they flew. Countless daggers fell around me, and pierced into the ground. Of them, I took one in hand, and threw it in the direction of the fourth's presence. In midair, another dagger likely thrown by the fourth spun horizontally, as it knocked the one I threw off course. Ha, ha! As long as you fought in the duel, injuries would instantly heal. No, perhaps there were never any injuries from the start, and you only felt the pain. Within that situation, I was gradually getting able to follow his presence. The frequency I repelled the daggers increased, and my injury rate decreased. Around us, the blue sky gradually clouded, dimming the field of our fight. You're plainly strong, aren't you? Just from what's been passed down, you left huge service in internal administration, and you barely had any medals on the battlefield, you know. I knocked aside a dagger, and as it spun through the air, the fourth caught it in his hand. The times were as they were. There were plenty of bandits, and plenty of monsters. I went out to subjugate them a number of times. I wasn't blessed the abundance of the plains of war, but there were still skirmishes among territories, you hear. The scenery of the road extending beyond the horizon had grown dark. It was starting to rain. But my eyes were wide open. Looks like you've gotten the knack for it. I could see the rain slowly falling to the ground. And my reactions could keep up with the fourth's movements. As he jumped out and cut at me, I caught him with my saber. Nice reaction. As I thought, you have talent. I manifested this stage at the end of my 20s, you know. As he jumped back to take distance, I retook my stance. Okay, let's move on to the end. Taking off his glasses and tucking them into his breast pocket, he lowered his body. While the rain was getting stronger, it looked to me as if the movements of the drops was growing slower. And at the end, it looked as if the raindrops had stopped in the place. As the fourth moved, I also took a large lunge forward. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 12, Chapter 15, A Never-Ending Road. A never-ending road. To me, the heads of history were my ancestors, and prodigious personnel. There had once been a time my father told me I'd follow in their footsteps, and I had thought I would continue on the Walt house. But as I came into contact with the heads recorded in the duel, I was able to see their true good points. And I saw their bad points as well. Within the duel, as we both tread in, our bodies swallowed up the stagnant raindrops falling over the endless road, as we raced through them. I hit into individual drops of my own volition, and the scene of them bursting on contact was quite a peculiar spectacle. We continued facing one another on the straight path, and the fourth's daggers hit against my saber. The wonder of the sparks leisurely floating by repeated again and again as our blades continued to meet. In the time created by the fourth's full drive, we violently shed sparks as, without either side backing a single step down, we swung our favorite weapons. If I were to thrust, he'd use the dagger in his left hand to block and parry it. When he thrust with the point in his right, I'd use the saber blade and guard to redirect it. By a slight margin, the fourth's movements were faster. With his glasses removed, he spoke with a serious expression. When you aren't surpassing me, you think you can stand against seals? Put more effort into it, Lyle. I replied. You don't have to tell me that. To catch up to his faster movements, no, with momentum to surpass them, I used the skill. I had no choice but to master the skill the fourth had brought forth. I got the feeling it was accelerating me even further. And I noticed the skill's flaw. Putting the considerable concentration it required aside, it ate up mana at a rate that could be called unfair. But if I cut off the skill use here, I had no prospects of beating the fourth. Of the daggers he held in both hands, he was using his left as if in place of a shield. But the one in his right hand was skillfully targeting my vitals. Being an existence of memory, the fourth had no risk of running out of mana. For me, my recovery speed was faster than in reality, and even if I suffered a fatal wound, it would instantly recover. But still, even so, I had a limit he hadn't. If this scramble continued, the one put at a disadvantage would be me. A little more, just a little. Using the second skill field, along with the first's limit burst. With my entire field of perception widening, and all my body's abilities rising, I still couldn't reach him. My physical abilities had exceeded his. But in ability, weapon handling, fighting style, and effective skill use, I was falling short. As countless sparks and drops burst and popped, I decided to take the challenge. With a large step in, I thrust my saber, only for the fourth to greatly bend his body back, as he crossed the daggers in both his hands to lock, and shatter the saber. Metal fragments slowly scattered about. You read too impatient, Lyle. I listened to the fourth's words, as I bent my lips. When I smiled, the fourth quickly tried to regain his stance. But there was no way I could let the opportunity slide. No, I'm just calculating some, fourth. Tossing the broken saber aside, I manifested a weapon in my hand. While it held the enclosed hilt of a saber, its blade portion was an unsaber-like katana. Grasping the manifested weapon tightly, I stepped in even further. Full burst. The third stage skill the first generation head had left behind. Full burst, it was a fearsome skill that could raise one's abilities several times over. It used stored-up mana as fuel to produce explosive effects. But it really used up mana, and if you missed the right timing, it could run dry and render you immobile. While his movements started to look even slower, I took a diagonal swipe at the fourth. Despite his hasty attempt to block, it destroyed a dagger, and drew a line from his right hip to left shoulder. As the blade cut into the fourth's body, blood slowly spurted out. Unable to kill my forward momentum, I ended up passing by the fourth, and there the skill's effects cut off. I hit into and gouged out the ground, letting mud fly. It covered the both of us. Feeling a sudden sluggishness, I fell to my knees, but forcibly turning myself, I found the fourth covered in mud, and covered in blood, staring at the daggers in both his hands. As the weapons faded away, he let out a laugh. Scratching his long, blue hair, he took out his glasses from his breast pocket and put them on. The fourth looked up, and before I had noticed it, the rain had let up, and white clouds covered the sky. A gentle wind blew. For the mud-covered, blood-covered the wounds closed, and the mud disappeared, and our weapons dissipated as well. The fourth turned back to me, patting the wound in his body as it faded away. It was a scene you could only witness within the jewel. You really did surpass me in the end there, Lyle. No, you surpassed me as a fighter. Yep, with this, I've nothing left to hand down. I'm satisfied. Really satisfied. Beneath the ballooning sky, we stood across on the never-ending road. There, a door of memory appeared behind me. It looked like the door to the fourth's room. I'm also glad I could satisfy you. I couldn't help but worry that you'd be scolding me at the end of that. When I put up a strong front, and spoke lightly, the fourth laughed. I also tried to make a smile, but I couldn't tell if I was doing it well or not. I really do still feel like watching over you. You still have some unreliable parts, and more than anything, looks like I got a little too involved. Can't help but have the feelings well up. But this far is enough. Because interfering forever isn't a good thing, Not really, you could give advice a little while more. When I spoke my mind, he shook his head to the side. Lyle, you're more than capable of standing on your own. It's because I think that I can feel relieved. I taught what I could, and you've got Novum-chan and the others with you, so I believe they can compensate for your insufficiencies. Within his own room of memories. The fourth looked over the road etched in his heart. You could say life is like a path. At the start with your family, then alone, and after, with a family of your own. Finally, you see your children off, and it's the end. Right, originally, long ago, my road would have ended when I saw Frederick's off. Yet now I can see off another, and at this point, I can think it a blessing. Both me and the fourth looked down the path. The endless stretch of road had not a visible start or finish. At the end, what can you find? On my quiet words, the fourth locked his arms, and thought a little. Giving a grin, he laughed aloud, and gave his last bit of advice. Lyle, if you're aiming for emperor, there's something you should remember. Governing and ruling are different. And governing means you yourself are also a portion of the country. Even if you get the continent together in your hands, someday to your child, and your grandchild after that, it's a borrowed item to be passed hand to hand. Looking over me, the fourth looked relieved. If you do become emperor, Lyle, I'm sure there will be lives unfairly trampled over as well. Hated and cursed. Do you have the resolve to be something like that? Even if you're emperor, being sovereign of all has little to give you in return. Even if held in your palms, that status may be an empty thing. So even if it means losing your quiet happiness, do. Even if it comes to that. I will do it. The fourth nodded. And he offered his true last advice. Now then, that was the end of all I can teach you. So shall we review? As the fourth spread both his arms, leaving the endless road where it was, golden fields expanded around. Peasants worked them with their families, and a scene of their delight at a plentiful harvest unraveled. What you need in battle is quantity. And quality is also important. But what you need to get all those together is everyday domestic administration. What you've accumulated daily will merely show itself as the outcome of war. Rule and diplomacy in war are all the same. War is merely a single means. But if you've no choice but to choose it, you need to assemble the conditions for victory. Lyle, assemble the terms you need to win. And make sure not to forget what comes after victory. Don't become a fallen martyr. Become the grand villain who survived it all. After telling me to become a villain, the fourth waved his hand at me. And I guess that's about it? Anyways, regretful as it may be, it's time to part. Lyle, I expect great things of you. Thank you for everything up to now. Fourth, Sama. I lowered my head. The fourth smiled. It seemed he planned to see me off. I opened my mouth, but silently shut it, turned, and walked towards the door. I felt like turning around countless times, but step by step, I walked towards it. The moment my hand touched the handle, the door lurched open, and I turned around. There, I found many people waving their hands at me. The fourth. Max as well, to his side, a woman of small build, was gripping the fourth's hand, and waving her other one at me. Perhaps they got along well, as she was nestling her body to his. And around them, were the retainers I'd seen in the fourth's memories. The Forks' house head, and those that looked to be his subordinates. They all waved their hands. When my eyes instinctively opened wide, that scene let off a blinding light, and by the time I had noticed it, I had lost consciousness. Miranda brought 2 blankets to Lyle's room, and draped the first one over Lyle. Next, she covered Lyle, but before leaving the room, she noticed the jewel was shining brighter than it had been the last she's looked at it. It radiated a blue light. And Miranda looked at Lyle's face. He was crying, so she wiped a tear with her fingertip. He's crying quite sorrowfully. Miranda raised Lyle's body, sat on the sofa herself, and rested his head on her lap. Perhaps he was quite tired, as Lyle showed no signs of waking. As she stroked his hair to soothe him, Lyle moved his body as if to embrace her knees. Today's special. A reward for working so hard. Miranda gently pat him. While age-wise, Lyle was a year her junior, he was still a remarkable figure leading countries around by the nose. Being able to pamper such a person made her feel a sense of euphoria. Having a remarkable figure depend on her made her happy. But it couldn't be helped, there were many rivals around, and so the frequency she could do it was low. Good grief, you just keep increasing the women around you. Ha, I've got to do my best, I guess. Miranda directed a kind smile and tone to Lyle. With the documents I'd compiled in hand, I dropped by Galleria's Grand Duke Proxy Graciasan's office. These days, she'd been off suppressing traitorous lords, and maintaining order in taken territory, moving around quite busily. When she returned, her regular duties awaited, and she was leading days just as busy as my own. These are the papers you've requested. When I handed them over with a smile, Graciasan accepted them with an enervated expression. My apologies. I do feel worry for having you act as Leold's stand-in. So how's Leold? Officially, the one who did the paperwork wasn't me, but Leold Kuan. In truth, he did help me, and I had taught him the method to process them and my way of doing them. A little more, and he'd surely be able to do them normally himself. He looked quite tired, so I let him sleep. He'll be inspecting the site tomorrow, after all. Please put Miranda and Clara on his support staff. Graciasan, with a troubled expression. Taking both of them off here will make things quite harsh. To the country of Galleria riddled with domestic affairs, it seems the ones able to perform on that field were valuable existences. But I couldn't just leave them on governmental duty forever, so I wanted to make a situation where they could hand off their positions soon. Should you not get some vassals capable of paperwork then? That sort of work is important. It seems she had thought of that as well, that it wasn't going too smoothly. Sitting deeply into her chair, she folded her legs, and read my report as she spoke. If that was possible, I wouldn't be so troubled. Hiring retainers costs money. The territory expanded, but on top of future port maintenance and floodwards costing a pretty penny, my current retainers plan to take the initiative to hire more military men. That may be the country's character, but having learned so much from the fourth, I could only think it was poorly balanced. Then how about you get such retainers around Leold Sama? I'm sure he'll be heading the heart of domestic affairs for a while, after all. There, as if recalling it, Graciasan. Also, the resistance is right. It's about the last letter I received from Elsa. We've both reached the conclusion that avoiding the coming war will be difficult. The other lords who betrayed feel themselves in danger, and therefore desire merits in the next battle, it seems. Russworth is in much the same situation. They usually remained immobile on the back lines, eager only when it came to plunder, but this time, they'll be eager from the start. The proof of betrayal, and the means to get rid of them was already in order. While I began to see the movements of each feudal lord as a comedy, I touched a hand to my chin. Then can't the Grand Duke House settle for a policy not to move much itself? Have the traitorous ones work themselves, and watch from a nice high point. Right. Should we get Lyle Sama's first campaign out of the way while we're at it? The national colors. Lyle Kuan, who hadn't finished his first campaign, was being made light of. No matter what form his first battle may take, it would make future matters much easier. Gracia-san sounded apologetic. That's right. Lyle is at a good age to experience his first campaign. Yes, I'll arrange it at once. I'll tell Elsa to be cautious. My apologies, I'll write a letter at once, so could you deliver it? Seeing Gracia-san become serious when matters turned to Lyle Kuan, I smiled and nodded. Very well. He'll have the other side move with such a policy as well. And it's about Lyle Kuan's armaments. Once more, Gracia-san broke into a panic. The preparations wouldn't make it. There wasn't even a month to the next war. I wanted to tell her not to make war in such a state, but as it was a conspired one, that's probably just how it was. I'll prepare them it's no good. Even if I put in an order at this very moment, it won't make it in time. It was equipment for the next Grand Duke. If they were too frugal, they'd be made light of as well. I offered a proposal. I'll try asking a merchant I'm acquainted with. He's a famous one, even in Bime, so he'll surely prepare a product to your expectations. He also has a skilled craftsman under his wing, so it'll be alright. Gracia-san looked at me. I'm sorry. I've done nothing but rely on you. Normally, having an adventurer such as yourself do so much would raise numerous problems, but... Well, I exploited a weakness to infiltrate, so if you feel so sorry, it makes me contrarily feel apologetic myself. There, Gracia-san. Come to think of it, your air has changed a little from how it was a few days ago. No, I don't mean change in a bad sense. Looking at me, she said my atmosphere had changed from before. I tilted my head. Is that so? Well, quite a bit happened, so perhaps that's why. Right, to change the topic, what do you think would make a nice present for next delivery? I'm returning to Bime, so I'll purchase something while I'm there, Gracia-san looked a little embarrassed. And no, receiving them so frequently would be troubling. I still have the perfume you gave me before. She shook her hand saying she didn't need anything, so I decided to put in some sort of sweet. I was planning to bring something over to Elsa-san's place as well. Since Novum and Aria were there, I'd need to give them something separately as well. Understood. Then I'll include some sweets. No, what I'm saying is. Turning away from an embarrassed Gracia-san, I left the office. Third generation head, Omega. It's gotten lonelier again. Third generation head, Omega, will anyone new come in? Lyle, Omega, I'm here, you know. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 12, Chapter 16, Use Lyle. Use Lyle. Aria was making a fed-up face in a room of Russworth's castle. The reason was simple. Lyle had come to the country to deliver a letter. If that's all there was to it, that wouldn't be a problem. It wouldn't have been. But the one who accepted the letter, the Lord of Russworth Castle, Queen Elsa, looked delighted as she took Lyle's present in hand. What she received was clothing. For the garments of a queen, perhaps too light wasn't the right term, but it looked somewhat close to something a woman of Bime would wear. Too casual for royalty. Aria had doubted Lyle's choice, but Elsa looked truly pleased with it. She had tried to conceal her embarrassment, but she looked as if her hands would pass through the sleeves at any moment. Sorry. For making you feel you had to prepare a present each and every time. With a reddened face, Elsa wasn't putting out her usual ice-cold air. It was as if she was a maiden in love. But to Aria, it was considerably dubious. Without picking up the slightest hint of these circulating sentiments, Lyle spoke to Elsa with a smile. I heard they were in fashion while I was stopping by Bime. I got your size through Novum, so I don't think there will be a problem. Oh, don't worry, I didn't hear of your size. I just received the memo, handed it to the tailor, and received the clothing. He was acting most gracious. That interaction attentive to the finest detail, it would be better if he just acted like that regularly, thought Aria, and perhaps there was no helping her expression look so strained. Elsa lifted up the clothing. Will it suit me? I've always been drawn to this sort of thing, but never wore one myself. Lyle smiled. Of course it'll suit you. But a pity as it may be, I must depart at once. Please let me hear your thoughts the next I stop by. Seeing you wear it would be nice as well. When his mouth moved so elegantly, how can he bring himself to actually say such lines, or so cramped Aria's face? From the point of view of someone who knew him, she even doubted whether he was a different person entirely. With a dyed face, Elsa said something like, "You understood. Then the next you come by, or so," as she looked down. Aria began to feel it all stupid, but even so, as Elsa's guard, watching from her side was her job. Novum was filling out paperwork in another room, and therefore, not in the vicinity. I have to write a letter. I'll write a response with all due haste, so please wait a moment. Elsa carefully left the clothes atop her desk, instantly grabbing a pen, and pulling some paper from a drawer. Lyle watched over her actions with a smile. Aria drew closer to him. What's all this then, planning on seducing Elsa-san next? On Aria's thorny words, Lyle's smile didn't collapse. But Aria felt as he laughed, that he was a little troubled. And he looked a little lonely. You could tell? There's no real need to seduce, but I do want for us to get along. Right. I've a souvenir for you as well. Saying that, Lyle slipped something into the palm of her hand. As Aria confirmed it. Oi, candy? Are you taking me for a child? Even Shannon wouldn't be happy at that one. What was left on her palm was some candy drops. Wrapped in paper, they numbered 3. Lyle touched a hand to his chin. Really? When I handed her some in Galleria, she was quite delighted. She's surprisingly simple, you know. Easily imagining Shannon rejoice over candy, Aria held her head. Of course. Of course she'd be delighted. My mistake, no. Why is my souvenir candy, damn it? When Aria shouted out, Elsa's eyes moved from her letter to Lyle. And Lyle assured her it was nothing, letting her go back to writing it. Don't make such a ruckus. It's because that one's tasty, of course. And quite expensive at that. It was relatively popular, and for candy, it could go for more than 2 to 3 times the normal price. Eh? Really? Then I'll just help myself. It really is good. While she had looked quite displeased up to a moment ago, 3 drops of candy had restored Aria's smile. Elsa's letter. Been a while. We've been able to exchange letters more frequently, and the dealings of both countries are growing smoother. I've heard there isn't much a difference in climate over here and with you, and lately, there've been a stream of sweltering days. Please pay ample care to your body. I've left my thanks for the cream you sent me before with Lildano. I do hope it's to your fancy. Now then, on to the main matter. As expected, in Rushworth as well, those fearing execution are tempestuously calling for war, in the hopes of proving their innocence through the battlefield. As the High Minister is currently absent, I do think we've lost our means of contacting your feudal lords, but it's probably best to remain cautious. The time we will make our move is estimated to be in 2 weeks' time. The numbers will be less than half last time's, and Gracia's letter. Last letter, I received your honey. I tried spreading it on bread, and it was superb. I've heard it's a specialty product of Rushworth, but that honey sure is delicious. My younger brother loved it as well. On to business, our side is prepared to move at any moment. The feudal lords were pushing themselves to scrape weapons together, but merchants have come in from buying, and are selling them at hefty prices. According to Lyle, they're the inventory left over from that last defensive war. Also, about the time. Elsa's letter. Recently, there's someone I've taken a liking to. But I asked a close friend, and it seems he is already dating a number of women. Speaking to numbers, it's almost reached the double digits. Do you think it best I gave up on love? Gracia's letter. What a coincidence. I've also found an intriguing someone. He's got resourcefulness worthy of being surrounded by women, or so a close friend of mine gave her stamp of approval. Also, my brother admires him dearly, so perhaps it can work out, or so I've been thinking quite a bit lately. Come to think of it, the next war is going to be honored as my younger brother's first campaign, so I was wondering if you could take that into consideration. Elsa's letter. Congratulations. Resourcefulness, is it? It's true that resourcefulness is an important attribute for gentlemen. And about your brother, me leading it personally would be unnatural. Shall I put in a word for one of my subordinates to be the ones attacking your brother's camp? After they clash, we can discern the right timing, start fighting, and have both camps stand down. Same old, same old. Gracia's letter. Yep, resourcefulness sure is important. He has a moniker, so I think the lords will have to assent. If that isn't the case, I'm thinking of using forceful means. And about the matter with my brother. According to Lyle, it will prove difficult. There will be the movements of two camps thirsting for merits, so I'm thinking of standing them down after they've felt the air of the war grounds. No more. I don't want to work. Falling over my desk, I had been repeating days of intense movement between Galleria, Russworth, Lorfies and Byme. Every single day. Maybe because of that, my body's fatigue had reached its peak. When I was in such a horrid state, May was the epitome of good health. In our base, the house in the Lorphan village, May was spreading Russworth honey over bread, and eating it. The fifth watched her delectably stuffing her cheeks. There was no doubt he was making a love-struck expression right now. Ha, it sure is nice. Sure is healing. If I could, I'd give her more to eat. Since I was this tired and immobile, the atmosphere in the jewel was dicey. The mood maker, the third, was also out of it. Rather than dispirited, it seems he was thinking over quite a lot. Malia-san and the seventh's entanglements were the same as always, as they watched over the fifth's doting. In front of your own daughter, fawning over a little girl is a bit. The seventh laughed. You're not at an age to call yourself anyone's daughter. Ah ha 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 ha. I heard a gunshot from the jewel, but it was already just the usual pattern, so I didn't even flinch from my resting place atop the desk. Putting the last of her bread in her mouth, May hit her hands together to brush off the breadcrumbs, before turning to me. Lyle, do you still feel bad? Russworth is going out for war the day after tomorrow, right? Rather, you haven't even eaten anything. I looked at the honey bread on the table. Don't need it. I don't feel like eating, so you can have it if you want. Besides, I'm definitely unnecessary, aren't I? Why do I have to go out on the battlefield? I didn't accept a request, and I'm not getting money out of it. On the contrary, I'd be going out on Vera's money, wouldn't I? From within the jewel, I could hear Malia-san's giggle voice. Goddess, supporting another woman by being supported by one of your women, you really are a brute. Glad that someone's having fun here. But really, just hearing that made me sound like the worst. No, perhaps I am the worst. That's wrong. I'm the worst. May took my bread in hand, and bit in. If you don't go out, we aren't moving. You've got to give orders. You're doing various things here and there, right? And wait, that little brother was really worried. Little brother was surely Lyoldkuan. It's nice that he looked up to me, but before his innocent eyes, the ancestors are filled with inexplicable sentiment, it seems. If possible, I should avoid him, or something. I've reaffirmed that the ancestors actually do have that sort of conscience. Of all else, while we would be rebuilding Galleria and Russworth, by our plan, we would be selling a favor, and having them fight it out. It wasn't as if we were assisting out of goodwill. Ah, I'm the worst. The worst damn gigolo of them all. That's why I'll just have Novum and the others do their best on the battlefield. Yeah, gigolo is fine. So shan't I do nothing as a gigolo would? If it's now, I'm sure I could become a useless bastard who wouldn't fall short of anyone. There, the seventh let a surprised voice from the jewel. Just what are you trying to do, Lyle? Up until a few days ago, you were so motivated, but come this far, it's suddenly been nothing but no good complaints. The fifth drew back at my statements. Kid, saying such things right after the fourth disappeared is. The third stayed silent. Malia-san sounded conflicted. Was he so motivated he tired himself out? Well, he did try a bit too hard. If he manages his health and rests a while, there shouldn't be a problem. I'm sure he'll be back to the usual Lyle. I could hear everyone's fed-up words, but more than that, I found the fact that my body didn't have any power in it to be more troublesome. The sense that no force would go into my muscles, and that I didn't want to do anything, or rather, I couldn't build any energy. This was the first I'd felt anything like it. Ha! I want to have Novum and the other girls support me. May continued munching into the bread as she spoke. Yua, how terrible. She said, as she looked at me. Inside the house, Valkyrie units 1 through 3 glared at me expressionlessly from the shadows. What should I do? I don't even have the energy to tell them off. A few days later. On the border of Galleria and Russworth, both armies, small scale as they were, spread out their troops and led them forth. The trump cards of both sides, the maidens of War Gracia and Elsa were stationed at the rear, and as a rare occurrence, the squadrons usually at the rear lines were glaring at each other from the forefront. Such was the state of both camps, but at Galleria's stronghold tent, Gracia was letting her heart flutter at her brother's noble form. The armor ordered from Byme had arrived, the workmanship without flaw, and the ornaments elaborate. Lyold spoke with the unfamiliar armor folded over his body. I heard you wouldn't be moving this time, Gracia, but is that really all right? Gracia was also wearing armor, and nearby, a large lance, with a shield attached at the hilt, was resting horizontally on a rack. No problem. Because this time both sides will just be lightly hitting against one another, and retreating. From this year's winter, I'll be genuinely putting you to work, and with this, there shouldn't be any wars for a while, From the start, the preparations were in order to have the traitors of both camps go at each other's throats. After that, by weakening them, and pulling them back, it was possible to greatly chip down their power. With the problem that had troubled her for long years being solved in the past few months, Gracia was in high spirits. In the pavilion of brother and sister, Miranda stood nearby as guard for the two. Shannon was also nearby as Miranda's aide. Shannon pulled on her sister's shoulder. "Miranda, I wouldn't mind if you pampered me to that extent too, you know?" Miranda smiled as she poked Shannon's forehead. "Keep your sleep talk for when you're asleep, Shannon. Now then, normally, it wouldn't be strange for Lyle to have come here, but, since Monica's on our side, perhaps he started out on the other camp?" Turning an ear to Miranda's utterance was Lyle's admirer Leold. "Lyle Dono is coming?" Shannon shrugged her shoulders. "That was the plan from the start." "But maybe there isn't such a need?" "There, Leold. I see, it's a bit of a shame." Saying that, he gave a bitter smile. It seems he wanted Lyle to see him in his best dress for his first campaign. Sensing her brother's sentiment. "I don't see what harm there would be in letting him join our side for a bit," Gracia-san said. In Russworth's tent, Arya yelled at Monica, who had rushed a packed lunch all the way from Galleria. "Monica! Just what are you thinking?" There, Monica shed tears, showing off her functions unnecessary to an automaton. "I mean, the chicken dickhead isn't eating, lost his motivation, and is just lounging around. I kept worrying and worrying about his nutritional balance. I wanted to bring him a special Monica-made lunch." As Monica feigned tears, Arya grasped her left twin tail, and immediately told her to return. "It doesn't really matter. If you aren't on that side, sending messages will be a pain, right? Even if the Valkyries are there, As long as the mass-produced Valkyries were there, they could use the line to procure information from Lyle. Like that, they could have established correspondence." Monica averted her eyes. "Oi. That's wrong. It isn't me. They said if I was going to the other side, then they would too, or some nonsense." With Lyle's deteriorated state as the trigger, the automatons were starting to show arbitrary action, bringing pain to Arya's forehead. Elsa in the tent was restless. Unlike usual, she was wearing a specially made outfit for battle, apparently. It seems she was looking forward to see Lyle. But she's already here anyways, right? Then I shall accompany her to see." Arya held her back with a hand. "Novum's gone over, so just endure it. And if you don't keep yourself around here, the eyes of others will." After Arya said that much, Monica released her hair from her grasp, and stood. She gave a tidy curtsy. "Welcome back, my master, how was it? Perfect movements, weren't they, chicken dickwad?" It seems Lyle had entered the tent. When Arya looked at the entrance, she found herself at a loss for words. Lyle was truly sparkling. With a refreshing smile, he was in a state one wouldn't think him to have been bedridden before. And to Monica. "The readiness to welcome me wherever you are. Monica, I'll give you 100 points." Arya instantly realized he wasn't the usual Lyle. And she sent a glance to Novum, standing diagonally behind him. Novum looked down, and shook her head. 100. 100 for this Monica? You wouldn't mean the max to be 1,000, would you? Lyle flicked up his blue hair with the tips of his right hand. "Don't be foolish, a perfect 100 out of 100. I'll even draw a flower around it." Seeing Lyle like that, Monica began to quiver. "He's returned. My chicken dickwad has returned, it's fever time, Ignoring Monica's large cry, Arya pressed both hands to her face. "Why is it you're always like that at the important times?" Novum nodded at Arya's words. "When I went to get him, he was all ready, we can only try to overcome as he is." Arya lamented, Novum gave up, and Monica started to hum. As Lyle began a grand laugh, Elsa alone sat in her chair, unable to comprehend the current situation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 12, Chapter 17, Fight More. Fight more. 'Twas a refreshing, cloudy sky. On such a perfect day for war, I sat on the second level of a stack of crates, and I looked down over the Valkyries dancing around. Looking up at me, Novum, Arya and May were making enervated expressions, while Elsa-san looked nervous. Surrounding eyes gathered on me, but as I was always showered with attention, this much wasn't enough to satisfy me. The Valkyries each danced a different dance, their movements as if to encircle me, making it look as if they were performing some sort of bizarre ritual. For everyone doing a beautiful waltz, there was another in a handstand, violently spinning their legs through the air. They each displayed their willful individuality, but when they all moved around in the same circle, it looked considerably ominous. But they said it was to celebrate my recovery, so it did make me feel happy. I sure am a happy one. It feels a bit eerie, but they think of me so, as I thought, I'm a man who was born to be loved. As I looked over those Valkyries, I spoke. When they show off their quirks like that, I can't feel any uniformity. On the contrary, it's as if they've no quirks to speak of. But I can understand that you're all rejoicing. I, Lyle Walt, am once more in perfect form. There's no longer a need for you to worry. Standing on the second-story wooden crate, I thrusted the fists of both hands towards the heavens, and lifted my face towards them as well. The heavens are blessing me as well. It's a good thing it's cloudy without too much sunlight today. Whether it be sunny or raining, or even if hail were to fall, in the end, it's their blessing. The man who is loved by all forms of weather must be loved across the skies. And as a brilliant theory popped into my head. I thought of something nice. But I could hear it from below. Yelling at me, and as if pleading for something. Looking down on Arya's earnest face felt like a bad thing to do, so I jumped down from atop the crate. Hop. And now for a beautiful landing. I landed right before Arya, taking a single deep lunge before standing. There, Arya used the hilt of the spear in her hand to hit my head. That hurt, did it not? Jealous? If it's candy, I've got more to give. When I started digging through my pocket, Arya yelled. Idiot! Put a stop to this strange ritual already. Just look around, it's scaring everyone. The soldiers of Russworth were watching the dancing Valkyries surround us. Perhaps they found it ominous, as everyone was looking on with a strange face. How rude of you to call it a strange ritual. They're merely dancing to celebrate my recovery. It seems they've yet to develop expression, so they're only dancing to express their emotions. If you think of it like that, isn't it cute? Novum shook her head to the side. Lyle-sama, a little longer, and a war is going to start. I believe it best to tone down actions that would lower morale. There are no absolutes on the battlefield. Scolded by Novum, I felt there was no helping it, so I halted the dance. All operating Valkyries had assembled out of worry for my poor health, so I hadn't the slightest idea of the affairs of Galleria. There's no helping it. If you say so, Novum. All of you, leave the dancing at that. I'll leave it to you to develop synchronization for next time. You'll have them go at it again? You really are an idiot. On Arya's words, I smiled. If you don't comprehend, then feel free to call me a fool. I'll keep fighting on. When I said such a cool line, as anticipated, Elsa-san's face turned red. As expected of me. She's already on the verge of falling. My own charm was a frightening thing, but it seems that Seal stole all of Septim's power from within me. In that case, this is just my original glamour. Novum made a bitter smile. Lyle-sama, please don't pull a line from thin air to avoid the subject. What do you plan to do about this situation? Do you have no means of contacting the other side? Galleria's side is also a battlefield, and infiltrating at this point will be difficult. It is my thoughts I'd bet you head over there and, why not move to that side to control the battle? Such a proposal from Novum was never spoken through to its end. The one to interrupt was Elsa-san. No, could you wait a moment? See, we've been exchanging letters for a while now, and today's how about staying on this camp, Lyle-dano? Awkwardly trying to stop me, she showed off her brand new attire. Perhaps she had tried adding femininity to her night clothing, but she was wearing a skirt, and boots that covered all the way to her thighs. The pale skin of her face was dyed red, and her eyes were clouded. Very well, then I'll stay here. Well, today's but a clash of those that have it coming to them. There shouldn't be a problem if I'm here. Aunt Elsa-san. Why yes. As her face turned to a delighted smile, I directed a smile as well. You're pulling off those clothes better than the last I saw you. I've been fascinated by the portion visible between your skirt and boots, but... When I gave an honest answer, Arya pinched my back. She must be jealous. What is it, did you want to be complimented? Fret not, Arya, you've got a charm only you possess. I've fallen deep for that heroic splendor of yours. As I said that with a smile, her left hand came into high-speed contact with my face. Why are you making plays at women even at a time like this? And what's heroic splendor supposed to mean? Ha! Pressing my right hand to my face, I to her. Splendid slap. But please not the face. I'm busy today, so I'll have to accompany you later. On the night's bed if you wish. There, Aria's face turned the same bright red as her hair, and she lowered her spear on me. If it hit, it would have really been dangerous, but if you think of it as her hiding her embarrassment, it has a cuteness to it as well. I get the feeling anyone but me would have died from that, but 'tis a trivial matter. If Aria didn't go this far, there'd be little worth in going at it. A wonderful strike. If that hit, I would have died. So aren't you glad you're paired with me? You should die once or twice to repent. Even now, you keep embarrassing us all. Aria's eyes were teary, but having her call it embarrassment made me tilt my head. I think she was under some sort of misunderstanding. Don't sweat the small stuff. It's only embarrassing because you think of it as embarrassment. But this is my standard, so it's no problem to me. Rather, I really am busy today, so can we continue this later? Novum looked in my direction, touching a hand to her face and tilting her head. Weren't you just going to sit back and watch today? Such a Novum was cute, but Elsa-san was panicking over whether to stop Aria, or leave her as she was, so to send her a life raft, I spoke. Well, everyone listen up. Today I'm here, so there's no need to worry. That's all I can say for now. That's how it is, so I'll be off to prepare. I'll be back before you know it. Seeing me declare it so boldly, Elsa-san blushed and nodded, Aria held her head, and Novum sent a conflicted smile my way as she waved me off. I was seen off by the Valkyries, as I entered one of the tents not in use. When I entered the tent, I found Monica humming, as she prepared it for my use. And as she saw me, she waved her hand with an exceedingly good smile on her face. Look around, chicken dickhead. I, Monica, have taken command of the useless scrap units 1 through 3 to prepare this tent for you. The preparations are perfect. I had borrowed it because I wanted a space to be alone, but Monica was already taking the initiative to spin her gears and prepare it. I placed a hand on her shoulder. Thank you, Monica. You all did well. I have something I want to think over alone for a while. So could you go and help out outside? I'll come for you soon. I'm relying on all of you. When I directed a smile, Valkyrie units 1 through 3 assumed poses. They opened their mouths at the same time. Leave it to me. This perfect Valkyrie 1. Special Model Unit 2 will actualize her master's orders. More than 1 and 2, Unit 3 shall serve her master. They posed together, but their messages were all over the place. Monica looked over the 3 machines, and scoffed. For automatons to not match breath, blatantly doing nothing but flashing their forced individuality, my eyes can endure it. The Valkyries expanded the binders on their back, and tried to take their weapons out when I hit my hands together. Hey, it's time for work. You 3 take command of the other Valkyries outside. Monica, I'm assigning you to Novum. Understood. I shall show you how different I am from these degraded bootleg shams. Following Monica, who burst off, the 3 Valkyries left the tent. And a 3rd generation head holding in his laughter spoke to me. So are you up to form today, Mr. Lyle? I've the feeling your firepower has been lacking so far. But more importantly, do you have a plan? If you don't send the Valkyries, or go directly to Galleria's camp yourself. The 3rd sounded worried, but there weren't any problems for me. It's all right. I'll just be hiding this time. Well, it's a good opportunity to put a stop to this stream of conspired warfare. When the ones drinking the good stuff learn just how dangerous of a situation they've been placed in, they'll quiet down some. In the end, they'll either think they're dead meat, or actually drop dead. In regards to me, the 5th sounded a little surprised. Oi, the plan was to have the traitors clash and weaken each other, wasn't it? He said. I had thought so as well, but there was a more suitable option in this situation, so I merely chose to choose it. And I had concern from the start. There's the possibility that there are those who've been having exchanges behind the scenes like Gracia and Elsa. It's not a stretch to think they'd try to make it look like they're desperately fighting on. Because even if they throw their populaces at one another, it will all be fine as long as they survive themselves. The 7th sounded impressed at my opinion. So you noticed, Lyle? No, Mr. Lyle. But even so, that doesn't change the fact they'll suffer heavy casualties. If you cut down the number of lords or officials any further, the countries won't be able to move. Thinking of the balance, this matter is a peaceful one. The 7th tried to persuade me, but surprisingly enough, the 3rd and Malia-san supported my position. And the opinions of the Jewel were divided in half. With an even number of them, majority vote becomes difficult. While the fifth and seventh tried to talk me out of it, the third. How about we let Mr. Lyle do as he likes? I want to see what sort of result that one will bring about. What's more, if he worsens the situation, then worse comes to worst, we pull those two leaders out and book it. Malia-san was of the same opinion. Just a little more to bag them after all. Good grief, if he was just this assertive on a regular basis, I'd never get tired of walking. The gap is important, but he needs to fix up his usual hesitation a little more, I see. She handed down some harsh words, but if I take it as her worry for me, it isn't bad at all. And it's not like I'm wishing for the worst case scenario. You're mistaken there. It's not like I've an intent to pull those two from their positions. They're both specialized to leading troops and fighting on the battlefield. In that case, this is quite the appropriate situation. The fifth consented to that one. But he showed disapproval to an alteration of the plan. I have to agree to that. I agree, but in that case, there's no need to go out of your way to do something akin to gambling, right? The seventh as well. Making hasty revisions and making a situation where you can't get the two to fall will be troublesome. And wait, the conversations naturally turn towards seducing them, but I guess that just shows Lyle's growth, in various ways. Hearing the opinions of the ancestors, I burst into laughter. I couldn't hold it in anymore. Malia-san. What's up, Lyle? After clearing my throat, I boldly declared to the vacant tent. Spreading both my hands, and looking up at the ceiling, I could see the lumber supporting its structure. You're mistaken, my good people. It's not that this Lyle Walt is seducing anyone. When you get to my level, the women you set your eyes on go and fall of their own accord. After a little silence, the third laughed out loud. For his overconfidence to go this far, as expected of Mr. Lyle. But whether they fall by themselves, or get seduced, if it fails, won't it be fatal? And have you forgotten you're regularly connected by line to Monica-chan and the others? They can determine your location instantly. Right, just as I could tell their position, they could sense mine as well. So even if I hid, and stayed silent, they'd come to find me. If I told them, I think they'd listen to my orders, but that just wouldn't be any fun. I had thought to test it out, so I decided to make use of this opportunity. I took out the sword I'd borrowed from Arya. A type of magic tool, and something handed down by a skilled knight during the invasion of Selva, apparently. I smiled. It's fine. If I use this, it'll create an interference with the jewel, and throw the line into disarray. I can't usually use magic tools, but tools are all about how you use them. I can run away whenever I want. Fwahahaha. If you used a magic tool, it would interfere with the jewel and disable it. Because of that, I had never used them before. But they were quite a convenient thing to have at a time like this. When I raised a grand laugh as I said that, the third suddenly burst into a panic. Wait a second. In that case, we won't be able to watch Mr. Lyle's. The seventh was also flustered. Why you can't, Lyle? That method brings no joy to any of us. How about we think of a different means? And Malia-san began scolding me. Lyle, when the festival finally comes, it's unfair if I don't get to enjoy it with everyone else. Understood. I'll also assist, so how about you put the magic tool down and talk things out? Look, if you just send your consciousness over to the jewel for a bit, it'll be over before you know it. I'm sure they plan to use the magic of persuasion to prevent me from using the magic tool. If it was Malia-san, perhaps she would actually be able to pull it off, so I gave a laugh. It's too late. I, Lyle Walt, have a principle of doing what I set out to do. I'm not the sort of man to give in to threats. Well then, fare thee well. When I drew the blade, and flowed mana in, the skills bestowed on the metal activated, and interfered with the jewel. They both messed with one another, and the voices I could hear from the jewel became broken and disconnected. At the end, the fifth. Not my blem or dot. He said. I continued pouring mana into the sword, returning it to its scabbard as I flipped my hair. What, I'll be back in time for the main event, and I'll release it these. Just wait a little. I muttered, aware of the fact they couldn't hear me. You should really have patience once in a while, dear ancestors of mine. Giving a grin, I exited the tent and concealed myself. It was all to get both sides to fight seriously. As both camps glared at one another, Gracia sent Miranda as a messenger. Even when this was a farce of a war, it was still her brother's first campaign. She wanted to have Lyle by his side. Officially, they weren't supposed to have any means to contact him, so as a front, they had to dispatch someone. But Miranda had given a vague explanation, and all that was left was to wait for the man himself to arrive. Restless as she waited, Gracia looked over the inside of her tent as she awaited the return of Messenger Miranda. As she couldn't calm down, the surrounding lords likely thought her irritated, as they hung their heads in silence. Lyle tried to be tactful. Gracia, even if you don't put such pressure on your surroundings, I'm sure everyone will fight to their fullest. Hearing those words, Gracia began putting on a play with him. Those words hold no weight when they come from one ignorant of the battlefield. When there could still be traitors among us, who can say when my head will be cut in my sleep? I've said I would depend on the loyalty of everyone present today, but... Thinking over how awkward it was to say such things to her cute little brother, Gracia continued acting, when Miranda returned to the tent. Gracia swallowed down her joy, and took on an imposing attitude. So you've come. How has Russworth replied? The lords all remained mindful of what the messenger was about to say. Miranda got onto a knee. Unable, is the reply. Miranda couldn't give a detailed explanation in this situation, so she just gave a brief relay of the result. As Gracia stood, she thought to herself. What does he mean he's unable? He just has to show himself a little more on this side, does he not? Can't he just care about me a little? Wait. Since he's the person Elsa likes, could it be she? Standing still, Gracia remained silent for a while before opening her mouth again. Once more. Messenger, I'll have you go to Russworth's camp once more. Everyone else, to your stations. Sending the lords back to their own armies, with only those concerned left in the tent, Gracia spoke. Miranda-chan, what do you mean it isn't happening? As she approached Miranda as if to cling onto her, Miranda scratched her face with a finger. No, they can't find Lyle, it seems. Gracia spoke immediately. Wait, you said that automaton called Monica-chan naturally get into contact with him. What's more, having all units move to that side wasn't part of it couldn't be. The worst possibility floated in her head. A delusion of if Elsa had noticed her feelings, and stolen Lyle away. That bitch. When Gracia raised her voice, Lyle frantically stepped on to soothe her. Gracia, wait. There may be someone around. And he may have his own circumstances. In Russworth, the Valkyries fidgeted as they searched all through the camp. Monica was sitting, cradling her knees in Elsa's tent. The line was cut, so she couldn't supply herself from Lyle's mana pool. At a time like this, she was making sure not to take needless movements, and run out of energy. So she remained on standby. But perhaps the individual herself wanted to go, as she wouldn't stop mumbling to herself. If I didn't part from the chicken dickwad there, not being by his side during his fever time, I'm a failure as a maid. This Monica is no Monica. God damn it all. Seeing Monica in a corner of the tent, staring at a support beam and talking to herself, Arya let out a sigh. Just because you can't get in contact for a bit? Lyle's got considerable skill himself, and I'm sure he'll be fine. Right, no, Vem? When Arya looked at Novum standing to her side, she took a step back and took some distance. Did you say something? What could it be? Oh, do you happen to know where Lyle-sama is? Is he back yet? I should go search for. No, but I've been ordered to stay. What should I do? Completely expressionless. And a voice without any inflection, she wasn't the usual Novum whose smile would never go extinct. She was wobbling a bit, grasping the Forks' house's heirloom staff in her hand much stronger than usual. Arya looked at Elsa. In the tent, sitting in her chair, Elsa was also worrying for Lyle. I tried to find him when that messenger person came for him, but since he wasn't there, I had to decline. The timing matches up too well. Arya noticed Elsa was acting strange, and was about to try lulling her with words he would return in no time, when she recalled her last conversation with the man. Wait, just now, he said he was just going to be watching, yet he was going to be busy. Then isn't this part of Lyle's plan? She was about to bring that up, when Elsa stood. She did it. That woman, come to think of it, her letter said she had someone she liked. No matter how you look at it, that was Lyle Dano, right? Pretending to send a messenger, she really snatched him away. As Elsa worked herself up, Arya tried to say it wasn't the case. She tried. There's no way that's true. Miranda is our calm. The possibility exists. It's Miranda-san, after all. Novum quietly muttered. Her usual discontentments, or perhaps unconsciously, the girl herself didn't sound too mindful of what she had said. But she couldn't permit a situation where Lyle was unaccounted for, it seems. There, Elsa grabbed a nearby staff, left the tent, and wrung out her voice. Gather the generals at once. There's been a change of plans. I shall personally. After saying that much, a soldier raced over and informed her. His knees shaking to Elsa's blood-curdling atmosphere. Elsa-sama. The messenger has come from Galleria again. There stood Miranda behind the soldier. Have you found Lyle yet? If possible, I'd like to take him back quickly. We've got circumstances of our own. Arya leapt out of the tent and looked at the messenger's face. But Elsa turned her staff to Miranda. When you've abducted Lyle Dano yourself, you have quite the nerve. Go tell that woman that I'll never conspire with her again to the end of this world. I'll have him snatched back. On Elsa's proclamation, Miranda made a blank expression before looking at Arya. Elsa immediately headed for her generals, and Novum unsteadily followed along. Miranda to Arya. What happened? What do you mean Lyle isn't here? And it sounds like she thinks I'm the one who took him. Arya hurriedly tried to convey the present situation. But the problem lay in that this sort of thing was Arya's weak point. After all, having heard her explanation, Miranda. That woman, when I thought she was staying quiet, she goes and does quite some nasty things. Seeing Miranda's shoulders shake, Arya thought it was a mistake. That's wrong. Novum was also acting strange because Lyle was gone. I'm sure it's because she's. But without listening to Arya's explanations, Miranda turned and headed for the horse she'd come on. And she spoke to Arya. Go tell Novum. If that's how you're going to play it, I've got some cards of my own. Also, Arya, go and find Lyle already, or could it be you're in cahoots with that woman? Looking into Miranda's eyes, Arya stepped back again and shook her head. Miranda smiled and spoke to Arya. I see, that's good. You're my friend, Arya. I trust you won't betray me. Arya couldn't take Miranda's words at face value. She was usually quite tactless, but looking at Miranda's bloodthirsty smile, it's not as if she could remain oblivious. That was a warning. Arya could understand that. What are you going to do about this, Lyle? On the verge of tears, Arya ran off to search for Lyle, who disappeared off somewhere. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 12, Chapter 18, The Witches. The Witches. The first movements came in the two glaring camps as each representatives came to stand at the lead. At first, the two known names of Gracia and Elsa hadn't even been on the battlefield. But suddenly showing their motivation, they held more fighting spirit than ever before as they stood at the front. Around them, the various traitors and ones benefiting at others' expense were lined up. A cloudy sky. On the stormy border battlefield, Gracia mounted her horse, a spear as tall as her grasped in her right hand. The grip was long, and it had a small shield attached. To Gracia, who let off her rage, the surrounding lords. Grand Duke Proxy, would it not be dangerous to go out on the battlefield without any attendants? Up to now, those of the Grand Duke House have always been by your side. Even if you're to leap out, then in that case our turn shall never. One of the feudal lords, giving a troubled smile, received a harsh glare. Gracia's violet eyes were filled with malice. And what of it? You all need only fight as well. Or have you forgotten how you've always dispatched me to the front, retreating to the rear lines yourselves? That is. To the Lord, Gracia went on. Fret not, I'll hold down that witch for you. So you all are to fight the enemies before your eyes. That's all there is to it, right? Sensing the atmosphere that would take no more words, the lords nodded together, this time alone. Among them were some who even gave vulgar smiles. If Gracia started her battle, it seems they planned to flee due to the danger. After looking over such lords of her country, Gracia turned her eyes to Elsa in the distance. At Gracia glaring at her, Elsa took a posture as if to look down on her from a high point. On horseback, she held up her staff, tapping that mace-like rod against her shoulder a number of times. Her atmosphere different from usual, the surrounding soldiers were perplexed. Elsa-sama? Elsa remained expressionless. You all shall fight the enemy before you. You volunteered for this role yourselves, so you're at least to do that much. But the one leading the soldiers was making a pale face. You can't. What if we get dragged into your battle with the witch? Anyone dragged into the battles of Elsa and Gracia would die, he appealed, but Elsa remained expressionless. And what of it? She didn't turn the slightest ear. To Elsa, and to Gracia, they were only clashing two camps of traitors by Lyle's plan. Even if one party turned code along the way, they had no intent to revise the program. And nothing. When the soldier chief who had been commuting with the enemy shut his mouth, Elsa let her hair flutter in the wind. She used her left hand to brush away the locks pressed against her face, her violet eyes letting off a cold light. I'm definitely not forgiving you today. Gracia. Elsa and Gracia. Both sides' fighting spirit had risen to a level it had never reached before. When she heard the signal to attack, sitting on Porter's roof, Miranda grasped the collar of Shannon, who was clinging to her clothing from behind, not looking ahead at all. Shannon, confirm Novum's position. If Arya is there, then tell me. Seeing Miranda's smile, Shannon violently nodded her head up and down. Not because she was able to see her face, but because her mana flow told her that her sister was seriously angry. Shannon wasn't stupid enough to resist Miranda when she was like that. Near Miranda, Porter's driver Clara held her staff as if to embrace it, pushing her glasses up with her fingertips to restore their positioning. Novum-san pushed the blame onto you? Rather, isn't she the one who didn't notice when Lyle-san disappeared under her nose? Shannon didn't say anything as she frantically scanned the battlefield in motion, but as she observed her sister's reactions, Miranda addressed Clara. Since it's Lyle, I'm sure he's fine. But if his disappearance is to throw off all our plans, then Novum is in need of some retribution. Since Lyle won't hand down punishment, isn't it proper for we to be the ones to do it? Clara indifferently. I won't call it proper, but it does bother me why Novum-san would say such a thing. And wait, you plan on making me support you? Miranda smiled. Of course. I mean, it will be difficult for me alone. Not saying a word that she wouldn't be able to defeat Novum, Miranda was also an exception. Clara let out a sigh, and decided to follow Miranda's side this time. But, well, the biggest problem is really the fact that Lyle-san disappeared, though. When Clara muttered that, Shannon raised a large voice. There. She's there. I found her, sis. She's coming straight at us. When Shannon hurriedly said that, Miranda turned to Clara. I see. Arya isn't with her. Then Clara, could you close in on Novum? Clara moved her staff, setting Porter in motion. With its body like an armored vehicle, Porter stood out even on the battlefield. Miranda had conviction that Novum would come her way without a doubt. Now I'll have you repent, Novum. Perhaps she had heard Miranda's voice, but Novum continued racing her horse straight at the party. Leaping off her horse, Gracia swung her spear to the side. As flames covered her surroundings, a pillar of ice manifested in front of her. The ice that wouldn't easily melt, even in Gracia's flames, could only have been produced by Elsa. Elsa swung down her staff from atop the ice, while Gracia took the blow with her spear. That strike one wouldn't think had come from a magician violently threw Gracia towards the ground. But... you traitor! Gracia turned her left hand to the earth, opening her palm, and from it fire gushed out with good momentum, killing the force, and contrarily, pushing Elsa back. Sent flying with the spear, Elsa let her body to one turn as she corrected her positioning and landed. The ice she had created melted, flooding the ground. The force of the surrounding inferno weakened some. On the maddened battlefield of hot and icy air, the two faced one another. Elsa turned her staff towards Gracia. You're the one who betrayed first. A few hundred spears made of ice manifested. The tips of those spears that had appeared in thin air as if to surround Gracia, were clad in an incredibly cold aura, letting off a white smoke. They all came at her at once, but Gracia only spread her feet a bit, and let flame blow out from her own body. As that pale blue flame covered her form, the spears of ice evaporated before they could pierce into her, and disappeared. Within the vapor enveloping everything in fog, Elsa held up her staff, freezing over its top to produce a giant blade of ice. Swinging it back with one hand, she blew the fog away. The motion had been to block the serious blow to impale her from behind. Elsa's blade of ice had begun to melt, but without paying that any mind, she lowered it down on Gracia. Fire bullet. An elementary level projectile magic, and one difficult to land a fatal blow with. Akin to smashing a small mass of mana against an opponent. But taken up to Gracia's class, the bullet magic was quite a convenient one due to its invocation speed. From her protruding left hand, several fireballs a few meters across were produced. Elsa clicked her tongue. Shay. Ice wall. Swiping her left hand to the side, she produced a wall of ice before her, that's thickness exceeded 10 meters. The large impacting fireballs raised a white smoke, as they shaved the wall away. To get the drop on her opponent in that time space, Elsa began moving, only to open her eyes wide as she looked at the ice she had created. There, she saw the emerging form of Gracia, who had pierced her way through it. Hurriedly, she made an ice shield, but unable to kill the momentum, Elsa was sent flying. The wettened earth had turned to mud, and Elsa was covered in it. Whirled up mud froze over, several brown pillars of ice forming around. Standing up, Elsa looked down at her own clothing. You muscle head, dot. With enough force to freeze all the clouded land around, a cold air started to blow with Elsa at the case. Gracia defended her eyes from the storm of frost as she began to feel the ground under her feet ice over. You magic fool! Raising the output of the pale flame surrounding her, Gracia instantly began to melt the ice around her. The battlefield occasionally experienced colds that exceeded the greatest of winters, other times assailed by heat surpassing summer, an unthinkable situation. On a different field, Novum faced Miranda one-on-one. No, Miranda was receiving support from Shannon and Clara, so it couldn't exactly be called a one-on-one duel. Novum was fighting with her staff in the form of a scythe, but the moment she moved to use magic, Shannon atop Porter cried out. And next is fire. A real large pillar type one. She knew what Novum would fire before she used it, and Miranda moved to crush her invocation. In a state of affairs where she was unable to use any magic, Novum was forced to fight Miranda in close quarters. With 2 daggers in her hands, Miranda dexterously parried a lowering of the scythe, before going right into a kick. Jumping back, Novum offered a line. You're still up and kicking. Unlike usual, she muttered in an expression from which one could barely feel any emotion. Miranda made sure not to let her smile die out. Oh my, I'm sorry for that. Even so, when we're preemptively crushing every action you make, you're not crumbling at all. Do you have no concept of impatience? Novum felt Clara's presence circling around from behind, and instantly began moving. The battle didn't have the flashiness of Elsa and Gracia's, but the soldiers that had tried to step in were collapsed on the ground all the same. Soldiers of both camps had approached, thinking they could defeat the girls. So they were sinking into the muddy earth. Miranda let her feet sink in deep, kicking off to accelerate at once, sending grime flying behind her. Novum discerned Miranda's consecutive attacks, as the distance between the two of them decreased. Do you know where Lyle-sama is? From the start, that was the line Novum wouldn't stop repeating. Miranda laughed. I don't. But I see. Novum, right now, you're already considerably distracted. Novum's expression changed ever so slightly. Not overlooking the slightest gap of negligence, Miranda immediately took to action. When she thrust her daggers out, Novum dodged. But Miranda let go of that dagger, grabbing Novum's ponytail, forcefully slamming her head into the ground. Coupled with the slippery ground, she had used Novum's opening to slam her down. But... Miranda, get back. On Shannon's words, Miranda instantly jumped back, as a wind danced around Novum. The water in the ground began to move unnaturally in the wind, as it swirled with Novum at the center. And as Novum stuck a hand into the mud to stand, around her of mud, snakes of mud started to form. 1, 2, until in the end, 9 had taken shape. Without wiping the mud off of her face, Novum changed her staff to a spear shape. One of the large snakes let Novum rest on its head, and lifted her into the air. As I thought, Miranda-san, you're skilled. I'm thankful that you'll wield that power for Lyle-sama's sake. But, don't let it get to your head. It was different from the usual Novum. Different from the indifferent voice she had been using as well. On that voice full of indistinct emotion, Miranda felt a chill run down her spine. But that's all it was. You don't possibly think you were the only one hiding their abilities? Then how about this? The ground under Miranda's feet swelled, slowly giving way to show the large figure of a cat-like animal. Seeing that magic, Clara clicked her tongue. Che. Golem production and manipulation. So you could do it, damn it. Then say something sooner. Shannon took some distance from a Clara scarier than usual, shrinking her body from the place that had become a battlefield of large-scale golems. Novum looked at Miranda. A cat, is it? It really is cute. A Novum showed off her leisure, Miranda declared. Who said that's all there was to it, I wonder? Showing a smile, the quadrupedal feline golem of mud stood on 2 legs, growing a mane, and bearing its fangs. From its back sprouted 6 thick sets of arms. Each held a weapon of its own, and as its body was covered in armor, there a beastly warrior stood. The serpent and beast's eyes shined, as their battle began to stand out in a way that didn't fall short of Gracia and Elsa's. May and Eva. Along with the 2 of them, on a hill a little away from the battlefield, I sat and watched. Around were the elves Eva had brought along, and they were excitedly inspecting the battlefield with memo pads in hand. Among them were some even drawing pictures. May sat munching on some bread, while Eva was looking at me with a cramped smile. I looked at the battlefield as I spoke. It's a tempest. Novum and the others are having a giant clash of monsters. Don't you think it truly is worth seeing? I smiled gently at Eva as I brushed my hair. Eva shook her head to the side. Lyle, why are you all the way over here? To her question, I gave a simple answer. Because I walked here with May. Why aren't you taking command of the battlefield? There are a few circumstances behind it, and being here is most interesting. Why are the two maidens of war and our parties seriously going at each other's throats? For me. For such beautiful women to fight over me, it reminded me of how sinful a man I was. But it really was necessary, so I wouldn't go in to stop them. Not yet, at least. It wasn't yet the time to put a stop to it. Do you understand you're the one who made this situation? Just how do you plan to settle it later? To my cute little Eva, who was so worried for me, I shrugged my shoulders. Don't worry, Eva. I'm confident I'll steal the limelight. Just look around. Don't you think the battlefield is the perfect place for the maidens of war to confess? Eva covered her face with her left hand. I knew you would grow the harem, but adding them at the same time is idiotic. And growing it this far, if you become emperor, it's only going to grow even further. I raised a grand laugh. Fwa ha ha ha. Fret not, they've already fallen. All that's left is for me to pick them up. And you see, when I become emperor, I'll give the rest of my life to you guys and the people. When my face turned serious, as I thought, my features were splendid, as no matter what I said, it would make for a painting. I'm sure the surrounding elves would pass down my sublimity for eternities to come. Nihil's girl's been caught by a strange one, hasn't she? But if he goes that far, it does look like it'll be fun. Crushes the Holy Knight image, so I don't really want to look at it. Being a little unfortunate is much more fun than perfection. See, that element of surprise thing. They weren't able to give me a precise evaluation. I knew it already, but as I thought, I'm a man to be above understanding. So I'm above understanding even before I reached the history books? I really am a man who was born worthy the name of emperor. To me, May, who had finished up her bread, offered a line. Lyle, I get the feeling your definition of above understanding is different from the one I know of. It seems I have a need to get May to understand my incomprehensibility. Eva ignored me, and started recording the battlefield state. Seeing how her face was a little red, I noticed she was just hiding her embarrassment after all. Well, leaving that aside. What timing should I rush in? The timing is important after all. I pondered over the right time for my entrance. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 12, Chapter 19, Battlefield Tactician. Battlefield Tactician. Riding May to the backlines of Galeria's camp, I set course for the tent Lyle was in. Whoa, you can even see them from here. Fiddlesticks, if it was going to be this interesting, I should have gotten a box seat. On my voice, May looked to the side. A large hole had been formed, as the earth was gouged out by the magic that had come flying over. Don't worry about it. In a sense, I think you always have the box seat, Lyle. I've come to understand quite a few things these days. A giant serpent boasting 9 heads, and an 8-armed beastly warrior. Next door, a giant soldier of flames was fighting a monster of womanly form made of ice. That side likely saw Novum and Company's magic, were impressed by its output, and decided to test it out for themselves. When it comes to magic, those two have talent. In contrast to Aria's specialization in close combat, their fortes both lie in long-ranged magic battles, Thinking this was truly interesting, I arrived at the bustling tent of Galeria. Lyle looked at me. Lyle Dono. He clung onto me. With teary eyes, and a face so pale he might fall over at any instant. Yep, I'm Lyle Dono. Now then, Lyle, how about we get you some medals on your first campaign? As I stuck up my thumb, I notified Lyle of how a squadron of Rusworth was approaching. It seems a portion of the feudal lords had intentionally let Rusworthian soldiers slip by. It was because I had observed such a scene, that I had come to the tents of Galeria. While the others were flashily stealing the eyes of the battlefield, I planned to have this side plainly earn some exploits. No, can we not do that after stopping my sister? I gave a laugh. No, that one's quite interesting, or rather, it's necessary, so let them continue. They have to run out of gas. And having them worn out is most convenient for me. Saying that, I had Lyle gather the surrounding soldiers, and get in formation to intercept the Rusworth squadron. I moved to pure support, stopping at answering questions if asked, as I looked over Lyle command. His deployment wasn't bad or anything, and if I had to say, it felt safe. He had the fundamentals down, and he was doing all right, so I let him surround the soldiers trying for a surprise attack, pincering them when they came in. On such a flashy battlefield, this was the only place you'd find simple warfare, but achievements were still achievements. Even if 50 soldiers who infiltrated, resolved for death, were surrounded and defeated by close to 300, achievements were achievements. You've earned some merit in your first campaign. Okay, with this, you're now a splendid knight. I had Lyle earn some service, and as I put him on the cleanup, I watched the battlefield of giant golems. If the fourth were here, he'd probably say we could charge money for that one. Muttering that, I called May over. Gracia manipulated a giant of fire. I see, with this, the output increases, and the scope grows. Similarly, having produced a giant of ice, Elsa latched onto the female-shaped giant's hair ornament as she controlled it from atop its head. Sitting on the flame giant's shoulder, Gracia dodged the magic flying at her from the side, as she sent a glance in that direction. One of the serpent heads was turned her way. To be more precise, Miranda's golem had wrenched it that way, but it was still a fact she was attacked. Getting in the way. When she thought to get back at, Elsa's golem came in for a body blow. Passing straight through the flames, the ice golem grew more slender. But Elsa's figure had disappeared from it. Above, Gracia looked up, to see Elsa make a giant sword of her staff, and lower it. But Elsa's body did a sudden turn in the air as she shot away. Gracia looked in Novum's direction, finding the serpent heads entangled around the beast. The beastly warrior's mouth turned this way. Mana gathered, and a blast of air shot out of the beast's mouth. Dragged into the gale, Gracia's golem of flame lost shape. Proof that she had yet to get used to the art of controlling and maintaining golems. There, from behind, the melted slender hand of the ice golem grasped her body. Elsa raced down the arm of her own golem as she approached her. Got you, dot. She tried to draw a line across Gracia's neck with her sword. But perhaps Elsa was also immature in handling, as Gracia enveloped her body in flame, melted through the hand, and continued her downward plummet. The melted and gouged out golems fell onto the devastated plains, giving Gracia a shortness of breath. Elsa's ice split, her golem crumbled, and she descended in front of her. Both sides were taxed for air. They had performed an unfamiliar art, but for both of them, this was also the first they had given their all to fight for so long. Their stamina distribution was in a disarray. With Novum and Miranda's battle carrying out above them, the two faced one another, holding up their weapons. This strike would be the end of it, or it would have been, when a voice came down from the sky. Both sides lower your weapons. Look around. It was Lyle. Arya had come all the way to the point from which the elves had been observing the battlefield. Using her skill consecutively, racing all around the battlefield, Arya collapsed before Eva, out of breath. Where's Lyle? As Arya's sweat flowed and fell, Eva held out a flask, and pointed to the sky. She heartlessly informed Arya that it was too late. He's over there at the moment. See, it's already the climax. Receiving Eva's smile of despair, Arya looked towards the indicated direction. There, in the light streaming from the gaps between the clouds, she could see the form of Lyle atop a colline. Still on the ground, Arya felt her consciousness grow faint. Within all that, I'm definitely never forgiving you for this one, you hear? Lyle. She put her anger at Lyle to mouth. Everyone looked at me as I straddled Quill informed May. Receiving the eyes of the battleground soldiers, I slowly had her descend. All eyes gathering, Novum and Miranda returned the giant golems they had produced to dirt. The grounds were terrible. That Novum and Miranda's further grown power had risen this far was a happy miscalculation. My heart was filled with laughter, but the eyes both of them sent me were colder than usual. Novum looked like she was truly angry, while Miranda looked like she wasn't satisfied yet. She likely planned to win against Novum. Descending onto the ground, I wrung out my voice from atop May's back. Look around you. It wasn't just Elsa and Gracia around. The soldiers of both camps dragged into Novum and Miranda's battle were strewn around the earth. It was truly a horrid spectacle, but it's also true I was aiming for it. Betraying and trampling others underfoot to make tasty memories for themselves, but come this far, they do have my pity. Those cowering in fear, or rendered immobile were the majority. Thinking of all they had done up to now, perhaps it was a considerably light punishment. But we've trampled the weak to get here ourselves. Now then, the time has come to put the Fourth's teachings to practice. I looked around me. How deplorable. Not just enemies, enveloping allies as well. There are no winners to be found in this war. If you fight any more, then I, Lyle Walt, shall be your opponent. Drawing the sword Arya had entrusted to me, when I held it out towards the heavens, the soldiers of both camps fell to their knees. They likely never imagined it would be a fight of this level. And at the same time, they had never realized the level of the existences they had been making use of. To add on to that, I was able to show them there were even more of that level in the world outside. Perfect. I'm perfect. Gracia and Elsa, if the two of them worked together and fought Novum and Miranda, what would have happened? It's possible they would have lost. But at present, with their pacing out of order, the two of them looked like they would collapse. Timing-wise, isn't that just the best? Moving some things behind the scene, small as it may be, I was able to get Lyle Kuan some achievements. The result of this bout had become something I could be satisfied with. Of both camp soldiers came those that dropped their weapons. One, and then another, the armaments fell. I dismounted May, and walked across the muddy ground, looking down over the two women who had collapsed at the knees. Good grief, doing something like that. When I said that with some tiredness in my voice, the two women older than me awkwardly lowered their eyes. I thought they had no immunity to men, and this is truly fantastic. This shouldn't have been part of the plan, was it? Gracia-san began to mumble. No, at first I wanted for you to see Lyle at his hour of triumph, and that was all. Yet you pulled out all the automatons, and didn't leave say a word. Elsa-san looked up at me. That's wrong. It was because the messenger kidnapped, that I shook my head. After that, they kept speaking of how they dispatched messengers because I was taken, raising each other's shadows into monsters. It was just as I thought, making me fear my own wit. Now then, I'd best get them to fall first. Looking over the two with a cold look, I spoke with a freezing tone. Since when was I your subordinate? And by your bearing, it's as if you see me as some sweetheart, do you not? Let me say it clearly. I belong to neither of you. Boldly, I said it full of self-confidence. Both Gracia and Elsa looked down, their expressions turning regretful. It looked like they were embarrassed of themselves. It seems they were aware they were counting their chickens before they hatched. Now, I belong to neither of you. But you're both already mine. I won't forgive it if you go and get injured by yourselves. Look, show me your faces. When I crouched and brushed the dirt off their faces, they stared at me blankly. And their faces flushed. As I thought, my face must be top class in the continent. If I smile, most things tend to work themselves out. When the two of them stood, I spoke. Your everythings belong to me. So serve me henceforth. If you do, I'll give you the future of the man who shall get the continent in his hands. Extremely worn out, the fact their judgment had been dulled was an important point. Wear them out enough that they wouldn't feel something off in this peculiar flow, then be kind. Fourth, at this moment, I'm putting your teachings to practice. Build a mood where people ought to steal their judgment and be kind to women. It's all because of what you've taught me. He said that making the mood was important. But weakening decisiveness and making them panic was supposed to be about battle. I've never heard anything about being cold to women before being kind to them, but think of it as a practical application, and there isn't a problem. There, both of them looked quite moved. Yes. I swear it on this spear. And I on my staff, Lyle Sama, I shall work for you. Perhaps they really didn't have any immunity to men, as they were both looking at me with sparkling eyes. How cute, is it not? But there were quite some different eyes coming at us from around. Looking just at the result. All right, mission complete. I carried Elsa and Gracia to their respective camps on May. While that was happening, I was surrounded by Rusworthian officials and interrogated. You said it, did you not? That the queen belonged to you. You'll take responsibility for those words, right? Galleria was the same. The lords surrounding Lyle Kuan. You'll take her, won't you? If that was a lie, it will truly be troubling. Truly, truly troubling, you hear? They said. They had rampaged around too flashily. Both sides had come to understand just how dangerous a situation they were in. And after clashing seriously for the first time, Elsa and Gracia should have gotten a measure of their own abilities. Ending this and that, I returned to my own tent, to find my own comrades and wait, with dubious expressions on their faces. I had worried Novum, so she was looking at me with harsher eyes than usual. Miranda was smiling, but her eyes were not. I'm sure she was angry that I disappeared some time along the way. Arya made an enervated expression as she glared at me. I'm sure she had looked around for me everywhere, unable to capture me. Shannon was looking around nervously. The bad atmosphere prevented her from depending on anyone, so she didn't know what to do. Clara was complaining to herself. She was taking some fleeting glances at Miranda, so I'm sure she was irritated at the fact she concealed her ability to use golem magic. Eva was, looking over her notes, completely ignoring the surrounding air. May was the same. Rather, she was the accomplice who ran away with me. Good goddess, they get angry over something of that level, how cute, to be honest. Monica was trembling, as she made her way to me. Seachik and Dickwad. The line. The line that connects us has yet to recover. The bond of love that binds us together. To her, Unit 1 who boasted an external battery spoke. Then what a frail bond it must have been. She said behind Monica's back. There's no doubt Unit 2 and 3 thought the same as they looked at her. I couldn't help but notice Monica's movements were strange, so it must have been because I was still using the magic tool. I gripped the hilt, and thinking how everything had ended, just what would become of the rage of my ancestors and Malia-san. Crap. I forgot. Well, it doesn't change the result, so I guess it's fine. Even so, it would be dull if I just left them angry. Okay, all of you, line up for a bit. It's time for a reward. I thought up a plan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 12, Chapter 20, Lyle and Mr. Lyle. 7-17, Lyle and Mr. Lyle. About how Mr. Lyle forgot about us, it is my belief we should issue an intense protest. Best Lyle, this will bring about a huge influence to the Best Lyle records. What we've lost in this term was definitely a drastic loss. The third emphasized it in the jewel, but the words that returned were lonesome ones. There were few left. The fifth spat out a tired sigh. There's a chance it isn't over yet. The seventh shook his head against that statement. It was just a small-scale battle, so I don't think that's happening. After so much time has passed, if a conclusion has yet to be reached, I can only think that something failed immensely. Millie produced a simple flintlock from the sleeve of her fluttery dress. It was even more an antique than what the seventh used, and a gun that had to have a shell loaded after every single shot. She checked over the gun as she spoke. Some punishment shall be necessary. I was really looking forward to it, you know. Just how long do you think I've waited for this moment? The seventh looked nostalgically at Malia's gun. The seventh was a lover of firearms, and perhaps it was the case that it was because of her influence, or so the third thought to himself. Well, despite this and that, the two of them do get along quite well. While that was going on, the fifth was looking up at the ceiling. The blurry images were gradually growing clearer, to show what seemed to be Lyle explaining something to his comrades. Oh, looks like that's it, seems he's done. From the conversation's contents and atmosphere, the fifth deduced the war had ended. The third rose from his seat. So it is over. Hey, mister. Lyle on the battlefield was a valuable asset, so I wanted to witness it. Last time he saw the form of the boy fighting a large-scale monster, but none of them had seen Mr. Lyle on the plains of war. In that sense, having missed this time was quite painful to the ancestors. In the best Lyle sense. But as the third was about to complain, Lyle's words took him to an abrupt stop. Now line up, and wait for your kisses. As Lyle said that, Monica raised her hand, and tried to make an appeal. She was jumping, and her maid clothes and twin tails were hopping up and down. Yes. Question here. Are you going to kiss me too? This is an important point. A vital one. There, Lyle spoke tiredly. Are you an idiot? But I find that idiocy of yours to be cute as well. Of course, there's no way in hell I wouldn't kiss you. Whether the act have meaning or not, I want to kiss you, Monica. Surrounded by his female army, he gave the absolute worst statement, but he declared it with absolute confidence. Looking at the atmosphere alone, it wasn't unthinkable to assume he had said something cool. But to the third. Mr. Lyle, it couldn't be he's bringing them here? Everyone? There's absolutely no need for that. Come this far, teaching the girls about them had little merit to be found. That's how the heads of history considered it. It had been put off, and with the matter of Seal's jewel knowing of their existences had way too many demerits included. So having come to this point, disappearing without meeting one another would be best. And that way would be more interesting. If they find out we saw this and that, to say the least, Arya will fly into a rage. Saying that, the fifth stood, and tried to make his way to his room. But Millie grabbed his arm. I sent it fine? Now, father, let's introduce ourselves to Lyle's wives. She was all smiles, but the third could tell she was somewhat irritated. She was making a game of troubling the fifth. No, perhaps fawning on him. The third tried to return to his room as well. There. What? At that moment, Lyle's room of memories was flung open with good momentum, and the third and the other ancestors were forcefully transported back to their own rooms. The last thing they witnessed was a small Lyle in front of the room. I had thought to kiss everyone, but the level-headed Clara pointed something out, making me hesitant. According to Clara. Lyle-san, I understand that you must have some sort of reason. But it will be troublesome if you wisp away everyone's consciousness. Guarding bodies is also important, but more than that, this is a battlefield where you can't say for sure what will happen. Just because the battle has ended, please don't let your guard down. A plausible opinion. Hearing that, I decided to take it up. In that case, let's decide who to take into the duel. Letting my line of sight spin around, I looked at Shannon. Seeing her golden eyes, I was reminded of Malia-san. She said she wanted to meet her great-grandchildren someday, so I looked at Shannon and Miranda, and nodded. Alright, then Miranda and Shannon it is. For now, prepare yourselves. Also, Novum, I choose you. When I swiftly held out my finger, Novum lowered her head. If you say so, Lyle-sama. There, Monica assumed the fetal position. This time, Monica had no opportunities to perform. What's more, it was even the long-awaited fever time. I approached Monica on the floor, and as she raised her face to me, I gave her a kiss on the forehead. Bear with that for now. When my business is over, I'll return at once. Monica, today, I expect great things from your dinner. When I closed one eye and said that, Monica rose with a spin, letting even her twin tails rotate. She looked quite beautiful. Leave it all to me. Even if this be the battlefield, Monica will serve to my fullest, and prepare but the finest of foods. And I thought. Now then, if I have 3 of them, can I play it off? But result-wise it worked out. The ancestors didn't have to see Novum, who they supported so much, get so angry. No, I guess the third's all that's left of that. The ancestors that recommended Novum. With the disappearance of the fourth, the third was all that remained. As I thought, it was sorrowful, but their teachings still live on within me. They would get angry at me if I moped over it, so I grabbed Miranda, who was keeping wary of Novum, by the arm, and drew her close. Hey, I'm still angry here, you know? She was still unsatisfied, and glaring at me, so with a serious face. I'm sorry, but I desire your lips at once. So I won't ask the reason, and I don't want to hear it. Give them to me. Surprising Miranda with an overbearing attitude different from usual, I went ahead and kissed her. Inserting the tongue, and activating the skill. Connection. I felt the power leave her body, so I gently embraced her, and gently tucked her to bed in the tent. Lo and behold my skill. As I gave my impression, Shannon, who'd witnessed that kiss, spoke up. It's really inconvenient. You have to kiss every time no matter what, and the normal Lyle occasionally hesitates. When we're under pressure, I sometimes think, just get on with it already. Perhaps she had been discontent up to now, as she complained. I shot back. Fool, when he's kissing the girl he likes, or a cute girl, a man's heart can't help but race. Isn't it cute? When I set myself in a pose, Shannon drew back. You're cute? Nope. Not happening. Having done something so heartless, you still plan on doing more, don't you? I shrugged my shoulders before her, lifting her up in a princess cradle, before shutting her mouth with a kiss. Because of the surprise attack, Shannon thrashed around, as she lost her consciousness, so I gently lay her down beside Miranda. This girl, with her face so red, she really is cute. Her face, stuck in the bravado she put up before the kiss, was bright red. As I put on such a cool act, I noticed the surrounding eyes looking at me had become considerable cold. I looked around. Fret not. You'll all receive a deeper one come the fall of night. Now then, next is Novum. The fact their frustration built up so easily must be because they were worried about me. When you think of it that way, these cold, mocking eyes feel soothing to back in. I am a happy man. Descending down into the jewel, I looked around. The round table room looked the same as usual, but having come in last, I took in the place's air, and tilted my head. Why are you here? And why is Malia-san the only other one here? There were only 2 in the room. One was Malia-san. Sitting in the 5th chair, she smiled and waved at a surprised set of sisters. And the fleeting glances she took at me were extremely wrathful. I cleared my throat. Now then, let me introduce them. One of the greatest beauties in the history of the Walt house, Milia Walt, to you, Miranda, perhaps this name would work better? She's Big Sis Milia Circri. I emphasized beauty and Big Sis, but Malia-san's atmosphere didn't change. Pleasure to be of your acquaintance, I guess? My memories after marrying into the Circri house are vague, so perhaps we've met before, but I myself am seeing the both of you for the first time. Miranda spoke in surprise. Are you the same as Shannon? That's right. But my appearance is closer to you. As expected of my great-granddaughter, Miranda. Shannon was hiding behind Miranda, as she focused her eyes on the other in the conference room. As I thought, I won't be able to get through this one with craftiness alone. I sat in my own seat and introduced the other. Anyways, this small child here is Lyle. How should I put it? He's my memory. Apparently. Rather, why are you even here? When I asked with a tilt of my head, Lyle, who was kicking his feet up and down, put his elbow to the table, rested his chin on his hand, and spoke with a smile. Because I wanted to meet them by all means. Or is that not reason enough? It's been quite a while, Novum. Saying that, Lyle looked at Novum and smiled. But Novum was acting strange. She was unnaturally taking distance, keeping cautious. Taking her body a half step back, it looked as if she was taking a fighting stance towards Lyle. Her face was more expressionless than usual, and when she looked at me, she smiled, but it felt somewhat stiff. What's wrong? No, it was quite sudden. And it was quite different from what I expected. It seems Novum had her own expectations of my jewel. It's true that this situation was out of my own expectations as well. I see. It was unexpected for me as well. And that's how it is, so return to your room, small child. If you're lonely, I'll go and see you another time. Today I'm busy. From here on is my pleasant time with Malia-san. Or so I thought, when Lyle replied discontentedly. That would be troubling. I mean, I have some matters with Novum. To add on to that, it's best you listened as well. In regards to Malia-san, leave the other two to them. I'm sure it'll go better that way, even so. Lyle looked over Miranda and Shannon with a serious look on his face. Touching his hand to his chin. Large breasts and small ones, add them, divide by 2, and you get the average-breasted Malia-san, huh? However. With a however, he stood, before instantly jumping into Miranda's chest. As I thought, I like large breasts better. Moving before I had realized it, Malia-san pointed her gun's muzzle, and Lyle raised both his hands. Shannon's body was trembling. Sis, this thing is Lyle's memories? Isn't he just a huge pervert? With the gun's point thrust into him, Lyle took a quick look at that frightened Shannon and shook his head. I wholeheartedly admit that small breasts have their value, but there's nothing interesting to be found in yours. You need to polish yourself a tad more, little girl. He's Lyle after all. I remember something similar coming from him before. There, Malia-san pulled the trigger with a smile. A bang in smoke, and the smell of gunpowder clouded up the room. I see, so the seventh was on the receiving end of that every time. Glad that the mystery had been solved, I approached Lyle. That's no good, Lyle-kun. He's been shot. Sis, she shot Lyle. Gyaaaah. He's standing back up. A panicked Shannon looked as if she was about to cry, as she watched Lyle rise with a hand pressed to his bloody forehead. Miranda sighed. It doesn't matter in here. Anyhow, the reason you called us was to meet with your ancestors? There's quite a lot I'd like to ask. Miranda's opinion was on the mark. When I was about to explain, Lyle gave a proposition. Then the two of you can ask Malia-san whatever you want. I have business with Lyle and Novum after all. And wait, it's about right time that Lyle learned. Wouldn't you say so, Novum? As all eyes gathered on Novum, I addressed Lyle. If it's about inheriting the memories of some goddess or evil god, then I already know about that. There, Shannon raised her voice. Ha! The hell! Miranda spoke to shut her up. Shannon, let's hear the lovely lady out. It won't be too late for questions after that. Looking at Miranda like that, Milia gave a number of delighted nods. But Lyle shook his head. Wrong. That one isn't anything too important. What I'm talking about is why Novum serves you, Lyle. Her guard was so high in my time that I called her the Iron Fortress. You don't find it the slightest bit peculiar? Hearing that, That's so? Isn't it because I'm more charming than you? I'm sorry, man, but I'm just that much cooler. Right, Novum? Hearing that, Novum gave a bitter smile. Right. While they're both Lyle-sama, it's true that the current one is. As Novum replied as such, Lyle sent a harsh glare. It wasn't envy. Or even resentment. Truly without any of those negative sentiments on him, Lyle smiled. You really plan on hiding it forever? My apologies, but Lyle isn't your toy. It was as if Lyle was getting angry at Novum for my sake. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 12 Epilogue. Epilogue. Talking to you in your current state won't get us anywhere. Sorry, but I'll be quarantining you a while. As Lyle said that, I suddenly found myself in the seventh room of memories. It seems I had been transported in an instant, but could that just be how strong an authority Lyle held over the jewel, I wonder? Lyle. The seventh had been sitting in a chair of the room. He stood and stared in surprise at my abrupt appearance. Come to think of it, I haven't stopped by the seventh's room too often. Only ever when we fought, perhaps? Saying that, I looked over the seventh's, my grandfather's room with nostalgic sentiment. Is this how it used to look? Whenever we fought, it would usually be in the yard's drilling grounds, so I tilted my head. I had the feeling he had let me play in this room long ago. You, even at a time like this, no, you're in a Mr. Lyle state right now, are you? Still, thinking back, you do have a point. I don't have as thick a past among the other ancestors, after all. As the seventh sat in his seat, he told me to sit as well. We sat with a small, round table in between us, and on it, a cup manifested out of nothingness. The seventh spoke. It won't fill your stomach, but this is a matter of feelings. Have a drink. Then drink I shall. It even has a scent. I reminisced over the nostalgic flavor. Even within my vague and hazy memory, I could remember that I'd drunken this tea before. I haven't had the chance for a leisurely talk with you. Perhaps we'll get more chances hereon, but that's yet another sad tale. It's because our ancestors have faded away. First, second, sixth, and the fourth had left the skills to me, and vanished from the jewel. Their roles had ended. The role of the ancestors in the jewel was to entrust their skills to the jewel's owner. In this case, me. To teach the skills uses as well, they were existences awoken from the records of the time. It's not as if I'd been making light of you or anything, grandfather. It's true that I respect you. And some vague memories of you doting on me still remain. The seventh gave a lonesome laugh. I see. Right, but you see, Lyle. Was I really ever that great? What's wrong? Growing weak at the knees? The seventh folded his hands, and gazed out the window. Out the pane was the scene of the two birds flying away. I've tried quite hard. I worked hard not to fall short of our ancestors. But what I succeeded in was only because of the groundwork they laid. Lyle, have you figured out why I'm so particular about guns? Because they're the future? I also think that as long as the money problem is dealt with, mass production will become the key to victory. Though it's also true they're short of a decisive blow. The seventh nodded. Being so close to the ancestors, I felt, and I thought. The real reason I chose the gun. Is it not because I didn't want to be compared to them? I sipped the tea, and smiled. What foolish words are those? You manifested box and warp, such incredible skills, didn't you? You should have more confidence. I was even wrung dry of this and that by seals, but I still think I'm definitely going to win. The seventh turned a different kind smile than usual at me. It didn't feel like he was mocking. If you'll say that much, it gives me some confidence. Now then, your memory that calls himself Lyle came out, so what are you going to do? Even if you want to leave this room, it seems it's been locked. It seems the door of memories was tightly sealed shut. Then there's no helping he be panicked. Then I'll just take it easy. It seems he wanted to talk to Novum about something. I'll have to ask about it later. To me, the seventh spoke. He wasn't particularly supportive of her. Of all else, the Forks' house was something of a vassal house. She was only their daughter, what's more, nothing but the second daughter. Lyle, are you sure you don't trust Novum a little too much? It was Lyle's room. As Novum was let in, she looked around, and realized at once that it was different from Lyle's room of old. It had been reproduced by the jewel, but it was subtly different. Those differences stemmed from the existence called Lyle, she concluded. The bookshelf on the right. The order of the books on the third shelf from the top is different. Lyle Sama barely read those ones. The placement of other books is also slightly off. On top of that, the room was much dustier than this. Because the servants shirked off on cleaning it. Without preparing a chair for his guest, Lyle sat himself on the bed. It's because you say things like that normal people take distance from you. But no matter what little broken Novum says this late in the game, I doubt it will make a difference. Lyle understood Novum's personality. And he didn't particularly hate her or anything. He only had discontentments at her treatment of Lyle. The Forks' house, among the clan that carried down memories of the goddess turned evil god Novum, the one whose memories were most vivid, and who inherited an outrageous amount of information was Novum. At first, Lyle hadn't been knowledgeable about that field, but it was something he came to figure out after opening his eyes in the jewel. Lyle began talking. Memories are a large factor that influence one's character. With happy memories, based on the person, the individual may wish to feel more happiness, crushing others underfoot in the conquest for more. It all varies by person, but it's a fact that it has influence. So here's the question. Novum, do you think of yourself as the goddess, or is Novum the evil god? Or are you Novum, second daughter of the Forks' house? Which is it? Inheriting memories. Simple in words, but if one were to think of it as akin to their own experiences, then who exactly would they be? Would it influence their establishment of self? Because of the self-loathing she inherited from Septim-san sealed her ability to be loved by humans, and served herself out for their sake. She served too much and failed them, but even now, her lesson lives on. So how about you, Novum? Novum couldn't answer. She was smiling, but she didn't make an attempt to answer. With something important out of place, and something unnecessary shoved in its space. That was the girl called Novum. Lyle knew that. And he even thought she had purposely overlooked Seal's actions. No answer, huh? I'm fine with that too. To a fed-up Lyle, it was Novum's turn to question. I heard you were Lyle-sama's memories, Lyle-sama. Could it be you plan on reviving Lyle-sama's memories? In that case, the current Lyle-sama will be. Lyle noticed it was an important matter to Novum. And if he properly returned the memories, Novum might shatter the jewel out of anger. What was important to Novum was the current Lyle. The Lyle of the past was of low priority. It's a sad thing, but I share your opinion. I won't give the memories to Lyle. But I'll at least rile him up and pick some fights. There are a number of things I've no choice but to teach him. Also, I have to transmit the important stuff. Irrelevant to the will of the jewel. There, Novum looked extremely delighted. Her expression was no lie. Lyle could only look upon that expression of Novum with disappointment. A splendid decision. Not the memory, grant him your wisdom and technique, and disappear. Fitting of Lyle-sama, a wonderful conclusion. This Novum is proud of you. And she spoke with a horridly dark smile. When I think of what would be if humanity were able to make such judgment all those myriads ago, or perhaps even longer, it saddens me. Lyle spoke. It ain't for your sake. It's for Lyle's. His memory stolen, Lyle was nothing but an infant in a body too large. All I could do was leave him the memories of being loved, so even if everything was lost, and he was isolated away, I could leave the possibility he would stand up and look straight. He the little brother I've left to clean up my mess. Novum raised the hem of her skirt with a smile, giving a light bow. And this Novum shall be there to help him. Lyle-sama, please hold no need for concern. And Lyle spoke. The largest reason he held dissatisfaction towards the girl. Novum, that love of yours isn't something for a lover. That is what a mother directs her child. It isn't what Lyle is looking for. As a mother, she gave Lyle unconditional love. As a mother, she could put up, even with other women. As a mother, she wouldn't abandon Lyle to the end. I understand your personality. Though the others haven't noticed it in the slightest, a 10-year-old robbed of his memories, nothing more than a toddler, with a mental age of 3, 5 tops, Lyle was a child even younger than he looked. I don't think you aimed for that. But as he was, you. Novum corrected her posture. Love is love, Lyle-sama. She said. Miranda stuck her knees, and her hand into the ground. She held her right shoulder with her left hand, the end of her upturned eyes, a woman like the average of she and Shannon holding up the grip of her gun, loading a bullet. She used a number of one-shot flintlocks, handling them quite skillfully. When told to come at her, Miranda thought she would be able to take her down easily, but she couldn't match up at all. The Jewel's round table room. The round table extended out, making a space like an arena. Glaring at Millie, Miranda vexingly stood to her feet. The moment she took her left hand from her shoulder, she used her skill to produce a number of nets, a large spider web, before her. The stitching was tight, and the gaps were narrow. They were sticky and made to disperse force, so if a round hit them, it was sure to stop. But the bullet Millie fired accurately traveled down the gaps in the numerous nets, hitting Miranda's left thigh on the mark. Coo! As Miranda fell to her knees once more, Shannon looked on quivering. To her, Millie spoke.